Found 100 million in my rented apartment. Chapter 1. My phone can automatically find treasure. Zhonghai City, in an old and broken-down rental house near Zhonghai University. Yifeng had just signed the contract and sent the landlord off when a notification sound came in his mind. Congratulations, host. You are now bound to the treasure hunting system. At the same time, the navigation app icon in Yifeng's phone lit up with a blinding white light and then returned to normal. What was going on? Yifeng was a little dazed. He was a fan of novels, and he often read online novels. Naturally, he knew that the system was the standard of the main character. He didn't reject the system. Instead, he looked forward to it, but it felt a little unreal. Unexpectedly, just as he was in a daze, the system notification sounded again. 92 kilograms of stolen money was detected. The treasure hunting system is guiding you. Walking navigation begins. Please head forward to the left from your current position and reach the destination after 6 meters. 6 meters to the left? Wasn't that his own bedroom? Yifeng's expression was strange. Could the system have made a mistake? He had seen the bedroom before. There was nothing but a bed inside, so where was the treasure? However, when he thought about the 92 kilograms of stolen money mentioned by the system, it was in the bedroom anyway, so there was no loss in taking a look. Thus, Yifeng walked toward the bedroom. On the way, he was also thinking about the information given by the system. Since it was stolen money, and so heavy, it could only be cash. Generally speaking, cash that would be hidden should be red notes. A red note weighed 1.15 grams, so if it was 92 kilograms. Yifeng's brain worked quickly. He quickly calculated it. 92 kilograms of red notes were equivalent to 8 million in cash. It was a whole 8 million. When he got this result, Yifeng also came to the door of the bedroom. He started to look around the bedroom. From his position, he could clearly see that there was only one bed in the entire bedroom, and there was nothing under the bed. Since that was the case, the stolen money could only be hidden in the wall or under the floor. Thinking of this, Yifeng quickly walked to a wall and knocked on it. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the wall. It was solid. There was no money here. Shaking his head, Yifeng knocked on another spot, but it was still solid. It seemed that there was none in this wall. Then, he squatted down and knocked on a tile. He had thought that if the floor was solid, he would knock on the other 3 walls, but he did not expect. Bang, bang, bang. This sound. It was empty. F***CK. The floor was really empty. Yifeng was extremely excited. He stretched out his hand and knocked on another piece of the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Similarly, it was empty. Then he knocked on another piece. Bang, bang, bang. It was still empty. After a while, Yifeng knocked on all the floor tiles, including the ones under the bed. They were all empty. Now, he had no doubt about the system's treasure hunting ability. The only headache was how to withdraw the cash inside. Directly smash it open? No, what if the soundproofing wasn't good, and his neighbors complained that he was disturbing the people? And if the floor was damaged, he would not be able to answer to the landlord. Could it be that he could only guard this wealth? It was wrong. Yifeng suddenly remembered that there was a loose tile under the bed. Perhaps he could break through from there. I'll try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll just smash it. If the landlord asks, we'll talk about it when the time comes. After moving the bed away, Yifeng squatted down and used his knife to pry open the edge of the floor tile. After a while, one side of the floor tile was clearly higher than the ground. Yifeng put down the knife. He grabbed the other side and pulled it. He did not use much strength to pull out the entire floor tile. It actually worked. Yifeng was overjoyed. He carefully placed the floor tile to one side and looked forward. There was a layer of black plastic under the floor tiles. Without any hesitation, Yifeng stretched out his hand and tore the plastic. Soon, the thing covered by the plastic sheet was exposed. It was money, and they were all red notes. They were neatly laid out on the ground. Looking at the stacks of cash, Yifeng was extremely excited, but he quickly regained his senses. This was just the beginning. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yifeng continued to remove the floor tiles. The floor tiles were stuck to the cement. Fortunately, the cement layer was not thick, so the floor could be pulled out with a little force. 1, 2. Soon, the floor of the entire bedroom was removed and placed in the living room. Then, he returned to his bedroom and started to drag the black plastic sheet. The moment the black plastic sheet was completely removed, the ground was revealed to be red. The entire floor of the bedroom was covered with red notes. The bedroom wasn't big, only about 10 square meters. Stacks of red notes, about 2 to 3 centimeters thick, were placed next to each other. That scene was simply too spectacular. This was 8 million. Feng looked at the money in front of him. His heart was beating fast. He had never seen so much money before. Even if he knew that there were 8 million yuan in cash hidden here, it was just a number, after all. The impact was far less intense than seeing it with his own eyes. Furthermore, all this money was his. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He struck it rich. He was rich. Chapter 2. The system is giving me too much for completing the navigation. A few minutes later, Feng calmed down a little. He looked at the red notes on the ground and started to think about where the money came from. He had heard the landlord mention that the previous tenant of this house was a fugitive. The fugitive was shot dead while escaping, and it was said that the whereabouts of the stolen money were unknown. This matter had caused quite a stir here. This was also the reason why he was able to rent this house at an extremely low price. In that case, the money was likely to be the stolen money? The fugitive was dead. The money had no owner. Then it didn't seem like there was any problem with him accepting it. However, how should he deal with the money? Continue to leave it here? Definitely not. The landlord might come over at any time, and it would be terrible if he was discovered. Bank. No. He was a poor student from an average family. If he suddenly had such a large sum of money in his hands, anyone would suspect that the money had come from an improper source and might even call the police. Then what should he do? Rent a new house? Feng nodded. This was not a problem, but the house was not his. He felt unsafe. Just as he was thinking, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. For completing the treasure hunting navigation, you are rewarded with a Zhongtian Lakeview villa. The reward has been issued. Host, please check and receive it. At the same time, a craft paper bag appeared on the table in the living room. There's a house already? Feng had an excited expression. He quickly walked toward the table. He picked up the paper bag and opened it. There were only two things inside: the title deed of the Zhongtian Lakeview villa and the villa key. Zhongtian Lakeview villa, he had heard of it before. It was said that it was the most high-end villa area in the entire Zhonghai city. It shouldn't be cheap. Even so, when he saw the price on the contract was 95 million, he couldn't help but shake his hands. The reward. It was too awesome. He was now a person with assets of over 100 million. Cool. After that, Feng put the deed and key back into the paper bag and prepared to lay the floor, then go out to get a car and secretly transfer the 8 million yuan to his villa. As soon as he finished, a system notification rang in his mind. A new opportunity has been discovered. In half an hour, a fuel tank truck on Zhongshan Road will explode, and Xia Qiu will die in the explosion. Apart from treasure hunting, the system could also give out opportunities. Feng was slightly surprised. However, Xia Qiu. Could it be the Xia Qiu that he knew? Xia Qiu was one of Dragon Kingdom's top singers. She had a sweet voice, a pure appearance, and was clean. She was one of the most popular stars in Dragon Kingdom. Feng also liked her very much. Could it be that she was the one who was about to be in trouble? Suddenly, Feng thought of the report he had read before. It said that Xia Qiu would hold a concert in Zhonghai City in a few days. It was really her? He had to save her. Even if the other party was not a female star, now that Feng knew about this, he could not just leave her in the lurch. After all, the system had given him a lot of rewards for completing the navigation. According to the system's generosity, the rewards this time would definitely be valuable. Feng was filled with anticipation. Then, he picked up the craft paper bag on the table, locked the door, and ran downstairs. Zhongshan Road wasn't too far from his rental house. If he took a taxi, he would be able to get there in about 10 minutes. But this was an old and dilapidated neighborhood, and it was almost impossible to get a taxi. Forget it, I'll just ride my bike over. Feng glanced at a public bike, and immediately after, a system notification sounded in his mind. The treasure hunting system is about to guide you. Route planning has been activated for you. Please set off along the current road and ride forward for 500 meters. You will pass by Yongkang Road, Xinhua Highway. The whole journey is 8.3 kilometers, and the estimated time is 25 minutes. Riding a bicycle actually took so long. Feng looked at his phone. There were only 28 minutes left until the incident. Time was of the essence. Feng got on the bicycle, his legs moving very fast. The temperature in Zhonghai was still very high in October. Although it was only 9 in the morning, the sun was already scorching, and there was almost no one on the road. Occasionally, he would meet one or two, but they were all holding parasols. They looked at Yifeng, who was sweating profusely on the bicycle, and were all confused. Yifeng did not have the time to care about their gazes. He only wanted to rush to Zhongshan Road to save the person. Xia Qiu was very influential in the music industry. She came to Zhonghai City to hold a concert and received strong support from the officials. Along the way, Yifeng found many banners and posters promoting Xia Qiu's concert. On the poster, Xia Qiu was wearing a long red dress, her black hair flying in the wind, and she was extremely beautiful, as expected of the nation's goddess. He was excited just thinking about how he would be able to see her in person soon. He remembered that his roommate was also a fan of Xia Qiu. Well, he would ask for an autograph from Xia Qiu so that he could go back and let that guy covet. While his thoughts ran wild, he rode hard. 24 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at Zhongshan Road. The treasure hunting system will continue to guide you. Please follow the current path and reach the destination after 100 meters. 100 meters ahead. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up. There was a traffic light there. Under the traffic light was a fuel tank car, and behind it was a Mercedes-Benz RV. Chapter 3. Oscar owes me an Oscar. Yifeng did not need to think to know that the Mercedes-Benz RV behind him was his target. He immediately started riding forward. As soon as he arrived next to the Mercedes-Benz RV, the green light turned on. The car continued moving forward. The Mercedes-Benz RV's driver was also about to start the car when he suddenly saw a blue bicycle rushing over. What was going on? Scamming. While the driver was still in a daze, the bicycle suddenly tilted toward the car. Next, Yifeng crashed into the car's bumper. Did he really encounter a scammer? The driver's eyes twitched. He had wanted to call the police directly, but thinking of the identity of the person in the car, he decided to get out of the car first and negotiate with the other party. If the money they asked for was not much, then he would just treat it as spending money to avoid trouble. When he got off the car, Yifeng also stood up from the ground. When he saw the chauffeur walking over, he hurriedly said with a panicked expression, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I just learned how to ride a bike not long ago. I didn't mean to hit your car." So he wasn't a scammer. The driver heaved a sigh of relief and was about to tell Yifeng to leave. Yifeng suddenly exclaimed, It's you. You're Xia Xia's driver." Xia Xia was the nickname that the fans used for Xia Qiu. When he said this, he deliberately acted very exaggeratedly, just like a brainless fan of Xia Qiu. Seeing this, the driver had a headache. He didn't usually show his face in public, so how did this kid recognize him? Just as he was about to explain that he was not Xia Qiu's driver, the door opened. A woman in her late 20s with a face score of 80 walked down the stairs. She was Xia Qiu's manager. Her surname was Wang, and people called her Sister Wang. Sister Wang walked to the driver and asked, "What's going on?" She only saw someone hit the car and thought it was an accident, so she quickly came down to check. "Sister Wang, it's like this." The driver quickly explained the situation to Sister Wang. Sister Wang couldn't help but frown when she heard that. It was too much of a coincidence that he had accidentally hit the car and recognized Xia Qiu's driver. She couldn't help but suspect that this young man who didn't even look 20 years old was here for Xia Qiu. Could he be paparazzi? Was he waiting for them here? No, today's schedule was not made public, so he couldn't have known that they would pass through this road. Moreover, she had not seen this young man on the road before. What was going on? Sister Wang couldn't understand, so she just said, "What is your purpose?" Purpose? Yifeng was stunned. He thought he had exposed himself. However, when he saw Sister Wang's uncertain look, he knew that she was just trying to get information out of him. He quickly shook his head. "Sister, I don't have any ulterior motives. If you really want to know, can you let me see Xia Xia? Are you really Xia Xia's fan?" Sister Wang was still suspicious of Yifeng's identity. Yifeng looked at Sister Wang innocently. "That's right. Xia Xia is my goddess. I really like her. Can you let me see her?" "No." Sister Wang shook her head. No matter how harmless Yifeng looked, to be safe, she would not let strangers get close to Xia Qiu. Since the driver didn't hit anyone, she didn't want to stay here and waste time, so she immediately wanted to find a reason to send Yifeng away. Suddenly, a light purple figure came out of the car. It was Xia Qiu. Her looks were at least 93 points, and her figure was at least 93 points. Her face was pure, but her figure was quite mature. She was even more attractive than in the photos and videos. Sister Wang noticed that she had gotten out of the car, and her expression changed. Xia, why did you come down personally? I'm almost done here. You can continue to rest. As she spoke, Sister Wang stared at Yi Feng with a guarded expression. Yi Feng was speechless. Did he really look like a bad person? Hearing this, Xia Qiu only smiled faintly. Sister Wang, I've heard everything you said just now. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Feng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. When Sister Wang saw this, she didn't say anything more. She just moved closer to Xia Qiu. In case something happened, she could protect Xia Qiu in time. Did you recognize my car a long time ago, so you deliberately came to stop me? Xia Qiu asked after a few seconds. Her voice was very calm, and she was not angry because of this. Instead, there was a trace of concern. Seeing that Xia Qiu did not put on any airs, Yi Feng's impression of her improved. He knew that his poor acting skills would not be able to fool Xia Qiu, so he admitted it openly. I didn't expect you to see through me, Xia. I thought the license plate looked familiar before, but I wasn't sure it was you. But when I saw the driver, I was sure. Xia, I really like you a lot. Can I have your autograph? Of course you can. Xia Qiu smiled. He then took out a pen and paper. After she finished writing, she passed the paper to Yi Feng and said in a child-teaching tone, But little brother, don't do this again in the future. It's very dangerous, do you understand? Yi Feng quickly nodded. After he put away the signature, he glanced at the fuel truck. The tank truck had only driven about 50 to 60 meters away, so it was still very dangerous. Thus, he pestered Xia Qiu and chatted with her. Chapter 4. The big star looked sideways, slipped away. As they chatted, Yi Feng and Xia Qiu talked about the concert that would be held 2 days later. It's a pity that I didn't get a ticket, Yi Feng said with a regretful expression. Otherwise, I would be able to go to your concert live. Xia Qiu smiled and consoled him gently. It's fine. You can listen to it online. That's true, but it's different in real life and online. Xia, will you come to Zhonghai for concerts in the future? I can't be sure. If there's a chance, I'll come. Oh, right. Xia Qiu smiled and asked. Looking at you, you should still be a student, right? Yes. Yi Feng nodded. I'm a freshman this year. I see. Xia Qiu nodded and hesitated. Looking at Yi Feng's clothes, he should be from an ordinary family. The cheapest ticket for her concert cost more than 500 yuan, so she didn't want Yi Feng to fight for the ticket. It was not that she looked down on Yi Feng, she just felt that it was not worth it. It was not worth it to save and scrimp for so long just to watch a concert. She would also often say these words to her students and fans. However, she was not familiar with Yi Feng and did not understand his character. She was afraid that she would hurt his self-esteem if she said too much, so she decided not to say anything. From Xia Qiu's expression, Yi Feng already understood what she wanted to say. Although he didn't really want to go to the concert, seeing that Xia Qiu was so considerate of her fans, he suddenly had a better impression of her. He looked at the tank truck again. He had only driven for about 100 meters. It was too slow. It seemed like they had to talk about something else. Xia Qiu saw that Yi Feng would glance in front from time to time and was a little confused. Was he waiting for something? Just as she was about to ask, Yi Feng spoke first. Xia, can I take a picture with you? Xia, we've wasted too much time. We should go. Before Xia Qiu could speak, Sister Wang spoke first. She felt that if she did not remind him, Yi Feng would continue to pester Xia Qiu. They still had to attend a charity auction later, so they couldn't stay here any longer. Xia Qiu also knew that time was tight, but when she saw Yi Feng's expectant eyes, she was too embarrassed to reject him. Sister Wang, let's take a photo together. It won't take long. After signaling for Sister Wang to wait, she nodded at Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng's impression of Xia Qiu became better. She was such a pure, beautiful, and kind girl. Even without the system's reward, he would not hesitate to save her. Then, he took out his phone and started taking photos with Xia Qiu. While taking photos, he observed the tank truck. After taking more than a dozen photos, the tank truck drove out of the safe area. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Feeling Sister Wang's unkind gaze, he quickly put away his phone and said to Xia Qiu, Xia, I'm so sorry for taking up so much of your time. It doesn't matter. Xia Qiu shook her head. Then, she got into the car. Suddenly, the sound of an emergency brake came from the front. Then, there was a loud bang as the tank truck hit the roadside guardrail. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The tank car exploded. In an instant, the flames soared up to the sky, reaching more than 10 meters high. The rolling black smoke carried flames and quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of square meters of land around them were razed to the ground. Xia Qiu and the other two paled at the sight. After a long while, the few of them seemed to react. When they came back to their senses, Sister Wang and the driver's gaze toward Yi Feng had changed. Although it was a little annoying that Yi Feng had delayed their time, if Yi Feng had not stopped them just now, with the distance between their car and the fuel tank truck, they would have been. Xia Qiu's face was also filled with shock and fear. After signaling Sister Wang to call the police and ambulance, she looked at Yi Feng with a complicated look. She had already noticed that Yi Feng was looking forward. At that time, she thought that Yi Feng was waiting for someone, but now that she thought about it, he was most likely observing the fuel truck. But now, she was a little suspicious. Did Yi Feng already know that the fuel truck would be in trouble? Did he deliberately chat with her, take a photo with her, and delay the time? Yi Feng also noticed her little movement, but he still looked at the burning fuel truck in front of him in horror, as if he was scared silly. Seeing this, Xia Qiu could not help but be suspicious. Could it be that she was thinking too much? Could it really be a coincidence? Then, how could she explain his behavior of observing the tank truck earlier? Just as she was thinking, Sister Wang's voice was heard. Xia, I hope you're not too scared. Xia Qiu shook her head. She then smiled at Yi Feng. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Yi Feng told Xia Qiu his information and also gave her his contact information. Xia Qiu took note of it and chuckled. Yi Feng, no matter what, you saved my life. I've been busy for the past 2 days. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. All right. Yi Feng nodded and pretended to look at the time, then quickly said, Oh no, class is about to start. Xia, I'm going to leave now. I'll wait for you to treat me to a meal. After that, he rode the shared bicycle again and left quickly. Almost at the same time he left the scene, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the Destiny navigation. The reward is 100 million in cash. The reward has been issued. Chapter 5. The owner of the villa, the undercurrent of the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa Complex. F***CK. 100 million in cash. Awesome. Yi Feng was overjoyed. This was worth it. The screen of his phone lit up, and he received a notification that his bank balance had changed to $100,107.63. For the first time, Yi Feng experienced what it meant to be on his feet. He unconsciously hummed a little tune as he turned on the navigation and headed straight to the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa area. Behind them, Xia Qiu looked at Yi Feng's back with curiosity in her eyes. It was not until Yi Feng's figure was completely gone that she retracted her gaze and turned to her manager. Sister Wang, is my schedule full for the next 2 days? Sister Wang immediately opened her memo and quickly replied, It's all full. Also, you've turned down a few of Zhonghai's bosses and second-generation heirs for dinner, and some of them have been quite critical about it. Should we? Xia Qiu reached out and interrupted her. Don't worry about them. Also, help me cancel the charity dinner tonight. Sister Wang was taken aback. Xia, this is a great opportunity to show your face. It'll be very helpful in building your public image. Rejected. As Xia Qiu spoke, she looked at the direction where Yi Feng disappeared. Our interesting savior is still waiting for me to treat him. As she spoke, she ignored Wang Jie's confused look. A hint of curiosity and slyness flashed in her eyes. She chuckled and got into the car. Zhongtian Lakeview Villa. The real estate management office. It was almost noon, and the real estate management staff were almost done with their work. Everyone looked relaxed. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A woman walked in from outside the door. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her looks were around 90 points, and her figure was also above 93 points. Her pair of sinful eyes were very terrifying. She was wearing a suit and her hair was tied up. When she walked, she had a special effect, looking very capable and experienced. Her name was Lin Junjun, and she was the CEO of Zhongtian Real Estate Company. She was the standard royal sister. Upon seeing her, everyone in the real estate department of the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa Complex quickly greeted her. President Lin. Good day, President Lin. At this moment, the sloppiness in their bodies had disappeared. Everyone in the real estate department knew that Lin Junjun was known for her swift and decisive actions, so they didn't want to be taught a lesson by her. However, Lin Junjun seemed to have something urgent to attend to today. She merely nodded at everyone before hurrying into the office. She went to her office and turned on her computer. After a few operations, a piece of information appeared on her computer screen. If Yi Feng was here, he would realize that the photo on the document was his. About an hour ago, Lin Junjun suddenly received a phone call that someone had purchased Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1 in full, so she rushed over to the real estate department to check the customer's information. But the information given in the information. Yi Feng, a first-year student at Zhonghai University, ordinary family background. If she hadn't personally retrieved this information from the inside, she would have thought that someone was deliberately joking with her. Could an ordinary first-year university student afford a villa worth nearly 100 million yuan? However, internal information could not be faked. That meant that Yi Feng had intentionally concealed his identity. Although she was curious, she also understood that she couldn't casually investigate a big shot of that level. Lin Junjun closed the file and called her assistant over. Her assistant, Xiao, looked very quiet, but she was decisive. After entering the office, she immediately asked politely, "President Lin, what are your orders?" "Go and inform the surveillance department to keep a close eye on him. Once Mr. Yi appears, inform me immediately." As she spoke, Lin Junjun passed over a printed photo of Yi Feng. "All right, President Lin." Xiao nodded. "Also, order 2 more expensive bonsai. When Mr. Yi checks in, send them over as soon as possible." "Yes." Xiao nodded again, but her eyes were a little puzzled. She looked at Lin Junjun and hesitated. Lin Junjun raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. "Just ask me what you want to ask." "This Mr. Yi is?" Xiao couldn't understand why Lin Junjun would try to please this young man with her status. Lin Junjun raised her eyebrows. "Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1 has been sold. In full." Little Xing's expression changed when she heard that. The villa was actually sold. The Zhongtian Lakeview Villa area was famous in the entire Zhonghai city. The people who could live here were either rich or noble. Even the lowest-end villa worth 20 million yuan was out of reach for most people. And now, the king of villas, Villa No. 1, had been sold in full. Obviously, Yi Feng was the owner of Villa No. 1. Xiao finally understood why Lin Junjun wanted to please Yi Feng. If she were in her shoes, she would also rush to curry favor with him. There were a total of 100 villas in Zhongtian Lake. The grade of the villas was arranged according to the number 1 to 100. The lower the grade of the villa, the lower the number. In Villa 97, Jiang Gaoming, a local snake with a little fame in Zhonghai City, quickly ordered his men to pay attention to the movements of Villa No. 1 after receiving a phone call. The phone call just now was from an old friend in the real estate department. The other party told him that Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1 had been sold. Hearing this, Jiang Gaoming's mind became active. People like him made a fortune by taking projects from the big bosses and then reselling them. Although it was still okay in the outside world, in the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa area, it was at the bottom. Now that Villa No. 1 had an owner, the owner must be super rich. To him, he was a potential gold mine and an existence that he could not afford to offend. "I have to take advantage of the time when they move in to find an opportunity to meet them and form a good relationship." Thinking of this, Jiang Gaoming decisively called his secretary and said, "Go pack up 1 or 2 red robes in my safe and send them over immediately." After finishing everything, Jiang Gaoming was ready to go upstairs. Suddenly, he saw his second son, Jiang Hao, playing games on the sofa, and his face suddenly turned cold. "Why didn't you go to class today?" Chapter 6. Is there any point in lying to me? "Dad, it's the weekend today," Jiang Hao said weakly. "You can play on the weekend? Can't you learn from your brother and put more effort into your studies?" Jiang Gaoming continued to reprimand. They were both his children, but why was the second son, Jiang Hao, so much worse than the eldest, Jiang Yu? Seeing his second son's good-for-nothing appearance, Jiang Gaoming didn't bother to care anymore. He only told him not to cause trouble, especially not to provoke the owner of Villa No. 1, and then went out. At the same time, at the entrance of the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa, Yi Feng, who was sweating profusely, looked at the majestic entrance and sighed. At this moment, a security guard walked over. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" Yi Feng nodded. Zhongtian Lakeview Villa was the most high-end villa area in Zhonghai City, and the quality of the security personnel was not bad. Yi Feng had a good impression of him. He immediately took out the property rights. "I'm the owner of Villa No. 1. I'm here to look at the house." The security guard was full of respect. After making sure that the property ownership certificate was real, he quickly returned it to Yi Feng with both hands. Mr. Yi, do you need me to arrange a car to send you there? No need. Yi Feng waved his hand. It was his first time visiting the most high-end villa district in Zhonghai City, so he was ready to take a good look. After asking for directions, Yi Feng walked into the villa area under the respectful gaze of the security guards. As expected of the most high-end villa district in the city, the environment and facilities here were all first class. Not bad. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, an uncertain voice was heard. Yi Feng. Yi Feng's footsteps stopped. He looked toward the source of the voice. On the left side of the path, there was a young man standing. After seeing the young man's appearance, Yi Feng frowned. He did not expect to meet Zhang Hao here. Zhang Hao was his high school classmate, but because of his previous misdeeds, Yi Feng had never been on the same side as him. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Hao, he didn't feel the joy of meeting a classmate at all. Zhang Hao was also puzzled. Why was Yi Feng here? Having been classmates with Yi Feng for 3 years, he naturally knew that Yi Feng's family background was very ordinary. Logically speaking, Yi Feng should not have appeared here. Earlier, he only tried to call out when he saw the figure of Yi Feng. He did not expect it to be true. Yi Feng, it's really you. What are you doing here? Zhang Hao looked a little suspicious. I'm here to look at houses. Yi Feng replied indifferently. House viewing? Don't tell me you're thinking of buying a house here. Zhang Hao was shocked. Yi Feng shook his head. No, I have already bought it. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's eyes widened even more. Yi Feng actually bought the house here. No, that was impossible. Seeing that Yi Feng's entire outfit did not cost more than 500 yuan, the surprise on Zhang Hao's face turned into disdain. Yi Feng, we're all old classmates. Do you think I don't know about your family situation? Is there any meaning in lying to me? He remembered that Yi Feng's parents were ordinary office workers. Even if they didn't eat or drink, they wouldn't be able to afford the villa here. Thus, he did not believe a single word that Yi Feng said. Yi Feng was too lazy to explain. When they didn't get along, half a sentence was more than enough. Since they couldn't continue the conversation, he couldn't be bothered with Zhang Hao and walked away. However, Zhang Hao came up to him. Yi Feng, do you have some misunderstanding about the price of the villas here? Do you see that villa? It's my family's. Even in the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa District, this is considered the lowest level of existence, but it still costs 21 million. Yi Feng only nodded his head lightly. Didn't you hear what I said? Zhang Hao was no longer calm. It's 20 million, not 2,000. Yi Feng felt that it was quite interesting to see a monkey putting on a show in front of him. He didn't interrupt Zhang Hao and continued walking. Chapter 7. Old classmate dumbfounded. Zhang Hao didn't notice and continued. Yi Feng, since we're old classmates, I'll remind you not to touch anything here. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford it even if you sell yourself. Do you see that garden? It was designed by an international landscaper and costs 30 million. Unknowingly, Yi Feng had already arrived in front of Villa Number 1. It was a 3-story European-style villa. Through the iron fence, he could see the large courtyard in front of the villa. The lawn in the courtyard was well mowed, and there was a small path leading to the gate. On both sides of the path were some flowers, which were blooming in various colors. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw Villa Number 1. Yi Feng, this is Villa Number 1. It's the king of all the mansions in this area. Do you know how much this mansion is worth? Sai, what are you doing? I have to remind you that you can't touch this villa. Zhang Hao was showing off when he saw Yi Feng walking toward the gate of Villa Number 1. He quickly stepped forward to stop him. Before he could finish, Yi Feng pressed the fingerprint lock. The door slid open silently. Zhang Hao's voice stopped abruptly. He stared at Yi Feng as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Feng could actually open the door of Villa Number 1. How was this possible? Yi Feng turned around and looked at Zhang Hao with a faint smile. Is there anything else? Yi Feng, is this villa really yours? Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Yi Feng sneered. Then is it yours? Zhang Hao's face turned red. He thought of how he was showing off in front of Yi Feng just now, and in the end, his face hurt. Compared to Villa Number 1, his mansion number 97 was nothing. But with Yi Feng's family background, how could he afford Villa Number 1? Just as Zhang Hao's mind was in a mess, suddenly, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked very quiet, walked over. Beside the girl, there were a few people from the real estate department. They were carrying 2 pots of Nangwa Qingfeng. Jiang Hao recognized this girl. She was Lin Junjun's assistant and the manager of the real estate department. Her surname was Xing. What was she doing here? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Xiao Xing had already walked past him and arrived in front of Yi Feng. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm the manager of the real estate department. You can call me Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing introduced herself to Yi Feng with a smile. Yi Feng nodded. Hello, Manager Xing. What's the matter? Mr. Yi, first of all, thank you for choosing our Zhongtian Lakeview Villa area and this villa. To thank Mr. Yi for your recognition, our real estate department has prepared a small gift for you. These 2 pots of 1.2 million yuan Nangwuqin Feng are specially customized for you. We wish you all the best in your future. Thank you. Yi Feng smiled and accepted the gift. Jiang Hao was stunned. Yi Feng was actually the owner of Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1. But how did Yi Feng do it? A normal villa could be bought with money, but this was Villa No. 1, and one had to have a certain status to be able to buy it. Otherwise, Manager Xing and the others wouldn't have sent him a potted plant worth millions just to thank him for moving in. Jiang Hao was confused. However, at this moment, another middle-aged man who seemed to be taking a stroll seemed to be attracted by the scene and walked over. Yi Feng glanced at him but did not care. Unexpectedly, when the middle-aged man came over, he actually took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Hello. Hello, who are you? I'm Jiang Gaoming, living in Villa 97. I just happened to see you living there, so I came to visit and make friends. Hearing this, Yi Feng subconsciously looked at Jiang Hao, who was not far away. Villa 97, surnamed Jiang, wasn't that Jiang Hao's father? Jiang Gaoming had also seen his son, and seeing Yi Feng looking over, he immediately asked, Mr. Yi, you know my good-for-nothing son? Yi Feng nodded. Not only do we know each other, we were high school classmates. That's great. Jiang Gaoming's smile became even more brilliant when he heard about the relationship. But then his smile froze. It seemed that there was something wrong with Yi Feng's tone. Chapter 8. 1,000-square-meter villa. Lin Junjun. Jiang Gaoming's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Hao, Get over here. Jiang Hao shrunk his neck in fear. He really did not expect Yi Feng to be the existence that his father had warned him not to provoke. If his father knew what he had done just now, he was afraid. Jiang Hao's face turned pale. But he didn't dare to disobey Jiang Gaoming's words, so he could only slowly move toward Jiang Gaoming. Seeing this, Jiang Gaoming's face turned even darker. Speak. He stared at Jiang Hao coldly. Jiang Hao's face was filled with fear as he quickly recounted what had happened. Hearing this, Jiang Gaoming's eyes turned black, and he almost fainted from anger. What the F***ck? This unfilial son really couldn't do anything right. He was just a troublemaker. He had finally found someone to rely on, but before he could hug him, he had already offended him. Pa! In a fit of anger, Jiang Gaoming raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hao's face. I'll slowly deal with you later. Saying so, he turned around and looked at Yi Feng. His face was filled with a fawning smile. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault for not teaching my son well. I let this little b** start offend you. Please allow me to apologize to you. As he spoke, Jiang Gaoming handed over a gift box. This was originally the red packet that he had prepared for Yi Feng, but after Jiang Hao's interference, he could only use it to apologize. Yi Feng did not reject it. He accepted the gift. Mr. Jiang, you really should discipline your child. Yes. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Yi. Jiang Gaoming quickly nodded. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since Yi Feng accepted the gift, it meant that he had accepted his apology. However, the idea of forming a good relationship with him would probably go to waste. Thinking of this, Jiang Gaoming raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hao's head. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Jiang Hao quickly apologized. Yi Feng. No, Mr. Yi. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I failed to recognize you. Yi Feng was an existence that even his father could not afford to offend. He did not dare to have any other thoughts. He only hoped that Lord Yi Feng would be magnanimous and let him off. Yi Feng saw that the Jiang family's father and son were rather sincere, so he nodded and said, Good child, you know your mistakes and changed. Jiang Hao was speechless. Mr. Jiang, I still have things to do today, so I won't be entertaining you. Yi Feng did not want to continue being entangled with the Jiang father and son. Although Jiang Gaoming wanted to get closer to Yi Feng, he was too embarrassed to stay any longer since he had already asked him to leave. It's fine, it's fine. You can go and do your work. This is my number. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. All right. Then we won't disturb you any further. After saying that, Jiang Gaoming pulled Jiang Hao's ear and left. You only know how to stir up trouble all day. This time, you should stay at home and reflect on yourself for a few days. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs. Yi Feng shook his head. He turned around and walked toward the villa. Half an hour later, Yi Feng had finished touring the entire villa. Now, he finally understood what poverty meant by limiting one's imagination. The villa covered an area of nearly 3,000 square meters. As soon as he entered, he saw the large living room. On the left side of the living room were the kitchen and dining room, and on the right was the nanny's room and storage room. The second floor had a master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, and a study. The gym and entertainment room were on the third floor. The fitness equipment in the gym was very complete. The entertainment room was made up of a family theater, a pool table, and a karaoke table. The villa was fully equipped with daily necessities, each of which was worth a lot. Yi Feng estimated that just the furniture and decorations alone were worth millions, not including the renovation. At the back of the villa, there was an enclosed swimming pool that was more than 100 square meters. There was not only a bathroom, but also a sauna. The dome above the pool could be opened. When the weather was good, he could even sunbathe. In short, after Yi Feng finished touring the villa, he could only describe the feeling of luxury. The only bad thing was that the garage was empty. It would be perfect if he had a sports car. Yi Feng could not help but think. Immediately, he was ready to go to the 4S store to buy a car, and then go to the rental house to transfer the 8 million in cash. As soon as he walked out of the villa's gate, he saw a beautiful woman with special duong special effects walking with a group of black-clothed bodyguards in a hurry, as if they were searching for something. Noticing Yi Feng's gaze, the beautiful mature lady turned her head and looked over. After seeing Yi Feng's appearance clearly, a smile appeared on her face. "Mr. Yi, how are you?" Yi Feng was a little confused, but he still nodded his head. "Hello, who are you?" "I'm Lin Junjun, the owner of Zhongtian Real Estate." "It's Boss Lin." "Mr. Yi, you're too kind. Compared to you, I'm not a boss. You can just call me Xiao Lin." After getting to know each other, Yi Feng pointed at the security guards and asked, "Boss Lin, are you guys looking for something?" Chapter 9. Destiny Navigation Activated, a Wedding Ring. Lin Junjun nodded. Since it was not a secret, she told Yi Feng casually. It turned out that an old man living in Villa Number 3 had lost his wedding ring from decades ago. The old man and his wife were very loving. They had worked hard together for decades, from the most difficult times to today. The ring was a symbol of their shared life and death. Although it was not valuable, it was a priceless treasure to the old man. From black hair to white hair, this kind of love really makes people envious. Lin Junjun felt a little emotional after she finished speaking. Unwavering love was rare even for ordinary people, let alone Shanghai, who had a life full of temptation. Yi Feng did not feel much about this. Now that his curiosity had been satisfied, he didn't plan to stay any longer and bade Lin Junjun farewell. "Mr. Yi, this is my phone number. You can contact me at any time if you need anything." Seeing that Yi Feng was about to leave, Lin Junjun quickly passed her business card over. After Yi Feng took it, he walked out of the villa area. Lin Junjun continued to lead the security guards in their search for the wedding ring. A new land of opportunity has been detected. Route planning has been started for the host. "Host, please follow the current path and walk forward for 100 meters. Then, turn left and walk straight for 300 meters. Finally, walk 500 meters to the right. The whole journey is 900 meters. You will reach your destination in 10 minutes. A new opportunity. Yi Feng was slightly surprised. He immediately started walking forward. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng had arrived at his destination. There was an artificial lake here. The water in the artificial lake was very clear, and carps could be seen swimming in it. Around the man-made lake was a large lawn, with some ginkgo trees and low shrubs. The environment was not bad, but it seemed to have nothing to do with his luck. There was no one or anything here, so what was his opportunity? Yi Feng had a headache. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the grass. Yi Feng was stunned. He squatted down and looked at it carefully. A moment later, a platinum ring appeared on his hand. The ring was a little old, looking like a style from the 70s and 80s. However, the ring was well preserved, and there was not a single scratch on it, as if it was newly bought. Could this be his lucky chance? It didn't look like anything special. Even if it was old, it wasn't worth much. Wait a minute. A wedding ring. Suddenly, Lin Junjun's words rang in Yi Feng's mind. Could this ring be the wedding ring that the old man had lost? Yi Feng did not think that this was a coincidence. The reason the system didn't give him any hints this time was probably because Lin Junjun had already told him about it. As such, it was very likely that the ring belonged to that old man. Hence, he took out his phone and called Lin Junjun. When Lin Junjun heard that Yi Feng had found a ring that most likely belonged to the owner of Villa Number 3, she was extremely excited. She did not tell Yi Feng that the old man in Villa Number 3 was not an ordinary person. Tan Buahong, Elder Tan, was a real giant in the business world of Zhonghai City. Not only was he highly respected, but he also had a wide network of connections all over the country. Even the provincial governor had to show respect to him, let alone the prefect of Zhonghai. It was a big deal to find his token. At the thought of this, Lin Junjun immediately said, "Mr. Yi, please wait for me. I'll be right there." All right. After agreeing, Yi Feng sat on the bench and waited for Lin Junjun. On the other side, Lin Junjun also hurriedly called Elder Tan. In Villa Number 3, when Tan Buahong heard the news of the ring, he lost his usual calm and gentlemanly demeanor. He was so excited that he stood up from the sofa. "President Lin, thank you so much." For the past 2 days, he had been so anxious that he couldn't even eat because of the ring's disappearance. There was finally some news. He immediately went to look for Lin Junjun. After he found out from Lin Junjun that she wasn't the one who found the ring, but someone else who found it at the artificial lake, Tan Buahong immediately rushed over to the lake. 5 to 6 minutes later, Lin Junjun saw Yi Feng and was about to greet him when the words that were on the tip of her tongue came to an abrupt end. That was because she saw a scene that seemed like a fantasy story. The white-haired Elder Tan was actually wearing slippers and running all the way here. When Lin Junjun saw the nervous yet expectant look on Elder Tan's face as he scanned the crowd by the lake, she instantly understood what was going on. She subconsciously looked at Yi Feng again. Her expression was filled with envy. It was because, from Elder Tan's actions, she could completely conclude that this ring's weight in Elder Tan's heart was much heavier than she had imagined. Just this ring alone was enough for Elder Tan to owe Yi Feng a huge favor. Chapter 10. D***. I also want this kind of treatment. Many passers-by who noticed the commotion here were also quite surprised. They naturally knew Elder Tan. They had heard of Elder Tan's style. However, Elder Tan had actually lost his composure this time. What was going on? Was there anything special about that young man? Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Feng. Next to the man-made lake, Lin Junjun immediately began her introduction after coming to her senses. "Elder Tan, this is Mr. Yi Feng, the one who picked up the ring. Mr. Yi, this is Tan Buahong, Elder Tan." Hearing this, Yi Feng finally understood why he felt that this old man looked so familiar. Tan Buahong. How could he not be familiar? Among the young people in Dragon Kingdom, there were few who had not heard of Tan Buahong. Tan Buahong, the chairman of Qingdao Plaza, was a giant in the retail and supermarket industry in the entire South China region. He was also the boss of Zhonghai City's high-end shopping mall, World City. His history of making a fortune could be said to be legendary. He didn't expect that the person who lost the ring was actually him. When Tan Buahong found out that Yi Feng was the owner of Villa Number 1, he was also a little surprised. However, he was here today for the ring, so he didn't bother to find out more. "Mr. Xiaoyi, can you show me the ring?" Normally, he wouldn't be so impolite, but this time, the ring was too important to him. By the time he reacted and wanted to apologize, Yi Feng had already passed the ring to him. Seeing that Yi Feng did not seem to be angry, Tan Buahong was relieved. He immediately checked the ring. After a while, Tan Buahong looked at Yi Feng with excitement. It's this. This is the wedding ring that I lost. Mr. Xiaoyi, thank you." Tan Buahong carefully put away the ring and then took the initiative to extend his hands. After shaking Yi Feng's hand, he said seriously, "This ring has an extraordinary meaning to me." "Thank you." After thanking him again, Elder Tan seemed to have thought of something and took out a check from his arms. There was nothing written on the check. In other words, Yi Feng could fill in the amount himself. "Mr. Xiaoyi, this is a small gift." But Yi Feng shook his head and refused. Lin Junjun was also stunned by this sight. He actually rejected a check that he could fill in any amount he wanted? Tan Buahong was stunned when Yi Feng rejected him, but he soon realized that he had been too rude. Yi Feng could even buy Villa number 1. Would he be short of money? Thus, Tan Buahong kept the check and took out a black gold card and a simple business card. He passed it to Yi Feng solemnly. You've helped me so much. You must accept this. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Thank you. Yi Feng smiled. Elder Tan, you are too polite. This is what I should do. As Elder Tan spoke, after giving the things to Yi Feng, he took out his phone and walked to the side to call his wife, telling her not to worry. Seeing this, Yi Feng did not waste any more time. He bid farewell to Elder Tan and left. At the lakeside, Lin Junjun and the others were staring at his back with eyes that were about to turn red from envy. A limited edition black gold card from World City, plus Elder Tan's personal name card. In the entire World City, there were only 10 black gold cards. With a black gold card, in addition to being able to buy things at a discount, one could also enjoy the most distinguished treatment in World City. And now, in the entire Zhonghai City, there were only 2 people who had this card. Yi Feng was the third one. As for Elder Tan's personal business card, there was no need to even mention it. Tan Buahong usually wouldn't give such a business card to others easily. Now that he gave it to Yi Feng, it showed that he approved of Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng was just an ordinary person, these 2 things alone were enough to make him famous in Zhonghai City. Many people couldn't help but sigh. I can't live anymore. Those who are more outstanding than me are luckier than me. Don't be fooled by my appearance of envy. In fact, I'm really envious. Chapter 11. Invitation from a big celebrity beauty. On the road, Yi Feng was thinking about when the system reward would arrive, when a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Destiny navigation. You have been rewarded with a Ferrari Enzo. It has been parked in the garage for you. The reward this time was actually a sports car. Yi Feng was extremely surprised. All men loved beautiful women in sports cars, and he was no exception. He was extremely familiar with sports cars, especially the various types of Ferraris. The Enzo series was designed and named to commemorate the founder of Ferrari, Enzo Ferrari. The entire vehicle was made of carbon fiber and honeycomb aluminum sandwich plates, all handmade. 6.0, it had a 12-liter engine, a tilted top combustion chamber, a terrifying horsepower of 660, and a speed of 362 kilometers per hour. Now, there were only 400 of this model in the world, and each one was sold for at least 30 million. Moreover, money might not be able to buy it. It could be said that Ferrari Enzo was the well-deserved king of Ferrari. He didn't expect to own such a car. Yi Feng was slightly excited. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at the underground parking lot. A black sports car was lying quietly in the garage, exuding a cold and cool light. It was very visually impactful. How domineering. Yi Feng could not help but praise. He was very satisfied with the car and drove out of the villa without any hesitation. He had just gotten his driver's license a month ago, but it was his first time driving a sports car. He didn't know why, but it was very smooth. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a system notification sounded in his mind. In order for the host to have a better driving experience, the reward has also included God-level driving skills. So it was like this. Yi Feng silently gave the system a thumbs up, then he drove to the rental house. He planned to move the 8 million in cash into the villa first, and then go to the school to move his things from the dormitory tomorrow. Although he was not short of money now, he had no intention of throwing away things that could still be used. 2 hours later, Yi Feng returned to the villa. It didn't take long to move the cash, but it took a lot of time to check out from the landlord. The landlord was not willing to let him move out at first, but after hearing that he did not ask for a refund of the rent and deposit, he agreed with a smile. This trip was really tiring. After throwing the sack of cash into the storage room, Yi Feng lay on the sofa and started to think about how to deal with the money. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, Yi Feng answered. Who is this? Hello, are you Mr. Yi Feng? Yi Feng felt that the voice was familiar, so he asked. It's me. Are you Miss Xia Qiu? That's right. Yi Feng, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. Hearing this, Yi Feng was slightly surprised. He had thought that Xia Qiu was just being polite when she said she would treat him to a meal in 2 days. He did not expect it to be true. Since a beauty has invited me, I must be free, Yi Feng teased. Grand Phoenix Hotel. Yi Feng, are you in school now? I'll arrange for a car to pick you up. No need to trouble yourself. I'll go over by myself. By the way, what time is it? I'll arrange for Sister Wang to pick you up at 6 tonight. All right, see you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng looked at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. There was still more than an hour to go. It was a little boring. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed his clothes. It did not seem appropriate to wear this to meet Xia Qiu. Hence, he decided to go buy a few sets of suitable clothes. Just as he reached the garage, his phone rang again. It was Fatty Qiu. Fatty Qiu's original name was Qiu Ba Wang, which was derived from the meaning of the Western overlord Qiu. However, he did not have the tall and mighty overlord. Instead, he was a little fatty who weighed more than 200 pounds. This guy's family seemed to be a little rich, and he was quite loyal. He was the closest to him in the dormitory. Seeing that it was Fatty Qiu's call, Yifeng answered it without hesitation. Fatty, what's the matter? Brother Feng, have you found a house yet? I found it. That's good. Brother Feng, are you still going back to the dormitory tonight? Lin Jie has gone to pick up girls. He probably won't be back tonight. Hearing Lin Jie's name, Yifeng could not help but frown. He and Lin Jie had always been at odds. That kid thought that he was better off than everyone else because his family was a little rich. He looked down on him, Fatty Qiu, and his other roommate, Ma Hongfei, who came from an ordinary family. He was looking for trouble. He especially liked to bully the honest Fatty Qiu. Yifeng could not stand it and scolded him a few times. From then on, Lin Jie hated him. He had come out to rent a house because he didn't want to live under the same roof as that guy anymore. Yifeng said to Fatty Qiu after he regained his senses, I'm not going back. They already had a big villa, so why did he still need to squeeze in the dormitory? Brother Feng, where's the house you're renting? It's not far from the school. Then I'll go to your house to play with you some other day. No problem, he said. After giving Fatty Qiu a few instructions, Yifeng hung up the phone and left the villa in his Ferrari Enzo. The road wasn't too congested today. After 10 minutes, Yifeng arrived at World City. After parking the car, he walked into the mall. Chapter 12. Do I need to report to you when I come here? World City. In the Cartier flagship store, Lin Jie was bringing a girl to choose accessories. The girl's name was Su Man, and she was also a first-year student at Zhonghai University. Su Man's figure was graceful and her face score was around 85 points. She was the prettiest girl in the Chinese department. The first time he saw Su Man, Lin Jie was deeply attracted to her and swore that he would get her. In the beginning, Su Man did not care about him, but he did not give up and continued to give her all sorts of gifts. In the end, Su Man agreed to go on a date with him under the temptation of money. Today, he brought Su Man to World City and bought her luxury items in hopes of taking things further with her. Gradually, Lin Jie's gaze on Su Man turned lecherous. Su Man was a little unhappy when she noticed it. If it was not for Lin Jie's generosity, she would not have bothered with him at all with his 1.7-meter height and ordinary looks. It was impossible for him to get closer to her, but if there were benefits to be reaped, she would not be soft-hearted. Su Man extended her slender wrist and asked Lin Jie, Lin Jie, is it nice? She was wearing the latest bracelet from Cartier. Lin Jie looked at Su Man's mesmerizing smile and immediately nodded. It looks good, it looks good. Man, you look good in anything. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Jie nodded and then turned to call the staff. Wrap this bangle up. All right. The staff member quickly nodded. The smile on Su Man's face widened. After a while, the staff member packed the bracelet and smiled at Lin Jie. Hello, sir. The total is 65,000. How much? Lin Jie asked in disbelief. The staff member still had a polite smile on his face. $65,000. Upon hearing that, Lin Jie's smile froze. It was actually so expensive. He had thought that this bangle would be worth at most 10,000 yuan. The staff member could see that Lin Jie's expression was not good, so he quickly explained with a smile. Sir, this bangle is the latest model from Cartier. It uses. Lin Jie did not listen to the staff. He just smiled at Su Man and said, Man, I don't think this bracelet suits you very well. Why don't you pick another style? His monthly pocket money was only 10,000 yuan. It was not worth it to spend half a year of his pocket money on a woman. Most importantly, he didn't have any pocket money left every month, so he couldn't afford such an expensive bracelet. Su Man's face was filled with grievance. But I just want this. Lin Jie, don't tell me you don't want to buy it for me. No. Lin Jie saw that Su Man's expression was turning ugly, so he quickly shook his head. He really did like Su Man. He had spent a lot of money to pursue Su Man. It would not be worth it if his relationship with Su Man worsened because of this. But he really didn't have the money to buy it. What to do? Just as Lin Jie was in a dilemma, a familiar figure appeared. It was him. Lin Jie's pupils constricted in surprise. What was he doing here? But soon after, he was overjoyed. He had finally found a way out. Man, I just saw an acquaintance. Let's go and say hello. After he finished speaking, Lin Jie had already lifted his legs and walked out of the shop. Su Man frowned. She felt that this was Lin Jie's excuse for not wanting to buy her a bracelet. However, since Lin Jie had left, there was no point for her to stay here. Furthermore, without Lin Jie, her life would not be so comfortable. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Man still followed Lin Jie. Yi Feng. A voice came from behind. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. He did not even need to turn around to know who it was. The owner of this voice was too annoying. He turned around. As expected, he saw Lin Jie walking toward him with his hands in his pockets. Behind Lin Jie, there was still this pure and innocent girl. When Lin Jie looked at Yi Feng, his eyes were filled with undisguisable contempt. Su Man, on the other hand, was staring at Yi Feng's face in surprise. He was so handsome. But when she saw Yi Feng's ordinary clothes, her gaze turned cold again. Yi Feng did not expect to meet Lin Jie here. Previously, the little fatty had told him that Lin Jie had gone to pick up girls, but he did not expect to meet him so soon. What bad luck. He was too lazy to pretend, so he just asked coldly, "Why are you calling me? What's the matter?" "I'm fine. I just saw an old acquaintance, so I came over to say hello. We're close. We're from the same dormitory. How can we not be familiar with each other? By the way, Yi Feng, why are you here?" Lin Jie knew that Yi Feng did not like him, and he did not want to bother with Yi Feng, but he was really curious about the reason why Yi Feng was here. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled. "Is this your family's property? Do I need to report to you when I come here?" Seeing that Lin Jie was defeated, Yi Feng was too lazy to argue with him. He turned around and left immediately. Lin Jie's expression was a little ugly. He was a rich second-generation heir, and he took the initiative to greet Yi Feng because he thought highly of him, but he didn't even give him any face. This was too much. Seeing Yi Feng walking towards a luxury clothing store, Lin Jie was even more curious. With his understanding of Yi Feng's family background, he knew that Yi Feng would never be able to afford the items in that shop. Could it be that Yi Feng was looking for a part-time job? Chapter 13. This watch is very expensive. Don't you want to know more? Thinking of this, Lin Jie quickly followed. Su Man hesitated for a few seconds before following after him. Unlike Lin Jie, who wanted to see Yi Feng make a fool of himself, she was simply attracted by Yi Feng's handsome appearance. "You're so handsome, why don't you have money?" Su Man could not help but sigh. Yi Feng also saw Lin Jie and Su Man who were following him, but he did not care. He just walked into the luxury store. "Hello, sir. Welcome. How can I help you?" Very soon, the shop assistant saw Yi Feng and quickly went up to ask. She did not look down on Yi Feng just because he was dressed in ordinary clothes. She always had a gentle smile on her face. Yi Feng had a good impression of the shop assistant. He smiled and said, "I want to buy a few sets of clothes, but I don't know which ones are suitable for me. Can you recommend some to me?" Lin Jie, who had just entered the shop, was stunned when he heard that. Yi Feng was actually here to buy clothes. Could he afford it? Beside him, Su Man was equally shocked. Could it be that Yi Feng is a hidden rich man? Instantly, Su Man's mind began to race. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Jie and the other Su Man, then continued to look at the shop assistant. The saleswoman smiled and nodded. "Of course you can. You look so young, sir. A version that is too formal won't suit you. We have a few types of casual wear in our store. Do you want to take a look?" "All right, thank you." Yi Feng nodded. Soon, the shop assistant came back with a few casual shirts. Yi Feng tried it. The effect was not bad. "Pack these up for me. Also, help me match my pants." "All right. What size are you wearing, sir?" Lin Jie and Su Man were stunned by the conversation between Yi Feng and the shop assistant. Even if they didn't see the price of the clothes, they knew that the things in such a store would not be cheap. But Yi Feng chose a few sets without hesitation. When did he become so rich? Lin Jie's face was filled with disbelief. Su Man's eyes were fixed on Yi Feng. However, the bill had not been paid yet, and she was not sure if Yi Feng was really rich, so she did not act rashly. On the other side, the shop assistant had also helped Yi Feng with his outfit. Yi Feng looked at the effect. It was not bad. He was ready to pay the bill. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. In his hands, something seemed to be missing. The shop assistant noticed Yi Feng's abnormal behavior and asked with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Yi, is there a problem?" "No problem," he said. "No." Yi Feng shook his head and asked again, "Do you sell watches here?" The sales assistant heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that it was not a problem with the clothes. After that, the smile on her face became even more radiant, and she hurriedly nodded. "Of course, our shop has cooperation with several world-famous brands. Which brand do you like?" Yi Feng thought for a while and said, "I'll take a look first." He did not care about the brand of the watch at all. Anyway, he had plenty of money now. He could afford it no matter how expensive it was, as long as it was to his liking. "All right, please wait a moment." The saleswoman poured a glass of water for Yi Feng first, then came over with the 3 forms. "Mr. Yi, all the watches in our shop are here. Take your time to look at them. Call me if you like anything." Yi Feng nodded. After the saleswoman left, he flipped through the list. The first one was a Patek Philippe watch. After Yi Feng finished looking through it, he did not find anything he liked, so he looked at the second list. This book was filled with pictures of various Bulgari. Business, leisure, sports. There were all kinds of things. The price ranged from a few $100,000 to a few million. Yi Feng flipped through the pages. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on a daily watch. Bulgari Octo Crystals 103195, a watch made with complex and exquisite craftsmanship. A sapphire crystal mirror, a smoky-colored sapphire dial, and embedded with cut diamonds. This was it. Yi Feng took a fancy to this watch at first glance. The price of over 6 million was nothing to him now. Immediately, Yi Feng called for the shop assistant. "Mr. Yi, which one do you like?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. Yi Feng pointed at the picture on the list and asked, "Do you have this one in stock?" "Mr. Yi, you really have a good eye? This watch is the pinnacle of the Bulgari Octo series, and there are only 8 pieces in the world." "Miss, I'm sorry. I just want to know if this watch is available in stock." Yi Feng could not help but interrupt the saleswoman. He didn't know much about wristwatches, and he didn't want to know too much. He just wanted the appearance to suit his taste. "There is." The shop assistant nodded. It was a coincidence that their store had a watch of this style. "Can I take a look?" The shop assistant thought about it and nodded. "Sure, please wait a moment." The watch was quickly brought over. When he opened the exquisite box, an exquisite watch appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as the one in the picture. Yi Feng looked at it. He was very satisfied. "Help me wrap it up." "Ah, I'm taking this watch." "That? Don't you want to find out more?" The saleswoman reminded him out of goodwill. After all, this was a matter of more than 6 million yuan. Chapter 14. You even know such a rich classmate. Yi Feng shook his head. "It's fine. Just pay the bill." "All right, this way please." The shop assistant was very excited. She quickly brought Yi Feng to the cashier. Not far away, Lin Jie and Su Man were dumbstruck. Looking at Yi Feng's back, Lin Jie's eyes were filled with doubt. Su Man's eyes were glowing. Even if she didn't know much about watches, she knew that the Bulgari watch was a top luxury watch. Even the cheapest one would cost more than 100,000. But Yi Feng only took 2 looks and decided to buy it. This was too generous. "Lin Jie, you know such a rich classmate." Su Man asked Lin Jie after she regained her senses. Lin Jie felt that there was something wrong with Su Man's gaze. However, he shook his head when he did not see anything unusual. "We live in the same dormitory, so how could I not know him? How could he have any money? His parents are ordinary workers, and their monthly living expenses are only 1 or 2,000. He was also very puzzled. With Yi Feng's financial ability, it was impossible for him to spend here. But Yi Feng seemed to be very confident. Was Yi Feng crazy? Or did he win the lotto? Lin Jie could not figure it out, so he decided to follow them to take a look. Su Man also wanted to see if Yi Feng was really rich, so she walked toward the cash register with Lin Jie. In front of the cashier. "Hello, sir. The total is 7.65 million yuan. Do you have a membership card? If you have a membership card, you can get a 10% discount," the store manager said to Yi Feng with a smile. Normally, the manager didn't need to personally be the cashier for such a small matter. But Yi Feng was too generous. In less than 20 minutes, he had placed an order of more than 7 million yuan. For such a godlike customer, the store manager had to show her respect to Yi Feng. "No." Yi Feng was about to shake his head when he suddenly remembered that he had a black gold card for World City. So he took out his black gold card and handed it to the store manager. When the store manager saw the black gold card, she was first stunned, then her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. Could this be? She naturally recognized the black gold card from World City. However, she knew about the two who had the black gold card, but she had never heard of them giving it away. Or was Yi Feng the third person? The manager did not dare to ask this question. She could only return the black gold card to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm very sorry. With my authority, I can't help you settle the bill. Can you wait here for a moment? When she said this, the store manager was very nervous, afraid that she would offend Yi Feng. Yi Feng saw that it was still early, so he nodded in agreement. Thank you, the store manager said, relieved. After asking the shop assistant to take good care of Yi Feng, the store manager quickly called the secretary of the top management of World City. On the top floor of World City, in a luxurious office, Tan Yun, the person in charge of World City, was looking through last month's financial statements. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, Tan Yun shouted without even looking up. The next moment, Secretary Xia Qiu pushed the door open and entered. President Tan. What is it? Someone came to our World City with a black gold card, the secretary reported. Tan Yun's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard that it was related to the black gold card. All the black gold cards in World City were in Tan Buahong's hands. To be able to make Tan Buahong give them a black gold card, the other party's identity must not be ordinary. Even she did not dare to offend such a person. Let's go and take a look. After that, Tan Yun stood up and walked out of the office. Her secretary, Xia Qiu, followed closely behind. Very quickly, the two of them rushed to the luxury store. When the manager saw Tan Yun, she quickly greeted her respectfully. President Tan. Where is he? Tan Yun asked as she searched the store. After looking around, she focused her eyes on a young man in the rest area. At the same time, the shop assistant's voice was heard. The one sitting in the rest area is Mr. Yi. Tan Yun nodded and walked to the rest area. Yi Feng noticed that someone was approaching. He raised his head and saw the store manager and two women walking toward him. The woman in the front looked to be in her late 20s. She had short hair and was wearing a suit. Her aura was similar to Lin Junjun's, but they were different. Lin Junjun gave off the impression of a powerful big bear, while the woman in front of him was equally capable and experienced, but she was gentler. The other woman was about 80 points in looks and was thin. She was not the type that Yi Feng liked. So, he only took one look and then looked away. At this time, Tan Yun also came to Yi Feng. She smiled and stretched out her hand. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Tan Yun, the person in charge of World City. Hello, President Tan. Yi Feng smiled and shook hands with Tan Yun. Mr. Yi, can I see your black gold card? Of course. After that, Yi Feng passed the black gold card to Tan Yun. Tan Yun took it with a smile. A moment later, her eyes suddenly focused. She was very familiar with the black gold card. There were several symbols on it that could not be forged, so this card was real. Immediately, Tan Yun returned the card to Yi Feng and apologized. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my suspicion just now. Chapter 15. Ideal boyfriend, a bold idea. It's fine. Yi Feng waved his hand, expressing his understanding. After all, the black gold card was so important, and he didn't mind Tan Yun being more cautious. He just asked, can I pay now? Of course. Tan Yun quickly nodded and went to handle it for Yi Feng. Even though she knew that Yi Feng would spend a lot of money, she was still shocked when she saw the price of 7.65 million yuan on the screen. Mr. Yi, you have a black gold card. You can get a 60% discount on all goods you buy in World City. The price after the discount is 5.049 million yuan. I can make the decision to round it down to 90,000 yuan. You can just give me 5.04 million yuan. Yi Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the black gold card's preferential treatment to be so great. He had saved more than 2 million yuan. Although he was not short of money, he was still very happy to be able to spend less. All right, thank you. Yi Feng smiled at Tan Yun and passed the bank card to her. Not far away, Lin Jie and Su Man were shocked when they heard those words. Lin Jie did not expect Yi Feng's black gold card to be real. One must know that in the entire Zhonghai city, excluding Yi Feng, there were only two people who had a black gold card. Both of them had extraordinary positions in Zhonghai city. What did Yi Feng do to become the third person to have a black gold card? This didn't make sense. Su Man did not know much about the black gold card. Her focus was more on the price. Yifeng had only been in the shop for less than half an hour, and he had already spent more than 5 million. This was too extravagant. Under the gaze of the two, Tan Yun took the bank card from Yifeng. The bill was settled in a few seconds. Tan Yun smiled and returned the bank card to Yifeng. Yifeng took it with a calm face, as if he had just used 500 yuan instead of 5 million yuan. Lin Jie and Su Man were even more shocked. How could he be so rich? Lin Jie's heart was very complicated. To think that he had looked down on Yifeng previously. His face hurt. Su Man's eyes were fixed on Yifeng. Young, handsome, and rich. He was simply an ideal boyfriend model. If she could get Yifeng's favor, she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Su Man had a bold idea. Yifeng noticed Lin Jie and Su Man's gazes. Su Man, in particular, made him feel strange. But he did not think too much about it. After keeping the bank card, Yifeng prepared to leave World City. Tan Yun suddenly asked, "Mr. Yi, can I have your contact information?" She was too curious about Yifeng. He was so rich, but he was dressed so ordinarily. Of course, what made her more concerned was the relationship between Yifeng and Tan Buahong. She was Tan Buahong's distant relative, and she knew that he would never give him a black gold card if it was an ordinary person. If she could build a good relationship with Yifeng, she might be able to go further in the business world. Hearing this, Yifeng was slightly confused. "You're a VIP of World City," Tan Yun quickly explained. "If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly." Seeing Tan Yun explaining so quickly, Yifeng was even more confused. Although he didn't know what Tan Yun's purpose was, he didn't reject her since it didn't do him any harm. After exchanging contact information with Tan Yun, Yifeng saw that it was already past 5 o'clock, and he might be late if he went back to the villa, so he decided to change his clothes here. After greeting Tan Yun, Yifeng chose a more casual dress and went to the fitting room. A few minutes later, Yifeng came out of the fitting room. At that moment, Tan Yun, Su Man, Lin Jie, and the rest all focused their attention on him. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Previously, Yifeng could only be considered as good-looking, but after changing into this set of clothes, his entire aura had improved. At this moment, he was like a beam of light in the darkness, causing people to be unable to help but focus their eyes on him. Tan Yun, Su Man, and the other girls were all stunned by Yifeng, and they looked at him with infatuated eyes. Lin Jie, on the other hand, felt a little ashamed of himself. In the past, he had always targeted Yifeng. Other than looking down on Yifeng, it was also because Yifeng was more handsome than him. But now, Yifeng was not only more handsome than him, but also richer. This was really too much of a blow. Some passers-by were also attracted by Yifeng. "Look, so handsome. He's so handsome. Is he a celebrity? I want to get to know that handsome young man." The women were all attracted by Yifeng's good looks. Some of the braver ones even went up to ask for Yifeng's WeChat. Yifeng politely rejected. Although there were a few girls who were quite good-looking, he had become more picky after meeting Xia Qiu. Girls with looks of 60 to 70 were not worth his time. Then, he walked to Tan Yun. After saying goodbye to her, he took his things and left. Tan Yun and the secretary quickly sent Yifeng to the door with respect. Behind them were Su Man and Lin Jie. Su Man had wanted to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Yifeng, but Lin Jie kept following her, so she could only wait for the future. Sighing, Su Man was about to leave when she realized that there were a lot of people surrounding the parking lot. Chapter 16. Ferrari Enzo. What happened? Su Man was curious. Lin Jie was also curious. Looking at each other, the two of them walked toward the crowd in tacit understanding. As they approached, the crowd's discussion also reached the two people's ears. "What an overbearing car. That's so cool. This car shouldn't be cheap, right? Of course. How can a Ferrari be cheap? And this is a Ferrari Enzo. Is a Ferrari Enzo very expensive? Of course, the Ferrari Enzo is the king of Ferraris. All the other series of cars are like little brothers in front of it. Whose car is this?" Just as everyone was discussing, Yifeng pushed his way through the crowd. "Little brother, this car is very expensive. I advise you not to go. If you accidentally scratch the car, you can only work for the rest of your life to pay off your debts." An elder brother saw this and kindly reminded Yifeng. Although everyone present wanted to take a photo with the Ferrari Enzo and show off, the price of the car made them not dare to go forward. "I'm fine." Yifeng chuckled when he heard this. After that, he took out his car key and pressed it on Ferrari Enzo. Immediately, the seagull wing door of the car rose. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. What? This car is actually this little brother's. I'm so jealous. He already has a top-class supercar at such a young age. It doesn't matter if you have a supercar or not. What's important is that he's so handsome. Can I add him on WeChat? Feng did not care about everyone's reaction. He started the car. A low rumble came from the Ferrari Enzo. Everyone quickly made way for him. The Ferrari Enzo drove off into the distance and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Su-man retracted her gaze as well. Although she did not know what the Ferrari Enzo was, she could tell that Feng's car was not cheap from the logo of the Ferrari. Feng was richer than she had imagined. She had to capture this rich man. Su-man was quite confident in her own figure and appearance. As long as she took the initiative, Feng would definitely not reject her. Lin Jie did not notice Su-man's strange behavior and said, Man, let's go. I'll take you to the building of Pines and Cranes for a meal. The building of Pines and Cranes was one of the best restaurants in Zhonghai City. Su-man had always wanted to go, but he could not bear to spend money. However, now that he was provoked by Feng, he did not want to appear stingy in front of the beauty. If it was before, Su-man would have been overjoyed to hear that. But at this moment, she shook her head. No need. Why, man? Lin Jie, can you bring me to your dormitory to take a look? Before Lin Jie could finish, Su-man interrupted him. Lin Jie was surprised. Isn't there a saying that if you want to understand someone, you should first understand their living environment? Su-man said shyly. Hearing that, Lin Jie was a little overwhelmed. He had mentioned that he would bring Su-man to his dormitory to take a look, but she had never agreed. Why was it that today? Su-man saw Lin Jie's hesitation and frowned. What's wrong? Lin Jie, don't you want me to get to know you better? No. Lin Jie saw that Su-man was about to get angry and quickly shook his head. Then let's go back to school. All right. Lin Jie quickly nodded and reached out to hold Su-man's hand. Su-man quickly dodged. Seeing that Lin Jie seemed to be a little angry, she quickly put on a wronged expression and said, Lin Jie, before I get to know you, I don't want us to progress too fast. You can understand me, right? All right, I respect your choice. Although Lin Jie was a little depressed, he was afraid of scaring Su-man away, so he nodded. Then he walked toward his car. Where he could not see, the gentleness on Su-man's face had been replaced by disdain. Lin Jie was really an idiot. She only went to Lin Jie's dormitory to get to know more about Feng, but Lin Jie actually believed her random excuse. He was too easy to fool. Lin Jie seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Su-man. Su-man's face was still gentle. Could it be his illusion? Lin Jie scratched his head. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. The Grand Phoenix Hotel was located in the city center and had 30 floors. Whether it was the hotel service or the facilities, it was the best among the 5-star hotels in Zhonghai City. Countless celebrities who came to Zhonghai City would choose to stay here. Xia Qiu was staying in the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the Grand Phoenix Hotel. At that moment, she was giving her manager, Sister Wang, a reminder. Sister Wang, when you go down to fetch Feng later, you must be easygoing. Don't scare him. Judging from his clothes, he must be from an ordinary family. You have to be careful when you speak. Don't hurt his pride. Also, although Sister Wang did not like Feng, she knew that Feng had saved their lives, so she remembered them all. When it was almost time, she bade Xia Qiu farewell and went downstairs. It was already 5:55 when they arrived downstairs. Sister Wang waited for 2 to 3 minutes, but Feng was still nowhere to be seen. He's really not on time. Sister Wang could not help but feel a little resentful toward Feng. She immediately took out her phone and called Feng. Chapter 17. Low-key God of Tycoons, Xia Qiu surprise. Hello. Feng was driving, and when he heard his phone ring, he answered the call without looking at the screen. Mr. Yi, where are you? Soon, a woman's voice came from the phone. Her tone was a little cold. Sister Wang. Feng recognized her voice and said, I'm already at the hotel. Where is it? Why don't I see you? Sister Wang looked around. At this moment, a black sports car drove in from outside. Sister Wang's eyes were immediately attracted to it. It was a Ferrari Enzo. As Xia Qiu's manager, she had a good eye. She recognized the model of the supercar at a glance and knew that it was worth more than 30 million yuan. Moreover, this was a limited edition, and there were only 400 of them in the world. It was not something that could be bought with money, but had to have a certain background. It was rare to see such a car even in a big city like Yanjing. She didn't expect to see one in Zhonghai. Who was the owner of the car? Just as she was wondering, the Ferrari Enzo stopped not far in front of her. Immediately, the car window rolled down and a young and handsome face appeared. Yi Feng. When Sister Wang saw the person in the driver's seat, she was shocked. Yi Feng smiled at Sister Wang and hung up the phone. Then, the door of the seagull wing door of the car slowly rose. Yi Feng got down from the car, and after passing the car keys to the valet, he walked towards Sister Wang. Looking at Yi Feng, who was dressed in branded clothes and exuding an air of nobility, Sister Wang was even more surprised. If she was not wrong, Yi Feng's outfit was worth at least 100,000 yuan, and that watch. In the end, she came to a conclusion. Yi Feng was very rich. Then why was he dressed so shabbily before? Yi Feng came in front of Sister Wang and said with a smile, "Sister Wang, sorry to keep you waiting." "You're welcome. I just arrived." Sister Wang came back to her senses and shook her head with a smile. At the same time, her tone became much more polite. At this moment, her dissatisfaction with Yi Feng's late arrival had already disappeared. Instead, she said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, Xiao Xia has arrived at the restaurant. I'll take you there now." "I'll have to trouble you, Sister Wang." Yi Feng nodded. "Mr. Yi, you're too kind." As she spoke, Sister Wang took the initiative to help Yi Feng open the door of the hotel. Yi Feng was slightly stunned. He remembered that Sister Wang didn't seem to like him very much before. Why was she suddenly so enthusiastic? However, he didn't think too much about it. After thanking her, he took the lead and walked into the hotel. Then, the two of them went into the elevator. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Sister Wang brought Yi Feng to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. They walked down a long corridor and arrived at a unique and elegant private room. Xia Qiu was standing at the door of the private room. She still had that pure and moving face, matched with an exaggerated figure. She was wearing a white t-shirt and tight-fitting jeans that outlined her perfect figure. There was no trace of makeup on her face, but she was still so beautiful that it could move one's heart. When Yi Feng was sizing Xia Qiu up, Xia Qiu was also sizing him up. Yi Feng was already quite good-looking, and now with the branded goods, he looked even more imposing, sunny, and handsome. Even though Xia Qiu had seen many handsome men in the entertainment industry, she was still stunned. However, she quickly returned to normal. Although she did not understand how a poor student like Yi Feng could afford such luxurious clothes, she did not ask, and only greeted Yi Feng with a smile. "Yi Feng, you're here." He looked at Xia Qiu, who did not put on any airs and was as approachable as the big sister next door. Yi Feng smiled, and his impression of her became even better. He also greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Xia." "Good evening." Xia Qiu returned the smile and stepped aside to make way. "Yi Feng, let's talk inside." Yi Feng nodded and walked into the private room with Xia Qiu. Sister Wang went to inform the waiter to serve the dishes. When the dishes were served, Yi Feng and Xia Qiu started to chat. In the beginning, Xia Qiu was afraid that Yi Feng would feel uncomfortable. But when she saw Yi Feng talking to her calmly and not reserved at all, she could not help but admire Yi Feng. Inadvertently, when her eyes swept across Yi Feng's wrist, she was stunned. Bulgari Octo. If she remembered correctly, this watch was a limited edition. Each one was sold for more than 6 million yuan, and there were only 8 of them in the world. How could Yi Feng have it? Could it be an imitation? But she quickly rejected this thought. She had once endorsed a watch from Bulgari. She was sure that the watch on Yi Feng's wrist was the real deal. Immediately, the way she looked at Yi Feng became strange. Yi Feng noticed Xia Qiu's strange expression and asked, "Miss Xia, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Xia Qiu shook her head. She then looked at Yi Feng and praised, "Your watch is not bad." "Thank you. I also think this watch looks good, so I bought it." Yi Feng smiled. Hearing this, Xia Qiu's eyes flickered. A watch that was worth more than 6 million yuan. Why did it sound like it was only 60 yuan when Yi Feng said it? Just how rich was he? Xia Qiu didn't ask rashly. She just silently put the bank card back into her bag. There was 5 million yuan in her bank card. It was originally a thank you gift for Yi Feng, but now, his watch was worth more than 6 million yuan. If she used this amount of money as a thank you gift, she would be looking down on him. Chapter 18. The first intimate contact with the national goddess. The two of them chatted for a while more before the waiter began to serve the dishes. There were a total of 15 dishes, and they looked, smelled, and tasted great. Just looking at them was enough to make one's fingers twitch. "Miss Xia, it's just the two of us. We've ordered too much," Feng said as he looked at the table full of dishes. Xia Qiu chuckled and shook her head. "It's fine. Try it. See if it suits your taste." "All right," he said. Saying so, Feng picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of roasted duck into his mouth. "Not bad. This duck meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's oily but not greasy. Delicious. It's good that you like it. Eat more, don't stand on ceremony." Feng nodded. He didn't intend to be polite with Xia Qiu. Since he was hungry, he immediately started eating. Xia Qiu only ate a few mouthfuls before putting down her chopsticks. He didn't know if it was because she didn't like it or because she didn't dare to eat too much to maintain her figure. When Feng was almost done eating, Xia Qiu suddenly said, "Feng, thank you so much for today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have the chance to sit down and have dinner with you." She had always felt that today's incident was not a coincidence. After looking at the road surveillance, she was even more sure of her guess that Feng had deliberately saved her. However, the reason why the fuel tank car had hit the guardrail was that the driver had been driving out of fatigue. There was no human factor. How did Feng know that the tank car would explode? Moreover, her whereabouts were not leaked. How did Feng find her RV so accurately? Xia Qiu's mind was filled with countless question marks, and she couldn't wait to know the answer. Hearing this, Feng put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a paper towel, then smiled. "Miss Xia, if you have anything to ask, just ask." He knew that Xia Qiu did not treat him to a meal just to thank him. Xia Qiu did not expect Feng to be so calm. She was slightly stunned before saying, "You went to save me on purpose, didn't you?" Then, "Miss Xia, do you believe that people can predict the future?" Feng asked instead of answering. "I don't believe it." Xia Qiu shook her head. She was a materialist. Predicting the future was not scientific, so she did not believe it. Hearing this, Feng smiled. "That's right. So, today's incident was just a coincidence." Was it really just a coincidence? Xia Qiu opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Feng did not want to tell her, there was no point in her continuing to ask. She only looked at Feng curiously. Suddenly, Xia Qiu's phone rang. Xia Qiu was shocked. She quickly reached for her phone on the table, but her hand slipped and dropped it. Feng saw that the phone was closer to him, so he bent down to pick it up. As soon as he grabbed the phone, he felt a cool and soft touch on the back of his hand. It was Xia Qiu's hand. Feng subconsciously looked at Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Xia Qiu's face flushed red. The next second, Xia Qiu quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Feng felt some regret. This was the hand of the nation's goddess, and the touch was not just good. However, he didn't think too much about it. He just picked up the phone and handed it to Xia Qiu. "Thank you." Xia Qiu took the phone and thanked Feng. She looked at Feng with a strange gaze, but it disappeared in a flash. Feng did not notice Xia Qiu's strange behavior. He only asked, "Miss Xia, your phone isn't broken, right?" Xia Qiu checked her phone and shook her head. "No, it's not. Besides, even if it was broken, it was fine. It was just a mobile phone, which was nothing to her." Then, she checked for missed calls. Seeing that the call was from Sister Wang, she could not help but frown. Could it be that they didn't reach an agreement on that matter? Just as she was about to send a message to ask Sister Wang, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Xia Qiu said. Soon, Sister Wang pushed the door open and walked in with a bitter face. Xia Qiu had a bad feeling when she saw Sister Wang, but she did not ask. However, Sister Wang forced out a smile and greeted Feng before walking towards Xia Qiu. Xia, that person doesn't want to help us." As expected, although Xia Qiu had already guessed it, her eyes still dimmed. Then, she looked at Feng and said, "Sister Wang, you can leave first. We'll talk about this later." Sister Wang nodded and prepared to leave. "Miss Xia," Feng said, "are you in trouble?" He could tell that the matter Sister Wang mentioned was very important to Xia Qiu. It was only because he was still here that Xia Qiu did not immediately resolve it. He had a good impression of Xia Qiu, so when he heard this, he asked curiously. Xia Qiu also did not think that Feng could help, so she did not rush to ask. But Sister Wang did not think so. Thinking that Feng came in a Ferrari Enzo, she quickly nodded and said, Mr. Yi, we are indeed in trouble. Chapter 19. Xia Qiu is blushing. Sister Wang. Xia Qiu guessed that Yi Feng wouldn't be able to help and didn't want to cause him any trouble, so she stopped Sister Wang from continuing. But before she could finish, Sister Wang continued to speak to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, it's like this. It turned out that this was related to Xia Qiu's new movie. Now that Xia Qiu had reached the top of the music industry, there was not much room for improvement, so she wanted to make a name for herself in the film market. With Xia Qiu's fame, as long as she said the word, there would naturally be people rushing to send her scripts. However, Xia Qiu had high standards and did not want to shoot a bad movie. It was not easy to find a good script this time. It was just that the size of the script was a little sensitive, and it was likely to not pass the review. However, Xia Qiu was not willing to give up such a good script, so she wanted to find some connections to make it work. After asking around, they found out that Tan Buohong had a lot of connections and was very capable in this aspect. However, the two of them naturally could not meet Tan Buohong, who was a big shot in the business world. Therefore, Xia Qiu found a middleman, hoping that the middleman could help build a bridge. However, the middleman felt that Xia Qiu was not worthy enough and was unwilling to help. So it's like this. After understanding the whole story, Yi Feng laughed. If Xia Qiu was looking for someone else, he might not be able to do anything. But if it was Tan Buohong, it was a small matter. Sister Wang had been observing Yi Feng's expression. Seeing this, hope was ignited in her heart. Mr. Yi, you know Chairman Tan? Yes, I do. Xia Qiu and Sister Wang were surprised to hear this. He really knew him. Then, Mr. Yi, can you help us connect? Sister Wang asked immediately. After that, she realized that she was not sure about the relationship between Yi Feng and Tan Buohong. If Yi Feng was not important enough in Tan Buohong's heart, he might not be able to help them. It's okay if you can't. You don't have to feel embarrassed, she quickly added. It's not difficult. Yi Feng waved his hand and interrupted Sister Wang. He then took out his phone and dialed Tan Buohong's number. Soon, a puzzled voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Hello. Hello, Elder Tan. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly introduced himself. When Tan Buohong heard that the call was from Yi Feng, his tone became friendly. Oh, it's Mr. Xiaoyi. Elder Tan, I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling you so abruptly. No, you didn't. After the small talk, they began to get to the main topic. Elder Tan, I would like to ask for your help, Yi Feng said. Go ahead. It's like this. Yi Feng told Tan Buohong the whole story. The reply came quickly from the other end of the phone. All right, Mr. Xiaoyi. Ask them to come and see me at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Xia Qiu was just a celebrity. She did not have the right to come to him personally, but he had to give Yi Feng some face. Thank you, Elder Tan. Yi Feng quickly thanked him. You're welcome. After a few more words, the call ended. Yi Feng looked at Xia Qiu and Sister Wang. Miss Xia, Elder Tan has agreed to meet you tomorrow morning. After telling the two girls the time and address that Tan Buohong had arranged for him, Yi Feng put his phone back into his pocket. When Yi Feng was talking to Tan Buohong, his voice was not soft. Coupled with the silence in the private room, Xia Qiu and Sister Wang heard the contents of the phone call. Seeing that Tan Buohong's attitude toward Yi Feng was unusual, the two girls felt a little complicated. Especially Sister Wang. She thought of how she looked down on Yi Feng before. She was grateful, but she was also embarrassed and apologetic. Yi Feng, thank you. Xia Qiu quickly regained her senses. She grabbed Yi Feng's hand excitedly and thanked him. Haha, it's no big deal. Miss Xia, don't take it to heart. Yi Feng did not mind. He only stared at Xia Qiu's hand. It was so soft that it seemed boneless. Unfortunately, a few seconds later, Xia Qiu realized that she had lost her composure. Her face turned red, and she quickly retracted her hand. It's as easy as lifting a finger for you, but it's a great help for us. I'll definitely thank you properly when I'm done with Chairman Tan. Xia Qiu's face was filled with gratitude and curiosity. Seeing Xia Qiu's insistence, Yi Feng did not reject, he smiled. All right, I'll be waiting for Miss Xia's thank you gift. Xia Qiu smiled. Yi Feng, let's add each other on WeChat. Let's keep in touch. She had only said this after much thought. Originally, she was prepared to use 5 million yuan and a meal to repay Yi Feng for saving her. But now that Yi Feng had helped her again, and she was also curious about Yi Feng, she was prepared to add him on WeChat and slowly understand him. Since the national goddess had taken the initiative to add him on WeChat, Yi Feng would naturally not reject her. After adding her as a friend, Yifeng kept his phone and left. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Xia. It's getting late. I'll take my leave. All right, she said. Xia Qiu nodded. She suddenly thought of something and quickly stuffed the 2 cards into Yifeng's hands. If you have time the day after tomorrow, remember to come to my concert. Yifeng did not look at it carefully. He guessed that Xia Qiu gave him a concert ticket, so he nodded. All right. Chapter 20. He's worthy of our friendship. After keeping the card, Yifeng walked out of the room. Xia Qiu wanted to send Yifeng down personally, but considering her status, she could only give up and let Sister Wang send Yifeng. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 1st floor. When Yifeng walked out of the 1st floor, the valet had already driven Ferrari Enzo in front of him. After taking the car keys, Yifeng gave the valet 200 yuan as a tip. Then under Sister Wang's respectful gaze, he drove away. Sister Wang only turned around and headed to the top floor of the hotel after the car had completely disappeared from her sight. In the presidential suite, Xia Qiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. Suddenly, there was the sound of the door unlocking and Sister Wang walked in. When she saw Xia Qiu, she also walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Xia, Mr. Yi has left. Sister Wang, thank you for your hard work. You little girl, why are you still being so polite with me? Xia Qiu smiled and asked. Oh right, Sister Wang. How did you know that Yifeng can help us? I wasn't sure, but Sister Wang paused for a moment before continuing. His vehicle is a Ferrari Enzo. Ferrari Enzo? Xia Qiu's pupil shrank when she heard those words. She naturally knew what a Ferrari Enzo represented. Then, she thought of Yifeng's Bulgari watch. Sister Wang, it seems like we've underestimated him. After sighing, Xia Qiu didn't continue to dwell on this issue. She only asked, Sister Wang, what's my schedule for tomorrow? Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll meet with Chairman Tan. At 11 a.m. Sister Wang opened her memo and read out Xia Qiu's schedule for her. Sister Wang, Xia Qiu said, help me decline the interview this afternoon. Xia, I don't think that's a good idea. Some people are already unhappy that you didn't attend the charity party tonight. If you do an interview tomorrow, push it. All right, she said. Seeing Xia Qiu's insistence, Sister Wang knew that no matter what she said, it would be useless. She didn't try to persuade her anymore and just asked, what are your plans for tomorrow afternoon? I'm going to thank Yifeng. Sister Wang was speechless. She felt that Xia Qiu was overestimating Yifeng. They hadn't even met Ten Buahong yet. So how could they be sure that he would help them? Xia Qiu saw Sister Wang's confusion and smiled. Director Tan's time is very valuable. Sister Wang was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. That's right, Tan Buahong was a busy man. If he would not help them, even if Yifeng asked, he might not be willing to see them. Since he had decided to meet them, it meant that the success rate was high. An interview was nothing compared to Xia Qiu's film career. Xia, your persistence is right. Mr. Yi is worthy of our friendship. After that, Sister Wang made a phone call to cancel the interview tomorrow. On the other side, after Yifeng drove out of the hotel, he stopped the car by the side of the road and took out the card that Xia Qiu gave him. He had guessed correctly. One of the cards was indeed a concert ticket. But the difference was that this was a super VIP card for a private room at the concert venue. There were only 3 private rooms in the entire concert. Even the most ordinary concert tickets had been sold for thousands of yuan each, and the supply was in short supply. The super VIP card in his hand could probably be sold for tens of thousands of yuan if it were released. However, he was not short of money now, so he naturally would not sell it. If he had time the day after tomorrow, it would be good to go to the concert live. After keeping the private room card, Yifeng looked at the second card. It was Xia Qiu's personal name card. Yifeng was a little surprised. He kept the card and drove toward Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1. After returning home, Yifeng washed his face and rinsed his mouth before falling into a deep sleep on his bed. It was a quiet night. The next morning, after Yifeng got up, he did not rush to school, but asked the property management to contact a truck for him. He didn't have any classes this morning, so he was planning to use this time to move all his things to Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1. Soon, the truck that the property management had found arrived at Villa No. 1. Yifeng did not plan to drive the Ferrari Enzo, so he went back to school with the truck. More than an hour later, the truck stopped outside the male dormitory of Zhonghai University. Yifeng asked the driver to wait for him downstairs. He went up to pack his things and walked to the dormitory building. Room 509. Yi Feng knocked on the door. Very quickly, the dormitory's door was opened, and a chubby face peeked out from the crack in the door. It was Fatty Qiu. When Fatty Qiu saw that the person at the door was Yi Feng, he immediately laughed. "Brother Feng, you're back." With that, he quickly stepped aside to let Yi Feng into the dormitory. Yi Feng walked into the dormitory. Ma Hongfei, who was reading a book, saw Yi Feng and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Feng." "Morning." Yi Feng nodded and looked at Lin Jia's bed. Lin Jia was nowhere to be seen on the bed. Fatty Qiu saw Yi Feng's confusion and said, "Brother Feng, that kid Lin Jia went out on a date early in the morning." Yi Feng nodded and didn't reply. It was good that he wasn't here. It just so happened that he didn't want to see that guy. After that, he started to pack up. Chapter 21. An invisible pretentious B** starred is the most deadly. "Brother Feng, are you planning to move out today?" Fatty Qiu asked upon seeing this. "Yes." Yi Feng nodded. "Do you need me and old Ma to help you?" "No. I've already called a moving company." Yi Feng shook his head. "So you were the one who called for the truck downstairs?" "Yes." A nouveau riche. Fatty Qiu was a bit speechless. Although it wasn't expensive to find a moving company, it would cost at least 1,000 or a few hundred yuan for such a big truck and so many people to help move. It was more than a month's living expenses for an ordinary college student. Yi Feng smiled. He did not reply. Fatty Qiu didn't mind. He only started to help Yi Feng pack up. Ma Hongfei also came over to help. The three of them chatted while packing. As they talked about Xia Qiu's concert. Fatty Qiu was obviously a little excited at the mention of this. "Brother Feng, old Ma, do you know how expensive the tickets to Xia Qiu's concerts are now?" Yi Feng shook his head. Ma Hongfei asked, "How expensive is it?" Even the lowest-ranked ordinary tickets were sold for nearly 1,000 yuan. Fatty Qiu's expression was one of utter disbelief. There were 3 types of tickets for Xia Qiu's concert: ordinary tickets, VIP tickets, and a private room. The ordinary tickets were divided into first class, second class, third class, and last class tickets by their distance from the stage. The last class tickets were the furthest from the stage and also the cheapest. The official price was 500 yuan, but in the hands of a scalper, it was actually raised to nearly 1,000 yuan. It is indeed quite expensive, Yi Feng thought. Ma Hongfei was also shocked by the price. "It's so expensive. I don't think anyone will buy it, right?" "You're wrong, old Ma. There are many people who want to buy it. Besides, this is already considered cheap. An ordinary first-class ticket costs at least 3,000 yuan. As for the VIP tickets in the first few rows, you can't get them without 10,000 yuan. F***CK. Ma Hongfei could not help but shake his head. He didn't chase after celebrities, so he couldn't understand the thoughts of those fans. Was it worth it to spend so much money just to watch someone sing a few songs? Seeing this, Fatty Qiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "That's enough to scare you? You don't know the price of a diamond card with a private room. How expensive is it?" "It's said that someone is willing to offer 100,000 yuan to buy it." Hiss, Ma Hongfei could not help but gasp. 100,000 yuan was enough for the down payment of a house in Zhonghai City. The star chasers were really crazy. Fatty Qiu chuckled. "But the diamond card isn't for sale. It has nothing to do with us. Let's talk about what happened in school. I heard that there are girls who are willing to spend a night on a date in exchange for an ordinary first-class ticket. Tisk. As he said this, Fatty Qiu's smile also became subtle. Ma Hongfei shook his head when he heard that. It was obvious that he could not understand the girl's thoughts. Yi Feng also felt his worldview crumbling. If an ordinary first-class ticket could get him a girlfriend, then wouldn't the diamond card in his hand make countless girls throw themselves into his arms? However, after seeing Xia Qiu's beauty, he was no longer interested in the girls in school. Seeing that Fatty Qiu's words were filled with anticipation for the concert, he asked, "Fatty, you want to go to the concert too?" "Of course I do." Fatty Qiu hurriedly nodded his head. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone in the school wanted to. However, many people could not get a ticket and were unwilling to buy the high-priced tickets from the scalpers, so they could only think about it. Yi Feng chuckled. He nodded. "All right, I will bring you there tomorrow night." Hearing this, Fatty Qiu and Ma Hongfei were both stunned. The two of them stared at Yi Feng in disbelief. After a while, Fatty Qiu was the first to recover from his shock. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Feng, you got a ticket? What's the grade?" Yi Feng did not reply. He only placed a black card on the table. Fatty Qiu focused his gaze, and his eyes immediately widened. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. This is a diamond card. Hearing this, Ma Hongfei looked like he had seen a ghost. Fatty, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Didn't the fatty just say that the diamond card cost more than 100,000 yuan and was not for sale? How did Yi Feng get it? Fatty Chu quickly shook his head. There's no mistake. This is a diamond card. He would go to the official website to try and buy tickets every day, so he had already memorized the appearance of the tickets of all levels. He would definitely not be wrong. Brother Feng, where did you get this card? He asked. You guess. The corner of Fatty Chu's mouth twitched. How was he supposed to guess? However, he didn't dwell on it too much. When he came to his senses, he immediately thanked him. I can't repay your great kindness, but… Yi Feng gave him a look to let him experience it himself. Fatty Chu didn't beat around the bush. After chuckling, he turned to look at Ma Hongfei. Old Ma, are you going? Thank you, Brother Feng, but I won't be going. Ma Hongfei smiled bitterly and shook his head. His family's financial situation was not very good. Whenever he was free, he had to work part-time to earn his tuition and living expenses. Having fun was too extravagant for him. Yi Feng knew Ma Hongfei's difficulties and did not try to persuade him. He continued to clean up. Fatty Chu, on the other hand, took out his phone and took a few pictures of the diamond card. After getting Yi Feng's permission, he posted a few more pictures on his WeChat moments. Chapter 22. Seducing me, do you want to eat fart? Even Fatty Chu himself didn't expect that his WeChat moments would actually go viral. He had a lot of friends in his moments, and with attractive words like concert and diamond card, he quickly had hundreds of likes and comments. Some of those who were on good terms with Fatty Chu even sent private messages to ask if the diamond card was real or fake. However, Fatty Chu was busy helping Yi Feng pack his luggage and his phone was on silent mode, so he didn't know what was going on WeChat. When his good friends saw that they didn't get a reply, they took screenshots from their moments and forwarded them to the group for others to verify. F asterisk CK? A diamond card. Really? It looks exactly the same as the picture on the official website. Where did you get this picture? It's a friend circle of an alumnus. Hiss. This person is from our school? There's someone in our school who can get a diamond card. That's impossible. There are only 3 diamond cards for Xia Qiu's concert. They are extremely precious. Who in our school has the ability to own a private room? It's hard to say. What if he's been keeping a low profile? 3 minutes. I want all the information on Fatty Chu's roommate. Otherwise, I'll beat everyone to death. 3060 Missy, I'm looking for Fatty Chu's contact information online. After some discussion, many people believed that Fatty Chu's diamond card was real. Hence, the entire school was in an uproar. In just 10 minutes, a diamond card appeared in the school, had become a hot topic on the campus of Zhonghai University. More and more people knew about this. Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible. However, after seeing the diamond card in the screenshot, most people chose to believe it and began to be envious and jealous. There were also those who hated him. They hated themselves for not having such a card to show off, and they also hated themselves for not having a rich roommate. But even more people were still trying to find out more about Fatty Chu and his roommate who had a diamond card, especially the girls who wanted to go to the concert. The diamond card for the concert had a fatal attraction to them. In the male dormitory, Yi Feng, Fatty Chu, and Ma Hongfei were still packing their things. They had no idea what had happened outside the dormitory. A few minutes later, Yi Feng had finished packing his luggage. He took out his phone and called the moving company. Soon, the moving company's employees went upstairs and moved his things down. After Yi Feng greeted Fatty Chu and Ma Hongfei, he followed the truck and returned to the villa. Not long after he left, a large group of girls gathered at the door of room 509. Who are you guys looking for? Fatty Chu was flabbergasted as he looked at the girls. You must be Junior Chu. Hello, Junior Chu. I'm from the Chinese department. Junior Chu, can I ask you something? Who's the owner of the diamond card that you posted on your moments? Among these girls, many of them were very good-looking. Fatty Chu's head was spinning, and he accidentally blurted out Yi Feng's name. When the girls heard Yi Feng's name, their eyes brightened, and they started to ask about Yi Feng. Fatty Chu had already made a mistake just now, so he didn't dare to make the same mistake again. He hurriedly closed the dormitory door. The girls were a little unwilling, but since Yi Feng was not here, there was no point in them staying here. Furthermore, Fatty Chu was not the only one who knew Yi Feng. Even if Fatty Chu did not say anything, they could still ask others. Fatty Chu saw the girls leaving through the peephole and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly called Yi Feng. In the truck, Yi Feng saw that the caller was Fatty Chu and picked up the call. When the call connected, he thought it was something important. When he heard Fatty Chu's apologetic tone as he explained what had happened, he apologized again. "Brother Feng, I'm sorry." He immediately smiled faintly and said, "Just this?" After saying that, he didn't care about Fatty Chu's shock on the other end of the phone and ended the call after a few words. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng was about to put his phone back into his pocket, but he did not expect a WeChat message to ring. He opened it and saw that almost all of them were friend requests. It was obvious that other people in the school who knew him had leaked his information. Looking at the increasing number of friend requests, and some of the verification messages were even very explicit, Yi Feng could not help but shake his head. They weren't even as pretty as Xia Qiu, and they still wanted to seduce him? Do you want to eat a fart? Ignoring the friend requests, Yi Feng started to check the private messages from his friends. Chapter 23. Is there a need for a grand god of tycoons to lie? Without exception, the people who sent the private messages were all here to verify the authenticity of Xia Qiu's card. After knowing that the card was real, everyone started to play the emotional card again, hoping that Yi Feng would bring them to the concert tomorrow night. Even the prettiest girl in his class at Zhonghai University, who had never interacted with Yi Feng before, had taken the initiative to ask him out for a meal today. Towards this, Yi Feng only smiled. What the H*LL were you doing earlier? He had never seen these people being so enthusiastic to him before, and now they were coming to him because there were benefits? It was too late. Shaking his head, Yi Feng put away his phone. He could not be bothered with those people. Soon, the truck arrived at the entrance of Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1. Yi Feng also forgot about what happened just now and started to move the luggage with the moving company employees. On the campus of Zhonghai University, the popularity of the diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert in the male dormitory was getting higher and higher. Meanwhile, a group chat exploded. A person who had been lurking all year round emerged. "I'm guessing that Yi Feng rejected you because the card is fake." "Oh, really? How do you know that his diamond card is fake?" In response to everyone's questions, that person quickly released a series of messages. Yi Feng's family is actually very ordinary. It's impossible for him to own a card of this level. You don't believe me? There's a picture. This old community is Yi Feng's home. Why would I know? It's because Yi Feng and I were classmates. We've been classmates since elementary school. As more and more evidence was presented, the group was in an uproar and they quickly sent screenshots of the chat to the school forum. Soon, this post was on the front page of the forum. Countless people were shocked after reading it. F***CK, Yi Feng isn't a rich second generation? He's from an ordinary family? He doesn't have any powerful relatives? So, how did he get that diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert? It's fake. His card is definitely fake. No wonder he rejected me. It's because the card is fake and he's afraid of being exposed. But if the card is fake, how is he going to get into the concert tomorrow night? It's so simple. He can just say that he lost the card. Woof. He's really a despicable person. Zhonghai University, in the Student Union's Public Relations Office. What are you guys talking about? Su-man had just arrived at the Public Relations Department. She asked curiously when she saw the people talking and laughing. "Junior Su, we were talking about the fake diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert," one of the boys replied with a smile. Su-man was dumbfounded. "You don't know about such a big thing, Junior Su?" the crowd asked. Su-man shook her head. She had been with Lin Jia all this while, trying to get more information about Yi Feng from Lin Jia. She did not have the time to pay attention to gossip. When the crowd saw this, they began to explain the entire situation to Su-man. Su-man sneered after hearing the whole story. "No way. I can't believe someone would still use fake concert tickets to scam people these days. More importantly, so many people actually believed it. Isn't that so? It's too magical. I didn't expect things to turn around like this." "Bah, shameless. You've embarrassed our entire university," a boy said with a look of disgust. Before he could finish, Su-man interrupted him. "Senior Wang, what was the name of that person you just mentioned?" Senior Wang did not think too much about Su-man's overreaction. He only said, "Yi Feng." Then, he showed Su-man a picture. "Junior Su, look carefully. This is the man. Don't be fooled by him. It's actually him." Su-man's eyes widened as she stared at the photo. Although it was a little blurry, she could still recognize that the scammer Yi Feng that everyone was talking about was Lin Jie's roommate. Did Yi Feng need to use a fake card to deceive people? This was impossible. If it's him, then the card must be real, she said to the crowd. The entire public relations department fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Man in shock. Yesterday, I saw him spend over 5 million on clothes and watches. He even has a black gold card from World City, Su Man explained. Do you think it's necessary for such a person to use a fake concert diamond card to deceive people? Chapter 24. Goddess Su's platform, Xia Qiu's gratefulness. Really? Junior Su, did you get the wrong person? The post said that his family background is very ordinary. The crowd's first reaction was disbelief when they heard Su Man's words. I'm sure I didn't get the wrong person, Su Man said firmly. Although she did not understand why Yi Feng could have a black gold card from World City despite his ordinary family background, she knew that she was not wrong. It was rare to see Su Man so insistent, so the crowd believed her words a little. However, there were still people who felt that Su Man was only speaking up for Yi Feng because he was handsome. Su Man did not explain further. She took out her phone, opened the school forum, and browsed through the exposure posts. Seeing that almost all the posts were scolding Yi Feng, she was secretly happy. When everyone was scolding Yi Feng, and she stood firmly on his side, he would definitely be very touched, right? Even if he was not touched, he would definitely have a deep impression of her. With that in mind, Su Man quickly spoke up for Yi Feng, saying that Yi Feng had a black gold card for World City, and that there was no need for him to use a fake concert card to cheat people. Su Man was pretty and capable, and she was quite well known in Zhonghai University. Therefore, the moment the message was sent out, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. No way? Goddess Su is actually speaking up for Yi Feng. Could it be that the goddess's account has been hacked? Can you guys focus on the main point? Black gold card. Yi Feng has the black gold card for World City. That's impossible. The black gold card from World City is 1,000 times more valuable than the diamond card from Xia Qiu's concert. How could an ordinary person like Yi Feng obtain it? It can't be another fake card, right? Ha, I think it's possible. Goddess, are you stupid? Even if you want to help Yi Feng, you should have made up a more practical reason. With the effort of the bystanders, Su Man's comment was soon pushed to the front page of the post. Even more people saw her comments. Many were shocked by the black gold card's weight, but even more people still thought that Su Man was talking nonsense. Zhongtian Lakeview, Villa No. 1. Yi Feng did not know what had happened in school. After rearranging his new home, he sat down and rested for a while, then returned to school. When he was building his new home, he realized that he had forgotten to pack some small items. He immediately drove his Ferrari Enzo back to Zhonghai University. At the same time, in a private room in the Shanghai Club in Zhonghai City, Tan Buahong was reading a stack of documents. Xia Qiu sat opposite Tan Buahong with her usual expression, but her hands on her legs were tightly clenched together, revealing her nervousness. Sister Wang, who was standing behind her, was already sweating. Tan Buahong was looking at information related to the movie that Xia Qiu was going to act in. This stack of information was related to whether Xia Qiu could successfully enter the film industry. She could not help but be nervous. The atmosphere in the private room was a little heavy. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Tan Buahong put down the documents and looked at Xia Qiu with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing this, Xia Qiu and Sister Wang were relieved. Tan Buahong didn't leave immediately after reading the script, which meant that they could still talk. Chairman Tan, this script, Xia Qiu spoke, testing Tan Buahong's attitude. Tan Buahong smiled. Miss Xia, you have good taste. This script is not bad. Hearing this, Xia Qiu's smile became even brighter. What do you mean, Chairman Tan? Although the script is all right, it's a little worse than I expected. The smile on Xia Qiu's face froze. Could it be that Tan Buahong was not planning to help? Just as she was worried, Tan Buahong continued. However, since Miss Xia is Mr. Xiao Ye's friend, I'll help you this time. Hearing this, Xia Qiu and Sister Wang were finally relieved. Thank you, Chairman Tan. The two of them quickly thanked him. While thanking him, Xia Qiu recalled Tan Buahong's words, and Yi Feng's figure appeared in her mind. After a strange look flashed in her eyes, she quickly retracted her thoughts. Tan Buahong smiled gently and was very satisfied with their attitudes. After that, the three of them began to talk about the cooperation. By the time everything was settled and the contract was signed, it was already past 11 o'clock. Xia Qiu wanted to treat Tan Buohong to a meal, but Tan Buohong refused. Then, he walked out of the private room. Xia Qiu and Sister Wang quickly stood up to send him off. After watching Tan Buohong's convoy leave, Xia Qiu quickly went into her Mercedes-Benz RV to Zhonghai University. After she spoke to the driver, she turned to look at Sister Wang. When Sister Wang heard this, she seemed to have realized Xia Qiu's meaning and was a little surprised. However, while she was surprised, her expression was a little conflicted. Xia Qiu saw that she wanted to say something but stopped, so she asked, "Sister Wang, do you have something to tell me?" Sister Wang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. There is indeed something about Mr. Yi. Chapter 25. The Scammer Who Drives a Ferrari Enzo. Ever since Sister Wang found out that Yi Feng's identity was not ordinary, she had started to pay attention to him. So, she knew that Yi Feng's diamond card for his concert was being doubted at the first moment. Now that Xia Qiu asked, she immediately described the whole story. Xia Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. How did Yi Feng respond? She asked. Sister Wang shook her head. Mr. Yi didn't respond. Xia Qiu was a little surprised. She had also seen the comments on the forum. If she was the one being scolded, she would definitely stand up and fight back, but Yi Feng had no reaction at all. Was he disdainful? Or did he not know about this at all? Thinking of this, Xia Qiu immediately took out her phone and called Yi Feng. After the call was connected, she took the initiative to say, Yi Feng, Chairman Tan has agreed to help me. Congratulations. On the other side of the phone, Yi Feng did not think much. He just smiled and replied. Xia Qiu was not in a hurry. She smiled. It's all thanks to your help, Yi Feng. Thank you so much. This matter concerns my future development. You've really helped me a lot this time. Are you free this afternoon? I want to treat you to a meal. All right. When Yi Feng heard that it was a treat from a beautiful celebrity, he agreed without much thought. Xia Qiu heard him agree and asked, I'll go over to find you. Are you at Zhonghai University? When she learned that Yi Feng was going to the male dormitory building of Zhonghai University, she immediately signaled the driver to drive directly to the male dormitory building. After that, she chatted with Yi Feng for a while more and hung up the phone. At the same time, in the male dormitory block 16 of Zhonghai University, Fatty Chu had just walked out of the dormitory's main door when the gazes of the people around him were all fixed on him. Look, that's Yi Feng's roommate. He's the one who spread the news of Yi Feng's fake card and cheated everyone. Looks like he's a little rich. I didn't expect his taste to be so bad. TSK tisk. You've become an idiot now, haven't you? Fatty Chu's face turned ugly as he faced the crowd's ridicule. He tried to argue. Suddenly, a black sports car stopped outside the dormitory. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the supercar. Wow, this car is so cool. It's a Ferrari. What Ferrari? This is a Ferrari Enzo. A student who knew cars corrected him. Ferrari Enzo? Is it very powerful? Of course, there are only 400 of them in the world, and the car alone costs 30 million. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy a Ferrari Enzo. You have to become a super VIP of the Ferrari Supercar Club and collect a few limited edition Ferrari models. F*CK, that awesome? Who's that in the car? The crowd was in a heated discussion as they stared at the driver's seat. Fatty Chu's attention was also attracted by Ferrari Enzo, and he subconsciously looked over. The seagull-winged door slowly rose. Next, Yi Feng got down from the driver's seat. After seeing his appearance clearly, many people were shocked. It's Yi Feng. It's actually Yi Feng. This Ferrari Enzo is his. D*MN, which B** starred said he's a liar. I've been misled. Everyone was not a fool. Seeing that Yi Feng had driven here in a supercar, they immediately understood that the diamond card in Yi Feng's hands was most likely real. For a moment, no one dared to mock Yi Feng anymore. In fact, when Yi Feng looked at them, they would even lower their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng did not know what happened. He only smiled. He didn't bother with them and only looked at Fatty Chu. Fatty Chu was staring at him with a face full of shock. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and quickly ran over. Brother Feng, this car is yours. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. So handsome. Brother Feng, is this the rhythm of a showdown? Although Fatty Chu didn't know the Ferrari Enzo, he could tell that the car was extraordinary. He was astonished. When Yi Feng heard his words, he only smiled and did not reply. After Fatty Chu came back to his senses and stood beside Ferrari Enzo with a face full of envy and amazement, he went upstairs to get his things. As for the people surrounding him, he did not even bother to look at them. Chapter 26. Xia Qiu came in person. What ordinary person? As Feng left, the people who were initially embarrassed, shocked, or envious felt much more relaxed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Fatty Chu who was beside him. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and regret. And as the news spread, soon, everyone in the entire male dormitory building Block 16 knew that Feng had a Ferrari Enzo. Those who had doubted Feng's strength earlier immediately shut up. Many people even came to the boys' dormitory just to catch a glimpse of the king of Ferraris. Thus, when Feng came down with the items, he saw a huge crowd of people surrounding him. When they saw Feng, many of them changed their attitude, and their faces were filled with warmth. Brother Feng. Hello, Brother Feng. Brother Feng is here. Quickly make way for Brother Feng. Feng did not say anything. He just smiled. He could not be bothered with them. After placing the items on the Ferrari Enzo, he waved at Fatty Chu and prepared to leave. Fatty Chu was also tactful and immediately retreated to the side. At the same time, he smiled and said, Brother Feng, if there's a chance, can you let me experience it in your luxury car? Feng did not care about this. He said casually, Sure, but I have an appointment today. I can only do it another day. When Fatty Chu and the others heard this, just as Feng said he was meeting someone, a Mercedes-Benz RV drove over and stopped beside the Ferrari Enzo. After that, a few capable bodyguards got out of the car and surrounded them. At the same time, they opened the door of the back seat. Immediately after, a woman as beautiful as if she had just walked out of a painting came out of the car. The moment they saw her, Fatty Chu and the others instantly opened their eyes wide. Heavens! It's Xia Qiu. It's really Goddess Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu actually came to our university. I finally get to see the goddess in person. The goddess is walking toward Feng. Could it be that Feng and the goddess know each other? Under everyone's gaze, Xia Qiu came to Feng's side. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Feng. Miss Xia. Feng nodded and greeted Xia Qiu. When everyone saw this, they were even more excited. Initially, there was still a small portion of people who still suspected that Feng's diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert was fake, but now, Xia Qiu had even come here, so who dared to question him? Instantly, when many people looked at Feng again, their gazes changed again. Feng also noticed this, but he did not say anything. Although he was curious as to why Xia Qiu would personally get out of the car to look for him, it was not the time to talk nonsense. Seeing more and more people rushing over, Feng quickly said, Miss Xia, let's leave this place first. All right. Xia Qiu also understood the current situation and knew that it was not wise to stay any longer. She quickly got into the car under the protection of her bodyguards. Soon, the Mercedes RV drove out of Zhonghai University. Feng followed behind in his Ferrari Enzo. However, even though they had left, Zhonghai University did not calm down. Hey, did you guys hear? Goddess Xia Qiu actually came to our school to look for a freshman named Feng. I'm so envious of Feng. He actually knows my goddess. Who is Feng? He actually has the ability to make the goddess come to him personally. Who was the one who said that his diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert was fake? MD, if you have the guts, come out now and see if I don't give you a buff. He even said that Feng is an ordinary person. How is he an ordinary person? How can an ordinary person know Goddess Xia Qiu? The goddess smiled so gently at Feng. Could it be? Don't talk nonsense. My goddess will never be with Feng. No matter how rich Feng is, he is not worthy of my goddess. For a time, the entire Zhonghai University was talking about the relationship between Feng and Xia Qiu. At the same time, some people started to guess Feng's true identity. Some people said that Feng was the illegitimate son of a big shot. Some people said that Feng was actually the son of a super rich man. Some even said that Feng had a very deep background. These rumors were spread like wildfire, but there was still a small portion of people who believed them, and they were all extremely envious of Feng. At the 16th dormitory building, Fatty Chu had also become a popular person because of his good relationship with Feng. Brother Chu, since you're so close to Brother Feng, can you reveal to us who Brother Feng is? Brother Chu, were you going to the cafeteria for lunch just now? How about this little brother invite you to eat outside? Brother Chu, as long as you can help me get an autograph from Goddess Xia Qiu, you'll be my real brother from now on. Chapter 27. The Legendary Campus Bell. Meanwhile, In a place where no one noticed, Su Man's eyes were filled with shock when she received the photos and news from her classmates. To think that Yi Feng and Xia Qiu were so close. She had thought that Yi Feng was only rich, but now it seemed that she was too naive. Ordinary rich people were not qualified to be friends with superstars like Xia Qiu. At that thought, Su Man quickly took out her phone and dialed Lin Jie's number. Very quickly, Lin Jie's voice came from the phone. Man. Lin Jie, let's go for lunch together, Su Man said in a gentle tone. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jie was overjoyed when he saw that Su Man had taken the initiative to ask him out. He quickly agreed. Okay. Man, where do you want to go to eat? You decide. Should we go to the building of pines and cranes? All right. Su Man's tone was still gentle. Anyway, she was only looking for Lin Jie to find out about Yi Feng's information, so it did not matter where she went to eat. All right, then I'll book a seat at the building of pines and cranes. By the way, man, where are you? I'll go pick you up. All right, see you later. After hanging up, Su Man scoffed in disdain. If not for Yi Feng, Lin Jie would not even be worthy of being her tool. Acting in front of him, it was so disgusting. At the same time, in the student union of Zhonghai University, the members were all handling affairs in their own positions. Many of the male members would steal a glance at the president's seat from time to time. In the president's seat, there was a girl in a light blue dress who looked very cute and adorable. The boys were peeking at her, not because she was the president of the student union, but because of her beautiful face. Fair skin, delicate facial features, and a pair of lively eyes that seemed to be able to speak. If the total score of appearance was 100 points, then this soft and cute girl's appearance was definitely above 95 points. The girl's name was Shun Beitian. She was a third-year student at Zhonghai University. At the same time, she was also recognized as the soft and cute campus belle in Zhonghai University. There was almost no student in the school who did not know her. Shin Beitian naturally felt the guys peeking at her, but she didn't care. She just supported her face with one hand and scrolled the mouse with the other, browsing the posts on campus. Suddenly, a post titled "Shocking Appearance of Ferrari Enzo Below the Boys' Dormitory" caught her attention. She was also a sports car fan, so she knew about the Ferrari Enzo. She didn't even have the right to own that model of car. She didn't expect it to appear in school. I wonder who its owner is. Out of curiosity, Shun Beitian opened a post. Instantly, a black sports car appeared on the computer screen. It was domineering, cold, and stylish. It was too handsome. Shun Beitian couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had an indescribable love for the car in the photo. After watching for a while, she continued to move the mouse. There was indeed information about the owner of the car. Yi Feng, a freshman. After reading it, Shun Beitian's face was filled with confusion. Was there such a big shot among the first-year students? Why didn't she know about it? After thinking for a long time, Shun Beitian still couldn't match Yi Feng with the big bosses she knew, so she decided to stop thinking about it and continued to look at the pictures of the Ferrari Enzo. However, in the depths of her heart, she was curious about Yi Feng. On the other hand, Yi Feng had no idea what had happened in Zhonghai University. He just followed Xia Qiu's car all the way and finally stopped in front of Drifting Cloud Pavilion. Drifting Cloud Pavilion was a private restaurant only known to the upper class of Zhonghai City, and only the upper class of Zhonghai City could enter. This was also the reason why Xia Qiu had decided to have their meal here. After all, she was too popular now. If she went to any other restaurant, she might be discovered by her fans the moment she got out of the car. After alighting from the car, Yi Feng walked in with Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu's private room was on the south side of the third floor. There was a lake outside the window surrounded by green willows. Lotus flowers were planted in the lake, but unfortunately, it was already past the blooming period, so only green lotus leaves could be seen. The room was elegantly decorated. On the left side of the wall, there was a mahogany antique shelf with all kinds of porcelain bottles on it. The two of them chatted as they waited for the dishes to be served. As they spoke, they started talking about what happened at school. Yi Feng was curious as to why Xia Qiu would come down personally to look for him, so he asked, "If I make an appearance, won't the rumors be dispelled on their own?" Xia Qiu smiled and said. Then, she looked a little apologetic. "In the end, this matter was also caused by me. Yi Feng, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I'll replace wine with tea to apologize to you." Xia Qiu raised her teacup. Yi Feng laughed. He did not care much. "Miss Xia, you don't have to blame yourself. Although those rumors were indeed infuriating, he had never thought of proving anything to those people. They were just a group of insignificant people, not worth wasting his time. However, when it came to the concert, "By the way, Miss Xia, I'm bringing a few friends to the concert tomorrow night," Yifeng said. Although he had his own private room and could bring anyone along, it was better to inform Xia Qiu in advance. "No problem, you can do whatever you want." Xia Qiu smiled and teased. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Miss Xia, don't joke around. I'm single. How could I have a girlfriend?" Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Chapter 28. Great young Master Jiang. You're so mighty. Xia Qiu was a little surprised. Yifeng was so outstanding, but he didn't have a girlfriend? However, her relationship with Yifeng was not good enough for her to speak freely, so she did not continue to ask. She just smiled and said, "When the time comes, you can bring your friends. The venue will be arranged in advance." Yifeng didn't say anything more. He chatted with Xia Qiu and started to enjoy his lunch. And in the private room, next to Yifeng, Zhang Hao was drinking with a few scoundrels when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Then, a young man with dyed blonde hair walked in. The yellow-haired man quickly walked to Zhang Hao's side and smiled. "Brother Hao, I have good news for you." Zhang Hao, who was drinking in high spirits, was already a little unhappy when he saw him rushing in. He immediately said in a bad mood, "Speak." The blondie could tell that he was unhappy. He quickly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Xia Qiu is here to eat too." He knew that Zhang Hao had always been interested in Xia Qiu. He had found some clues just now, which was why he had rushed in without knocking. As he expected, after hearing the words Xia and Qiu, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. "Really? It's true." The blonde nodded. "I saw Xia Qiu's manager, Sister Wang, downstairs. I followed her and found her stopping at the door of the private room next door. Then, when the waiter was serving the dishes, I took a peek inside. Xia Qiu was eating with a young man." Zhang Hao's face fell when he heard this. The expressions of the other second-generation nouveau riche also became subtle. Zhang Hao had asked Xia Qiu out so many times, but she had refused to have dinner with him. "Now, who is that man?" Zhang Hao asked in a deep voice. "I don't know him." The blonde shook his head. "So you're saying that he's not someone from our circle?" The yellow-haired man thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so. Anyway, he looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before." He had seen most of the rich and powerful second generation in Zhonghai City, but Yifeng was too unfamiliar, so he should not be in the circle of the second generations. Hearing this, Zhang Hao could not help but squint his eyes. Since he was just a guy with no background, he would not be polite. Immediately, Zhang Hao waved his hand and said, "Brothers, since Xia Qiu is here, it's not good not to go and say hello. Let's go." As he spoke, he led the group of people to the private room next door. On the other hand, Sister Wang, who was standing at the door of the private room, noticed Zhang Hao almost as soon as he walked over with his men. Her expression changed and she tried to stop him. "Young Master Jiang." Before she could finish, Zhang Hao pushed her away impatiently. "Get lost." Then, everyone pushed the door open and entered. The moment the door was pushed open, Zhang Hao saw Xia Qiu at the dining table. His face was full of joy. As he strode inside, he said with a slight hint of ridicule, "Miss Xia, it's really you. I've always wanted to treat you to a meal, but I didn't have the chance. I didn't expect to see you here today." As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed that the man beside Xia Qiu was looking over. Zhang Hao also looked over subconsciously. Then his voice stopped abruptly. This was because he had seen the face of the man beside Xia Qiu. Yifeng. How could it be him? Zhang Hao also froze in his tracks. At the table in the private room, Xia Qiu had not noticed Zhang Hao's abnormality. Seeing that Zhang Hao and his men were approaching menacingly, she couldn't help but clench her fingers, a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. She hated Zhang Hao, but she was also a little afraid of him. The Zhang family had a lot of power in Zhonghai City, and she was just a foreign artiste. A strong dragon could not beat a local snake. Besides, the concert was about to start, and she really didn't want to cause any trouble. At this moment, seeing Zhang Hao staring at Yifeng, she was thinking about what to do to escape from this. Yifeng suddenly looked at Zhang Hao with a faint smile and said, "Young Master Jiang is so mighty." Chapter 29. "Want to leave?" "Did I agree?" Xia Qiu thought that she had heard wrong. She turned around and looked at Yifeng subconsciously. As for Sister Wang, she was obviously a little stunned as well. She also looked over. As for Zhang Hao's gang of scoundrels, it was obvious that they had not reacted in time. They all turned to look at Zhang Hao, ready to act according to his mood. However, to their surprise, at the same time, Zhang Hao's legs turned to jelly, and he almost knelt down in front of Yi Feng. Zhang Hao's scoundrel friends thought that they had seen wrongly. However, Zhang Hao waved his hands hurriedly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yi Feng, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As he waved his hand, he subconsciously retreated. This time, not only were his scoundrels dumbfounded, but even Xia Qiu and Sister Wang were dumbfounded. Yi Feng did not care about the reactions of the people around him. He sipped his tea calmly and smiled. Is that so? Seeing this, Zhang Hao's legs began to tremble, and his voice trembled. I'm sorry, Yi Feng. I really didn't mean to disturb you. I'll leave now. As he said that, Zhang Hao wanted to escape with his underlings. But Yi Feng placed his teacup on the table. You want to leave? Did I agree? He was indeed a little unhappy now. The meal was originally going well, but Zhang Hao suddenly barged in with his men and spoiled the mood. Did he really think he was easy to bully? Zhang Hao's body trembled even more when he heard this. Yi Feng, what happened today was indeed my fault. What can I do for you to allow me to leave? Yi Feng was someone that even his father had to curry favor with. Without Yi Feng's permission, he would not dare to leave. Stay away from me and Miss Xia Qiu in the future. Yi Feng's expression did not change. Understood. Zhang Hao nodded immediately. If I see you and Miss Xia in the future, I'll keep my distance. He was a little impulsive, but he was not a fool. After these two experiences, he would be crazy to provoke Yi Feng and Xia Qiu again. Then, he looked at Yi Feng and said, Can I leave now? Yi Feng ignored his fawning look and said indifferently, Since you have expressed your sincerity, I will return the favor. Where's the waiter? I'd like a bottle of Tycoon. After the waiter served the wine, he said to Zhang Hao again, Nothing else. You can leave after you finish this bottle of wine. Looking at the wine in front of him, Zhang Hao's legs felt weak again. Tycoon was one of the world's strongest wines with a high alcohol content of 75%. If he drank the entire bottle, he would probably have a headache for a few days. But from Yi Feng's words, if he did not drink it, he would not have a good ending today. In the end, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, picked up the bottle of wine, and began to drink. Xia Qiu's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Zhang Hao was the son of a local tyrant. She did not expect Yi Feng to be able to make him so obedient. Moreover, after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't match a boss of Zhonghai City in her memory with Yi Feng. At the side, Sister Wang also felt that Yi Feng might be a hidden super big boss. Her gaze toward him became even more respectful. As for Zhang Hao's group of followers, when they saw Zhang Hao admitting defeat, they realized that Yi Feng was not simple. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Hao did not show any temper in front of Yi Feng, everyone realized that Yi Feng's background was probably more powerful than they had imagined. They were all trembling at the side. After a while, Zhang Hao finished the entire bottle of Tycoon. At that time, he only felt a pain in his throat as if it had been cut by a knife, and his stomach was churning. But even so, he could only endure the discomfort and look at Yi Feng with a slightly fawning expression. Am I done? Yi Feng nodded and waved his hand casually, indicating that he could get lost. Zhang Hao, however, felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly walked out of the private room and almost hit the door of the private room. At this moment, the bodyguards of Xia Qiu finally arrived. The bodyguards were a little confused when they saw Zhang Hao and his team's ashen faces. Just now, when Sister Wang had secretly contacted them, she had said that there was a big problem. But now, why did it seem like Zhang Hao and the others were in trouble instead of Miss Xia? Sister Wang could tell that these people were at a loss. After Zhang Hao and his group left, she quickly closed the door of the private room. Then, she stood outside the door and explained to the bodyguards with a few words. At the same time, as the door of the private room was closed again, Xia Qiu looked at Yi Feng gratefully. Thank you. Yi Feng's words helped her solve the problem that had been troubling her for a long time. She was really grateful to Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not seem to mind. He waved his hand casually and said, It's just a small matter. Xia Qiu still felt a little apologetic. I'm really sorry. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but it ended up like this. Yi Feng didn't care much. Seeing that the matter here was settled, he wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. This meal is pretty good too. I still have classes in the afternoon. Wait. Xia Qiu could tell that Yi Feng was about to leave. She quickly stopped him. Then, she quickly took out a document from her bag. Yi Feng, this is a small token of my appreciation. It's all thanks to you that Chairman Tan agreed to help. Yi Feng was not in a hurry to take it. He only glanced at the document. When he saw that the document was the share transfer contract for Xia Qiu's film project, he was slightly surprised. 20% of the profits as a thank you gift? You're really generous. Xia Qiu said frankly. Compared to your help, this is not worth mentioning. However, this is also the best I can give you in return. Please accept it. Hearing her words, Yi Feng did not say anything more and simply took the contract. Xia Qiu's film was a big production. Coupled with Xia Qiu's popularity, the income after the release would definitely not be low. 1/5 of the profit was certainly not a small amount. However, to the current him, it was not considered to be anything very valuable. Since Xia Qiu had said so, he would just accept it. Chapter 30. Xia Qiu is curious. Thank you. Xia Qiu saw that Yi Feng did not have any reaction when he accepted it, and she was shocked. In fact, in the beginning, she was only prepared to give Yi Feng 1/10 of the profit of the movie project as a thank you. However, after what happened to Zhang Hao, she decided to give Yi Feng an additional 10% of the movie's profits as a bonus. But who would have thought that such a bargaining chip was still not enough to enter Yi Feng's eyes? On the other hand, Yi Feng did not think much of it. He left after bidding Xia Qiu goodbye. After Ferrari Enzo drove out of the restaurant, Xia Qiu and Sister Wang also got into the car. After getting into the car, Sister Wang recalled the scene in the private room and was filled with emotion. Even the young master of the Zhang family is so afraid of Mr. Yi. It seems that Mr. Ye's background is more powerful than we thought. Xia, you can't offend him. Xia Qiu nodded and didn't reply. Even if Sister Wang did not say anything, she would not be so stupid as to go against Yi Feng. When Sister Wang saw this, she felt a little emotional. I wonder what's Mr. Ye's background. She was very familiar with the bosses of Zhonghai City, but she had never heard of Yi Feng. Xia, she said. Should I send someone to investigate? No need. Xia Qiu waved her hand. She liked the feeling of being with Yi Feng, because Yi Feng did not treat her as a celebrity, but as an ordinary person. The feeling of being relaxed and being able to be herself was great. She was afraid that if she investigated secretly, it would cause Yi Feng's dissatisfaction. It would not be worth it if she lost a friend because of this. However, even though she had rejected Sister Wang's suggestion, she could not help but feel curious. What was Yi Feng's background? At the same time, on the other side, Yi Feng did not know what happened with Xia Qiu. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the school in his Ferrari Enzo. After parking the car, Yi Feng walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, there were many students. Because of what had happened in the morning, he had become a famous person in the school, and many students recognized him. Quickly look. He is Yi Feng. Yi Feng? The man who has the diamond card for Xia Qiu's concert. He's so handsome. The car he's driving is a Ferrari, right? I don't even dare to think about this kind of car. The crowd was in a heated discussion. But Yi Feng did not care. After parking the car, he went straight to the classroom. However, he didn't expect to bump into the prettiest girl in his class when he reached the door. When the class beauty saw Yi Feng, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled shyly. Yi Feng, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. Yi Feng immediately interrupted the class beauty. I don't have time. As he spoke, he ignored the awkward expression of the class belle who was at the door and walked straight into the classroom. In the classroom, the students who were chatting had obviously noticed what had just happened at the door and all looked at him in unison. Moreover, when they looked over, everyone had different expressions. Yi Feng did not care about them. He directly walked toward Fatty Chu's seat. Fatty Chu was holding his phone and smiling like a fool. When he saw him walking over, he immediately waved at him. Yi Feng walked over and sat down naturally. He asked casually, "What are you looking at? You're smiling so happily." "No, nothing." Fatty Chu shook his head. "It's just that I've been basking in your light, Brother Feng. I've suddenly become a hot cake." Yi Feng laughed and didn't reply. However, Fatty Chu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Feng, if you live outside the school, have you applied for a day student pass?" A day student pass? Yi Feng was slightly surprised. He did not know about this before. Fatty Chu nodded. "That's right. As long as you're a freshman, you'll have to apply for a day student pass if you want to live outside. Otherwise, the school won't allow it." As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became subtle. Chapter 31. Is a beauty more important than a treasure? After Yifeng noticed it, he asked casually, Fatty, what's wrong? Fatty Chu hurriedly explained the procedures for the day student pass to Yifeng. I heard that it's very troublesome to go through the procedures for a day student pass. You need to put it on record and fill in the day student pass application form. According to common sense, it's not something that can be done in a short time. And if you can't get it done, you can't live outside the school until then. When Yifeng heard this, he finally understood why he had such an expression. He asked immediately, Is there any faster way? Fatty Chu nodded. Yes, there is. As long as you have connections with the student union, you can get it done quickly. Brother Feng, do you have any friends in the student union? Yifeng shook his head. Seeing this, Fatty Chu sighed. I don't have any either, otherwise I would be able to help. When Yifeng heard this, he was thinking of a solution when the bell rang. He didn't continue to dwell on this issue. After school, he went to the student union to try his luck. Unexpectedly, on the way to the student union building, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Discovered a new treasure ground. It's worth 10 million. Walking navigation begins. Host, please follow your current location, head straight ahead, and turn right after 100 meters. A treasure worth 10 million. Yifeng's eyes brightened. Although 10 million yuan was nothing to him with his current status, who would complain about having more money? Immediately, he set foot on the path of treasure hunting. Following the route given by the system, he gradually deviated from the main road and came to a secluded forest. Host, please continue forward. Turn left after 6 meters, and you will reach the finish line after walking straight for 200 meters. Hearing this, Yifeng continued to walk forward. Following the guidance given by the system, Yifeng finally arrived at the location of the treasure, but why was there a super cute girl in a blue dress at the treasure ground? Other than the soft and cute beauty, there was only the rock she was sitting on. Could the stone be a treasure? Or was the treasure hidden in the stone? Just as Yifeng was thinking, the soft and cute beauty who was rubbing her ankle with her head lowered seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Seeing the girl's appearance, Yifeng was a little stunned. Her face score was at least 95 points. She was too beautiful. The prettiest girl he had ever seen was Xia Qiu, but the soft and cute girl in front of him was not inferior to her at all. However, he quickly looked away. Were girls more important than the treasure? He could now confirm that the treasure the system was talking about was the stone Shin Beitian was sitting on. How could he make Shin Beitian leave? Shin Beitian was a little surprised to see that Yifeng was not staring at her. Normally, other boys would want to stick their eyes on her, so she had a good impression of Yifeng. Hey, can you do me a favor? Shin Beitian asked. Senior Shun, what's the matter? Yifeng asked. You know me? Yifeng nodded. Senior Shun is a famous person in our school. Of course I know you. In fact, the moment he saw Shin Beitian, he immediately recognized the soft and cute beauty in front of him. She was the legendary campus belle of their school, Shin Beitian. After hearing Yifeng's words, Shin Beitian smiled and did not dwell on this matter anymore. Student, I twisted my ankle. Can you help me back to the student union? She asked. If it was someone else, she would not even need to ask, and just ask, and countless boys would want to help her. But with Yifeng, she was not sure. She could not explain why, but she felt that Yifeng was different from the others. Yifeng was worried that he couldn't find a way to make Shin Beitian leave. When he heard this, he quickly agreed. Of course you can. I'm a person who loves to help others. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed so quickly, Shin Beitian felt a little regretful. Yifeng wouldn't take advantage of her, right? But she had already said it. Moreover, the sun was still very strong. Even if she was in the forest, she could still get some sunlight. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. Senior Shun, can you stand up on your own? Yifeng asked as he came to Shin Beitian's side. Shin Beitian tried it and immediately frowned. No, it's too painful. All right, he said. Yifeng nodded and stretched out his body. Shin Beitian's face turned red. She had never held a boy's hand before. But this place was too remote, and she didn't bring her phone. If she rejected Yifeng, she didn't know when someone would come again. So after hesitating for a few seconds, she placed her hand on Yifeng's hand. Yifeng grabbed Shin Beitian's hand. Soft as if boneless, fair and delicate. It felt good. However, he wasn't so perverted as to take advantage of her. Shin Beitian saw that Yifeng was really just helping her and did not take advantage of her, and her impression of Yi Feng improved. After Yi Feng helped Shen Beitian up, he was ready to send her back to the student union first, and then come back to get the treasure himself. However, Shen Beitian had no intention of leaving. What's wrong? Yi Feng didn't understand. My shoes are broken. Shen Beitian pointed at the high heels on the ground. She had twisted her foot because the heel of her high heel had suddenly broken. Obviously, she could not wear that shoe anymore. How could she walk with only one high heel left? Did she have to walk back barefoot? Yi Feng was speechless. Why are you looking at me when your shoes are broken? Do you want my shoes? Chapter 32. The school is in an uproar. Senior Shun, why don't you wait for me here? I'll go buy you a pair of shoes. Yi Feng asked. Thank you. Shen Beitian nodded. You're welcome. After saying that, Yi Feng let go of Shen Beitian and ran out of the forest. Looking at Yi Feng's back, Shen Beitian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She suddenly felt Yi Feng was quite cute. He was just a little too straight. If it were any other boy, he would probably immediately take off his shoes and give them to her. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng returned to the forest. Shen Beitian was still standing at the same spot waiting for him. When she saw him return, her eyes were filled with resentment. Junior, you're taking too long to buy shoes. She had been standing there for more than 10 minutes, and her legs were almost going soft. Yi Feng was really too much. Couldn't he help her back to the rock before he left? You can't blame me for this. This place is too remote. Yi Feng was somewhat helpless. The nearest supermarket was more than 1,000 meters away from here. It was already considered fast for him to be able to get back in 10 minutes. After saying that, he took out the shoes. When she saw the shoes, Shen Baiqian's expression turned a little strange. Yi Feng had bought a pair of male slippers. Moreover, the size of the slippers didn't look suitable. Yi Feng was also very helpless. When he arrived at the supermarket, he remembered that he had forgotten to ask Shen Beitian what size her shoes were. However, such a large pair of slippers could definitely be worn. Senior Shun, put on the shoes first. After saying that, he put the slippers on the ground. Shen Beitian was not picky. After thanking him, she began to change her shoes. Yi Feng supported Shen Beitian and watched her change her shoes. It had to be said that Shen Baiqian's feet were really beautiful. It was fair, slender, and flawless, as if it was carved from white jade. The only flaw was that her right ankle was red and swollen, and it looked a little serious. Senior Shun, do you want me to send you to the school infirmary first? Yi Feng asked. He was a little worried when he saw the swollen foot. Shen Beitian shook her head. No need. Just send me back to the student union. As soon as she finished speaking, she also put on the slippers. All right, he said. Yi Feng nodded. After that, he began to help Shen Beitian out of the forest. After leaving the forest, the number of people started to increase. The students were all shocked to see the famous Campus Belle Shun in a man's arms. Someone actually courted Campus Belle Shun. This is big news. Goddess, my goddess, why did you throw yourself into someone else's arms? I'm out of love. There were even some people who took out their phones to take pictures of the two and posted them on the school forum. 20 minutes later, Yi Feng and Shen Beitian arrived at the student union building. Originally, it would only take 10 minutes to get to the student union building from the forest, but Shen Baiqian's foot was injured, so Yi Feng slowed down his pace. He helped Shen Beitian into the student union building. Immediately, everyone in the student union turned their attention to the two of them. They were either curious, jealous, or surprised. Yi Feng ignored them and just followed Shen Baiqian's instructions and helped her into the office. After the office door was closed, the quiet student union suddenly burst into a heated discussion. What the F*** CK, what's going on? I've never seen President Shen so close to a boy before. Who exactly is that guy? What did he do to win President Shen's favor? As they spoke, everyone leaned against the office door in tacit understanding, wanting to hear what Yi Feng and Shen Beitian were talking about inside. In the office, Yi Feng helped Shen Beitian to the sofa. After she sat down, he immediately let go of her. Seeing this, Shen Baiqian's impression of Yi Feng improved even more. However, at the same time, she also felt a slight sense of loss. He didn't even take advantage of her. Was she really that unattractive to Yi Feng? Bah! What was she thinking? As soon as this thought appeared, Shen Baiqian's face turned red. Why would she think that? She sneaked a glance at Yi Feng. Luckily, Yi Feng's attention was not on her face. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Senior Shun, do you have medicine in your office? Yi Feng asked. He saw that Shun Baitian's foot was even more swollen than before, so he decided to help her find some medicine to apply. Shun Baitian nodded. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to look for medicine, she quickly said, "No need to trouble yourself, Junior. I'll apply the medicine myself later." "All right," he said. "Junior, thank you so much for today." "All right, I still don't know how to address you." Chapter 33. Shun Baitian doubting her life. Yi Feng. Yi Feng told Shun Baitian his name. When Shun Baitian heard this, she was surprised. Yi Feng? Was it the Yi Feng who had a Ferrari Enzo and had a special relationship with Xia Qiu? Although there was a picture of Yi Feng on the forum, she was too focused on the Ferrari Enzo and did not look at Yi Feng at all. Thus, she was not sure if he was the same Yi Feng. Of course, she wouldn't ask him directly. She just smiled and said, "Junior Yi Feng, thank you for today. If it's convenient, I'll treat you to a meal." Yi Feng did not think too much about it. He rejected, "No need, Senior Shun." Upon hearing this, Shun Baitian was slightly startled. She took the initiative to invite him to a meal, but he actually rejected her. Usually, people would be the ones begging her to treat them to a meal. Right at this time, Yi Feng's voice could be heard again. "If you really want to thank me, then help me with the day's student pass procedures." Shun Baitian was a little suspicious. Was the reason he was willing to send her back to the student union was because of this? She looked at Yi Feng seriously. Yi Feng did not know anything. Seeing her look over, he said with uncertainty, "What's wrong? Is this a troublesome matter?" Shun Baitian didn't continue to humiliate herself. She took a deep breath and looked away, shaking her head. "It's not difficult. I can help you do it now." "Now?" Yi Feng looked at her feet. "Your foot." Shun Baitian waved her hand adorably. "It's fine. I'll make a call and get someone to help you. It should be done soon. If it's fast, it'll probably be done in a few minutes." Then, she made a phone call in front of Yi Feng. At the side, Yi Feng could not help but sigh. It was easier to do things with someone in the imperial court. After thanking her, he helped Shun Baitian to sit down in the office chair. Following that, he followed Shun Baitian's instructions and submitted some information. In just a few minutes, Yi Feng successfully got his day student pass. After getting the day student pass, Yi Feng was already prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, just as he thanked her and was about to leave, Shun Baitian suddenly raised her head and said with a little embarrassment, "That, Junior Yi Feng, can you bring me to Xia Qiu's concert?" Yi Feng was not in a hurry to agree. He just turned around and looked at her. Shun Baitian felt even more embarrassed by his gaze. She subconsciously poked her little finger and said in a soft and cute voice, "Actually, I'm also a fan of Xia Qiu. However, Xia Qiu is really too popular. I tried my best to get a VIP ticket, but it can't be compared to your private room. So, if it's possible, I hope that Junior Yi Feng can bring me along and experience Xia Qiu's concert better in the private room." Yi Feng was a little touched by her cuteness, but he did not rush to speak. Shun Baitian was also very smart. After stealing a glance at Yi Feng, she quickly added, "If Junior can agree, you can make a request that is not too much after the concert." Seeing that she had already said so much, Yi Feng did not reject her anymore. He smiled and asked, "Senior Shun, do you have a car?" Although Shun Baitian did not understand why he suddenly jumped to this question, she still answered honestly, "There is." Seeing this, Yi Feng did not explain that his car could only fit 2 people. He just nodded. "That's good. Then I'll wait for you downstairs at the boys' dormitory tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. After he finished speaking, he walked toward the door. After leaving the student union building, he didn't forget about the treasure trove and quickly walked into the forest again. Chapter 34. Completed treasure hunt, new reward. 10 minutes later, following the navigation, Yi Feng arrived at the treasure ground once again. This time, seeing that there was no one around, he did not stand on ceremony. He directly followed the navigation and picked up the stone that Shun Baitian was sitting on before and threw it to the ground. Bang! The stone fell to the ground with a loud noise, startling some birds on the trees. At the same time, Yi Feng could hear a faint cracking sound from under the rock. He quickly moved the stone away again. And then, as expected, in the pit created by the stone, some porcelain shards could be vaguely seen piercing out of the ground. There seemed to be some gold between the porcelain fragments. Yi Feng quickly found some branches and used them as a temporary shovel, digging around the area. With this digging, the golden object that was originally wrapped in glass in the pit under the stone finally revealed its true appearance. It was a large piece of dog-headed gold. When he saw the dog-head gold, Feng was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know much about gold and jade, he was sure that the metal in front of him that looked like a dog's head was definitely dog-head gold. Moreover, the weight of this dog-head gold was obviously quite heavy. However, before he could think deeply about it, the familiar system prompt appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the treasure hunt. You have been rewarded with 60% of the shares of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Corporation Limited. The reward has been issued. Host, please check and receive it. Feng could not help but take in a deep breath. If he remembered correctly, the market value of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Limited should be around 1 billion. 60% of the shares would be worth at least 600 million yuan. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the venue of Xia Qiu's concert, Wiyuan River Stadium, was a property of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Ltd. This time, it was a great harvest. Thinking of this, Feng quickly dug out the entire piece of dog-head gold. After digging it out, he realized that the dog-head gold was not small. It was estimated to be at least 10 caddies in weight. It wasn't easy to have a piece of dog-head gold by his side. Seeing this, Feng quickly found a big black plastic bag and wrapped it up when no one was looking. When no one could tell, he carried it back to the car and took it home. When he returned to the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa, Feng washed the dog-head gold and was originally planning to place it as an ornament. However, after looking around the house, he couldn't find a suitable place to put it. And if he really had to say it, he didn't really like this kind of overly golden decoration. Thinking of this, he simply put this thing in the storage room again, ready to find a place to sell it after the concert. Just as he placed the dog-head gold in the storage room, his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed that it was an unknown number. As soon as the call connected, a steady male voice immediately came from the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Feng? And you are? Feng could not figure out the other party's intention. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Qin Yuan, the legal manager of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Limited. The man quickly introduced himself and revealed his purpose. It's like this, Mr. Yi. I wanted to ask you when it's convenient for you to come over and do the share transfer. Feng finally understood what was going on. After secretly sighing at the efficiency of the system, he remembered that he was going to see a concert the next day. So he said, how about 7 p.m. tomorrow night? I'm going to a concert there. Sure, Mr. Yi. We'll be waiting for you at Wiyuan River Stadium tomorrow night. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yuan was clearly very respectful and agreed without any nonsense. Seeing this, Feng did not bother to be polite and hung up the phone. Chapter 35. Gossip with the campus bell confirmed. The next day at 6:30 p.m., just as everyone in Zhonghai University was talking about Xia Qiu's concert, as well as Feng, who had a diamond card. Below the male dormitory, screech, a sudden braking sound was heard. Then, the domineering Ferrari Enzo stopped in front of the male dormitory. The eyes of the people below the dormitory were immediately attracted by the Ferrari Enzo. Quickly look, it's Feng. So handsome. The car is handsome, but the person is even more handsome. Oh my god, I think I'm in love. Stop dreaming. Feng is already with campus belle Shun. You have no chance. Hearing everyone's discussion, Feng did not care. He only used his gaze to search the crowd. Fatty Chu didn't need him to say anything and quickly jogged over. Seeing this, Feng only smiled. He did not rush to start the car. Seeing this, Fatty Chu was somewhat curious. Brother Feng, is there anyone else? Feng smiled mysteriously. You will know soon. Seeing this, Fatty Chu didn't ask any more questions and just carefully sat in the front passenger seat of the Ferrari Enzo. The crowd watching from the side was envious. Fatty Chu was obviously enjoying this kind of gazes. After he noticed everyone's gazes, he immediately looked at Feng with gratitude. Brother Feng, everyone knows that I'm close to you. That's why so many girls want to get to know you through me these past 2 days. Brother Feng, do you want to add them? There are quite a few beautiful women among them. Feng laughed and waved his hand. Fatty Chu was a little surprised. Don't you want to know who wants to add you? A few of them are even the department's most beautiful girls, the kind that many people are after. Feng smiled again. The department flower? So what? Were they as pretty as Xia Qiu and Shin Beitian? Seeing this, Fatty Chu found it hard to understand. Suddenly, a beetle came from afar and stopped next to the Ferrari Enzo. The car window rolled down, and Shun Baitian's beautiful face was revealed. Then, A smile bloomed on Shun Baiqian's face as she waved at the Ferrari Enzo. Junior Yifeng. Fatty Chu was startled. However, Yifeng did not seem to mind at all. He only smiled at Shun Baiqian and nodded. Everyone's here, let's go. Then, he directly activated the Ferrari Enzo. Below the male dormitory, many people didn't understand why Shun Baiqian would suddenly appear here. At this moment, when they saw Shun Baiqian greeting Yifeng and following him around, they all quieted down. In the Ferrari Enzo, Fatty Chu was also in a state of shock. He only came back to his senses when the car drove out of the school gate. Brother Feng, you're too awesome. You actually managed to get Shun Baiqian, the campus bell. No wonder you didn't care about the department bells I mentioned before. Yifeng glanced at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Shun Baiqian and I are just ordinary friends. However, Fatty Chu didn't believe him at all. After all, everyone in Zhonghai University knew that Shun Baiqian had never been close to anyone of the opposite S*X. But today, she came down to the male dormitory to look for Yifeng. She said that she had nothing to do with Yifeng. Even a male student from Zhonghai University would not believe it. Yifeng could also tell that Fatty Chu did not believe him. Seeing Fatty Chu's "Are you kidding me" expression, he only smiled and didn't bother to explain. Chapter 36. Privilege. The Evil Rich. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Shun Baiqian's car arrived at a place about a kilometer away from the Wuyuan River Stadium. At this time, there were obviously more cars on the road, and the road was much more congested. Some of the more impatient people began to honk their horns, while others began to curse. The entire road seemed to be dyed with a trace of impatience. Yifeng was fine, he was just a little helpless. Fatty Chu became anxious. There are so many cars. How long are we going to be stuck in a traffic jam? The concert won't be over by the time we get there, will it? I don't think so. Yifeng shook his head. They were only about a kilometer away from the stadium, and the concert was only starting at 8 o'clock. There was still more than an hour left, which was more than enough. He wondered if there were any more parking spots in the stadium. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his phone and checked. As expected, all the parking lots in the stadium were full. Fatty Chu also saw the situation on the phone and became even more anxious. There are no more parking spots in the stadium. What should we do? Just as Yifeng was thinking about what to do, his phone suddenly rang. It was Sister Wang. Hello, Mr. Yi. May I ask if you and your friends have arrived at the stadium? When Yifeng heard this, he immediately explained the situation to Sister Wang. Mr. Yi, there's no need to go through all that trouble, Sister Wang said. Just tell me the location and I'll arrange a special passage for you and your friend. Yifeng did not decline. After telling Sister Wang his location, he sent a message to Shun Baiqian and asked her to follow him through the special passage. In the back, Shun Baiqian was a little surprised after reading the message. Her family was quite powerful in Zhonghai, but they couldn't even get the stadium to give her special privileges. But now, Yifeng actually said that he could do it? What was this guy's background? Yifeng did not know that his casual message had set off a storm in Shun Baiqian's heart. A few minutes later, the car in front of him finally started to move, so he quickly drove to catch up. Seeing that Sister Wang was already waiting at the east gate of the stadium, he quickly turned the steering wheel and drove toward the east gate. Shun Baiqian followed closely behind. Around them, the other car owners were all surprised. Why are they heading to the east gate? Didn't the east gate forbid us from entering? He's rich. Can't you see that the person in front is driving a Ferrari? So what if it's a luxury car? I just saw a Lamborghini driver trying to enter from the east gate, but he was chased away. I'm just waiting for them to be slapped in the face. However, just as everyone was talking excitedly and was about to see Yifeng and Shun Baiqian make a fool of themselves, the east gate's bar was raised. Yifeng and Shun Baiqian's car entered the stadium without any obstructions. The car owners who had been talking among themselves suddenly fell silent. Yifeng naturally did not know about everyone's reaction. After he drove the car into the stadium, he first greeted Sister Wang and then drove behind her car. In the Ferrari, Fatty Chu's face was full of admiration when he saw this scene. Brother Feng, you're amazing. You actually made Xia Qiu's manager come to pick you up. Yifeng smiled. He did not reply. After that, Shun Baiqian's eyes lit up when she saw that Yifeng could actually get Sister Wang to pick him up personally. Chapter 37. Mysterious Man. A few minutes later, Yifeng and Shun Baiqian's car arrived at the VIP parking area. Seeing this, Sister Wang was about to bring Yifeng and the rest to the concert room. At this moment, A group of people in suits and leather shoes with extraordinary auras walked over. The leader of the group was a slightly chubby man who looked to be in his 50s. The man quickly walked to Yi Feng and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Huang Ziyuan." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Hello, President Huang." Yesterday, he had checked the information of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Limited, so he naturally knew about Huang Ziyuan. The owner of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Limited was quite rich and had some influence in the business world of Xia City. After shaking hands, Huang Ziyuan suddenly said with an apologetic expression, "Mr. Yi, we're really sorry. We're late and didn't receive you well." Sister Wang was stunned. What was going on? As the president of Xia Culture and Land Holdings Company Limited, why did he have to apologize to Yi Feng? Xia Qiu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Shen Baiqian's expression was still relatively normal, but she was also a little surprised. She knew about Huang Ziyuan's identity. An existence of this level could be neither servile nor overbearing even in the face of the big shots of Xia City. But just because he did not come to welcome Yi Feng in time, he had to apologize to Yi Feng? Wasn't this a little ridiculous? Yi Feng, on the other hand, was very calm. "It's fine." He waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart. Seeing that Yi Feng was not angry, Huang Ziyuan and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. After complimenting Yi Feng, Huang Ziyuan asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want to go to the meeting room first, or do you want to go after the concert?" "Let's go to the meeting room first." Yi Feng did not hesitate. "All right," he said. Huang Ziyuan nodded and looked at Shen Baiqian and the rest. Shen Baiqian, Xia Qiu, and Sister Wang were looking at Yi Feng and Huang Ziyuan with curiosity. Huang Ziyuan looked at Yi Feng, and seeing that he did not seem to have any intention to hide it, he said to the three of them, "Mr. Yi is our company's new chairman. We would like to invite Mr. Yi over to do a share transfer." Xia Qiu's expression froze when he heard this. On the other hand, Sister Wang was glad that she did not investigate Yi Feng rashly. As for Shen Baiqian, after hearing Huang Ziyuan's explanation, the way she looked at Yi Feng changed again. Although Yi Feng also noticed the change in their expressions, he did not say anything. After asking Sister Wang to bring Shen Baiqian and the rest to the private room, he followed Huang Ziyuan and the rest to the meeting room. He didn't know that after he went to the meeting room, Sister Wang brought Shen Baiqian into the private room and quickly ran backstage. Not long after he finished the handover and was personally led to the private room by Huang Ziyuan, someone knocked on the door. Then, a woman in a long white dress, as beautiful as if she had just walked out of a painting, walked in with Sister Wang. Chapter 38. "Brother Feng, do you still need lackeys?" "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this place?" In front of Shen Baiqian and Xia Qiu, Xia Qiu was extremely reserved. "Not bad." Yi Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. "Order whatever you want to drink, it's on me." Xia Qiu's manner was natural and unrestrained, just like a host. "Don't worry, I won't help you save money." Yi Feng did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Xia Qiu was very happy to hear this. "I'm going on stage soon. I'll go and prepare first." After that, she nodded politely to the other two. She turned around and left the private room. At this moment, Xia Qiu, who was standing at the side, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what's your relationship with Xia Qiu?" Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. "We are just ordinary friends." Xia Qiu's voice once again raised by several octaves. "Ordinary friends? The concert is about to start, and she came to say hello to you. How can she be an ordinary friend?" Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently. "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. It's just a greeting, right? Why are you making such a big fuss?" Xia Qiu was completely speechless. These 2 days, Yi Feng had given him too much of a shock. He was starting to feel numb. Now, even if he had his arm around the U.S. president's shoulder, he would not be too surprised. Shen Baiqian, on the other hand, was looking at Yi Feng with a complicated gaze. This guy had a lot of secrets. Yi Feng felt his blood run cold from her gaze. Fortunately, the concert began at this time. The three of them were attracted to the stage. It had to be said that Xia Qiu was really radiant on stage. It was different from the kind of person who was easy to get close to in private. She was simply domineering on stage, and her every move could hold the audience. She already had the aura of a diva in the music industry. The entire concert venue was at its climax, and the atmosphere was very lively. After more than 2 hours, the concert was coming to an end. Xia Qiu suddenly walked to the center of the stage and looked down at the tens of thousands of audience. Next up, I would like to sing Because of You to someone. If it weren't for him, I might not be standing here today. Then, she looked at Yi Feng's room. Yi Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass and looked at her. He couldn't help but be moved. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would miss someone so much. You always appear in my heart. Xia Qiu's sweet voice resounded through the entire stadium. When Yi Feng heard the lyrics, he could not help but scratch his head. Wasn't this song supposed to be for lovers? Wasn't it a little abrupt to give it to him? Shen Beitian, who was standing at the side, kept looking at him and Xia Qiu. With her sharp sixth sense as a woman, she seemed to have noticed something. As for the concert venue, the Xia Qiu fans were even more shocked. Their goddess. She actually publicly dedicated a love song to a mysterious person. They just didn't know if this person was a man or a woman. It would be fine if it was a woman. If it was a man, one could only imagine how big of a wave it would set off in the entertainment industry. The concert finally ended. The audience began to leave the venue. Yi Feng and the other two were also preparing to leave. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Xia Qiu walked in wearing the same grand outfit she wore on stage. Are you leaving? There seemed to be a little reluctance in her tone. Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Feng was confused. What do you think of my singing? Xia Qiu clutched her skirt nervously, completely losing the domineering aura she had on stage. It was very good, especially the last song. Was it for me? Yi Feng had touched a sore spot. It's not. Xia Qiu was a little incoherent. She had thought of singing that song on the spot, and she had only noticed that something was wrong halfway through the song. It was a love song. It seemed a little inappropriate to sing it for a boy she had just met a few times. Yi Feng wanted to laugh when he saw her rambling. Without saying anything more, he brought Fatty Chu and Shen Beitian outside. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, I like it very much. Xia Qiu was still in a daze even after the three of them had disappeared. He said he liked it. What does that mean? Did he like that song? Or, when she thought of this, her eyes flickered unconsciously. Give me your WeChat. When Yi Feng and the other two arrived at the parking lot, Shen Beitian, who had been silent all the way, suddenly mustered up the courage to speak. Yi Feng was stunned. Shen Beitian's face turned slightly red. She snatched his phone and added the two of them as friends. Then, she threw the phone to him, turned around, got into her beetle, and drove away. Only Yi Feng was left standing there in a daze. At this time, Fatty Chu suddenly spoke. Brother Feng, aren't you being too infuriating? Not only do you drive a luxury car that's worth tens of millions, even big bosses bow down to you when they see you, but you also have so many beautiful women throwing themselves at you. Brother Feng, do you still need lackeys? I'll be the first to register. Yi Feng kicked him angrily. Why do you like to be a dog instead of a good person? Fatty Chu didn't feel ashamed, but rather proud. As long as the money is right, I'll do any position. Chapter 39. Are you stupid and rich? The next day was a Saturday, so he didn't need to go to school. Yi Feng woke up early in the morning. He brought the dog-head gold that was the size of a human head and drove toward the antique market. The antique street in Zhonghai City was a well-known sacred land of antiques. It was already very lively early in the morning. These people had come with the mentality of picking up scraps, all hoping to get rich overnight. As the car could not enter, Yi Feng parked his car at the corner of the street and decided to walk in. Just as he parked the car, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. A new land of opportunity has been detected. The system has activated route planning for you. Host, please go straight along the current street and turn right after 500 meters into the antique trading market. The estimated time will be 5 minutes. Yi Feng was amused. Before he could finish dealing with the dog-head gold, he had a new treasure navigation from the system. This system was too interesting. He quickly took the dog-head gold from the trunk and followed the system into the antique street. When he arrived at the trading market, he saw that the trading square in front of him was surrounded by many people. In the middle of the crowd, there were a few experts who looked very impressive. They were commenting on some antiques on the table. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at an old man who was also watching the show. Old mister, what are they doing? The old man was wearing a white coat, and he was twirling 2 walnuts in his left hand. He looked extraordinary. This is an appraisal event organized by the antique street. They have invited the best appraisal experts in Zhonghai to do the appraisal for free. The old man pointed to the expert sitting in the middle. Do you see that person? He's the best appraisal master in Zhonghai City, Manhwa. He's been in the business for decades, but he's never been wrong before. Feng could not help but take another look at that great master Mei. He did indeed have the air of a sage. At this moment, a woman's voice was suddenly heard from the crowd. Impossible. This jade cup is passed down from my ancestors. How can it only be worth 100,000? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. They saw a woman in a black suit glaring at the experts. Clearly, she was not satisfied with their assessment. With Feng's current judgment, this woman's looks were at least around 90 points. And this was because she didn't have any makeup on, and she looked a little haggard. Otherwise, the score would go up. The onlookers were also shocked by the woman's beauty. After that, he turned his gaze to the jade cup in her hand. It was a jade cup that was completely dark green in color and looked very eye-catching. Mei Donghai took the jade cup and looked at it carefully. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. This lady, your jade cup is indeed not a high-quality item. The market price is only a few 100,000 yuan. In Zhonghai, Master Mei's words were the law. If even he said that this jade cup was very ordinary, then it must be an ordinary jade cup. The woman's expression was incomparably dejected, and she was about to take the jade cup and leave. At this time, Feng suddenly called out to her, Lady, how much do you want to sell this jade cup for? The woman stopped in her tracks and looked at Feng in confusion. 30 million. When she said this number, her originally cold face blushed. An ordinary jade cup that was worth 100,000 yuan, she actually wanted to sell it for 30 million yuan. She was simply dreaming. However, Feng did not laugh at her. I bid 50 million. The woman's mouth was wide open in shock. The surrounding crowd was also stunned by Feng's words. Is this kid crazy? Even Great Master Mei said that this jade cup is only worth 100,000, and he's actually offering 50 million. He doesn't even believe Great Master Mei's words. He's a rich fool. This kind of person deserves to be scammed. Could this guy be a shill? The woman looked at him in surprise. You're sure you want it for 50 million? Feng nodded his head firmly. If you don't believe me, I can hand over the money and you can pass me the goods now. Without waiting for the woman to agree, Mei Donghai, who was standing beside her, stood up angrily. Young man, are you questioning my appraisal standard? The other appraisal experts didn't look too good. The old man beside Feng also tried to persuade him. Young man, don't be impulsive. Great Master Mei is a great master in the world of appraisal. How could he be lying? Feng shrugged his shoulders. The words of the master may not be trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Mei Donghai was so angry that he laughed. Then, I would like to hear this young friend's wise opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to apologize to this lady. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Feng. From the looks of it, if he didn't give an explanation today, it would be very difficult for him to leave the venue. Feng was helpless. He could only take the jade cup from the woman's hands. This jade cup is not an ordinary jade cup. It is from the 9 dragon cups. The faces of Mei Donghai and the experts changed drastically at the same time. Clearly, they were all stunned by his words. The 9 dragon cups? Chapter 40. Why are you here? The old man with an extraordinary bearing quickly asked, What are the 9 dragon cups? This 9 dragon cups were made from the leftover materials from when the heirloom seal was made. It was divided into 9 cups in a set. Unfortunately, it was lost at the end of the Qin dynasty during the war. All this information was provided by the system. Feng was just reading it from the screen. Mei Donghai took advantage of his words and retorted, These are just legends. There are no clear records at all. Feng smiled lightly. Who said there are no clear records? There are detailed records of the 9 dragon cups in the Jade Code's 3rd volume's 18th page, Ancient Treasured Weapons 2nd volume's 3rd page, and Ancient Exploration Comprehensive Mirrors 5th volume's 72nd page. Mei Donghai and the others looked at each other. They could not tell if Feng was telling the truth. Go and find these ancient books. Mei Donghai hurriedly gave the order. Very quickly, someone found the ancient books. Mei Donghai and several experts hurriedly checked it. With every book they flipped through, the shock on their faces grew. When they finished reading all 3 books, when they looked at Feng again, it was like they had seen a ghost. There were indeed records of the 9 dragon cups in these 3 books. And even the page number was exactly the same as Feng's. Was he still human? They didn't have time to be surprised. They took the jade cup and looked at it carefully for a long time with a magnifying glass. It really is the Nine-Dragon Cup. Mei Donghai cried out in surprise and fell on his chair. On one hand, he was shocked by the appearance of a peerless treasure like the Nine-Dragon Cup. On the other hand, he was shocked by Yi Feng. Not only did this young man have amazing eyesight, but he also had rich experience. He was simply a top genius. Great Master Mei's words were like a bombshell thrown into the crowd. Oh my God! Great Master Mei was wrong. How is this possible? This kid. No, this young sir is even more powerful than Great Master Mei. Master, look at my treasure. Mine might also be a Nine-Dragon Cup. Look at mine. Mine is the Nine-Dragon Cup. The old man with an extraordinary aura looked at Yi Feng. I am Shen Guanlin. How should I address you? Yi Feng also reported his name graciously. My name is Yi Feng. Shen Guanlin remembered the name in his heart and turned to look at the owner of the Nine-Dragon Cup. This lady, I'm willing to be a monk and pay 80 million for this Nine-Dragon Cup. I wonder if you're willing to part with it? The woman was stunned for a long time. 80 million. This had far exceeded her expectations. She only thought of selling her family heirloom because of the company's cash flow problems. In her heart, she had only expected 30 million. Since the other party was willing to pay 80 million, she was naturally more than willing to sell it. Shen Guanlin asked for her permission and took out his checkbook without a second word. He was about to write down the numbers. The woman suddenly interrupted. Write two. One for 70 million and the other for 10 million. Shen Guanlin had no objections and wrote 2 checks on the spot. At the same time, Yi Feng heard a system notification. Congratulations, host. For completing the Destiny Navigation, you will be rewarded with a school building worth 800 million yuan. Yi Feng was overjoyed. The system was really generous. At this moment, the woman put away the 70 million check and turned her head to look at him. Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Chen Xian. If it wasn't for you today, I might not have been able to sell it for so much money. Please accept this 10 million check as a token of my gratitude. Yi Feng did not stand on ceremony with her and immediately accepted the check. This sum of money was indeed what he deserved. If he hadn't pointed it out, this jade cup wouldn't have been able to sell for 300,000 yuan, let alone 30 million yuan. However, compared to the system's reward, this 10 million was simply a drop in the bucket. Chen Xian was relieved to see him accept the check. Then, she asked for Yi Feng's contact information and said that she would treat him to a meal if there was a chance before she left in a hurry. Shen Guanlin played with the Nine-Dragon Cup for a while and chatted with Yi Feng for a while before leaving in satisfaction. Only at this time did that great master Mei Donghai take the initiative to walk forward. He looked at Yi Feng with an ashamed expression. AI, it's all thanks to little friend Ye's help today. Otherwise, this old man would have really been done for this time. Yi Feng waved his hand. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Great Master Mei, you don't have to take it to heart. Mei Donghai nodded gratefully. Little friend Yi, if you need any help in the future, feel free to come to me. I'll definitely do my best to help you. Yi Feng suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit today. I have something to ask Master Mei. I have a piece of doghead gold that I want to sell. I wonder where I can sell it. Mei Donghai's eyes lit up. Can you let this old man take a look first? Yi Feng immediately placed the doghead gold on the table. Mei Donghai took a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully for a moment. Then, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After hanging up the phone, he started to explain to Yi Feng. A buyer came to me a few days ago. A girl wanted me to help her find a piece of doghead gold for her grandfather as a birthday gift. I didn't expect to find it so easily, huh? Yi Feng was also very happy. This saved him the trouble of going around to peddle his goods. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a petite figure rushed over in a hurry. Great Master Mei, where's the doghead gold that I wanted? Yi Feng felt that the voice was familiar. He turned around and was stunned. Why are you here? The girl turned around and was also stunned. Why are you here? Chapter 41. 41 The scariest thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. 41 The scariest thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. This was why there was a saying, no coincidence, no story. The buyer of the doghead gold turned out to be Shin Beitian. This doghead gold is yours. Shin Beitian came back to her senses and was in disbelief. Yeah, we're really fated to meet here. Yi Feng could not help but tease. Who has fate with you? Shin Beitian felt a little embarrassed. I'm saying this first. Even if we know each other, I won't take your doghead gold if it doesn't look good. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at the doghead gold. With one look, she was instantly stunned. This piece of doghead gold was definitely of the highest quality, both in terms of weight and appearance. Where did you get this doghead gold? Shin Beitian asked curiously. This doghead gold was dug out from under the butt of a silly goose. Yifeng could not help but tease. This piece of doghead gold was dug out from under the rock that Shin Beitian had sat on. She probably never dreamed that she was once only one step away from this piece of gold. Under the goose's butt. That's definitely a lucky dumb goose. Shin Beitian thought that she was very humorous. It's indeed a lucky dumb goose. Yifeng nodded his head in agreement. All right, I'll take this doghead gold. Name your price. Shin Beitian made a prompt decision. We're so familiar with each other. I'll give you a friendly price. 15 million yuan. Yifeng gave a random price and waited for the other party to bargain. In fact, he only had 10 million in mind. All right, deal. Shin Beitian agreed without even thinking. Then, she took out her checkbook and scribbled down the numbers. This made Yifeng a little embarrassed, as if he had taken advantage of her. I'll help you move it to the car. After earning an extra 5 million from the other party, Yifeng felt a little apologetic, so he took the initiative to help. This piece of doghead gold weighed more than 10 pounds. It was indeed a little difficult for a girl to lift it. Thank you. Shin Beitian was still a little embarrassed. Yifeng could not help but shake his head. This woman had been sold, but she was still helping others count their money. The two of them arrived at the parking lot one after the other and found Shin Beitian's car. Yifeng immediately went to open the trunk. Shin Beitian suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Wait a minute." She quickly opened the trunk before Yifeng. Then, she hurriedly took out a bag of things and hid it behind her. Yifeng placed the doghead gold in the trunk, then looked over curiously. What is it? You're acting so mysterious. It's nothing. Shin Beitian quickly shook her head. Forget it if you don't let me see. Yifeng pretended to turn around, but when she let her guard down, he suddenly reached out his hand, trying to snatch it from her back. Shin Beitian cried out in surprise and also tried her best to snatch it. As the two of them tore at each other, the wrapping paper was immediately torn. Patches of white sanitary pads fell to the ground. The air instantly froze. Yifeng was still in the hugging position. He was petrified. Shin Beitian's eyes also widened, not knowing how to react. The two of them remained in this slightly ambiguous position, not moving at all. This scene happened to be seen by a Zhonghai University student who was passing by. In his shock, the student hurriedly took out his phone and took a picture, then posted it on the school forum. He even gave a sensational title, Zhonghai's campus belle dating her mysterious boyfriend in the parking lot. He's the guy. As soon as this post was posted, it set off a huge wave in Zhonghai University. My God, my goddess is taken? Which bastard stole my goddess? I'm going to fight him to the death. That man looks like Yifeng. Who is Yifeng? Is he as handsome as I am? I think he's the new school honk. Is he richer than me? They're driving a 30 million Ferrari Enzo. I wish them to have a child soon. Goodbye. For a time, all kinds of rumors about the two of them were rampant. In just a few minutes, several versions of the story appeared. Some were infatuated with rich people who were chasing after the cold campus belle. There were gold diggers who were madly sticking to overbearing CEOs. In short, the two of them quickly became the hot topic of discussion in school. Yifeng did not know about this. After he regained his senses, he immediately left Shin Beitian behind and fled. Shin Beitian looked at his sorry figure and was suddenly amused. It was rare to see this guy in such a sorry state. How interesting. On the way back, Shin Beitian received a call from her best friend. She found out from her best friend that Yifeng and her were on the hot search of the school forum at the same time. Beitian, are you really together with that Yifeng? Her best friend was also very curious about this matter. I'm not. Shin Beitian replied perfunctorily as she drove. Then do you want to go to the forum and explain it? Her best friend asked with concern. Why should I explain? Shin Beitian didn't care about this at all. This way, everyone won't misunderstand you. It's good that it's a misunderstanding. It'll save me the trouble of being pestered by those fly-like men. But, all right, I'm still driving. I'll talk to you later. Shin Beitian hung up the call with her best friend, and Yifeng's figure appeared in her mind again. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a beautiful arc. Speaking of which, her grandfather's birthday banquet was coming up soon, and she was still lacking a male companion. This guy was a good candidate. She just didn't know if he would agree. He dared to disagree. She had embarrassed herself so badly just now. If he dared to disagree. Chapter 42. 42. Who is this young man? 42. Who is this young man? After leaving the antique street, Feng went to the bank first. He transferred the money on the 2 checks to his own bank card. Then, he received a call from the sales office manager of the school district house, asking him to do the property transfer. Feng saw that it was still early. He drove over. The community where the school district house was located was called Legion Garden. There were several key primary and secondary schools nearby, not far from Zhonghai University. Other hospitals, subway stations, and other facilities were also fully equipped. It was a prime location where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. When Feng arrived at the sales office of Legion Garden, it was already full of people. A large group of men and women were fighting to buy it. It didn't look like they were rushing to buy real estate, but more like they were rushing to buy cabbage. Feng shook his head and smiled. He was about to look for the manager of the sales office. At this moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the CEO of Zhongtian Real Estate, Lin Junjun. She was no longer as capable and experienced as she usually was, and she even looked a little embarrassed. She was squeezing through the crowd. "Ms. Lin, what are you doing?" Feng pulled her out from the crowd. Lin Junjun was about to flare up, but when she saw that it was Feng, she quickly suppressed her anger. "Mr. Yi, are you also here to buy a house?" When Feng saw her sweating, he found it funny. "You are someone with status. Do you have to be like this when you buy a house?" Lin Junjun was a little anxious as she looked at the crowd that was becoming more and more spectacular. "Mr. Yi, you don't know this, but this community is one of the best school district houses in Zhonghai City. You can't buy it even if you have money. If you want to buy it, you have to hurry up." Feng looked at the crazy crowd and shook his head. Is it really that exaggerated? Then, he dialed the number of the sales manager. "I'm here. I'm in the sales lobby." Lin Junjun wasn't in the mood to waste any more time with him. "Mr. Yi, I'll talk to you later. I still have to continue queuing up to purchase the items." After she finished speaking, she was about to rush into the crowd again. At this time, they suddenly saw the manager of the sales office with a large group of staff, walking over in a hurry. "You must be Mr. Yi? I'm Wang Ming, the head of Legion Garden Sales Department. It's a pleasure to meet you." As soon as the man came up, he grabbed Feng's hand enthusiastically and shook it. From the looks of it, he even had the intention of currying favor. Lin Junjun was immediately dumbfounded. Just now, when she came to the sales office, she introduced herself as the general manager of Zhongtian Real Estate and hoped that the other party would take care of her. However, Manager Wang only said indifferently, "There are too many people buying houses. I can't help even if I want to." But now, he was so passionate toward Feng. It was like he was two different people. And the staff of Legion Garden also revealed a shocked expression. One after another, they sized up Feng. They didn't know where this young man came from. To actually make Manager Wang come out to welcome him personally? Feng nodded indifferently. "Manager Wang, I don't have much time. Let's hurry up and hand it over." Manager Wang nodded his head immediately. "The contract is ready. We can hand it over at any time." Then he took a thick stack of contracts from his subordinate. This scene immediately silenced the entire sales office. Looking at the contracts in Manager Wang's hands, there were at least a dozen copies. Could it be that this young man had bought more than a dozen houses in the school district at once? Manager Wang quickly gave an answer. "Mr. Yi, these are all the purchase contracts of our estate's king of apartments Block 8. Please take a look." As soon as he said this, the sales office was in an uproar again. He actually bought the entire building? And it's Block 8. That's the king of the apartments in Legion Garden. It was golden real estate that couldn't be bought with money. Lin Junjun was also completely stunned. Although she knew that Feng was very strong, she did not expect him to be this strong. In order to buy a house in the school district, she was almost breaking her head. And yet, he had easily obtained the title of Legion Garden's king of apartments. It was infuriating to compare people. The handover process was very smooth, and everything was completed in less than half an hour. Now, the king of apartments Block 8 of Legion Garden was officially under Feng's name. Holding the thick stack of contracts and property rights certificates, Feng's heart was calm. A mere school district building was only worth 800 million yuan. What's the big deal? In the sales office, Everyone was staring at the contract in his hand. Their gazes were like that of a hungry wolf that had not eaten meat for a long time. Lin Junjun gritted her teeth and mustered her courage to walk forward. Mr. Yi, I have a presumptuous request. Can you sell me a set? I guarantee that I'll offer a price higher than the market price. She seemed to think that this request was a little too much, so she hurriedly added, It's okay if you don't agree. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Sure, you can choose whichever one you want. As he spoke, he handed the stack of contracts over. Lin Junjun's little mouth was agape in disbelief. She had only asked casually, but she did not expect the other party to actually agree. Yi Feng saw that she didn't take it for a long time and couldn't help but tease. What? You don't want it again? Lin Junjun fumbled over the stack of contracts and started searching for the floor she liked. Everyone in the sales office looked at her with envy. She was beautiful, so the treatment was really different. Chapter 43. 43 This joke is so white, bah, so big. 43 This joke is so white, bah, so big. Lin Junjun rummaged through the houses for a long time before she finally found an apartment on the 16th floor. The building had a total of 17 floors, and the 16th floor was the best floor. Of course, the price was also the most expensive. According to the market price, it would be at least 50 million. To express her gratitude, Lin Junjun added another 5 million. Even so, she had actually gained a huge advantage. An apartment in a school district in an excellent location like Lijiang Garden was absolutely priceless. As long as she was willing, even if she sold it for 60 million, there would be people fighting to buy it. She probably knew that she had gained a huge advantage, so after the transfer of ownership, she took the initiative to invite Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, if you don't have any plans tonight, how about I treat you to a meal? Yi Feng thought about it and nodded in agreement. He didn't have any other invitations for dinner anyway, so it wasn't a bad idea to have a pretty girl to have dinner with him. Watching the two of them walk out together, the people in the office could be said to have mixed feelings. Most women were envious of Lin Junjun. Not only did she manage to buy an apartment that she fancied, but she also managed to hook up with such a young and rich, super rich nouveau riche. Most of the men were envious of Yi Feng. Not only was he handsome, but he was also rich. Even such a beautiful woman threw herself into his arms. It was really the envy of others. Lin Junjun was obviously more familiar with Zhonghai than Yi Feng. Under her lead, the two of them soon arrived at a private restaurant called Yuji. From afar, he could see a Chinese house built against the mountain. The chirping of birds reverberated in the mountain, and it was quite quiet. The two of them had just entered the private room that Lin Junjun had reserved when Yi Feng suddenly heard a system notification. A 100-year-old wild ginseng has been detected. It's worth 50 million. The treasure hunting system is guiding you. Please turn left along the current road. Yi Feng looked at Lin Junjun calmly. You order first. I'm going to the washroom. Lin Junjun didn't suspect anything and started to order the dishes. Yi Feng left the private room and followed the system's instructions. He soon left the private restaurant and entered the back mountain. The sky was already getting dark, and his vision in the forest was getting blurry. However, he still held on to his trust in the system and went deeper. About 10 minutes later, he finally found the 100-year-old wild ginseng under an ancient pine tree. At this time, the system had already sent him all the information about the wild ginseng, including the method to dig it out. Yi Feng followed the method given by the system and dug carefully. It took him another 10 minutes to dig out the palm-sized wild ginseng. The roots were well preserved without any damage. At the same time, the system's warning tone sounded again. Congratulations, host. For completing the treasure hunting mission, the system rewards you with 60% of Lingyun real estate shares and a market value of 2 billion yuan. This really was a case of good things coming in pairs. After Yi Feng's joy, he kept the wild ginseng carefully and returned the way he came. When he returned to the private room, Lin Junjun had already been waiting for him for a long time. I thought you stood me up. There was a hint of resentment in her tone. I'm sorry I got lost. Yi Feng made up a lie that was neither too big nor too small to cover up this matter. Lin Junjun didn't continue asking and helped him pick up a few side dishes. Since they were both driving, they didn't order any alcohol. Mr. Lin, I've really taken advantage of you today. I really don't know how to thank you. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Junjun's large, watery eyes flickered, and she looked very mesmerizing. You want to buy a house near the school district so much. Are you planning to prepare it for your children to go to school? Yi Feng asked casually while eating. What are you saying, Mr. Yi? I don't even have a boyfriend. Where would I get a child? Lin Junjun's voice was tinged with a hint of playfulness. I'm sorry. I thought that an outstanding girl like Miss Lin would have many suitors. Why don't you have a boyfriend? Yi Feng was a little embarrassed about the misunderstanding. Maybe the more outstanding a person is, the harder it is to find a suitable one. Mr. Yi doesn't have a girlfriend either, right? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Feng immediately choked and started to cough violently. Lin Junjun realized that she had gone too far and hurriedly came over to help him pat his back. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. As she was bent over, her collar was immediately wide open. Yi Feng caught a glimpse of her fair skin from the corner of his eyes. He felt his breath stop. Your joke is indeed a little big. Lin Junjun could tell that there was something wrong with his tone, so she followed his line of sight and lowered her head. Her face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. She immediately slapped Yi Feng's back. You big bad guy. Then, she returned to her seat angrily. It had to be said that this woman was definitely of the best quality, be it in terms of appearance or figure. This also made her angry look not intimidating at all, but more charming. Yi Feng was a little restless, and he was about to continue teasing her. Coincidentally, his phone suddenly rang. His mood immediately dropped, and he picked up the phone in a daze. Who is it? The person on the other end seemed to have heard that he was not in a good mood. There was a pause, and then a woman's voice came. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Zhang Yaoding, the legal director of Lingyun Real Estate. Do you have time to come to the company for the share transfer? Chapter 44. 44 No Story Without Coincidence. 44 No Story Without Coincidence. On Sunday morning, Yi Feng slept until the sun was high in the sky. He ate his breakfast slowly, changed into a brand new suit, and drove to Lingyun Real Estate. The headquarters of Lingyun Real Estate was very grand and had a sense of ambition. Yi Feng found a parking space and parked his Ferrari Enzo. He entered the building while enjoying the scenery along the road. Speaking of which, he was quite unlucky. A flustered figure crashed into his arms without warning. "Ayo!" The other party let out a delicate cry and was about to fall back. Yi Feng did not think much of it. He quickly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. Are you all right? Even though it was the other party who had bumped into him, he still asked out of courtesy. Unexpectedly, the woman did not appreciate it at all. Instead, she angrily rebuked. Don't you have eyes when you walk? Yi Feng was a little stunned. Lady, it seems that you were the one who hit me first. This woman was pretty, but he didn't expect her to be so unreasonable. The woman glared at him in disdain. I hit you? You were the one who bumped into me, all right? I've seen a lot of men like you, hiding in the dark and pretending to bump into girls, but in fact, you're just taking advantage of them. After she shouted, the staff in the hall all looked at Yi Feng. Their gazes were filled with disdain. Yi Feng was here for the share transfer today. He had no time to waste on this woman. He immediately turned around to leave. He didn't expect the woman to be so persistent. She grabbed his clothes and said, You haven't apologized yet and you're already thinking of leaving? Are you sick? Yi Feng was also a little angry. He shook off her hand. In fact, his strength was very light, and he only wanted to get rid of the other party's entanglement. He didn't expect that the woman would fall to the ground. Then, she started to cry. At this moment, the people in the main hall all surrounded Yi Feng. How could you do this to a girl? That's right. Are you even a man? Madam, don't be afraid. We'll help you. Call the police and bring this violent man to justice. Everyone was excited, especially the few men who were at the front. They all took the initiative to be her protectors. The woman who was crying on the ground couldn't help but feel happy. She had come to Lingyun Real Estate for an interview today, but the chances of her passing were slim. If she could use this opportunity to alert the company's leaders, perhaps the other party would take pity on her and recruit her into the company. Thinking of this, she cried even harder. Just as Yi Feng was at his wit's end, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Is this Mr. Yi? Yi Feng heard the voice and turned around. He saw a woman in a black office lady suit with a cold aura. It was the woman who had sold the 9 dragon cups at the antique market yesterday. I think she's called Chen Xian. Miss Chun, what a coincidence. Do you work here? Yi Feng took the initiative to greet her. At the same time, he also noticed that the staff in the hall, who were originally filled with indignation, were a little quiet. Especially the men who were clamoring to bring him to justice. They were even more afraid. It really is Mr. Yi. Chen Xian quickly walked forward and greeted him warmly. Yes, I work here. I'm the president and general manager of Lingyun Real Estate. The woman who was lying on the ground and crying suddenly had a look of disbelief on her face. The guy that she had scammed just now actually knew the boss of Lingyun Real Estate? Wouldn't that mean that she had kicked an iron plate? Chen Xian had long noticed this woman, and she immediately looked at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders helplessly and explained what happened earlier. When Chen Xian looked at the woman, she regained her cold expression. You're saying that Mr. Yi deliberately bumped into you and took advantage of you? The woman hurriedly got up from the ground and smiled awkwardly. Maybe it's possible I misunderstood. Chen Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. Don't make it possible. If it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. Just check the surveillance video, and we'll find out who's up to no good. The woman immediately panicked and waved her hands. There's really no need. I misunderstood Mr. Yi. I apologized to him. Chen Xian pressed on. I'm afraid it's not a misunderstanding, right? You're slandering him on purpose, right? The woman immediately lowered her head guiltily, not daring to make a sound. Chen Xian turned to look at the staff in the hall and asked, Did you all hear that? In the future, don't randomly pick sides if you don't know the inside story. The group of staff members lowered their heads in shame. Chen Xian could not be bothered with them anymore. She turned to look at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I have to meet a very important guest later. Please wait for me. I'll treat you to lunch. Yi Feng was about to reply. At this moment, a woman in a red suit walked over quickly. President Chen, the documents for the handover are ready. Chen Xian nodded her head solemnly. Yaoting, when will that Mr. Yi arrive? The woman in red was the company's legal director, Zhang Yaoting, who was her right-hand woman. It should be soon, right? I'll call and ask again. Zhang Yaoting hurriedly took out her phone and dialed a number. Immediately after, Yi Feng's phone rang. Chen Xian's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Could he be the Mr. Yi who had bought over her company? How was this possible? Chapter 45, 45 Iceberg Beauty President's Imagination. 45 Iceberg Beauty President's Imagination. Yi Feng saw Chen Xian's confusion and answered the call. Before Zhang Yaoting could react, she immediately asked, Mr. Yi, where are you now? Yi Feng held back his laughter. It's far away, but right in front of your eyes. Zhang Yaoting turned around in shock, looking at Yi Feng in a daze. The young man in front of them was the Mr. Yi who had acquired 60% of their company's shares. She didn't expect him to be so young. He looked even younger than her. Chen Xian was even more surprised than she was. You bought my company? Yi Feng smiled. Why can't it be me? Chen Xian quickly waved her hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm just too surprised. There are only a few people in Zhonghai City who have the ability to buy Lingyun Real Estate. I didn't expect you to have such strength. As she said that, her eyes actually began to turn red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Yi Feng was shocked. Why are you crying? If you're not willing, I won't buy it anymore, okay? Chen Xian quickly shook her head. No, I'm just being too happy. Without you, my company might have gone bankrupt. Thank you so much. Only then did Yi Feng relax. She was crying from happiness. Was there a need to? Hearing their conversation, the staff of Lingyun Real Estate panicked. They didn't expect that the guy they just misunderstood as a perverted man was actually their new boss. Would they be bullied in the future? Especially those few men who said that they would bring Yi Feng to justice. They all felt like the end of the world had come. They felt that their days in the company were coming to an end. And the woman who deliberately scammed, Yi Feng, was even more regretful. If she had known that this guy was the new boss of Lingyun Real Estate, she wouldn't have had the guts to scam him. Thinking of this, she quickly threw a few flirtatious glances at Yi Feng, hoping to save her image. This scene made Chen Xian furious. Please leave this place immediately. Lingyun Real Estate will never hire an employee like you. The woman panicked and quickly grabbed Yi Feng's hand and begged, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I really want to get this job. Yi Feng wanted to shake her off. However, this woman was like a dogskin plaster that he couldn't get rid of. Yi Feng was too lazy to argue with her, so he asked the security guards to take her out. Hearing the woman's heart-wrenching cries, the employees of Lingyun Real Estate didn't even dare to breathe. The few people who spoke up for the woman just now broke out in cold sweat, afraid that they would be implicated. However, Yi Feng was too lazy to argue with a bunch of small employees. After that, he was invited to the president's office by Chen Xian to complete the handover procedures. Yi Feng was very familiar with this procedure, and he completed it in less than half an hour. After Qin Xian signed the document and stamped it with the official seal, she let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that the burden on her body had been lifted. In a good mood, she went to pour a cup of tea for Yi Feng. Zhang Yaoding, who was organizing documents on the side, was shocked. President Chun had the nickname of Ice Devil in the company. When had she ever been so attentive to others? Especially when the other party was a man? This was simply unprecedented. Could there be something between them that no one knew about? This was highly possible. Otherwise, why would this Mr. Yi want to acquire her company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy? It had to be said that Director Zhang's imagination was very rich. Very quickly, she associated the cup of tea with the affair between the two of them. At the thought of this, she hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Only Yi Feng and Qin Xian were left in the huge president's office. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Mr. Yi, what do you think of the real estate market? Qin Xian tried to start a conversation. Real estate? To be honest, I really don't know much about it. Yi Feng told the truth. The system was the one who had helped him acquire these items. He really didn't know much about the market. You don't understand? Qin Xian was completely dumbfounded. The other party had acquired 60% of her company's shares, but he had no knowledge of the real estate market? Could it be that he was a fool with too much money? Of course not. How could a man who could recognize the 9 dragon cups be a fool? Then there was only one possibility. He wasn't here to acquire the company. He was here to help her overcome her difficulties. It all made sense. But why did he do that? Could it be that he likes me? Thinking of this, Chun Xian's face suddenly turned red. Yi Feng was admiring the decorations in Chun Xian's office when he suddenly saw her blushing. He could not help but feel a little strange. Are you okay? Qin Xian was still deep in her thoughts and ignored him. Yi Feng could only raise his voice. Are you okay? Qin Xian was shocked. The teacup in her hand trembled, and the tea immediately spilled on her leg. It hurts. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly lifted her skirt. He saw that her fair legs were already red. Don't. Qin Xian was even more shocked and hurriedly pushed him away. Don't move. Yi Feng shouted. His voice carried an undeniable tone. Qin Xian, who was usually very dignified in front of her employees, immediately did not dare to move. Do you have a medicine box? After Yi Feng looked at the burnt area, he raised his head. There. Qin Xian pointed to the top of the information cabinet. Yi Feng hurriedly took the first aid kit over, dipped a cotton swab in the burn medicine, and gently applied it on her white legs. Woo, be gentler. Chapter 46. 46. This is a big misunderstanding. 46. This is a big misunderstanding. Can you be gentler? It hurts. Qin Xian's cries of pain could be heard from the president's office. Zhang Yaoding, who was standing outside, blushed when she heard this. She wished she could disappear from this place immediately. However, she was also afraid that once she left, others would see President Chen's affair and it would affect her reputation. She could only continue to stand guard outside the door. Her heart was filled with desolation. She didn't expect that she, the director of the legal department, would be reduced to being a lookout for a pair of adulterous women. In the office, Yi Feng helped Qin Xian apply the medicine and wrap the wound with gauze. You'd better go to the hospital later to treat it, in case the wound gets infected. Qin Xian nodded her head obediently. She did not know why she would listen to him. The two of them had only met twice. Only now did Yi Feng realize that their position was a little unsightly. Qin Xian's jade-like legs were placed on his legs, looking very flirtatious. You can take your leg off now. Yi Feng saw that she didn't want to move her legs away, so he reminded her. Qin Xian's pretty face turned red again, and she hurriedly retracted her leg and put down her skirt. Her heart was beating wildly. A feeling she had never felt before welled up in her heart. Yi Feng did not think too much about it. Now that the handover procedures had been completed, he had no excuse to stay. He immediately got up and left. Qin Xian hurriedly limped as she got up to send him off. Zhang Yaoding, who was outside the door, saw Qin Xian limping and her skirt wrinkled, which confirmed her guess. The two of them were definitely up to no good when they were inside. Yaoding, I'm not feeling well. Can you help me see Mr. Yi off? Qin Xian really couldn't move, so she had to instruct Zhang Yaoding. Yes, ma'am. Zhang Yaoding immediately agreed and gave her a look that said, I've seen through everything. Qin Xian didn't know what this woman was thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let her off. Zhang Yaoding sent Yi Feng all the way downstairs and left him with a sentence that made Yi Feng confused. If you dare to do anything to let Xian down in the future, I won't let you off. Then, she turned around and walked back. Yi Feng looked at her back view, and he scratched his head. Crazy. At the same time, in a luxurious villa. Trash. A man's angry roar was accompanied by a slap. A woman was slapped to the ground. I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I'm useless. The woman hurriedly got up from the ground and apologized profusely. If Yi Feng was here, he would recognize this woman as the woman who had tried to scam him at Lingyun Real Estate. I told you to infiltrate Lingyun Real Estate and monitor Chen Xian's every move, and you're telling me that you didn't pass the interview? Then what use do I have for you? The man was in his 20s and was quite handsome. However, a trace of maliciousness flashed across his eyes from time to time, making one shudder. The woman hurriedly explained, I was supposed to get in 100%, but a man ruined my plans. The man slowly narrowed his eyes. What man? The woman tried to recall. I think he's called you something. I heard that he's going to acquire Lingyun Real Estate. The man glared at her fiercely. You'd better not lie to me. The woman hurriedly promised. If I tell a single lie, I'll die a horrible death. The man let her go and slowly picked up the glass of red wine on the table. A man surnamed Yi? You actually dare to ruin my, Jiang Xiaojia's, good business. He had always been drooling over Chen Xian. It was a pity that the other party never looked him in the eye. He was the one who had been causing Lingyun Real Estate's problems recently. His goal was to force Chen Xian to bow down to him. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, he didn't expect to be interrupted. How could he swallow this? I don't care who you are. Since you have chosen to be my enemy, you can go to H*LL. Jiang Xiaojia's handsome face turned sinister. In the next 2 days, Yi Feng had a rare leisure time of sleeping until he woke up naturally, and counting money until his hands cramped. He had already seen this scandal about him and Shun Beitian on the school forum. In order to avoid the limelight, he did not go to school these 2 days. He had thought that this kind of carefree life could last forever. Who would have thought that a phone call from Shun Beitian would break his peaceful life? What? Attend your grandfather's birthday banquet? Are you kidding me? When Yi Feng heard Shun Beitian's request over the phone, he immediately exploded. I'm not joking with you. I'm sincerely inviting you to participate. Shun Beitian tried to persuade him. I don't even know your grandfather. Why would I go? Yi Feng still refused. It's fine if you don't know my grandfather, but you know me, right? Don't you want to see what the real upper-class society is like? Shun Beitian continued to tempt him. I don't. Yi Feng did not even think. He rejected again. Are you coming or not? Shun Beitian's tone was not very good. No, I won't go even if I'm beaten to death. Yi Feng was determined. But after someone posted it on our school forum, everyone thinks that our relationship is special. How am I going to explain it to my family if you don't come? Shun Beitian's voice started to soften. How about this? Just do me a favor and accompany me to my grandfather's birthday banquet. After that, I can agree to a request that doesn't go against my principles or bottom line. After hearing her words, Yi Feng's tone softened after a moment of consideration. I can go, but don't expect me to give any birthday gifts. I'm very poor. You're poor. Shun Beitian would not believe his nonsense. A man who could afford a Ferrari Enzo was invited to a concert by Xia Qiu and enjoyed a private room. Now, he was actually complaining to her that he was poor? Besides, he had just earned 15 million yuan from him 2 days ago. Forget it, as long as he could come. So be it if he was stingy. At the thought of this, she still replied, It's fine as long as you come. Chapter 47. 47 Hitting an ox from across the mountain, face to face. 47 Hitting an ox from across the mountain, face to face. Yi Feng drove the Ferrari Enzo and navigated to the address given by Shun Beitian. When he arrived at the destination and saw the huge Chinese building built against the mountain, he was stunned. Only then did he know that Shun Beitian's family was also so tyrannical. Just this courtyard alone was many times more luxurious than his Zhongtian Lakeview villa. There were already many luxury cars parked outside the courtyard. There was no lack of vehicles that were more expensive than his Enzo. Compared to these people, his foundation was still too shallow. Yi Feng did not feel ashamed of himself. He hummed a little tune as he searched for a parking space. He found a parking spot and was about to park in it. Boom! A black Koenigsegg CCX drove into the parking space before he could. As far as he knew, The market price of the Koenigsegg CCX was at least 20 million. It wasn't much worse than his Enzo. Then, a handsome man opened the door and got out of the car. He cast a contemptuous look at him. Yi Feng frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the other party's hostility. However, he didn't know this person at all, so how could he have any hatred? He couldn't figure it out at the moment, and he was too lazy to think about it. He directly changed his parking space and parked. Just as he walked to the entrance of the Shan residence and was about to enter, the man just now suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. Is Grandpa Shen's birthday banquet for any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Yi Feng raised his head and looked at him. Do I know you? The man sneered. You don't know me, but I know you. You're the Yi Feng who bought Lingyun real estate, right? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. You investigated me? The man didn't show any fear. So what if I did? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Xiaojia, and Chun Xian is the woman I like. You'd better stay away from her in the future, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Feng smiled disdainfully. I didn't have any interest in her at first, but after hearing what you said, I'm really interested in her. Jiang Xiaojia's eyes flashed with a few traces of maliciousness. Kid, I'm afraid you still don't know the strength of my Jiang family, right? Do you believe that I can make you disappear from this world in minutes? Yi Feng did not back down. Then I really want to see it. At this moment, many guests had already gathered in front of the door. Jiang Xiaojia was immediately embarrassed by the other party's public rebuttal. You little brat, you're asking for it. As he spoke, he was about to rush forward. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the courtyard, Jiang Xiaojia, today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. If you dare to cause trouble, you will be making an enemy of the Shen family. As soon as she finished speaking, they saw Shen Beitian walking out in a white dress. There were also many well-dressed socialites present. However, the moment Shen Beitian appeared, everyone's face lost their color. This was what it meant to overshadow the masses. When Jiang Xiaojia saw Shen Beitian, he immediately smiled and said, Xiao Tian, long time no see. Shen Beitian glared at him and said, Jiang Xiaojia, I don't think I invited you. Jiang Xiaojia hurriedly nodded in agreement. You didn't invite me, but today is Grandpa Shen's birthday. As a junior, how can I not come to congratulate him? Shen Beitian didn't want to cause any more trouble at the birthday banquet, so she immediately snorted. Then you better behave yourself. If you dare to cause trouble for me, I'll deal with you. Jiang Xiaojia hurriedly cried out for his innocence. I'm innocent. It was this kid who wanted to sneak into the birthday banquet to steal something, and I caught him red-handed. What do you think I should do? As he said that, he did not forget to glare at Yi Feng. Shen Beitian looked at him without a change in expression. What right do you have to say that he wanted to steal? Do you have any evidence? Jiang Xiaojia hurriedly looked at the crowd. Do any of you know him? The guests at the scene shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know him. Jiang Xiaojia looked at Shen Beitian proudly. See that? No one knows him, so he must be up to no good. Shen Beitian glared at him coldly. I was the one who invited Yi Feng. Are you saying that I'm his accomplice? Jiang Xiaojia was completely dumbfounded. You invited him? Shen Beitian strode to Yi Feng's side and held his arm affectionately. Yes, he's my boyfriend. Is there a problem with him attending my grandfather's birthday banquet? When the guests saw this scene, their jaws dropped in shock. Shen Beitian's grandfather was the richest man in Zhonghai. Whoever married Shen Beitian would be inheriting the Shun family's huge fortune. Where did this guy come from? Everyone started to guess Yi Feng's identity. Jiang Xiaojia was even more furious. This brat called Yi Feng. In what way was he stronger than him? Why did outstanding girls like Chen Xian and Shen Beitian have such an unclear relationship with him? Ever since he was young, this was the first time he had tasted jealousy. Moreover, it was jealousy to the point of madness. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from inside. Tian Tian, what's happening outside? When everyone heard this voice, they immediately perked up. This old man was not just anyone. It was the head of the Shen family, Shun Guanlin. Chapter 48. 48 Master Shun's Old Friend? 48 Master Shun's Old Friend? When Yi Feng saw the legendary master of the Shen family, he was completely stunned. Wasn't this the old man who bought the 9 dragon cups for 80 million yuan at the antique market a few days ago? And when Shun Guanlin saw Yi Feng, he was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to see him here. When Jiang Xiaojia saw Shen Guanlin, he immediately rolled his eyes. Even though Shen Beitian had publicly announced that Yi Feng was her boyfriend, Shun Guanlin might not agree to it. After all, how could such a big family like the Shun family find a wild kid to be their son-in-law? Wasn't this kid trying to climb higher? As long as he ruined his beautiful dream, let's see what he could use to fight with him. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Shun Guanlin. Grandpa Shun, Xiao Tian said that this is her boyfriend. Did you know? Shun Guanlin was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Shun Beitian and Yi Feng in disbelief. Tian, is that true? Zhang Xiaojia looked at Shun Guanlin's expression and knew that he had no prior knowledge of this. This was going to be a good show. At this time, Shun Beitian was also a little flustered. Just now, she pretended to admit that Yi Feng was her boyfriend in order to get back at him. She couldn't bring herself to say that in front of her grandfather. She was really afraid that her grandfather would break Yi Feng's legs in anger. However, Shun Guanlin's next move made her and everyone else's jaws drop. Shun Guanlin walked down the steps and grabbed Yi Feng's hand. Little friend Yi, are you really Tian's boyfriend? That's great. I, Shun Guanlin, can die without regrets with a grandson-in-law like you. Wah. Uft. Zhang Xiaojia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of situation was this? When Shun Guanlin heard this news, shouldn't he be furious and order his men to throw Yi Feng out? Why did it seem like he had just met his long-lost grandson? Shun Beitian also couldn't figure it out. Her grandfather was usually very dignified in front of her, and he did not show his emotions. Why was it that after seeing Yi Feng, he was so happy like a silly boy who weighed more than 100 pounds? The guests were also shocked. Grandpa Shun had actually acknowledged this grandson-in-law? It seemed that the business world of Zhonghai City was about to change. Yi Feng was the most embarrassed one. He didn't know whether to admit or deny it. He was in a dilemma. Fortunately, Shun Guanlin did not make things too difficult for him and affectionately held his hand. Little friend Yi, please come in. Xiao Feng, don't just stand outside. Go in quickly. Just treat this as your own home, please. Shun Beitian looked at her grandfather and Yi Feng's back and suddenly felt like thunder was rumbling. If her grandfather was certain that Yi Feng was her boyfriend, what would happen in the future? Why don't I just make the best of it? Thinking of this, her face immediately turned red. She hurriedly covered her face and followed after him. At this time, Zhang Xiaojia really wanted to cry but had no tears. The jealousy he felt toward Yi Feng grew even stronger. Why did this kid always get all the good things? He was not convinced. After getting the approval from Grandpa Shun, Yi Feng suddenly became the main character of the banquet. Many influential people in Zhonghai City took the initiative to make friends with him. Before the banquet even started, he already had a thick stack of business cards in his hands. There were also a few room cards inside, all of which were secretly stuffed into his hands by some socialites. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. He turned around and threw the stack of business cards and the room card into the trash can. When Shun Beitian, who was busy dealing with the guests, saw this scene, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. In fact, she had been secretly observing Yi Feng. Naturally, she also saw a lot of flirtatious and cheap people giving him room cards. She had been worried for quite a while. After all, there were indeed a few good-looking socialites in the group. Most men might not be able to resist this temptation. She did not expect Yi Feng to be so upright. At once, Yi Feng's image in her heart grew even higher. It was already time for the banquet to start. However, the banquet did not start. The Shun family seemed to be waiting for someone. This made Yi Feng curious. With the Shun family status in Zhonghai, who was worth their weight? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the system's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. A new opportunity mission has been detected. System navigation activated. The target is approaching. 10 meters. 8 meters. Hearing the system notification, Yi Feng was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The mission target had actually taken the initiative to approach him. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a warm voice coming from outside. Old Master Shen, I'm really sorry. There was an accident on the way, and I've made you wait. Then, he saw a man quickly walking into the courtyard. The man was in his 30s, and his every movement had the aura of a superior. Shun Guanlin didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Yi Feng was even more confused when he saw this. Who was this young man? How could he make Grandpa Shun stand up to welcome him? Shun Beitian, who was standing beside him, saw his confusion and quickly explained in a low voice. This is Zhao Fulin, the son of the richest man in Zhongshan province, Zhao Yuesheng. Even the leaders of the province have to show respect to him. When Yi Feng heard her introduction, he couldn't help but take another look at young Master Zhao. Could it be that his opportunity this time was on this person? Chapter 49. 49. I don't have a 50-year-old one, but I do have one that's 100 years old. 49. I don't have a 50-year-old one, but I do have one that's 100 years old. Yi Feng was about to find a seat, but was stopped by Shen Guanlin. Xiao Feng, come over and sit here. Hearing Grandpa Shen's words, everyone's eyes were on Yi Feng. They were filled with envy. At the main table, the core members of the Shen family and a few distinguished guests were seated. Even Shen Beitian was not qualified to sit there. It could be seen how much importance Grandpa Shen placed on Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not want to be too high profile. But since Grandpa Shen had invited him, he had no choice but to sit down. As he walked over, Yi Feng glanced at young Master Zhao, who was sitting beside Shen Guanlin. Although that young Master Zhao had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with worry, as if he had something on his mind. If even Yi Feng could see it, how could Shen Guanlin not? After 3 rounds of drinking, "Old Feline, do you have something on your mind?" Grandpa Shen suddenly asked. Zhao Feline was stunned for a moment. He immediately smiled bitterly. Did Grandpa Shen see through it? Alas, to be honest, my father has recently been seriously ill and almost can't be saved. Shen Guanlin exclaimed. There's such a thing? I wonder what illness your father has. This old man knows a few divine doctors, and I can help introduce them to you. Zhao Feline shook his head. We've already found the best doctor in the province. His condition has stabilized. It's just that this serious illness has greatly damaged my father's vitality. The doctor said that it's best to find a wild ginseng that's more than 50 years old to stabilize the foundation and cultivate the vitality. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Shen Guanlin immediately fell into silence. If it was something else, he might be able to help. However, a 50-year-old wild ginseng was not something that could be bought with money. Not to mention a 50-year-old one. Even a 30-year-old one was rare. Zhao Feline hesitated for a moment and continued. Grandpa Shen has a lot of friends. I hope you can help to spread the news. If anyone has a 50-year-old wild ginseng, I'm willing to buy it for 3 million. In addition, the Zhao family is willing to owe them a huge favor that can be fulfilled at any time. As soon as he said this, the banquet immediately boiled over. In fact, the price of 3 million was not too scary. Who would care about such a small amount of money to be able to attend Shen Guanlin's birthday banquet? What was important was the huge favor from the Zhao family. The Zhao family was the richest family in Zhongshan province, and their influence was unparalleled. To be able to make them owe such a big favor, this was definitely not something that could be measured with money. It was a pity that this 50-year-old wild ginseng was too rare. Even if they wanted to befriend the Zhao family, they didn't have the ability. At this time, Yi Feng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Do you have to get a 50-year-old wild ginseng? Zhao Feline looked at this young man for the first time. The doctor said that it would take at least 50 years. Otherwise, there would be no effect. How many years do you have? Yi Feng shook his head. I don't have a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Xiaojia, who was sitting at the next table, took the opportunity to ridicule him. Young Master Zhao, you really think too highly of him. With his poor appearance, does he look like he has a 50-year-old wild ginseng? Ha ha ha. Yi Feng ignored him. I don't have a 50-year-old wild ginseng, but I do have a 100-year-old one. I wonder if you can use it. What? Zhao Feline immediately stood up from his seat. Then, he rushed to Yi Feng and grabbed him tightly. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Are you serious? Yi Feng furrowed his brows. Young Master Zhao, you are hurting me. Zhao Feline immediately let go of his hand and apologized. I'm really sorry. I was just too excited. Do you really have a 100-year-old wild ginseng? Yi Feng nodded. It's in my car. I'll go and get it now. I'll go with you. Zhao Feline couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly followed behind him. Shen Guanlin also got up and followed curiously. Since the host had followed, the guests at the banquet naturally followed suit. The group of people arrived at the parking lot. When they saw Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo, many of them were shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so rich. A supercar worth tens of millions was not something that ordinary people could afford. Yi Feng did not care about what the others thought. He opened the trunk and took out a plastic bag covered with mud. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Did this guy put that priceless wild ginseng in this garbage bag? Yi Feng quickly gave an answer. When he opened the plastic bag and revealed the palm-sized wild ginseng, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They had all seen the world, but they had never seen such a large and complete wild ginseng. Zhao Feilin was so excited that he immediately grabbed the wild ginseng. Then, he quickly took out his phone and called the godly doctor that the Zhao family had hired. Soon, a sage-like old Chinese medicine doctor appeared on the screen. The old man was drinking his tea unhurriedly. "Young Master Zhao, is there something you need me for?" Zhao Feilin quickly said, "Master Dr. Su, I found a wild ginseng in Zhonghai. Can it cure my father's illness?" Master Dr. Su stroked his goatee, looking like a master. "I advise you not to waste your time. 50-year-old wild ginseng is basically extinct now. If the seller told you that it was 50 years old, you would most likely have met a scammer." Zhao Feilin immediately pointed his phone at the wild ginseng. He said that it's 100 years old. Master Dr. Su glanced at the wild ginseng indifferently. "He 100 years? This kind of nonsense." Halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 50, 50 you dog. Throw it out. 50 you dog. Throw it out. It's really a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Master Dr. Su's voice was trembling as if he had seen a ghost. "Master Dr. Su, are you all right?" Zhao Feilin was worried about his life. "Buy it, hurry up and buy it. No matter how much it costs, we have to buy it. This is a life-saving godly medicine." Master Dr. Su no longer had the air of a sage. "So, this wild ginseng is really 100 years old." Zhao Feilin's voice started to tremble. This wild ginseng was his father's life-saving medicine. At the same time, it was the life-saving medicine for the entire Zhao family. How could he not be excited? "I've been a doctor for 50 years. Don't tell me I don't even have this much insight. I can guarantee with my life that this is definitely a 100-year-old wild ginseng." Master Dr. Su assured him. Zhao Feilin hung up the video call and turned to look at Yi Feng. "Little brother, I'm willing to pay 10 million for this wild ginseng. If you think it's too little, feel free to name a price. I won't bargain." Yi Feng smiled indifferently. 10 million it is then. This wild ginseng is useless in my hands. If it can help young Master Zhao, then it will be its fortune. Zhao Feilin's impression of Yi Feng became even better. "All right, just because of your straightforwardness, I, Zhao Feilin, will acknowledge you as my brother. This time, my Zhao family owes you a big favor. In the future, if you need our Zhao family's help, just ask." Hearing Zhao Feilin's promise, everyone was envious. With the protection of the Zhao family, wouldn't Yi Feng be able to do whatever he wanted in Zhonghai City? Shen Baiyan's eyes were full of stars as she looked at Yi Feng. This guy was really getting more and more powerful. However, Jiang Shaojia was so jealous that he went a little crazy. He said sourly, "A villain who has achieved success." Zhao Feilin had noticed him. How could he just sit back and do nothing when this person had repeatedly made things difficult for his brother Yi? "A dog like you dares to spew *T in front of me." Jiang Shaojia's face turned pale with fear after being scolded by him. The Jiang family was considered decent in Zhonghai City, but in Zhongshan province, they were nothing, especially when compared to a giant like the Zhao family. It was like an ant compared to an elephant. "Young Master Zhao, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this kid." Jiang Shaojia still wanted to explain. Zhao Feilin waved his hand at the bodyguards. "Throw this dog out." The bodyguards didn't say a word and directly picked up Jiang Shaojia and walked out. The pitiful young Master Jiang was dragged away like a dead dog. Among the people present, there was no lack of people who were on good terms with Jiang Shaojia. But who dared to speak up for him now? In front of the son of the richest man in Zhongshan province, even old Master Shun had to show some respect. The others didn't even have the right to speak. Zhao Feilin then gave Yi Feng a check for 10 million. And Yi Feng did not reject the check. "Brother Yi, I'm in a hurry to go back and deliver the medicine now. When I have the chance next time, I'll definitely treat you to a good drink." Zhao Feilin asked for Yi Feng's contact information and left in a hurry. At the same time, Yi Feng heard the system notification again. Fortune navigation completed. Reward, a Lycan supercar. It has been parked in the host garage. Please check. It felt so good. Yi Feng was in a good mood. Not only did he sell a wild ginseng for 10 million, but he also made the Zhao family owe him a big favor. Now, he even got a luxury supercar. As soon as he mentioned Lycan, Yi Feng recalled the shocking scene in Fast and Furious 7, where it flew over a skyscraper. When he was watching the movie, He had been fantasizing that if he had such a supercar one day, he would die without regrets. He didn't expect this day to come so quickly. It was said that there were only 7 of this car in the world, and it was worth at least 60 to 70 million yuan. It was definitely a car that all men dreamed of. When he thought of this, he could no longer suppress his excitement. He directly ignored many of the socialites who were throwing flirtatious looks at him and stood up to bid Shun Guanlin farewell. Although Grandpa Shun was a little reluctant, he still personally sent him out, giving him enough face. After today's banquet, the upper class of Zhonghai City would probably know the name Yi Feng, a man who was listed as a guest of honor by the Shen family and owed a big favor by the Zhao family. No one dared to ignore him. When Yi Feng rushed back home and opened the garage, an extremely cool red supercar was already parked there. The lines of the car were extremely exaggerated, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. When Yi Feng sat in the car, a sense of compatibility, as if they were connected by blood, appeared. It was as if this supercar was made for him. On the passenger seat, there was also a Cyrus Klepji's exclusive custom-made watch, which had a market price of at least 1 million yuan. Luxury cars and branded watches were the standard of every successful man. Yi Feng put on his watch and stepped on the accelerator, driving the car out of the garage. Speeding along the wide road of the villa area, it was as if he was soaring in the sky. The pedestrians on the side of the road all looked at the sports car in the distance with a kind of envious gaze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Even in the high-end villa area with the Zhongtian Lake view, such a luxury car was never seen before. Many girls were infatuated with him and couldn't wait to sit in the front passenger seat to experience it. However, before they could think of anything, the lichen had already left behind a red afterimage and disappeared from their sight. He had become an existence that they could only look at but not reach. Chapter 51. 51A Call from the Childhood Sweetheart. 51A Call from the Childhood Sweetheart. He went out for a ride, and it was already very late when he returned home. Yi Feng went to the bathtub to take a bath. Then, he wrapped herself in a bathrobe, poured himself a glass of red wine, and sat on the recliner on the balcony. Enjoying the night breeze and the moon, he felt very comfortable. However, this satisfaction did not last for long. A sudden phone call interrupted his mood. The caller ID showed that it was Zhou Shuyao. Yi Feng was still a little tipsy at first, but after seeing this name, he immediately woke up. A shy and pure girl immediately appeared in front of him. The two of them had known each other since they were young and could be considered childhood sweethearts. In fact, he had always been secretly in love with her. And Yi Feng could also feel that she had a good impression of him. It was a pity that Yi Feng's family was not well off at that time, and he felt a little inferior, so he did not dare to confess to her. Ever since Yi Feng went to university, the two of them had not contacted each other. Yi Feng was still a little flustered when he received her call. After calming down, he picked up the phone. "Hey, old friend, do you still remember me?" As soon as the call was connected, a fresh voice came from the other side. Yi Feng tried to make his tone as calm as possible. "How could I not remember? You still owe me a ham sausage." Zhou Shuyao was amused by his slightly humorous words. "Why are you calling me?" Yi Feng felt that the strangeness had lessened, so he asked directly. "What? I can't call you for no reason." Zhou Shuyao pretended to be angry. "Of course not. I'm just a little surprised," Yi Feng quickly explained. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to inform you to come to the pre-wedding gathering tomorrow." Zhou Shuyao immediately revealed her intention. "You're getting married?" When Yi Feng heard this news, his heart seemed to have been hit hard. "What nonsense are you saying? Lu Jia is getting married and wants to meet up with his old friends before his wedding. Didn't you have a little conflict before? He was too embarrassed to inform you, so he asked me to pass on the message," Zhou Shuyao explained with a smile. "Oh, Lu Jia? It's been so many years, and he's still holding a grudge." Lu Jia was also Yi Feng's childhood friend, and he was 3 years older than him. After that, the two of them had a small conflict and never spoke again until today. Zhou Shuyao immediately started giggling. The two of them chatted for a while more before hanging up. When he thought about how he would be able to see Zhou Shuyao tomorrow, Yi Feng was still a little nervous. Had she changed? She was so pretty. There should be a lot of people pursuing her, right? He didn't know if she had a boyfriend now. One question after another entered his mind. Unknowingly, Yi Feng had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Yi Feng originally changed into a custom-made Zegna suit. But on second thought, Wasn't this a little too formal? After all, he was going to meet his childhood friend, and it wasn't good to make it too grand. Then he changed into his old clothes, the kind that cost tens of yuan at roadside stalls. Then, he drove the Lycan supercar out of the villa area. It had to be said that the rate of people turning their heads around in this supercar was really too high. Along the way, it attracted the envious gazes of countless people. Lu Jie and the others had made a reservation at a 5-star hotel called Xingyu. There were many luxury cars parked at the entrance. However, when the Lycan supercar drove in, all the other luxury cars were instantly overshadowed. After Yifeng parked the car, he got up and walked toward the restaurant. Just as he was about to step into the hotel, he suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. "Is that Yifeng?" Yifeng turned around and was stunned. The person who appeared in front of him was Zhou Shuyao, who had once made him dream of her. She was wearing a white dress today. Although it wasn't expensive, it had an indescribable charm on her. The light makeup on her face made her already pure face look even fresher. In addition to her 92 points in looks and above 90 points in figure, she really had the charm of a girl who changed and became more beautiful. Shu. Yifeng did not know why. He suddenly stammered. "Uncle? I'm still an auntie." Zhou Shuyao couldn't help but tease him. "Shuyao, long time no see." In front of her, Yifeng had returned to being that shy big boy. "Yeah, it's been so long, but you've never called me." Zhou Shuyao's tone carried a hint of resentment. Coupled with her reproachful eyes, Yifeng suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he used to feel inferior and that he was not worthy of her, right? Zhou Shuyao didn't want him to feel too embarrassed and hurriedly pushed the topic away. "I was just joking with you. Why don't you have any sense of humor? You're still the same as before, a blockhead." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked toward the hotel. Yifeng hurriedly followed after her. Lu Jie's reservation was in the hall on the first floor. For an ordinary person's financial situation, this was already very expensive. As for the private room, don't even think about it. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. When Yifeng arrived, there were already many people around the table. They were all friends who had grown up together. Seeing Yifeng and the other woman arrive at the same time, the crowd started to make a ruckus. "Oh, you two came together? Is there a secret that you can't tell anyone? You already said that you can't tell anyone. Were you together last night? I've always thought that you two were interested since I was young. I didn't expect that after a few years, your old feelings for each other have rekindled. It seems like we're going to have double happiness." Hearing everyone's teasing, Zhou Shuyao's face immediately turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. What if Yifeng has a girlfriend? It wouldn't be good if his girlfriend found out." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately shook his head. "I don't have a girlfriend." As soon as he said that, the room started to wail again. Zhou Shuyao's face turned even redder. However, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Chapter 52. 52 Where were we just now? Continue. 52 Where were we just now? Continue. In fact, when Zhou Shuyao saw Yifeng again, the feelings that she had buried for many years were stirred up again. However, she had another concern in her heart. Looking at Yifeng's clothes today, he probably did not have a good financial situation. Of course, she didn't care about these things. It was her snobbish parents who cared. During this time, her parents had been introducing her to some so-called successful people, and they would definitely not accept Yifeng's conditions. Zhou Shuyao had always listened to her parents since she was a child. She didn't dare to go against her parents' will. Thus, she was very conflicted. Just as his old friends were laughing, the main character of the banquet, Lu Jie, finally arrived. After seeing Yifeng, he came up and gave him a firm hug. "My good brother, I was afraid that you would hold a grudge and not come today." Yifeng thumped his chest. "It's already a thing of the past. You still remember it? I've long forgotten about it." Speaking of which, the two of them didn't have any deep hatred. Back then, Lu Jie had stepped on the flower that he had prepared for Zhou Shuyao. After that, the two of them had a fight and never spoke again. Thinking about these things that happened when they were young now, he felt that it was ridiculous. Lu Jie then greeted his other old friends and returned to their seats. "By the way, do you know what I saw downstairs when I came in?" After Lu Jie sat down, he started the conversation. "You saw a beauty?" Someone teased. "Get lost. This bro is going to get married soon." "Beautiful women are just floating clouds in my eyes," Lu Jie said in a proud tone. "All right, stop showing off. Tell me, what did you see?" Someone urged. I saw AF Asterisk King Lycan supercar. It's the one in Fast and Furious 7. It's so cool. Lu Jia had an envious expression on his face. Really? There's such a rich man in Zhonghai City. That car isn't cheap, is it? What do you mean by not cheap? That's 60 to 70 million. You can buy a few big villas. Tisk, isn't it also four-wheeled? Other than satisfying your vanity, what's the difference between you and my Mazda? Don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. You still have the face to compare your broken Mazda with other people. Tisk, TSK. This group of rich people are simply inhumane. Yi Feng, who was sitting at the side and drinking water quietly, almost spat out the water in his mouth. So what if he had money? How was he not human? These guys hated the rich too much, right? Zhou Shuyao, who was sitting next to him, saw that his expression was a little strange. She thought that their words had hurt his self-esteem and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, why didn't Ma Deong come? Didn't you inform him? When Lu Jia heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He's rich now. I informed him yesterday, but he said that he's a little busy these few days and can't leave. He transferred me a big red packet of 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing his words, someone exclaimed, D*****, a 2,000 yuan red packet? What is Deong doing now? Such a nouveau riche. Lu Jia's eyes were filled with envy. He's now the team leader of the sales team at Lingyun Real Estate. His base salary plus commission is at least 20 to 30,000 yuan a month. D*****, Lingyun Real Estate. That's one of the biggest companies in Zhonghai City. I went for an interview before, but I was eliminated in the first round. It seems like Deong is doing the best among us. AI, it's so frustrating to compare people, huh? Lu Jia saw that Yi Feng was not speaking, so he took the initiative to talk to him. Xiao Feng, you're the youngest in our group. As your brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. When you're looking for a job after graduation, you must find a big company like Lingyun Real Estate. The others also spoke in the tone of experienced people. Lu Jia is right. If you want to find a job, you have to find a big company. The pay is good. You have a bright future, and it will be good for your reputation. That's right. A small company like ours faces layoffs anytime and anywhere. It's too depressing. Look at Deong. He's earning 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. He's not as miserable as we are. Aren't you talking about Xiao Feng? Why are you talking about Deong again? He's doing really well. You can't not be convinced. Just as everyone was busy boasting, a waiter quickly walked to Yi Feng's side. Sir, is that Lycan outside yours? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Yes, why? The waiter's tone was extremely respectful. It's like this. A gentleman's car is blocked by your car. Can you help move the car? Yi Feng thought for a while and took out his car keys from his pocket. Help me move it, thank you. The waiter was so happy that he almost jumped up. He held onto the car keys with both hands as if he was holding a priceless treasure. He didn't even dare to dream of touching a luxury car of this level. Now, he was actually asked to drive it? This made him even happier than winning 5 million. The waiter immediately ran away. After sending the waiter away, Yi Feng turned around again. He found the atmosphere at the table very strange. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at him in a daze. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Feng coughed awkwardly. Why aren't you talking? Where were we just now? Right, they were talking about Deong, right? Continue. Chapter 53. 53. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. 53. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Lu Jia was the first to snap back to his senses. He immediately turned to look at the person beside him. Did I hear it wrong? What car did the service staff say? I think it's Li Can. The man replied with uncertainty. Li Can? Is it a new domestic car? It should be at least a few 100,000, right? Someone interrupted. Li Can? Like it. Lu Jia pondered for a moment, then stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. That Lycan supercar parked outside is yours. Everyone at the table stood up at his words. Everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Feng. Yi Feng let out a long sigh. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect it to be like this. All right, I'm a billionaire, so I'll lay my cards on the table. Everyone was still a little bewildered. Hearing his slightly teasing words, they all calmed down and sat down. It's definitely not his. How could he afford to drive a Lycan? That's right. That car is worth at least 60 to 70 million yuan. Driving that kind of car, you must have at least a few 100 million yuan. It was a false alarm. I thought we really had a billionaire in our family. It was not that they were looking down on Yi Feng. The main reason was that Yi Feng's family was too poor, and he was considered the worst among them. Besides, he was only in his first year of university. How could he afford a sports car that cost tens of millions? Wasn't this a dream? Yi Feng did not intend to explain too much. Just like what he had said earlier, he only wanted to get along with this group of childhood friends as an ordinary person. He didn't want too many complicated factors to be involved. However, the heavens did not grant his wish. Although he really wanted to keep a low profile, the conditions didn't allow it. Just as he thought that this little episode was over, he suddenly heard someone call him from behind. Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned around. His head immediately became bigger. That man was Zhao Fulin, whom he had met at the Shun family's banquet the day before. Behind Zhao Fulin, there was a group of successful people in suits. It really is you? I thought I was seeing things. Zhao Fulin immediately came up to greet him. Yeah, what a coincidence. Yi Feng could only stand up to welcome him. The group of childhood friends at the table were a little dumbfounded, not knowing who this person was. However, judging from the temperament of these people, they didn't seem to be ordinary people. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly exclaimed, "Boss." Then he quickly walked to a middle-aged man behind Zhao Fulin and bowed. That middle-aged man looked at Yi Feng and Zhao Fulin. They seemed to have a very good relationship. Meanwhile, Lu Jie was eating at the same table as Yi Feng. Thinking of this, he hurriedly helped Lu Jie up. "Oh, it's Xiao Lu. Are you having dinner with your friend? Just order whatever you want to eat and put it on my tab." Lu Jie was confused by the boss's enthusiasm. When the boss saw him, he was always bossy and never looked him in the eye. What was going on today? Zhao Fulin glanced at Lu Jie and then turned back to Yi Feng. "Is this your friend?" Yi Feng nodded his head. "He is my childhood friend." Zhao Fulin immediately understood and said to the middle-aged boss, "Boss Lu, I didn't expect your subordinate to be a friend of my little brother. It seems that we are quite fated." Mr. Lu immediately understood and nodded. "Xiao Lu has been performing very well in our company. I'm thinking of promoting him to a department manager." When Lu Jie heard this, he almost jumped up in joy. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 10 years to get to the position of department manager. And this was under the condition that he didn't make any mistakes. But now, he had actually jumped several levels. This was simply a pie that fell from the sky. While he was surprised, he was also curious about the background of this friend of Yi Feng. Why did his boss feel like a lackey in front of this person? The other party's casual words could actually make his boss listen to him. Zhao Fulin naturally wouldn't put such a small matter in his heart. He turned and looked at Yi Feng. "Brother Yi, why are you eating in a place like this? I have a reserved sky private room in this restaurant. Why don't you and your friends come with me to eat there?" He did not want to show off, but he really wanted to treat Yi Feng to a meal. He wanted to thank Yi Feng for the wild ginseng. Everyone at the table was so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. The sky room was the most premium room in the hotel. Generally, those who could eat there were either rich or noble. Moreover, they weren't just ordinary rich and powerful. They had to be the top rich and powerful. In addition, Lu Jie's boss was very respectful to this person. Everyone could already imagine how powerful this person's background was. At the same time, a huge question emerged in everyone's mind. How could a poor kid like Yi Feng, who had no money and no background, know such a big shot? And it seemed like their relationship was not ordinary. When Yi Feng heard Zhao Fulin's invitation, he immediately shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Zhao. We are almost done eating, so we won't disturb you any further." Zhao Fulin nodded his head in disappointment. "Okay then, I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and added, "By the way, I heard that you bought 60% of Lingyun Real Estate shares. I personally think highly of Lingyun Real Estate. Work hard, and you'll have a bright future." Then, he went upstairs with his men, and Yi Feng's table suddenly fell into a dead silence. Lingyun Real Estate. 60% of the shares? Yi Feng. Chapter 54. 54, I'm actually the clown. 54, I'm actually the clown. Yi Feng took 2 mouthfuls of food and saw everyone staring at him in shock. "What's wrong? Are there flowers on my face? Why are you all looking at me?" Lu Jie opened his mouth with difficulty. "Xiao Feng, was what that big boss said just now true? Did you really acquire 60% of Lingyun Real Estate shares?" Yi Feng smiled indifferently. "It's just a small business, not worth mentioning. Let's eat." The group of childhood friends looked at each other, feeling a little awkward. They had just lectured him as if they were his elder brother, asking him to find a job after graduation. They didn't expect him to be the big boss of Lingyun Real Estate. After all this, they were the clowns. So Daong is also Xiao Feng's subordinate now. One of his childhood friends suddenly realized. Everyone also came back to their senses. Right. Ma Daong was now the team leader of Lingyun Real Estate sales team. Yi Feng was the big boss of Lingyun Real Estate. If one had to say it, it was indeed a superior subordinate relationship. However, there was a huge difference between the levels. The funny thing was that they had just been flattering Ma Daong. Now that they thought about it, they really looked like they had not seen the world. Big brother, please let me hug your thigh. I'll follow you in the future. Lu Jie immediately used a joking tone to ease the awkwardness. The others also surrounded Yi Feng, as if they were going to skin him alive. Yi Feng also started to joke with them. Zhou Shuyao, who was sitting at the side, was already looking around. When she looked at Yi Feng, the emotions that she had been suppressing all this while had already started to surge. She was worried that Yi Feng's financial ability was not enough and would be despised by her parents. Now, the last obstacle between the two of them had been eliminated. What else did she have to worry about? Which of the partners her parents introduced her to could compare to Yi Feng? He was driving a luxury supercar. He even called the top tycoons his brothers. He was even the big boss of a real estate company. With his qualifications, her snobbish parents would be more than willing to curry favor with him, yet they still dared to despise him. She was afraid that they would be the only ones who would be despised, right? However, with his current conditions, what kind of woman could he not find? I'm afraid he might not be interested in me. Zhou Shuyao had mixed feelings in her heart. At the end of the meal, Lu Jie suggested to create a small chat group. Naturally, everyone agreed. Yi Feng also did not reject him, and he joined the group. He had originally planned to settle the bill. But after thinking about it, he gave up. He did not want Lu Jie and the others to think that he was deliberately showing off his wealth. After paying the bill, the group of people swarmed out of the restaurant and found their own cars. When Yi Feng drove that dazzling Lycan supercar over, everyone was shocked once again. Even though they already knew that this supercar belonged to Yi Feng, when they saw him drive over, they still found it hard to believe. Yi Feng, can you send me off? It's not easy to get a taxi here. At this time, Zhou Shuyao, who was standing by the road, gathered her courage and took the initiative to walk over. Wow! The group of childhood friends made a ruckus again, and they looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Zhou Shuyao's pretty face was slightly red, which made her look even more charming. Yi Feng touched his nose. My appearance fee is very expensive. If you want me to be your full-time driver, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Zhou Shuyao's eyes widened. How do you want me to express it? Before Yi Feng could reply, the group of animals around him started to shout in unison, Kiss! Kiss! Zhou Shuyao's face was completely red. Forget it. I'll take a taxi back. With that, she was about to leave in a fit of pique. Yi Feng stopped her immediately. I was just joking with you. It's my honor to be able to send Beauty Zhou home. Get in the car quickly. Zhou Shuyao raised her proud little face. That's more like it. Then, she got into the front passenger seat unwillingly. Brothers, see you next time. Yi Feng greeted his childhood friends and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The engine of the Lycan Supersports car roared. Then, it turned into a red lightning bolt and disappeared before everyone's eyes. When Yi Feng sent Zhou Shuyao to her apartment, it was already very late. You're living here now? Yi Feng looked outside curiously. The environment here wasn't very good, and there was a lot of garbage piled up on the streets that no one had cleaned up. From time to time, tattooed and shirtless street rascals would pass by, and the public security was not necessarily good. Well, in a place like Zhonghai where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, it's good enough to have a place to live. Zhou Shuyao was a little helpless. I forgot to ask, what are you doing now? Yi Feng turned around and looked at her. He had to admit that her side profile was really beautiful. Her fair cheeks were like jelly, making people want to take a bite. I'm in my 4th year of university this year. I'm doing an internship in a hotel. My monthly salary is barely enough to pay for my rent. Zhou Shuyao didn't hide her situation at all. Yi Feng nodded slightly, and he did not continue asking. All right, I'll head upstairs first. Thank you for sending me back. Zhou Shuyao's expression was a little reluctant. You're not going to invite me up for a drink? Yi Feng asked in a joking tone. After drinking, are you planning to take a shower and stay the night? Zhou Shuyao also joked. You saw through that? It's not good for a woman to be too smart. Yifeng looked at her with an evil smile. Zhou Shuyao lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then, she suddenly moved her little head closer. She gave Yifeng a light kiss on the face and was about to escape. However, Yifeng grabbed her back. You want to run away after kissing me? Zhou Shuyao's big, watery eyes looked at him nervously. Before she could finish her sentence, Yifeng had already taken the initiative to attack. Whoa! Zhou Shuyao felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body went numb, and she couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Yifeng felt like a monster was awakening in his body. His hands started to move. He had the intention to punish her on the spot. Zhou Shuyao finally came to her senses and pushed him away in a hurry. You little rascal. Then, she pushed open the car door and fled in a sorry state. Yifeng looked at her panicking back and smiled. Woman, speak with integrity. Chapter 55, 55 This guy actually changed his car again. 55 This guy actually changed his car again. At the teaching block of Zhonghai University. Although Yifeng and Shun Baiqian's scandal had been around for some time, the popularity of it had not decreased at all. Outside of the boring classes, gossiping was a good way to adjust. I don't think Shin Baiqian is good enough for Yifeng. Yifeng is handsome and rich, so she must have seduced him first, a girl with freckles all over her face said with certainty. Nonsense, I'm afraid you don't know Shin Baiqian's family background. She's so much stronger than Yifeng. He must have used some despicable means to pursue Shin Baiqian. One of the boys immediately defended his goddess. That's right, which part of Yifeng is worthy of Shin Baiqian? What else does he have other than money? Is he as good as me in his studies? Is he as handsome as I am? Sigh, Shin Baiqian is really blind. Boom. At this moment, the sound of a motor engine was heard. Immediately after, a red lightning bolt suddenly shuttled over. Screech. With a screeching braking sound, an extremely handsome red Lycan supercar made a beautiful arc and parked in the parking lot. The students passing by stopped to watch. Wow, this sports car is so cool. It looks like it's at least a few million, right? A few million? Are you dreaming? This is a Lycan supercar. It's worth at least 60 to 70 million. Isn't this the car that flew over the skyscraper in Fast and Furious 7? It's true. This is the car that every man dreams of. Look at his car. It's so much more handsome than Yifeng's. It's just as everyone was trying to guess who the owner of the car was. The door of the Lycan supercar opened slowly, and a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Yifeng, who had been the center of public opinion recently. Yifeng. It was actually Yifeng. This guy actually changed his car again. Last time, he drove a Ferrari Enzo that was worth tens of millions. Today, he was driving an even more luxurious sports car, a Lycan supercar. Wasn't this guy a little too rich? A few bold girls immediately surrounded him. Young Master Feng, your new car is so cool. I wonder if you can give me a ride after school this afternoon. Young Master Feng, can I have dinner with you tonight? I have a few questions about relationships that I would like to ask you. Young Master Feng, can we watch a movie together tonight? I know a private theater with big and comfortable beds. The few girls started to flirt like crazy, hoping to get Yifeng's attention. This made the surrounding boys go crazy with jealousy. These girls usually acted like goddesses in front of them. But in front of Yifeng, they were like a bunch of female dogs in heat. Yifeng naturally did not care about these ordinary women. He just gave the girls a smile of rejection, then turned around and walked away. Wow, young Master Feng smiled at me. He smiled at me. Don't think too much. Young Master Feng was smiling at me, okay. Contracting young Master Feng's smile, hee. Yifeng had now become the focus of attention in Zhonghai University. No matter where he went, he would immediately become the center of attention. When he walked into the classroom, Xia Qiu, who was bragging to his classmates, immediately came forward. Brother Feng, I heard that you're together with Shun Baiqian. Is that true? The other students in the class also cast curious looks at him. Yifeng glared at him. When did you become so gossipy? Xia Qiu chuckled. I'm just curious. Shin Baiqian is the campus belle of Zhonghai University. If you really get together with her, I'll have some face too. Yifeng was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. We are just ordinary friends. Xia Qiu didn't quite believe him. Are you really just ordinary friends? Yifeng promised helplessly. I swear, we are really just ordinary friends. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was Shun Baiqian. Yifeng immediately felt a headache. This call came at the right time. However, He couldn't reject it, or else it would be even more difficult to explain. Thinking of this, he had to answer the phone. Hey, Feng, where are you now? Shen Baitian's sweet voice came from the phone. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and listened. I'm at school. Feng coughed dryly. I'm at school too. Are you free this afternoon? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for coming to my grandfather's birthday banquet last time. Shen Baitian immediately offered an invitation. When the people in the classroom heard this, they all showed an expression of I knew it. It turned out that Feng had already attended Shen Baitian's grandfather's birthday banquet. Did this count as meeting the parents? Feng actually denied it just now. Did he really think that they were so easy to fool? Feng was helpless. Eldest miss, I was just explaining our relationship to them. Aren't you making them misunderstand even more? Shen Baitian chuckled. What's there to explain? Is it that embarrassing to have a scandal with me? Feng also laughed. I don't mind having a scandal with Miss Shen, but this will affect my search for a girlfriend, so you have to be responsible for me. Shen Baitian joined in and joked, sure, if you really become a bachelor in the end, I'll reluctantly take you in. Hee. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while more before they agreed on a meeting place and hung up the phone. Brother Feng, you still dare to say that you and Shen Baitian are just ordinary friends? I think you two are just short of getting your marriage certificate, right? Fatty Chu immediately teased. The other students in the class also joined in. Feng had a headache. His and Shen Baitian's love was now a stone hammer. But Feng was really wronged. He had not even held her hand yet. Chapter 56. 56 Are you really born in the year of the dog? 56 Are you really born in the year of the dog? After the morning class, Feng drove out of the school in his Lycan. The place he and Shen Baitian had agreed to meet at was right opposite the school. When he arrived, he saw Campus Belle Shun in a white dress from afar. The breeze blew, and she felt like she was floating. Feng stopped the car beside her and rolled down the window. Pretty girl, let me bring you out to play. Shen Baitian did not even look up and took a step back in disgust. No need. Feng held back his laughter. Are you really not going to get in the car? Only then did Shen Baitian raise her head. When she saw that it was Feng in the car, she was shocked. You bought a new car again? Naturally, she recognized that the car in front of her was a Lycan supercar. As far as she knew, this car was extremely expensive. It was even more expensive than the Ferrari Enzo that Feng had last time. Where did this guy get so much money from? Feng pursed his lips indifferently. Someone gave it to me. Shen Baitian rolled her eyes. You're bragging. Who would give him such an expensive car? Although she didn't believe it, she immediately sat in the front passenger seat. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, she could not help but sigh at Feng's inhumanity. I heard that the car came with a $1,000,000 Cyrus Klepchi's watch, right? Feng was somewhat impressed. I didn't expect you to know so much. He immediately took off the Cyrus Klepchi's watch on his wrist and said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Shen Baitian only looked at it for a moment before returning it to him. I don't want such an expensive thing. What if you have any improper thoughts about me? Feng immediately rolled his eyes. Forget it if you don't want it. A dog doesn't know how to appreciate a good person's kindness. Who are you calling a dog? I'm talking about whoever admits it. I'll bite you to death. You're really born in the year of the dog. Feng and Shen Baitian chatted and laughed for a while, and he was about to start the car. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. A famous painting of Picasso, The Girl in the Red Hat, detected. The treasure hunting system will guide you. Starting navigation. Please go straight for 60 meters and then turn left. Feng immediately slammed on the brakes. Shen Baitian did not know what was going on and looked at him in confusion. What's the matter? Feng made up a random reason. I suddenly thought of something. I need to take a detour. Without waiting for Shen Baitian's consent, he started the car again. Following the system's directions, they finally drove into a high-end residential area. Walking navigation has started. Please follow your current position and go straight south for 12 meters before turning right. Feng got out of the car and continued to walk with Shen Baitian. Shen Baitian was confused, but she trusted Feng unconditionally and did not ask any questions. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived in front of a luxurious villa. This was the place. Feng was a little excited. A truck was parked at the entrance of the villa. A chubby middle-aged man was directing a few movers to move the furniture out of the house. Feng immediately walked up to him. Hello, Are you the owner of this house? The middle-aged man's tone was a little impatient. Yes, what's the matter? Yi Feng was still smiling. I like your house. Are you planning to sell it? When the middle-aged man heard this, he sized him up. However, looking at the age of the two, they looked like college students who had not graduated. Could they afford this house? I'm sorry, I'm not selling. The middle-aged man replied coldly. Yi Feng, forget it. If you want to buy a house, let's go to other places. Seeing that the middle-aged man had refused, Shun Beitian turned to look at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was very persistent. He continued, can you consider it again? I really like this house. The middle-aged man saw how serious he was and hesitated. It's mainly because I've already sold my house. No, Yi Feng said without hesitation. However much the other party offers, I'll offer twice as much. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. He's offering 15 million. Yi Feng immediately took out his checkbook and wrote down a check for 30 million yuan. The middle-aged man took the check and his hands were shaking with excitement. Wait a minute, I'll call to confirm. After that, he hurriedly went to confirm the authenticity of the check. Shin Beitian then pulled Yi Feng to the side. Are you crazy? This house is only worth 20 million at most. Why did you give him so much? Yi Feng smiled indifferently. If I like it, then buy it. I don't like to waste time. Shin Beitian was completely speechless. This guy was simply a prodigal. If he got married in the future, how terrible would that be? Why did she think of marriage? Who would want to marry him? A moment later, the landlord confirmed the authenticity of the check and came back in high spirits. We can go through the procedures now. Yi Feng nodded, then pretended to be nonchalant. Oh right, don't move the furniture inside. I'm too lazy to buy new ones. The landlord did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. All that was left in the room were some old furniture, as well as some modern decorative paintings and handicrafts that he had bought for the sake of being artistically elegant. They were not worth much. Then, the two of them went to handle the transfer procedures. Then, the landlord passed the house book and the key to Yi Feng and left in satisfaction. Only then did Yi Feng enter the villa with Shun Beitian. The villa was divided into 2 floors and was luxuriously decorated. However, Yi Feng did not care about this at all. He continued to follow the navigation instructions and walked toward the study. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation complete. Chapter 57. 57. The Lost Famous Painting of Picasso. 57. The Lost Famous Painting of Picasso. In the original owner's study room, there were all kinds of oil paintings, landscape paintings, calligraphy works, and sketches. Of course, they were basically all cheap counterfeits that weren't worth much. It could be seen that the original owner wanted to put on an elegant look. However, a philosopher once said, elegance is not an act, but grandeur is an act. Culture was something that could not be faked. Yi Feng did not have time to tease the original owner's taste. He immediately went in and started to search carefully. Seeing him like this, Shin Beitian found it funny. What are you looking for? You can't be thinking of finding an authentic work here, right? I advise you to give up. I've already seen it. All of them are imitations. Not a single one is real. Yi Feng was unmoved. What if there is a miracle? Shin Beitian was completely speechless. Then you might as well buy a lottery ticket. The chances of that are higher than this. Yi Feng ignored her and continued to search. After searching for about 10 minutes, Shin Beitian was already a little impatient. At this time, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. In the original owner's bookshelf, there was an unopened box, which was already covered in a layer of dust. Yi Feng immediately took off the box, blew off the dust, and opened it carefully. Shin Beitian was already a little angry. Yi Feng, don't waste your time here. If you can find a valuable painting here, I'll eat all the paintings here. At this time, she saw Yi Feng slowly unfurling the painting in the box. An oil painting that looked rather aged was immediately presented. There was a girl wearing a red hat. She had no expression on her face and no fluctuations in her emotions. She just sat there calmly in a daze. Shin Beitian's eyes immediately widened. She had received a very good artistic influence since she was young, so she was quite knowledgeable about oil painting. In her eyes, this painting was completely different from the other imitations in the study. An indescribable feeling emerged in her heart. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo first. After looking at the painting carefully for a while, Shin Beitian was a little surprised and suspicious. She quickly took out her phone and took a picture, then sent it to an appraisal master she knew. But Yi Feng did not doubt the authenticity of this painting. This was because a system notification had already sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the treasure hunting navigation mission. You are rewarded with 10 apartment buildings in Bingshan district, worth a total of 1 billion yuan. Yifeng could not help but exclaim at the generosity of the system. 10 apartment buildings in one go. This was to make him a public renting company and never return. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, Xin Beitian also received a reply from the appraisal master. Young lady Xin, where did you get this painting? The master appraiser sent a voice message, and his excitement could be heard. It's my friend's, Xin Beitian hurriedly replied. I'd like you to verify its authenticity. The master appraiser was a little excited. Of course it's real. This is Picasso's The Girl in a Red Hat. It has been missing for many years. I didn't expect it to be in your friend's hands. Your friend is really a god. Xin Beitian glanced at Yifeng in shock. This painting was actually real? This fellow actually managed to pick up a treasure from a pile of junk. If she hadn't been there the whole time, she would have doubted the truth of the matter. Master Lu, please take a closer look. Are you sure it's real? I swear on the honor I've accumulated over the years that 99% of this painting is Picasso's authentic work. Unless the person who counterfeited it is a god, it is impossible to deceive my eyes. Then how much is this painting worth now? It's an insult to use money to measure such a great work. However, with my many years of experience, the market price should be at least 500 million. Xin Beitian was completely shocked. This painting was worth 500 million. She had thought that Yifeng was a wastrel to spend 30 million to buy this house. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would earn more than 10 times? Was this guy a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, or was he really hiding his true strength? Yifeng felt his hair stand on end from her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Xin Beitian's beautiful eyes stared at him. How did you know that there was a priceless oil painting hidden in this study? Yifeng laughed. How would I know? I was just looking through it. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Xin Beitian approached him step by step. You call this good luck? This is simply heaven-defying luck, all right? Sometimes, I wonder if you're even from Earth. Yifeng started to joke. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I am an alien that has infiltrated Earth. However, Xin Beitian was not moved by his nonsense. Tell me the truth. What secret are you hiding? Yifeng stared at her without giving in. I have many secrets. Do you really want to know? The two of them were very close to each other, and they could even feel each other's breathing. Xin Beitian's imposing manner immediately weakened. Crazy. With that said, she turned around to leave. However, Yifeng pulled her back and looked down at her delicate little face. Woman, you'd better not be curious about a man. Curiosity killed the cat. Haven't you heard that? Xin Beitian looked into his eyes at a close distance, and her heart began to race. Yifeng slowly lowered his head. Xin Beitian's heart was beating faster and faster. What is he doing? He's not going to molest me, right? What should I do now? Was she going to push him away? Still, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. Just as Xin Beitian was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly heard Yifeng say this. Then, he let go of her and walked out of the study first. Xin Beitian looked at his back and felt that he was more and more mysterious. Hey, I asked you to investigate Yifeng's background. How's the investigation going? What are you guys doing? It's been such a long time and there's still no progress. I don't want to hear excuses. You'd better give me an answer as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Xin Beitian calmed down and hurriedly caught up with Yifeng. No matter how many secrets you have, I'm going to dig them all out. Chapter 58. 58 Fight to the end? Then come on. 58 Fight to the end? Then come on. After having lunch with Xin Beitian at noon, Yifeng did not go to school again and returned to his villa directly. Just as he was quietly admiring the painting, The Girl in the Red Hat, his phone suddenly buzzed with a few WeChat notifications. And the beeping of the system notifications did not stop. Yifeng picked up his phone and found that the message was from a small group. He couldn't help but feel strange. The group had been very quiet for the past 2 days. Who would be so bored to send so many messages in a row? When he clicked on it, he saw that the person's name was Tang Xinyuan. Seeing this name, Yifeng frowned immediately. Tang Xinyuan was their childhood friend. However, his father suddenly made a fortune, and the whole family moved to a luxurious community. He also went to an elite school. Occasionally, he would appear in their field of vision, but he would also drive a luxury car to show off his wealth. As a result, His relationship with the group of people gradually drifted apart. When did this guy join the group? Then, he looked at the messages he had sent. Is Xiao here? Why have you been avoiding me recently? You didn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. Xiao, did you move? I went to your previous place to look for you, but there was no one there. Xiao, you should reply to me. If you don't reply, I'll keep sending. Xiao, are you there? There were more than 20 messages in a row, all of which were at Zhou Xiao, and it was still constantly flooding the screen. Yi Feng was a little angry. He immediately replied, Are you done? Tang Xingyuan quickly replied, Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Xiao Feng? Long time no see. I heard that you've made a fortune. Really? You can still get rich. Yi Feng's brows furrowed even more. Whether I am rich or not, is it any of your business? Tang Xingyuan sent him a smiley face. I'll be so happy if you really make a fortune. But I'm afraid that some people are just acting like they're very rich because of their inferiority complex. Yi Feng sneered. You were talking about yourself, right? Tang Xingyuan was unhappy. I'm richer than you. Do you still need to pretend? Only those who are full of inferiority need to pretend. Who I'm talking about, you know very well. Without waiting for Yi Feng's reply, Zhou Xiao suddenly appeared. Tang Xingyuan, speak clearly. How did Yi Feng pretend? That day we were all there. Yi Feng drove a luxury supercar, and many business big shots came to greet him. He also bought 60% of Lingyun Real Estate's shares, so he's much better than you. When Tang Xingyuan saw her speaking up for Yi Feng, he immediately became jealous. Aren't you guys too easy to fool? Don't you know that sports cars can be rented? The so-called big boss of the business world could also be someone else in disguise. As for the acquisition of Lingyun Real Estate, did you see it with your own eyes? Lu Jie, who had been silent all this while, also spoke up for Yi Feng. My boss was also there. I heard from him that the big boss who greeted Yi Feng was Zhao Felin, the son of the richest man in Zhongshan province, Zhao Yuesheng. His words were like a bombshell. The group immediately exploded. Really? The son of the richest man in Zhongshan province? Oh my god, I was wondering why that person's temperament was so good. So he's the son of the richest man. Oh my god, I've actually been in close contact with the son of the richest man? This is too magical. Xiao Feng actually knows a big shot of this level? It's really too awesome. Tang Xingyuan was even angrier when he saw everyone praising Yi Feng, who said that the Zhao family is the richest family in Zhongshan province. There are many more people who were more impressive than them, but they kept a low profile. People of your level won't understand these inside stories. Zhou Xiao spoke again. Even if the Zhao family isn't the richest, they're still very powerful. Xiao Feng knows a big boss of this level. This proves his strength. Tang Xingyuan continued to argue. So what if they know each other? I also know Zhao Felin. Is it useful? If someone took the initiative to greet you, it meant that they were well-mannered and sociable, but it doesn't mean that you're awesome. You won't understand even if I tell you. Seeing that he was still acting cool, Yi Feng was about to reply. At this moment, he suddenly received a call. It was a call from the legal officer of Bingshan Apartments, asking him to do the handover work. Only then did he remember that the system had rewarded him with 10 apartment buildings after he had completed the treasure hunt mission at noon. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and then at Zhou Xiao in the group. Xiao, are you free this afternoon? I'm off today, what's wrong? Then let's meet at Bingshan Apartments later. I've got a surprise for you. What surprise? Is it still a surprise if I tell you? You're being so mysterious. All right then, see you later. See you later. Tang Xingyuan was a little angry when he saw that the two of them had ignored him and were even flirting in front of him. I'm free in the afternoon. Why don't I go and see what surprise our Master Yi has prepared? Do any of you want to go together? After that, a few people eagerly signed up. Yi Feng could not help but sneer. Was Tang Xingyuan determined to fight him to the death? Since that was the case, then come. He hoped that when the time came, he would not lose his front teeth. Chapter 59. 59 You're actually here? 59 You're actually here? When Yi Feng arrived at Bingshan Apartments in his Lycan supercar, Zhou Xiao had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. She was wearing a wine-red dress and a pair of red high heels. Her face was also covered in a rare, exquisite makeup. She looked like a ball of passionate flames. Yi Feng stopped the sports car in front of her and leaned on the window, smiling and teasing. Do you have to dress up so beautifully to meet me? Zhou Xiao pushed aside a few strands of hair in front of her eyes, looking extremely charming. I'm here to see our eldest young Master Yi. Of course, I have to dress up nicely. I can't embarrass you. Yi Feng touched his nose. This is called a woman looks for the man she likes, right? Zhou Shuyao blushed. That's not a good word. Just as the two of them were talking and laughing, a red Porsche Panamera came speeding over. A screeching sound of the car braking resounded. The car stopped behind Yi Feng. Behind the Porsche Panamera, there were a few ordinary family cars. It was Tang Xinyuan and a few of his childhood friends. Shuyao, I've been looking for you for such a long time, but you've been avoiding me. Yi Feng asked you out with one sentence. Aren't you afraid that I'll be jealous? Seeing Yi Feng and Zhou Shuyao's intimate behavior, Tang Xinyuan suddenly felt jealous. Tang Xinyuan, is there any meaning to this? I don't have any relationship with you. Why are you jealous? Zhou Shuyao's eyes flashed with disgust when she saw Tang Xinyuan. Tang Xinyuan had been bothering her for a long time. She was so annoyed. Tang Xinyuan was a little angry, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on Zhou Shuyao, so he turned to look at Yi Feng. Oh, so this is your Lycan supercar? It's not cheap to rent such a car, right? Yi Feng naturally placed his hand on Zhou Shuyao's shoulder and looked at him provocatively. I didn't expect you to really come. Tang Xinyuan was even angrier when he saw this. Of course, I really want to see what kind of tricks young Master Yi can pull. Didn't you say you prepared a surprise for Shuyao? Where's the surprise? Yi Feng ignored him and walked toward the apartment with Zhou Shuyao in his arms. Zhou Shuyao was also very obedient and did not resist. Tang Xinyuan's eyes were burning with anger. Brat, I'm going to expose your true colors today. He wanted to let Shuyao see who was worthy of her. Yi Feng, why did you bring me here? Zhou Shuyao could not help but ask. What do you think of this place? Yi Feng did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked her a question. It's not bad. The location is very good and the surrounding facilities are very complete. The apartment is also very beautiful. It can be considered a luxury apartment. Zhou Shuyao answered smoothly. It was obvious that she had done some research in this area. If you like it, you can move here. Yi Feng took the opportunity to suggest. The rent here isn't cheap, right? I can't afford it. Zhou Shuyao quickly shook her head. You don't have to pay rent, it's free. Yi Feng had a smile on his face. You've already paid the rent. Zhou Shuyao didn't react in time. No, I just bought 10 apartment buildings here. Yi Feng's tone was very calm. But the message in his words was not calm at all. Zhou Shuyao looked at him, dumbfounded. What did you say? You bought 10 apartment buildings here? Is that true? Yi Feng smiled nonchalantly. Of course it's true. I invited you here today because I want you to help me manage these 10 apartment buildings. You can help collect rent and help the tenants solve some problems. Zhou Shuyao was even more surprised. You want me to help you manage the apartment building? Yi Feng scratched her nose. Why? You don't want to? Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in terms of salary. I guarantee that it'll be much better than your current job. Zhou Shuyao quickly shook her head. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just too surprised. How much did you spend on these 10 apartment buildings? Before Yi Feng could reply, Tang Xinyuan, who had been following them, finally found an opportunity to speak. Shuyao, don't believe his nonsense. He's lying to you. Do you know how much it would cost to buy 10 apartment buildings here? You're really a toad yawning. What a big tone. Zhou Shuyao glared at him in disgust. I believe that Yi Feng will not lie to me. Tang Xinyuan was disappointed. Shuyao, I'm doing this for your own good. It was impossible to buy 10 apartment buildings here without 1 billion yuan. Does he have that much money? I think he's plotting something against you. Yi Feng sneered. Tang Xinyuan, don't think that everyone is as shameless as you. Tang Xinyuan glared at him. Yi Feng, you can lie to Shuyao, but you can't lie to me. If you can really buy 10 apartment buildings here, I'll King eat *T immediately. Yi Feng smiled. Do you like to eat *T that much? No wonder your mouth is so foul. Tang Xinyuan remained unmoved. If you have the ability, then prove it to me first. If you can't, then you'll eat *T. Do you dare to make a bet? Yi Feng laughed heartily. It's a deal. Just then, a woman in a black business suit walked over quickly. The woman was in her 30s, and her legs, which were wrapped in black stockings, were slender and very seductive. Everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Then, they saw the woman walking straight to Yi Feng. You must be Mr. Yi Feng. I'm Jiang Hui, the legal manager of Bingshan Apartments. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing the woman's words, everyone present was petrified. Chapter 60 them? Not very close. 60 them? Not very close. I'm sorry, I was delayed on the road. Yi Feng explained casually. Mr. Yi, The contract and transfer procedures for your 10 apartment buildings are ready. You just need to sign it. Jiang Hui showed good professionalism and behaved appropriately. What did you just say? Tang Xinyuan asked in a hurry. Did he really buy 10 of your apartment buildings? Jiang Hui glanced at him strangely. Yeah, is there a problem? Are you sure? Tang Xinyuan was a little confused. How could he afford so many apartment buildings? Are you questioning my professionalism? Jiang Hui was a little unhappy. After that, she ignored him and looked at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, let's go and complete the handover procedures. Yi Feng nodded, then turned around and looked at Tang Xinyuan with contempt. Didn't you say you wanted to eat sh*t? Go and find something fresh to eat. If you really can't find anything, I can provide it for free. It'll definitely fill your stomach. Zhou Shuyao covered her mouth and laughed. Then she pushed Yi Feng. You're too disgusting. Tang Xinyuan's expression was ugly. He came all the way here today to see Yi Feng make a fool of himself. He didn't expect that he would be the clown. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Where did Yi Feng get so much money? To be able to buy 10 apartment buildings in one go, how rich must he be? A few of his close friends who had come to watch the show immediately sent this message to the group. The group chat exploded again. After being retorted by Tang Xinyuan, they started to suspect that Yi Feng was lying to them. Now, the facts had proven that Yi Feng indeed had the ability to do so. He bought 10 apartment buildings in one go. Even if he did nothing in the future and just lay down and collect rent, he would still be able to live a more carefree life than most people. It simply made one go crazy with jealousy. The handover process went smoothly. After Yi Feng signed the last word, Jiang Hui extended her hand to congratulate him. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You are the real owner of Bingshan Apartments from now on. Thank you. Yi Feng reached out and shook her hand. He only felt that her hand was soft as if it had no bones, and her skin was as smooth as silk. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The charm of a young married woman was indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. Mr. Yi, why don't we add each other on WeChat? If you have any legal problems in the future, you can contact me at any time, Jiang Hui suggested. She could naturally see Yi Feng's strength. It would only be good for her to make friends with such a person. Naturally, Yi Feng was more than happy to do so, so he immediately added her on WeChat. Are these Mr. Ye's friends? Jiang Hui asked as she looked at Tang Xinyuan and the others. If Yi Feng answered yes, she would probably add them. The few of them also looked at Yi Feng with eager eyes. They also wanted to add this high-quality young woman on WeChat, even though they knew that this kind of woman was an existence that they could only dream of. But at least, it would be quite good to show off to others. However, Yi Feng shook his head. I am not familiar with them. These people, including Tang Xinyuan, were either here to see him make a fool of himself or were suspicious of him. He naturally wouldn't care about the feelings for such people. Tang Xinyuan and the others were a little embarrassed. They hurriedly fled with his tail between his legs. Zhou Shuyao looked at the group of people in a sorry state and felt extremely happy. I'll let you all look down on Yi Feng again. Jiang Hui then said a few more words to Yi Feng and left. Yi Feng looked at her alluring back view, and he could not help but be filled with emotions. Still looking? Your eyeballs are going to fall out if you keep looking, Zhou Shuyao, who was standing at the side, teased him sourly. Ahem, I just think that this Ms. Jiang is quite capable. Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. So you're saying that I can't do it? Zhou Shuyao didn't give up. You're capable. You're very capable too. Yi Feng quickly admitted defeat. Then what can I do? Zhou Shuyao got to the bottom of it. Yi Feng had a headache from the question. He decided to attack instead. You will have to ask yourself what you can do. Zhou Shuyao was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that he was trying to hit both sides with his words. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. She immediately wanted to escape. Yi Feng pulled her into his arms. Why are you running? Housekeeper. Zhou Shuyao was a little unhappy. Who are you calling a housekeeper? Yi Feng smiled evilly. From now on, I will let you manage this place. I will be a landlord and you will be my housekeeper. His words were too explicit. Zhou Shuyao scolded him in embarrassment. Shameless. Who wants to be your housekeeper? Yi Feng's gaze was threatening. Who are you calling shameless? Zhou Shuyao was not afraid at all. You. Then I'll let you see what's even more shameless. Yi Feng said as he immediately pulled her over. Oh. Zhou Shuyao was suddenly sneak-attacked and was a little flustered. She kept patting his chest with her hands. However, her little strength was unable to move the other party at all. Feng only released her when they were almost out of breath. You big bad guy. Zhou Xiao's face had already turned red to her ears. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Chapter 61. 61 It's fake at first sight? 61 It's fake at first sight? Feng drove his Lycan and slowly caught up with Zhou Xiao, walking side by side with her. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Feng rested his chin on the window and smiled shamelessly. I don't need it. Zhou Xiao turned her head away and pretended to be angry. You're really angry? Feng asked despite knowing the answer. Zhou Xiao ignored him and continued walking. Feng sped up and stopped the sports car in front of her. Then he got out of the car. Feng, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think you can do whatever you want of me just because you let me manage these apartments? Zhou Xiao was still a little angry. I definitely didn't mean it that way. Feng hesitated. But what? Zhou Xiao asked. It's just that you're too beautiful. I can't control myself. Feng gave a very reasonable explanation. Zhou Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What a glib tongue. Feng was relieved when he saw her smile through her tears. He stepped forward and held her hand. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Then I'll have to make you pay for it. Zhou Xiao threatened. Although it sounded like a threat, it was obvious that she had already forgiven Feng's rash actions. No problem. You can choose any restaurant in Zhonghai. Feng helped her open the car door. Feng brought Zhou Xiao to the Shangri-La Hotel, which was the closest. He had heard from Shun Beitian that there was a star-rated restaurant here. Just as the two of them entered the Shangri-La Hotel, Feng suddenly heard a system notification. A new opportunity mission has been detected. Complete Sotheby's consignment mission. System navigation activated. Please walk 12 meters in your current position and take the elevator to the 12th floor. Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pulled Zhou Xiao toward the elevator. When the two of them arrived at the 12th floor according to the navigation, they found that it was a huge venue. The venue was already packed with people. What are they doing? Zhou Xiao was a little curious. Let's go and take a look. Feng did not explain further. He walked into the crowd. At this moment, he saw a middle-aged man with a refined temperament standing on the stage and speaking loudly. Hello, everyone. I'm Qin Xiaoshan, the general manager of the China region of the Sotheby's auction house. I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I've gathered you here today. The Sotheby's summer auction will be held next month, but unfortunately, there hasn't been a fine item that's enough to hold the auction so far. I've heard that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Zhonghai's collection world, so I came here rashly. I hope everyone can give our Sotheby's a hand. If anyone's item reaches this standard, Sotheby's is willing to offer a free auction service. We won't charge a single cent. After listening to his speech, everyone in the venue became excited. Sotheby's was the most famous auction house in the world. The items auctioned in this auction house were often sold for sky-high prices. Which collector would not want to put their collection up for auction in Sotheby's? However, Sotheby's had a high bar, and ordinary collections would not catch their eye. Secondly, the commission they charged was very high, which made many collectors' hearts ache. Now that manager Chun had promised that as long as they could produce a piece of fine work that was enough to hold the ground, they would be exempted from all commission, so they could not help but be tempted. They all eagerly took out their collections and lined up to wait. There were a few Sotheby's appraisers at the scene, who were carefully appraising the items for everyone. Feng's heart moved. He asked Zhou Xiao to wait here for a while. Then, he turned around and went downstairs to get the painting, The Girl in the Red Hat, from the car. The appraisal was still going on when he returned to the venue. What are you holding in your hand? Zhou Xiao saw that he was holding a box in his hands and couldn't help but be curious. You'll know in a bit. Feng purposely kept her in suspense and then went to line up. Sotheby's appraisers were very professional, and the appraisal process was very fast. Soon, it was Feng's turn. When he unfolded the painting, it immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. The Girl in the Red Hat. There was no lack of sharp-eyed people present, so they naturally knew the origin of his painting. They just didn't know if it was real. Little brother, I can tell that your painting is fake. It's better if you don't join in the fun. A middle-aged man behind Feng acted like he knew what was going on. How do you know it is fake? Feng asked. Do you still need to ask? Everyone knows that The Girl in a Red Hat is one of Picasso's representative works. If it was real, its value would be immeasurable. How could a collection of this level be in the hands of a young man like you? The surrounding people listened to his logical analysis and nodded in agreement. Every piece of Picasso's work could be sold for an astronomical price. If anyone had a painting of Picasso in their hands now, they would just wait for it to appreciate in value. Why would they put it up for auction? Feng did not care about them anymore. He passed the painting to the appraiser of Sotheby's. The appraiser took the painting indifferently. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. However, when the appraiser's gaze fell on the painting, he immediately gasped. This? Chapter 62. 62. Authentic work. A sensation at the scene. 62. Authentic work. A sensation at the scene. The people in line saw the appraiser's strange expression and gathered around. Is this painting real or fake? The middle-aged man who had just concluded that Feng's painting was an imitation hurriedly asked. The appraiser wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly gathered the other appraisers. The few of them surrounded the painting and looked at it for a long time, their expressions becoming more and more serious. It's really the authentic work of Picasso. After a while, one of the appraisers shouted. As soon as he said this, the originally chaotic venue immediately became quiet. Everyone was shocked by his words. An authentic work of Picasso had actually appeared. Really? A painting by Picasso? That's priceless. Where did this young man come from? We've never heard of this person in the collection world of Zhonghai City. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Such a young man can actually produce an authentic work of Picasso. We can't be sure that it's authentic yet, right? What if the appraisers are wrong? The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all somewhat bewildered. It was mainly because the news was too shocking. Most people couldn't accept it. At this time, Chen Xiaoshan, the general manager of the China region of Sotheby's auction house, came after hearing the news. When he saw the painting, the girl in the red hat, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He hurriedly went forward to take a closer look. After a long while, he looked up at Feng in disbelief. Friend, where did you get this painting? Feng frowned. General Manager Chen, I'm afraid it's not in line with the rules for you to ask this. This was already considered a private matter, and it was clearly a little rash for the other party to ask this question. Chen Xiaoshan came back to his senses and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was too rash. I was just too shocked. This painting has disappeared for many years. I didn't expect it to reappear in Zhonghai City. His words were undoubtedly the final word. Even the general manager of the Sotheby's auction house had confirmed that it was an authentic Picasso, so who would dare to say that it was fake? With that, the entire venue was in an uproar. They had undoubtedly witnessed a part of history. One could only imagine what kind of waves would be set off in the collection world when the news of Picasso's authentic work spread. Chen Xiaoshan held Feng's hand in excitement. My friend, you must hand this painting over to our Sotheby's auction house. The starting price of this painting is at least 500 million, and I believe the final transaction price will be far more than this. His words once again dropped a heavy bomb in the venue. Although everyone knew that Picasso's paintings were priceless, they had not expected them to be worth so much. The starting price was actually 500 million? Wasn't this a little too scary? Zhou Shuyao, who was standing beside Feng, was so shocked that she could not speak, even though she already knew Feng's strength. However, when he casually took out a painting that could be sold for more than 500 million, it still made her feel that it was unreal. That was 500 million yuan. To an ordinary person like her, it was definitely an unimaginable astronomical figure. Out of everyone present, only Feng was able to remain calm, because he already knew the value of this painting. It's my honor to put this painting up for auction in Sotheby's. Chen Xiaoshan gave him a thumbs up when he saw how calm he was. This friend is so young, but his heart is so calm. It's really rare. If you don't mind, let's be friends. In the future, if you need my help, just ask. As soon as he said that, the few Sotheby's staff members behind him were shocked. They were well aware of Chen Xiaoshan's background. However, he was not as simple as the general manager of the China region of the Sotheby's auction house. The background behind him was extremely terrifying. This was the first time they had seen Chen Xiaoshan take the initiative to befriend someone, and it was a young man. However, Feng did not know the value of this friendship. He only nodded his head lightly. He took the initiative to give his name and then exchanged contact information. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the Destiny navigation mission. The system rewards 500 million yuan worth of investment information. Immediately after, The trend chart of the three stocks was reflected in his mind. Yi Feng could not help but be shocked. This time, the system did not reward him with real estate, sports car, or any other physical items. Instead, it gave him a trend chart of three stocks. It was planning to let him enter the financial industry. Brother Yi, if it's convenient, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? After the consignment process was completed, Chen Xiushan took the initiative to invite him. Yi Feng smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I've already made an appointment to have dinner with this lady. Then, he pointed at Zhou Shuyao. Chen Xiushan immediately smiled. I understand. Let's meet again when we have time. The group of staff members behind him all looked at Yi Feng in shock. This fellow actually rejected General Manager Chen's invitation for a woman? He probably didn't know what this meant, right? Zhou Shuyao, who was standing at the side, was also in disbelief. He was the general manager of Sotheby's auction house. Now that he had invited Yi Feng for a meal, this guy actually refused? Was he crazy? Yi Feng did not care about what everyone was thinking. He wouldn't even care if the President of the United States was trying to curry favor with him, let alone the general manager of the Sotheby's auction house. After saying goodbye to Chen Xiushan, he pulled Zhou Shuyao out of the venue. Chen Xiushan looked at his back and smiled in admiration. Interesting. Chapter 63. 63. The Heartwarming Big Sister Next Door. 63. The Heartwarming Big Sister Next Door. When he was eating with Zhou Shuyao, Yi Feng was still thinking about the information on the three stocks. Zhou Shuyao could tell that he had something on his mind, so she asked considerately, Are you in trouble? Tell me, I might be able to help you. Yi Feng thought for a moment. I want to buy a few stocks recently, but I know nothing about this. I want to find a professional to help me, but I don't know anyone in this field. After listening to his statement, Zhou Shuyao's eyes rolled. I do know a professional. She is now a trading manager at Dongan Securities. Yi Feng's eyes brightened. Can you introduce me to them? Zhou Shuyao covered her mouth and laughed. You know this person too? Yi Feng was confused. I know them too. Who is it? Zhou Shuyao calmly ate 2 mouthfuls of food and slowly took 2 sips of her drink until Yi Feng was extremely anxious. She then spoke again. Sister Su Man, have you forgotten? You were neighbors in the past. Yi Feng heard her reminder, and the image of a mature woman flashed in his mind. The Su Man she was talking about used to live next door and was a few years older than him. She had always taken care of him like a sister. After that, she was admitted to college and worked outside during the summer and winter holidays, and she rarely went home. The chances of the two meeting became less and less. If Zhou Shuyao hadn't mentioned her at this time, he would have almost forgotten about her. He pulled out the number that he had not called for a long time. Yi Feng gathered his courage and called. The call was picked up very quickly, and a slightly lazy voice came through. Hello, who's this? Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. Sister Su Man, I'm Yi Feng. After a few seconds of silence, the other party suddenly raised her voice by a few octaves. Where did the sun set today? You actually took the initiative to call me? The heavens. Yi Feng was speechless when he heard her exaggerated voice. Sister Su Man, I need your help with something. Su Man's voice was filled with resentment. I knew you wouldn't think of me for no reason. What's the matter? I'll say this first. I can't help you with big things, and I can't be bothered with small things. Yi Feng touched his nose. It's like this. I've been thinking of buying a few stocks recently, but I know nothing about this. I heard that Sister Su Man is working in a securities company now, so I want you to help me with it. Su Man's voice suddenly turned serious. Xiao Feng, are you still in school? Listen to your sister's advice. Don't speculate in the stock market, or you'll cry. Yi Feng scratched his head. Don't worry. I'm just having fun. I won't throw in all my assets. Su Man remained silent for a while before she spoke again. It's good that you know the limits. I can help you with the operation, and I'll only charge you the lowest commission. I can't guarantee that you'll make money, but at least you won't lose much. Yi Feng quickly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Su Man. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. Su Man returned to her usual laid-back attitude. Don't be so free. Come to my company tomorrow. I'll give you some guidance and tell you some inside information so that you won't sink deeper and deeper into this. Hearing her words, Yi Feng's heart warmed. Okay. The two of them chatted for a while more before hanging up the phone. Seeing the two of them chatting so enthusiastically, Zhou Shuyao suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Why did she mention Su Man to him? Wasn't this making a great enemy for herself for no reason? Thinking of this, she immediately regretted it. The next morning, Yi Feng changed into a brand new suit. After looking at himself in the mirror for a long time and making sure that there was nothing wrong, he drove out of the door with his Lycan. It was 9:30 when he arrived at Dongan Securities. The office building of Dongan Securities was very grand. It was about a dozen stories high and looked very imposing. Yifeng walked into the main hall and went straight to the front desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Su Man. We've already made an appointment." The girl at the front desk immediately smiled. "You must be Mr. Yifeng? Manager Su is in a meeting right now, but she has already instructed me to take you to her office directly if you come. This way, please." Saying so, she enthusiastically led Yifeng upstairs. Yifeng was very touched. He didn't expect Su Man to be so concerned about him, even ordering her subordinates to receive him. Su Man's office was on the 3rd floor. When he was led into her office by the female receptionist, he saw that the desk and the carpet were covered with all kinds of flowers. Yifeng looked at the female receptionist in confusion. "These are all gifts from Manager Su's suitors. We have to get the janitors to clean them up every day, and they'll continue to pile up the next day," the female receptionist explained in an envious tone. "Your Manager Su is quite popular with the men." Yifeng could not help but be filled with emotions. "It's not just men, we women like Manager Su too. She's pretty and capable. She's a role model for all of us women." The receptionist's eyes sparkled at the mention of Su Man. It was as if she was a brainless fan. "Is she as good as you say?" Yifeng was a little doubtful. He remembered that Su Man had always bullied him when they were young. She was more like a demoness. "Of course, everyone in our company is in awe of Manager Su. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around." Seeing that he didn't believe her, the female receptionist immediately became a little anxious. At this moment, she suddenly heard a lazy woman's voice. "What are you trying to find out?" Yifeng turned around. Then he was petrified. Chapter 64. 64 Did you have plastic surgery? 64 Did you have plastic surgery? Su Man was dressed in a red suit and a pair of red diamond-studded high heels. Her big, wavy hair quivered as she walked. Her white cheeks and bright red lips were like a plum flower on a piece of rice paper. Her entire person exuded a kind of soul-snatching charm. Yifeng could not help but swallow his saliva. Was this still the female lunatic who was usually sloppy in his memory? She was simply a goddess. "What? You don't recognize your sister?" Su Man walked up to him and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Did you get plastic surgery?" Yifeng had been holding it in for a long time and finally said this. "Get lost. Are you looking for a beating?" Su Man glared at him in annoyance. The two of them laughed and scolded each other, and the sense of strangeness immediately disappeared. "Not bad. You're a decent kid now. These clothes aren't cheap, right?" Su Man sized up Yifeng. A strange light flashed past her eyes. She remembered that Yifeng used to be very self-abased in front of her, and he was always shy when he spoke or did things. And the current Yifeng had a strong sense of self-confidence. This kind of aura could only be seen on those who had succeeded. "It's all right," Yifeng smiled lightly. "Listen to me. You're still in school, and your family isn't that well off. You should use your money where it should be used, and not pursue superficial vanity." Su Man knew that Yifeng's family was poor, and he was just in his first year of university, so he must be short of money. He was probably afraid that she would look down on him, so he bought such expensive clothes. Yifeng knew that she had good intentions. He could only nod in agreement. After that, Su Man personally helped Yifeng to open an account and signed a letter of authorization. After she was done with the procedures, she sent her assistant away and waved to Yifeng. "Come here." Yifeng walked over obediently. A faint perfume smell immediately assailed his nose, making him somewhat restless. Su Man did not notice his expression and pointed at the computer screen instead. "If you must invest in the stock market, I'll recommend this stock to you. I've received some insider information that this stock will be doing very well in the future." Yifeng nodded his head repeatedly while secretly observing Su Man. It had to be said that this sister next door was getting more and more charming. No wonder she could receive so many fresh flowers every day. Su Man explained it to him for more than half an hour. However, he only heard a little as he spent most of his time observing Su Man. "All right, let's stop here for today. You won't be able to digest too much. Go back and think about it. Once you've decided on which stock to buy, just let me know." Su Man stood up and stretched. Her lithe figure could be seen at a glance. Yifeng almost spat out blood and quickly looked away. "Sister Su Man, are you free today? I'll treat you to a meal." Su Man sighed. "There's still a lot of things to do today. Let's wait for another day. Yi Feng nodded. All right, let's meet another day. Then he walked out of the office. Su Man personally escorted him to the elevator. The employees of the security company who passed by all looked on curiously. Manager Su was usually very cold and aloof. The guests that she personally saw off were all extremely distinguished. Who was this young man? After sending Yi Feng off, Su Man was about to return to her office. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was a little balding walked over quickly. Manager Su, are you out to see our guests off? Su Man frowned when she saw the man. The man's name was Wang Chongying, and he was her biggest competitor in Dong'an Securities. Usually, in order to compete for customers, he had done a lot of underhanded things to her. Yes, Manager Wang. Is there anything I can help you with? Many years of working experience had trained Su Man to be able to hide her emotions. That person just now is your new big client. Wang Chongying thought the young man was a big client when he saw Su Man walking him out. No, it's my neighbor. He's still in university and wants me to help him choose a few stocks to earn some money for his living expenses. Su Man did not hide anything. Hearing this, Wang Chongying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So they're neighbors. Manager Su, you still have the time to help your neighbors with their business? What do you mean? Su Man asked with a faint smile. Wang Chongying smiled triumphantly. Your performance this month isn't very good. I've left you far behind. Manager Su, you have to work harder. Su Man was extremely annoyed by his smug look. However, the other party was telling the truth. Her performance this month was indeed very poor, and she had been completely left behind by the other party. The other party ridiculed her, but she couldn't be angry. She was about to turn around and leave to avoid the sharp edge. At this moment, her assistant suddenly ran over. Sister Man, the new account you're managing has bought 3 stocks in one go. Su Man was stunned for a moment before she reacted. It should be Yi Feng who bought it, right? However, she had only recommended one to him. Why did he buy 3 at once? This guy wanted to learn how to run before he even learned how to crawl. How much did he buy? Su Man asked nonchalantly. He bought 100 million in each stock. The assistant was extremely excited. How much? Su Man and Wang Chongying exclaimed at the same time. 100 million for each of the 3 stocks. This was a super big order. Chapter 65. 65 Do I need to explain to you? 65 Do I need to explain to you? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Su Man was stunned for a long time and still couldn't be sure. The assistant nodded with certainty. It's absolutely true. I've confirmed it a few times. He has indeed bought 3 stocks worth more than 100 million yuan. Wang Chongying immediately glared at Su Man. Manager Su, didn't you say that the young man was just your neighbor? How are you going to explain this? His performance this month had already surpassed Su Man's, and it was the only time in history. He had thought that he could finally hold his head high. He didn't expect that before he could sit down, he would be overtaken by the other party. He was furious. Su Man's face darkened when she heard his tone. Do I need to explain myself to you? Wang Chongying's expression suddenly became extremely embarrassed, and he stood in place for a long time, unable to speak. After a long time, he seemed to have recovered a little and said, All right, you win. Let's wait and see. After he finished speaking, he left in a huff. Su Man ignored him. She took out her phone and called Yi Feng. Yi Feng, did you buy those 3 stocks? Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Feng's tone was very calm. It was as if he did not buy 300 million worth of stocks, but 3 packets of instant noodles. Where did you get so much money? Su Man's mind was still in a daze. She was in disbelief. I made a small fortune some time ago. Yi Feng made up an excuse. 300 million is a small fortune? Then how much is considered big? Su Man shouted and attracted the attention of many passers-by. She couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. With Yi Feng's family background, what kind of fortuitous encounter did he have to be able to earn 300 million? If she did not know Yi Feng's character, she would have suspected that Yi Feng was doing something illegal. Don't worry, Sister Man, don't you understand me? This money is definitely clean. Yi Feng had already guessed what she was thinking, and he explained immediately. That's good, but didn't I recommend you a stock? Why did you make the decision to buy 3 trashy stocks? Su Man's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again in her mouth. From her many years of experience, she could tell that the 3 stocks that Yi Feng had bought were not doing well. It could even be said to be trash. Who would buy such a stock? I think these 3 stocks have a lot of potential. What if they create a miracle? Yi Feng's tone was filled with confidence. This surprised Su Man, Do you have any inside information? Since Yi Feng could own several hundred million in assets in such a short period of time, he might have really latched onto the thigh of some big shot. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously. If Sister Su Man trusts me, why don't you buy some as well? If you make a profit, it's all on you. If you lose, it's all on me. Su Man was disdainful. I'm not buying that kind of trash stock. The two of them chatted for a while more before hanging up. Su Man frowned and fell into deep thought. From Yi Feng's tone, he seemed to be very confident in these 3 stocks. Should she also buy some? She had saved up some money over the past few years, about 5 million. However, according to her own judgment, it was impossible for these 3 stocks to rise. What if it all went to waste? The assistant beside her saw her frowning and couldn't help but worry. Sister Man, are you okay? Su Man raised her head slowly as if she had made a decision. Go and use all the money in my account to buy these 3 stocks. After hesitating for a while, she decided to trust Yi Feng this once. She couldn't explain the exact reason. The assistant was stunned. Sister Man, you're not joking, are you? These 3 stocks have been falling. It's a bottomless pit. Su Man's eyes became determined, and she mimicked Yi Feng's tone. I think these 3 stocks have a lot of potential. What if they create a miracle? The assistant had no choice but to follow her instructions. However, she was secretly reproaching her in her heart. Sister Man had always been a steady person when it came to business. Why did it seem like she had changed into a different person after making a call? She was really out of her mind. Time passed by. Su Man had been sitting in her office, sipping her tea slowly. On the surface, she looked very calm. However, the glass of water in her hand kept shaking, betraying her nervousness. She didn't even dare to turn on her computer. She was afraid to see the 3 stocks continue to fall. After all, she had invested all her assets. If she lost, her years of hard work would be in vain. She also did not know why she had gone crazy with Yi Feng. It was too late to regret it now. She could only leave it to fate. Just as she was feeling extremely tormented, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The assistant walked in a panic. Sister Man, those 3 stocks. Because she was too excited, she couldn't even speak clearly. Su Man's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that it had plummeted? Those 3 stocks are rising like crazy. The assistant took a sip of water from Su Man's glass and exclaimed, Really? How much did it increase by? Su Man immediately stood up in surprise. It's been going up since 10 minutes ago, and it's rising very quickly. It's almost 5% now, sob. Before the assistant could finish, Su Man had already turned on her computer to look at the market trend. As expected, the 3 stocks that Yi Feng had asked her to buy had risen from the previous decline. And compared to the previous decline, the rise was getting faster and faster. A total increase of 8%. Su Man had been in the securities industry for a few years, but she had never seen such a crazy rise. Her heart was in her throat. She quickly dialed Yi Feng's number. Yi Feng, what's going on? Chapter 66. 66 Don't ask anything. 66 Don't ask anything. What's wrong, Sister Man? When he received Su Man's call, Yi Feng had just returned to the villa and was about to take a hot bath. When he heard her flustered tone, he thought that something had happened. The 3 stocks you bought have gone crazy. Su Man's voice was trembling. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you panicking? Yi Feng was relieved and walked into the bathtub. How can I not panic? I've been in the industry for so many years, but I've never seen such a crazy rise in the market. Su Man was surprised by his calm tone. As one lives for a long time, one can see everything. It's good to get used to it. By the way, how much has it risen to now? Yi Feng picked up a glass of red wine from the edge of the bathtub and swirled it in his hand. He was very satisfied. Now, after adding in the 10 losses that we've made up for, we've already accumulated an increase of 18%. No, it's already 20%. Let's stop while we can. Su Man realized that while she was speaking to Yi Feng, it had increased by another 2%. She felt that her heart could not take it anymore. Don't worry, let the bullet fly a little longer. Yi Feng's tone was filled with confidence. Yi Feng, listen to my advice. Insatiable greed is the worst thing in the stock market. We have already earned enough. Let's sell it. Su Man was a little anxious. You just have to do as I say. Sell it when the stock rises to 30%. Yi Feng gave a number. The system told him when to buy and when to sell. That was why he was able to sit on the sidelines. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Su Man had no choice but to hang up the phone. But she couldn't let it go, so she could only stare at the market trend. Even the slightest fluctuation would make her nervous. Then, she saw the three stocks soaring in front of her eyes. A total of 23% increase. In addition to the loss-making portion, there was a 25% increase. A total of 27% increase. 30% profit. The further the K-line moved, the slower the increase was. Hurry up and throw them all away. Su-man saw that the three stocks had already reached the critical point that Feng had mentioned. She quickly shouted. The little assistant came back to her senses and quickly started to operate. Even Su-man had never seen such a crazy rise in popularity, let alone a small assistant like her. Her hands were still shaking as she operated the computer. At the same time, she was filled with regret. If she had known that these three stocks would rise at such a crazy rate, she would have bought them together with Su-man. In such a short time, it had increased by 30%. This was simply picking up money. It was laughable that she had just mocked Su-man for being out of her mind. So she was the clown? With the assistant's manipulation, all three stocks were sold. Su-man slumped into the chair as if she was dehydrated. The soul-stirring process just now was no different from a war. She was completely exhausted. However, the harvest this time was too great. In just a short while, after deducting the capital of 5 million and some processing fees, she had earned nearly 1.5 million. This made her feel unreal. She had worked hard for so many years and only saved up more than 5 million yuan. In such a short period of time, she had earned almost half of her net worth. This was simply too crazy. However, compared to Feng, her income was nothing. After this short-term operation, Feng's assets had increased by 90 million. That was truly terrifying. Just as she was in a daze, suddenly, she heard her assistant exclaim, "It's falling. Sister man, those three stocks have started to fall." Su-man quickly turned around and saw that the three stocks that had been soaring suddenly plunged without any warning. In just 10 minutes, it fell back to the lowest point when she bought it. And it was still falling, with no end in sight. This made her break out in cold sweat. If she had sold it just a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, a huge question appeared in her mind. How did Feng's prediction become so accurate? Not only did he know that these three stocks would rise sharply today, but he could also accurately cash out at the highest point. Could it be that he had some special ability? Thinking of this, she quickly picked up her phone and called Feng. "You've thrown them all away?" Before she could speak, Feng had already asked. "Feng, tell me the truth. What are you doing?" Before she could ask, Feng interrupted her. "Don't ask anything. I won't tell you even if you ask." Su-man laughed at his words. Indeed, everyone had an inhumane secret. Why did she bother to get to the bottom of it? After all, she had gained a huge advantage this time. One must know when to stop. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Are you free later? I'll treat you to some tea." Su-man took the initiative to invite him. "I've helped you earn such a large sum of money, and you're just going to treat me to tea? Aren't you too stingy?" Feng laughed and teased. "Then what do you want to eat? You can choose any restaurant in Zhonghai." Su-man was in high spirits when it came to happy events, so her words were a little more overbearing. "Forget it. Let's have some tea. Send me the address later." Feng hung up the phone and changed into a brand new suit. Then, he drove the Ferrari Enzo and rushed to the place he had agreed to meet Su-man. Just as he was humming a tune and enjoying the scenery along the way, the system notification rang in his mind again. New treasure hunting mission detected. Imperial green raw jade stone. System navigation activated. Please drive along the current road and turn right after 100 meters. Feng was stunned. A new treasure hunting mission? He quickly sent a message to Su-man, saying that he had run into some trouble on the way and would be a little late. Then he followed the route provided by the system's navigation system and changed his direction. Chapter 67. 67. I don't understand the world of the rich. 67. I don't understand the world of the rich. Feng followed the system's navigation. After about half an hour, the car drove into a construction site. The workers, who were busy with their work, saw an extremely cool sports car driving in. They all put down their work and looked at it in surprise. For people who lived at the bottom of society, they had only seen sports cars of this level on TV. They didn't expect to see it in reality. Due to the potholes on the road, the sports car could not move forward. Feng had no choice but to park his car outside the construction site and continue walking according to the system's navigation. After a short while, they arrived in front of a pile of crushed stones. Navigation complete. Could it be that the raw jade stone was actually in this pile of gravel? Looking at the small mountain of rocks, he began to think of retreating. However, at the thought of the priceless imperial green raw jade stone, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and climbed up the pile of stones, starting to search. The workers on the construction site all looked at Feng in a daze. They didn't know what this rich man had suddenly gone crazy for him to start moving stones. They didn't know, and they didn't dare to ask. After all, Feng was a college student who did not exercise. He was tired after moving for a while. He had to stop. Then, he waved to a few workers who were watching the commotion not far away. Help me move the things. After you're done, I'll give each of you 1,000 yuan. When the workers heard that he needed help, they instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, it was also a pleasure to see a rich man working like a dog in front of them. However, when they heard that there was a reward of 1,000 yuan, they could no longer be bothered to watch the show and immediately rushed up. They worked hard at the construction site and only made 200 yuan a day. Now, they could earn 1,000 just by moving a pile of stones. This was simply a pie falling from the sky. It had to be said that there were specializations in every field. The speed at which these workers moved the stones was many times faster than Feng. In just a short while, more than half of the stones had been moved. Right at this time, Feng suddenly saw a worker carrying a black rock. The worker was still cursing. This stone is so king heavy. Feng rushed up without a second word and snatched the stone from his hands. Before he could take a closer look, he heard the system notification sound in his ear again. Congratulations to the host for completing the treasure hunting navigation. You have received an additional system reward. All the shares of Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort will be rewarded with 600 million yuan. Feng was immediately overjoyed. He was too lazy to look at it, and he directly moved the raw jade stone into the trunk. Then, he took out a stack of cash and threw it to the workers without even counting it. Then, he drove away in his Ferrari. The few people were left in a state of confusion. I don't understand the world of the rich. Feng drove to the tea room and found the private room that Su Man had booked. He saw her drinking tea slowly inside. Seeing Feng's arrival, she hurriedly came up to him excitedly. Feng, I earned 1.5 million today, a whole 1.5 million. She still couldn't believe that she had earned so much money in half a day. Isn't it just 1.5 million? Do you have to be so excited? Feng sat opposite her calmly and poured himself a cup of tea. Of course, it's nothing compared to a big tycoon like you. But for a poor person like me, it's a huge sum of money. Su Man felt bored when she saw that he wasn't happy at all. This is nothing. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn money in the future, Feng said in an enigmatic manner. You have inside information? Su Man's eyes lit up immediately. It's a secret. Feng purposely made a riddle. It's fine if you don't want to say it. In any case, I'm definitely hugging onto your thigh. Don't even think about ditching me, humph. Su Man's tone carried a hint of coquettishness. This made Feng's heart beat rapidly. This woman was too alluring. Wasn't this a test for the officers? Tell me the truth. How much money do you have now? Su Man looked at Feng curiously with her big, watery eyes. I'm a poor man. That 300 million is all I have. Feng immediately started to cry. Really? Su Man was in disbelief. It's absolutely true. Do I look like the kind of person who would lie? Feng's gaze was extremely sincere. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated twice. A bank message and a WeChat message popped up almost at the same time. Your bank card ending with 1263 has received a transfer of 550 million yuan. Su Man, who was drinking tea, spat it on his face. At the same time, the water in the teacup spilled on her chest. I'm sorry. When she realized that she had lost her composure, she quickly reached out to help Feng wipe the water off his face. You didn't get scalded, right? Feng also hurriedly took a piece of tissue and helped her wipe the water stains on her chest. Then, the air in the tea room suddenly froze. The two of them looked at each other, petrified. After a long while, Su Man was the first to snap out of her daze. She pushed him away hurriedly and returned to her seat. Feng also retracted his hand awkwardly. He even secretly rubbed his fingers. Have some tea. I'm not hungry. Have some desserts. I'm not thirsty. After the embarrassing scene just now, the atmosphere between the two of them was a little strange. At this time, Feng's phone suddenly rang. He was relieved and quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi. Your painting, The Girl in the Red Hat, has been sold for a total of 550 million yuan. It has been transferred to your bank card. Have you received it? Su Man could vaguely hear the contents of the call. Then, she opened her mouth wide in shock. A painting was auctioned for 550 million. Chapter 68. 68 Systems Deep Navigation Function Activated. 68 Systems Deep Navigation Function Activated. The call was from the general manager of the Sotheby's auction house, Qin Xiushan. I've already received it. Thank you, Manager Chun. Yi Feng immediately replied. Mr. Yi, you're too polite. You've done me a big favor this time. If it wasn't for your painting, I would have lost a lot of face. You're too kind, Manager Chun. I still have to thank you for this painting being able to fetch such a high price. All right, let's not be so formal. This time, we're friends. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. What a coincidence. I have something to ask you. Yi Feng suddenly thought of something and spoke hurriedly. Go ahead, Qin Xiushan quickly agreed. Well, I have a piece of raw jade that I want to sell. Do you have any channels? Yi Feng's attitude was very sincere. Hi, I thought it was something big. It's such a small matter. Qin Xiushan sounded a little disappointed, but he gave a quick answer. I have a very good friend who has opened a stone gambling shop in Zhonghai. I'll tell him about it, so you can go to him directly. Then, he sent an address to Yi Feng. Thank you, Manager Chun. Yi Feng chatted with Qin Xiushan for a while more before hanging up the phone. Su Man, who had been eavesdropping, asked, Who's this Manager Qin you're talking about? Yi Feng lifted his teacup and took a sip. Qin Xiushan from Sotheby's auction house. Qin Xiushan. Su Man was stunned. What? Is he very famous? Yi Feng saw her expression and wanted to laugh. He's not just famous, he's a legend in the business world. Many of his business cases have been written into business textbooks. I didn't expect you to know him. Looks like I'm going to have to look at you in a new light. Su Man's gaze toward Yi Feng was filled with curiosity. She really couldn't understand this boy next door that she had watched grow up. What had this guy experienced? How could such a drastic change happen in such a short time? Yi Feng could not help but feel a little helpless when he was sized up by her. All he did was know Qin Xiushan. Was there a need for this? The two of them had afternoon tea. As Su Man still had work to do, she returned to the company first. Meanwhile, Yi Feng brought the raw jade stone to the stone gambling den that Qin Xiushan mentioned. When he arrived at his destination, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The stone gambling den was at least 10,000 square meters. The market was filled with stalls. There were piles of raw stones of various sizes on the stall. The stone gambling den had a huge crowd, and it looked as noisy as a wet market. After all, there was no lack of people in the world who wanted to get rich overnight. Arg, let me die. I've lost all my family's fortune, and now it's all gone. What's the point of me living? The moment Yi Feng entered the market, he saw a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face wailing in pain. But soon, the man was taken out by the security guards. He could still hear his heart-wrenching cries from afar. To put it bluntly, stone gambling was like a knife to heaven and a knife to H*LL. Some people would become rich overnight if they won the bet. There were luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, and everything. And the person who lost the bet was likely to go bankrupt. After all, there were too many uncertainties in gambling. No one had X-ray eyes that could see what was inside the stone. They could only bet on their luck. Yi Feng shook his head and was about to call the friend that Qin Xiushan had introduced. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've triggered the system's deep navigation function. This function will automatically scan for hidden treasures within a 1-meter radius. Unlocking this function will cost you 10 million. Do you want to unlock it? Yi Feng heard the system notification and was stunned for a moment. It can be played like this? Without any hesitation, he immediately chose confirmed. It was just a mere 10 million. It was nothing to him now. System's deep navigation function activated. Following the system's notification, a miraculous scene appeared. The system had actually marked out those raw gemstones that were pitch black on the surface and had no inkling at all. Normal stone, value 0. Glutinous type jade, about 1.2 kilograms, worth about 2 million yuan. Ice type jade, about 0.7 kg. The information of each raw stone was listed in detail. Yi Feng's heart immediately jumped twice. They were simply mountains of gold. Moreover, it was the kind that he could pick up at will. Then, here came the problem. Since the deep navigation system could display the information of the raw stone, could it display the information of a person? For example, what color of underwear was she wearing? What was her size? What style? At this moment, a female staff member of the stone gambling den walked over. Sir, how can I help you? Yifeng looked at her and sighed in disappointment. It seemed that this deep navigation could only be used for treasure hunting. It was ineffective against humans. No need. I'm just looking around. Yifeng rejected her good intentions. He walked to a stall and picked out a few raw jadeite stones. I'll take these. Then he walked to another stall. That one, and that one, I'll take them all. Just like that, he shuttled back and forth between the various stalls. His strange behavior immediately attracted the attention of many people in the stone gambling den. Was this guy here to buy raw stones or vegetables? Chapter 69. 69 The Legendary Stupid and Rich People. 69 The Legendary Stupid and Rich People. This person is really a fool with a lot of money. That's right. How can you buy raw stones like this? Aren't you just throwing your money away? There's a lot of knowledge in stone gambling. How can a rookie understand it? Let's wait and see. He won't even have a place to cry later. The old players in the stone gambling den saw this and started to mock Yifeng's actions. But Yifeng did not care about this. He picked 8 or 9 raw gemstones in a row. He did not continue. Although there were still many valuable raw stones at the scene that he could see thanks to the deep navigation, however, either the color wasn't good or the content was too little. Although he could earn some money, it was not worth his time. At this moment, the people who were watching the show started to make a fuss. This brother, can you cut the stones you bought and let us all see it? That's right. I've never seen anyone buy raw stones like this. This brother is really a ruthless person. Don't say that. This is called casting a wide net to catch more fish. What if a blind cat catches a dead mouse? Hee, if he can cut something out of those stones, I will eat all the stones here. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yifeng only chuckled. All right, then I'll let you guys experience it. Saying so, Yifeng asked the staff to help him move the stones to the quarry. Tisk, he's really angry when I say he is fat? Do you really think you're a jade master? The crowd laughed as they followed. At the same time, at a rough stone stall not far away, a woman in white, who was picking raw stones, slowly raised her head. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. Uncle Lu, what happened over there? An old man behind the woman replied respectfully. Someone is probably going to cut the stone, right? The woman was suddenly very curious. Let's go and take a look. The old man heard this and hurriedly followed. His sharp eyes were constantly paying attention to the movements around him. It was like an eagle. Yifeng asked the staff to help move the raw stones to the quarry. Then, he picked the most inconspicuous piece and marked it with a pen. Then, he handed it to the master in charge of cutting the stone. Cut it according to the marks I drew. The master shook his head and sighed as he placed the raw stone into the machine. Evidently, he was not optimistic about the stones that Yifeng picked. However, out of professional ethics, he still started the machine. Screech, screech, screech. The ear-piercing sound of grinding wheels and stones rubbing against each other rang out. The crowd was looking forward to it. They all wanted to see the interesting expression on the prodigal's face after the raw stone was broken. At this moment, they suddenly heard the stone cutter's surprised voice. It actually came out. His voice carried a tone of disbelief. The onlookers' eyes widened when they heard this. It came out. How was this possible? The few stones that the kid randomly picked could actually have things. Immediately, a few impatient people quickly walked over to check. Then, they saw a mesmerizing green color flowing out from the cracks in the rock. It really has something. The few of them turned around and looked at Yifeng. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Yifeng's expression was very calm. He only nodded at the stonecutter. Continue. The stonecutter hurriedly put away his shocked expression and continued cutting. Soon, he finished cutting the raw stone. He took it out and had a look. A touch of heart-penetrating green. It was presented in front of everyone. The eyes of the woman in white in the crowd also lit up. D*MN, he actually raised the price? And it's a glutinous type. Such a big piece should be worth at least a few 100,000 yuan, right? This kid is really lucky. He randomly picked a few pieces and bet on it. Who was the one who said that if his bet went up, he would eat all the stones here? He's just a blind cat that got lucky. If he's so capable, let him pick up another piece. If he can hit it again this time, whoever doesn't eat it is AB****. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to everyone's words. He took the raw stone and looked at it, then threw it aside. It was like throwing away garbage. Then, he picked out a piece from the pile of raw stones, marked it, and handed it to the master. Continue. Although the stonecutter had a whole new level of respect for Yi Feng, he did not believe that Yi Feng could raise his bet by 2 stones in a row. How could anyone be lucky twice in a row? Even though he thought this way, he still continued to start the machine. Screech, screech, screech. The grinding wheel started to move again. The grinding wheel had just cut in less than an inch when suddenly, a dazzling green color seeped out. The stone-cutting master's hand trembled, and he almost cut off the stone. It's rising again. His voice was already trembling. However, the impact on everyone present did not weaken at all. It increased again. The crowd surged forward to take a look. At this moment, the master who cut the stone took the raw stone out of the machine with trembling hands. Ice seed? It's actually an ice seed. This is much better than the glutinous seed just now. This kid's luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? I've been betting on stones for a few years now, but I've never won an ice seed. Yeah, the heavens must be blind. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. There were envious and jealous people. Most of them were filled with hatred. Why were they not as lucky as a young man after so many years of stone gambling? The white-robed lady also looked at Yi Feng in shock. Although she had not been gambling on stones for a long time, she knew how small the chances of winning by 2 stones in a row were. Was this luck or strength? Yi Feng's expression was still very calm. He passed the 3rd raw stone to the stonecutter. Continue. Chapter 70. 70. It's simply turning stone into gold. 70. It's simply turning stone into gold. At this point, the master of cutting stones no longer looked down on Yi Feng. Are you kidding me? He did not believe in luck. To be able to raise 2 raw gemstones in a row, it was enough to prove that the young man in front of him had some ability. After taking the raw stone carefully, the master started the grinding machine again. Screech, screech. This time, the stonecutter didn't let out any cries of surprise. The surrounding crowd looked at each other. What did that mean? Could it be that it was solved this time? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If this kid continued to get more, they would really want to die. However, before they could celebrate, they saw the master remove the raw stone from the machine. A touch of green that was even more dazzling than the previous 2 pieces appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Glass type. The crowd of onlookers seemed to have been struck by lightning, and they were all stunned on the spot. Glass-type water jade was extremely rare. Many old players who had gambled on stones for their entire lives had never won. And this young man, whom they had just laughed at for being a failure, had actually hit 3 pieces in a row. Moreover, the 3rd piece was a rare glass type. How could they endure this? The woman in white turned around and looked at the old man behind her. Uncle Lu, what do you think? The old man who was called Uncle Lu looked at Yi Feng sharply. This kid is not simple. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but click her tongue. This was the first time she had heard Uncle Lu praise a young man so much. It seemed that this person was indeed interesting. However, the matter that left everyone dumbfounded was not over yet. The 4th stone had increased. The 5th stone rose. The 6th stone rose again. Very soon, Yi Feng's 9 raw gemstones were completely cut. All of them had a stone, without exception. Now, even a fool could see it. This young man wasn't a prodigal, he was a true master. No, he was even more powerful than a master. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he did, it would definitely rise. This was simply turning stone into gold. When everyone looked at Yi Feng again, they were filled with admiration. The lady in white thought for a moment and walked toward Yi Feng. Hello, sir. My name is Su Jingxin. May I know you? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment and was about to answer. At this moment, a fat middle-aged man walked over quickly. Hello, are you Mr. Yi? I'm Manager Chen's friend, Tian Daguang. Yi Feng could not be bothered with Su Jingxin and hurriedly shook hands with Tian Daguang. Hello, Mr. Tian. Manager Chen should have told you why I'm here, right? Tian Daguang quickly nodded. He said that Mr. Yi has a raw stone that he wants to sell. You're Mr. Chen's friend, so you're my friend too. I promise you won't suffer a loss. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Mr. Tian, please wait for a moment. I will go and get that raw stone. He turned around and walked out of the stone quarry. Su Jingxin, who had been ignored by the side, frowned slightly when she saw this. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to befriend someone of the opposite S**X. She didn't expect to be ignored by the other party. This guy, he really put on airs. Soon, Yifeng returned with the piece of jade that he found at the construction site. Then, he used a marker to draw a line on it. Then, he carefully handed it to the master who cut the stone and reminded him again and again, "Be careful when you cut it." The master who was cutting the stones suddenly felt a mountain of pressure. When he was cutting the pile of raw gemstones earlier, the other party had not even warned him to be so careful. However, he only valued this raw stone so much. Could it be that there was something special about this stone? The crowd of onlookers was filled with even more anticipation. The stone cutter took a deep breath and fixed the raw stone on the stone cutter. Then, he started the grinding wheel. Screech, screech. The sound of the grinding wheel cutting into the raw stone was heard again. Everyone held their breath and looked up in anticipation. Caught up. The first cut was completed. The master who cut the stone was stunned on the spot. It was as if he had been petrified. There was no reaction at all. What's the situation? Why did you stop? Master, what are you doing? Say something. I'm worried to death. Tell me the truth. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, everyone started to urge him. After a long while, the master finally came back to his senses. Then, he shakily took down the raw stone with the window open and raised it above his head, as if he was on a pilgrimage. The imperial green. I actually opened an imperial green. As his excited voice rang out, the entire quarry suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes and mouth were wide open as they stared at the raw stone, dumbfounded. The green light was so intoxicating. It was the most beautiful color in the world. It was so beautiful that it moved one's soul. It seemed to have a fatal magic power. One could not help but be engrossed in it. Su Jingxin was also stunned by the scene. Imperial green. As the name suggested, this was the king of jadeite, also known as emerald. Even if it was the size of a fingertip, it was enough to be a family heirloom. The raw stone in front of them was probably a few kilograms. In front of the imperial green, all the jades were like stones in a toilet. It instantly lost its luster. Even Yifeng himself was deeply attracted by this imperial green. He didn't expect the imperial green to be so dazzling. It was dazzling. Tian Daguang was the first to react, and he quickly pulled Yifeng's hand. Mr. Yi, you must sell this raw stone to me. I am willing to buy it for 600 million. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he said this, the entire quarry was in an uproar. 600 million yuan. A stone had earned him money that he wouldn't be able to finish spending even if he spent a few lifetimes. It simply made people go crazy with jealousy. Yifeng muttered to himself for a moment. He shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't want to sell this raw stone. Chapter 71. 71, first day? Who are you trying to fool? 71, first day? Who are you trying to fool? When Tian Daguang heard that Yifeng did not want to sell it anymore, he became anxious. Mr. Yi, are you not satisfied with the price I offered? You can name your price, I won't haggle. Yifeng shook his head. It's not about the money, I just changed my mind. Tian Daguang was a little disappointed and didn't say anything else. Since the other party knew someone of Chun Qiushan's level, he must not be an ordinary person. Indeed, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Yifeng felt a little apologetic. I still have a pile of raw stones with me. If Mr. Tian doesn't mind, please accept them. You can give me any price you want. Tian Daguang's sorrow turned into joy. Even if the pile of raw gemstones was added together, they still couldn't compare to this piece of imperial green. However, they were still rare good materials. By a rough estimate, it was worth more than 30 million. Tian Daguang immediately transferred the money to Yifeng. Yifeng was very satisfied with this. After deducting the cost of upgrading the navigation system and the purchase of the raw stones, he had earned more than 10 million yuan. It was only then that Su Jingxin found an opportunity to come forward again. Mr. Yi, can we have a chat now? Yifeng looked at her strangely. Do you have something to say? With a charming smile on her face, Su Jingxin said, I've been very interested in stone gambling recently. I wonder if I could ask Mr. Yi for some knowledge about stone gambling. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, it's my first time playing today. There's nothing I can teach you. He was speaking the truth. The reason why he could continue to bet higher was entirely because of the system's instructions. In fact, he knew nothing about stone gambling. However, in Su Jingxin's ears, these words had a different meaning. This guy was obviously trying to brush her off. To be able to raise so many raw gemstones in a row, and still dare to say that it's his first day? Who was he trying to fool? This was the first time she had been rejected by a boy in her life. She was about to say something, but Feng did not give her this chance. He carried the Imperial Green Origin Stone and left. Su Jingxin looked at his back, and the curiosity in her eyes grew stronger. At this moment, Uncle Lu, who had been following behind her, walked over slowly. "Miss, do you need me to investigate his background?" Su Jingxin pondered for a moment and finally shook her head. "How boring would that be? If I want to know more about him, I'll naturally investigate him myself." Uncle Lu helplessly sighed. His young miss was good at everything, but she was too curious. Didn't she know that it was dangerous to be curious about a man? Feng placed the raw jade stone in the trunk and was about to start the car. At this time, he suddenly received a call from the Hot Springs Resort, asking him to go through the handover procedures. Only then did Feng remember that after completing the treasure hunt mission today, the system had rewarded him with a holiday resort. He immediately started the car and rushed to the resort base. In fact, he had long heard of this holiday resort base. It was said that this place was very luxurious, and those who could spend here were all rich people with a net worth of more than 10 million. In the past, he naturally did not dare to have such extravagant hopes. He had never thought that one day, he would actually become the boss of this place. When Feng arrived at the holiday base, he saw the higher-ups of the base waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing his arrival, one of the middle-aged men with a rather dignified appearance took the lead to welcome him. "You must be Mr. Yi? I'm the chairman of the Hot Spring Resort, Huo Wenming." Feng shook hands with him politely. "Hello, Chairman Hua. Have you prepared the documents for the handover?" Huo Wenming quickly nodded. "It's all ready. We're just waiting for Mr. Yi to sign it." Feng did not say anything more. He was directly escorted into the office building by a group of higher-ups. He was already very familiar with this kind of handover work. It took less than half an hour to complete all the handover work. Huo Wenming stood up, relieved. "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Chairman Yi, you're the owner of this hot spring resort from now on." As he spoke, he took a black card from his subordinate. "This is the Super VIP card of our hot spring resort base. The number is 001. Please accept it." Feng received the black card curiously. "What can this VIP card do?" Huo Wenming hurriedly explained. "Our resort has a well-known heavenly lake. Only those with this Super VIP card can enter and experience it." Feng's interest was immediately piqued. "How many of these cards are there?" Huo Wenming held up 3 fingers and said, "There are only 3 of them now. The other 2 have been given to the 2 big shots of Zhonghai." Feng's interest was piqued. "Then I really want to experience it." Huo Wenming hurriedly said, "I've already prepared dinner for you, Chairman Yi. Why don't we go after dinner?" Feng smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for dinner. We'll see if there's another chance." Seeing his insistence, Huo Wenming didn't say anything more. He personally sent him to the door. Feng walked around the base alone, admiring the scenery. This hot spring resort was indeed worthy of its reputation. The scenery was very pleasant. There was an endless stream of tourists who came to visit. At this moment, he suddenly saw a large group of people gathered in front of him. From time to time, there would be a few quarrels in the crowd. Could there be a dispute? Feng was curious, and he walked over. Then, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Wasn't that Xia Qiu? Chapter 72. 72. Do you want a girl like me to take the initiative to call you? 72. Do you want a girl like me to take the initiative to call you? Feng did not expect to meet Xia Qiu here. Behind her was a group of film crew members holding filming equipment. It looked like they were here to shoot. However, they seemed to have encountered some trouble. A bearded middle-aged man who looked like a director was arguing with the staff of the resort base. "How much money do you want? We'll give it to you. Why can't we go in?" The attitude of the base's staff was very unyielding. "I'm really sorry, but the base has a rule that the Heavenly Lake is not open to the public. If you guys want to shoot, you can go to the common bathhouse." The bearded director was so angry that he laughed. "That's ridiculous. It's also a holiday resort. Why can't the Heavenly Lake be open to the public? Are you afraid that we can't afford it? What do you say? How much money do you need to let us in?" The staff member was also a little angry. "I've already said that the Heavenly Lake is specially designed for Super VIPs. Unless you have a Super VIP card, you can't get in no matter how much money you spend." The bearded director tried his best to suppress his anger. "All right, then tell me, where can I get a Super VIP card?" We'll go handle it now. The staff member shook his head indifferently. I can't do it. The bearded director couldn't take it anymore. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us? You said that only super VIPs can enter, and now you're saying that a super VIP card can't be used? Are you playing with us? The staff member sneered. Because our super VIP card is only given to the top big shots. So far, we have only given out 2 cards. It's not something you can get just because you have the money. In other words, you're not qualified to get a super VIP card. The bearded director trembled in anger and wanted to continue arguing. At this moment, Xia Qiu quickly stopped him. Director, forget it. Since they won't let us in, let's change the filming location. The bearded director immediately became anxious. That won't do. This is the main scene. How are we going to find another location in such a short time? Xia Qiu did not know what to do. Just then, she suddenly caught a familiar figure in the crowd. She thought she had seen it wrong, but she took a closer look. It was Yi Feng. Yi Feng. She immediately greeted him in surprise. Hearing her shout, everyone at the scene turned around to look. Especially among the crowd of onlookers, there were many of her fans. They all wanted to see who could make their idol so happy. Yi Feng did not want to attract too much attention. However, since Xia Qiu had already called him out, he had no choice but to step forward. What a coincidence to meet you here. Xia Qiu's beautiful eyes stared at him. Yeah, a certain someone didn't even give me a call. Do you want a girl like me to call you? Her words easily caused disputes. It was like a girl in love acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Sister Wang was afraid that the fans would misunderstand, so she coughed and said, Mr. Yi, long time no see. Yi Feng greeted Sister Wang. Did you guys encounter any difficulties? Sister Wang sighed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this. Elder Tan helped us out last time on your account. The higher-ups have approved our script, and we're now in the shooting stage. Yi Feng nodded. Isn't that a good thing? Sister Wang looked a little worried. We were planning to come to the Heavenly Lake to film a big scene today, but the staff refused to let us in. Yi Feng turned to look at Xia Qiu. Must you film this scene? Xia Qiu nodded gently. This is the most important scene in the entire movie. We've found many venues, but this is the most suitable one. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then immediately stood up and walked to the staff. Anyway, it's empty inside now. Let them go in and film. Hearing his words, everyone present was stunned. The staff member had already said that the Heavenly Lake was only open to super VIPs. The bearded director had been trying to persuade him for a long time, but it was all in vain. Wasn't this guy just asking to be humiliated? The bearded director couldn't help rolling his eyes. He really didn't know how Xia Qiu knew such a hothead. Could she have been deceived by his flowery words? Xia Qiu hurried over and tugged at Yi Feng. Forget it, they won't let us in. Sure enough, the staff member also showed a disdainful expression. Who do you think you are to go in just because you say so? If you want to go in, you can, as long as you bring the super VIP card. I promise to let you in without a second word. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Feng took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to him. Can we go in now? The staff member's eyes immediately widened. A super VIP card? As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned. From the staff's words just now, they could also hear how precious this super VIP card was. Currently, they had only given away 2. Only the super rich and powerful could have it. How terrifying was the background of this young man in front of them. The bearded director was also shocked. Xia Qiu actually knew someone of this level? Wasn't this a little too scary? Not to mention him, even Xia Qiu and Sister Wang were completely dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Yi Feng was very powerful, they did not expect Yi Feng to be this strong. To have such a precious super VIP card was enough to show how important he was to the resort base. How many more secrets did he have? When the staff member saw the number on the super VIP card, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. It was card 001. The 2 top bosses of Zhonghai City had only been given number 002 and 003. One could only imagine how precious this card 001 was. Can I bring them in now? Yi Feng asked again. Yes. I'll bring you in now. The staff member hurriedly led the way. Chapter 73, 73A privilege that even super VIPs don't have. 73A privilege that even super VIPs don't have. Xia Qiu, what's the background of your friend? The crew members followed behind the staff member and Yi Feng as they entered the Heavenly Lake. The bearded director found an opportunity and hurriedly asked Xia Qiu. A few core members of the film crew also looked over curiously. To be honest, I'm not too sure. I've only met him a few times. Xia Qiu answered honestly. But the others clearly didn't believe it. They had only met a few times, and the other party was willing to help so much. However, our script did pass the review because of him, Xia Qiu added. When the few of them heard this, they were all shocked. They were still wondering why this script had not been approved despite using many connections. However, they suddenly received a call from Xia Qiu a few days ago, saying that the script had passed the review. They were all trying to guess who had such great power. They didn't expect it to be this young man. At once, several core members of the production team were in awe of Yi Feng. While they were talking, they had already entered the inner part of the heavenly lake. Then, everyone was completely shocked by the beautiful scene in front of them. The interior of the heavenly lake was beautifully decorated, combining the elements of classical and modern. There was a huge hot spring in the center, and white mist lingered in it. It made the entire heavenly lake look like a paradise. All the crew members couldn't help but exclaim. It was like Granny Lu entering Grandview Garden. Xia Qiu could not help but exclaim, "This place is so beautiful." Yi Feng, who was walking beside her, was very calm. "It's all right." Seeing this, Xia Qiu could not help but pout. He was so calm that it seemed like she was a little ignorant. "I'm going to change my clothes." After she finished speaking, she pouted and walked away. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. He found an empty seat and sat down. The staff member who had blocked the door earlier immediately brought a drink over. "Sir, my tone wasn't very good just now. I'm really sorry." Since the other party had the super VIP number 001, his status must be extraordinary. As long as the other party said a word, he would probably have to pack up and leave. Yi Feng took the drink and took a sip. "You are also doing your job. I will not make things difficult for you." When the staff member heard this, he quickly thanked him profusely. He couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder the other party could have the super VIP number 001. Just look at his magnanimity. He was indeed different. Yi Feng ignored him. He turned around and started to admire the scenery of the heavenly lake. No wonder this place had become the holy land of the hot spring resort. This scenery was indeed mesmerizing and beautiful. At this moment, Xia Qiu's voice suddenly came from behind. "What are you looking at?" Yi Feng turned around as if nothing had happened. Then he was stunned. Xia Qiu was wearing a white chiffon robe and standing there barefooted. Her long hair was casually let down like a waterfall. A gentle breeze blew past, making her feel as if she was floating in the air. It was even more beautiful than the scenery in the heavenly lake. Yi Feng's heart started to beat uncontrollably. Xia Qiu was secretly happy to see his expression. However, she deliberately put on a stern face. "Mr. Yi, isn't it a little rude to look at a girl like that?" Yi Feng quickly coughed and looked away. It was rare for Xia Qiu to see him so embarrassed. Finally, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only then did Yi Feng realize that she was making fun of him on purpose. He rolled his eyes at her. The intimate interaction between the two fell into the eyes of Sister Wang, who was not far away. She couldn't help but think. After a few interactions, she had a clear understanding of Yi Feng's strength. This young man's ability had simply exceeded her expectations. Every time, the problem that they could not solve even after expending all their efforts was easily solved by Yi Feng. It was enough to prove his terrifying strength. If Xia Qiu could have such a backing, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entertainment industry? With Xia Qiu's backing, her position as a manager would naturally rise as well. As she thought of this, she gradually had an idea. Just as Yi Feng and Xia Qiu were chatting. At this moment, they suddenly heard a commotion. The two of them turned around. He saw the bearded director arguing with the staff member again. "What's going on?" Yi Feng saw that the two of them were quarreling more and more fiercely, so he had to interrupt them. The bearded director hurried over. "Mr. Yi, because of the shooting needs, we wanted to redecorate the scene here, but he stopped us." The staff member was also very aggrieved. "Mr. Yi, the decorations in the heavenly lake are very expensive. If we let them do whatever they want, I can't bear the responsibility." Yi Feng waved his hand immediately. "Let them do it. I will be responsible for any problems." The staff member's tone also became a little tougher. "Mr. Yi, although you are our super VIP here, you don't have the right to modify the heavenly lake unless our chairman agrees." Xia Qiu and the others felt helpless when they heard this. The other party didn't even give face to a super VIP. It seemed like this time, it really didn't make sense. Yi Feng took out his phone and called Huo Wenming. He then told him everything that had happened. Mr. Yi, it's my fault. Please hand the phone over to the staff, Huo Wenming said. Yi Feng did not say anything more. He passed the phone to the staff member. The staff member took the phone hesitantly. Chairman Hua, I'm Zhao Xiaoming. As soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Huo Wenming's angry voice. Is your mother blind? Mr. Yi is the new chairman of our base, and even I have to listen to him. What right do you have to stop him? Do you still want your job? Chapter 74. 74. Simply a man's disgrace. 74. Simply a man's disgrace. Huo Wenming cursed for a few minutes before he hung up. The staff member named Zhao Xiaoming was almost in tears. He handed the phone back to Yi Feng with both hands and put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Chairman Yi, I really didn't know you were the new boss here. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to stop you even if you gave me 100 guts. As soon as he said this, the entire crew was shocked, especially Xia Qiu and Sister Wang. They did not expect Yi Feng to be the new boss of this hot spring resort. This news was too frightening. This hot spring resort was probably worth at least a few $100 million, right? To be able to buy this place, the assets must be at least a few billion, right? He was so young, yet he had a net worth of several billion. This was simply too terrifying. In comparison, Xia Qiu was relatively peaceful. It did not matter if Yi Feng was a billionaire or a poor man. To her, there was not much of a difference. At most, she was just a little surprised. However, Sister Wang's thoughts were different from hers. The stronger Yi Feng was, the more determined she was to get Xia Qiu and Yi Feng together. In the entertainment industry, having a backer and not having one was two completely different concepts. The script review this time was a good example. Moreover, Yi Feng was young, rich, and quite handsome. He was much better than some female celebrities' gold masters, right? Xia Qiu still did not know that her manager had already decided to set her and Yi Feng up. After chatting with Yi Feng for a while, the crew had already set up the scene and they got up to start shooting. Lighting team, get ready. The recording team, get ready. Film crew, get ready. 3, 2, 1, action. With the director's order, the entire crew got into action. Yi Feng was sitting in the lounge area, drinking his drink while watching them shoot. Before they knew it, the first scene was done. It was already late. The director looked at the time and announced that they would stop filming for today and continue tomorrow. Xia Qiu dragged her tired body back. What do you think of my acting? She looked at Yi Feng expectantly with her big eyes. She was like an elementary school student waiting for her teacher's praise. Yi Feng thought for a moment. I think you should go back and sing. Xia Qiu was a little annoyed. Can't you just encourage me? Yi Feng laughed immediately. I was just joking with you. You acted very well. You have the potential to be the best actress. Xia Qiu was still not satisfied. You're not sincere at all. Yi Feng immediately complained. Young miss, I can't say that your acting is bad. I can't say that your acting is good. How should I answer? Xia Qiu pointed out righteously. When I ask you, the first thing you should do is to praise me. Your expression should be sincere, your eyes should be sincere, and your tone should be firm and resolute. Yi Feng was extremely depressed as he listened to her advice. It's too difficult for me. Xia Qiu put away her joking expression. I'm just joking. You've helped us so much today. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Yi Feng shook his head. Forget it. I plan to soak in the hot spring for a while. When the crew members who passed by heard this, they almost fell over. What was this guy thinking? Xia Qiu was a big star, and she took the initiative to invite him to a meal. He actually wanted to go to the hot spring. It was as if Sun Wukong had stopped the 7 celestial maidens and ran off to pick the peaches. It was simply a disgrace to men. Xia Qiu was not angry at his rejection. But I don't like to owe people favors. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Yi Feng saw that she was so persistent, so he joked, then you stay and accompany me to the hot spring. As soon as he said this, the entire crew cast disdainful looks at him. You want a girl to accompany you to the hot spring? Are you sure it's just a hot spring? Stinky face. Xia Qiu seemed to have thought of something as well, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. Who wants to go to the hot spring with you? She glared at him angrily. Just then, Sister Wang suddenly interrupted. You've been filming all day and you're a little tired. Why don't you soak with Mr. Yi for a while? Xia Qiu's mouth opened wide when she heard her manager's words. Sister Wang was usually very protective of her. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was about to ban her from all contact with the opposite S*X. But today, she had actually taken the initiative to let her go to the hot spring with a man. Although Xia Qiu was still a little shy, since Feng and Sister Wang had already said so, she was too embarrassed to reject them. She could only lower her head and agree. Then, I'll go and change my clothes first. Then, she quickly ran away. This time, it was Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. He was only joking, but who knew that the other party would actually agree? What should he do now? Was he really going to soak in the hot spring with a woman? This wasn't too good, right? He was a decent person. Sister Wang, didn't you forbid me from having too much contact with the opposite S*X in the past? What's wrong with you today? Xia Qiu entered the changing room and looked at Sister Wang in confusion. Are you stupid? That was then and this is now. Do you understand? Sister Wang was a little disappointed. I don't understand. Xia Qiu shook her head. Sister Wang was speechless. She had to change her way of saying it. Mr. Yi has helped us so much. Shouldn't you thank him? Xia Qiu nodded this time. Of course. That's why I wanted to treat him to a meal, but he rejected me. Sister Wang tapped her on the forehead. I think you're stupid. Mr. Yi was just trying to protect you. If the paparazzi take a picture of you going out to eat, it will affect you greatly. Xia Qiu thought that it made sense. But you want me to go to the hot spring with him? Isn't that too awkward? We've only known each other for a short time. Sister Wang quickly consoled her. Don't worry. I'll go in to accompany you later. All right. Hurry up and change your clothes. Don't let Mr. Yi wait too long. Xia Qiu felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She had no choice but to turn around and walk into the locker room. Chapter 75. 75 Am I that kind of woman? 75 Am I that kind of woman? When Feng came out after changing his clothes, the crew had all left. All that was left was a pile of equipment in preparation for the shooting tomorrow. He walked to the side of the hot spring pool and tested the temperature. It was a little hot. He tried a few times, but he didn't dare to step down. At this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around. He saw Xia Qiu wearing a white bathrobe and walking over. The bathrobe was tied with a ribbon in the middle, and it wrapped around her waist. The hem of the bathrobe revealed two fair and slender legs, which were particularly attractive. He was stunned. Just as he was about to stand up to welcome them, at this moment, he suddenly slipped. Plop! He fell into the hot spring. A large splash of water was created. Xia Qiu was a little nervous at first, but when she saw him in such a sorry state, she suddenly laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. Feng struggled in the water for a long time before he finally stood firm. When he saw Xia Qiu smiling brightly by the pool, he suddenly had the urge to play a prank. He grabbed her delicate ankle and pulled it gently. Ah! Xia Qiu screamed and fell into the water with a splash. Feng was also afraid of choking her, so he hurriedly helped her up. Feng, you big bad guy. Xia Qiu was so frightened that she immediately punched him on the shoulder. When Sister Wang saw this, she immediately smiled and quietly left. Meanwhile, Feng was looking at Xia Qiu in a daze. He was lost in his thoughts. The bathrobe on her body was completely soaked and stuck to her body tightly. Her originally perfect figure was further accentuated by her curves. His breathing gradually began to become heavy. Xia Qiu met his invasive gaze and instantly panicked. She quickly turned around to ask for help from Sister Wang. However, Sister Wang had already disappeared without a trace. This time, no matter how stupid she was, she had already reacted. Sister Wang obviously wanted her to get close to Feng and set a trap for her. As she thought of this, her entire body tensed up. She looked at Feng with fear in her eyes. Are you all right? Feng took the initiative to apologize and at the same time took a step forward. Don't come over. Xia Qiu hurriedly took a step back. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Feng found it funny when he saw her being so cautious. Oh my God! Xia Qiu was about to say something when she suddenly cried out in pain and almost fell down. Feng reacted quickly and held her up. What's wrong? Xia Qiu's face showed a painful expression. My ankle cramped up. When Feng heard this, he immediately carried her up. Ah, what are you doing? Xia Qiu's voice was trembling. Feng did not reply. He carried her to an empty space beside the pool. Which leg is cramping? His tone was a little overbearing. This one. Xia Qiu quickly pointed to her right foot. Feng did not say anything more. He quickly grabbed her feet and rubbed them gently. Whoa! Xia Qiu snorted and her face was red. She didn't know if it was because of the steam in the hot spring or something else. She had never had such intimate contact with the opposite s*x in her life. When she was still in school, her parents were very strict with her. When she was in university, she was selected by an entertainment company and began to enter the entertainment industry. The manager was even more strict with her. Apart from work, she was not allowed to come into contact with the opposite s*x in private. Feng could be said to be the man she had the most contact with besides her colleagues at work. After a few interactions, the charm that he exuded gradually gave her a strange feeling. Gradually, her eyes started to blur. Feng massaged her for a while before raising his head. "How are you feeling now?" Xia Qiu immediately looked away with a guilty conscience. It's fine." Feng did not think too much about it, and he stood up slowly. "Looks like we can't soak in this hot spring either. Let's go back for today." Xia Qiu hurriedly nodded. "Okay, I'll go change my clothes first." After she finished speaking, she quickly fled. Feng looked at her flustered back view. He could not help but scratch his head. What was wrong with her? Sigh, it was really hard to guess a girl's thoughts. After the two of them changed their clothes, they walked out of the heavenly lake. Sister Wang, who had been waiting outside, quickly came up to them. "You're out so soon." The moment Xia Qiu saw her, she immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I'll settle this with you when I get back." Sister Wang immediately shrank back in fear and did not dare to say anything more. Xia Qiu calmed herself down and turned to Feng. After a while, "Can you come to my ceremony?" Feng scratched his head. "I'm not part of the crew. It's not appropriate, right?" Xia Qiu was a little anxious. "What's not appropriate? It's my first movie, so it's very important to me." Seeing that she had already said so, Feng already agreed in his heart. However, he said something else. "It's important to you, but what does it have to do with me? Who do you think I am?" Xia Qiu was at a loss for words and did not know how to answer. Feng saw her embarrassment and could not help but smile proudly. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Xia Qiu was a little anxious. "Then are you coming or not?" "Let's see if I have the time then," Feng said. Then he walked away without looking back. Xia Qiu looked at his back, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She was angry, shy, and a little reluctant to leave. Sister Wang came over again. "He's already gone. We should go back." Xia Qiu turned around, her eyes filled with anger. "What do you mean by today? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm doing this for your own good. It's rare to see such a young and rich man. If you don't act quickly, he'll be snatched away by someone else. What does it have to do with me whether he has money or not? Do I look like that kind of woman? You're not? I am okay. Then why don't you go to the hot spring with him? I would like to, but he doesn't like me. Then, will he like me? That will depend on whether you work hard enough. I'll bite you to death." Chapter 76. 76. It seems that you're not a serious student either. 76. It seems that you're not a serious student either. On the second day after returning from the hot spring resort, Feng drove his own Lycan supercar early in the morning and prepared to go to school. However, just as he was about to leave the villa, he suddenly received a call from Fatty Chu. "Brother Feng, are you coming to school today?" Fatty Chu's voice was a little urgent. "I'm going, why?" Feng did not understand. "Then you have to be careful. Du Ming might look for trouble with you," Fatty Chu hurriedly reminded. "Who's Du Ming?" Feng could not remember that he knew such a person. "You don't even know Du Ming? He's the discipline department head of the student union, and he's in charge of discipline." Fatty Chu gave him a simple introduction. "What does the head of the discipline department have to do with me?" Feng still did not understand. "Haven't you been missing classes recently? He caught you in the act and even said that he would use you as an example to deal with you seriously." Fatty Chu's tone was somewhat anxious. "Is he crazy? There are too many people who skip classes. Why should I be the model example?" Feng was a little angry. "I heard that he's been chasing Shen Beitian, but Campus Belle Shun has always ignored him. Now that Campus Belle Shun has hooked up with you, he must be trying to take revenge." Fatty Chu gave him an analysis. "Get lost. What do you mean hooked up? Do you know how to talk?" Feng was very dissatisfied with his choice of words. "That's not the main point. The main point is that Du Ming wants to mess with you. You have to be careful," Fatty Chu advised earnestly. He wants to mess with me? We'll have to see if he has the ability to do so." Feng sneered and hung up the phone. He did not care about that Du Ming at all. With his current strength, not to mention the discipline department head in a small school, even if he was the school's leader, so what? Anyone who dared to provoke him was courting death. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. New lucky navigation found. System navigation activated. Please drive straight along the current street and turn left after 200 meters. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He immediately followed the navigation. Soon, he saw an old man with white hair on the side of the road ahead, waving at the passing cars. There was an old car parked beside the old man. It looked like it had broken down. Beside the car sat an old lady with a pained expression on her face. Although the old man tried his best to ask for help, the passing cars did not stop at all. In this day and age, there were too many scammers, and no one was willing to meddle in other people's business. Yi Feng sighed. He drove the car over and got off. What happened, sir? The old man was already in despair, but when he saw the car suddenly stop, he was reinvigorated. Little brother, my wife is having a heart attack. She needs to be sent to the hospital. Please help us. Get in the car. Yi Feng did not say anything. He quickly helped the old lady into the car with the old man. Then, he stepped on the accelerator. The lichen supercar left behind a beautiful afterimage as it disappeared on the spot. The passers-by who saw this scene shook their heads and sighed. This fool had never been beaten by society. After being scammed a few times, one would know that the human heart was sinister. Yi Feng did not care about what the others thought. He drove the car to the maximum speed. Under his skillful operation, the car quickly shuttled through the traffic. The nearest hospital would take at least 20 minutes to get there at a normal speed. However, it took him less than 10 minutes to drive into the hospital's courtyard. Doctor, there's a patient here. Yi Feng helped the old lady out of the car and shouted hurriedly. The medical staff heard the news and rushed to the emergency room. Only now did Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host for completing the opportunity mission. You are rewarded with 30% shares of Nanfeng Entertainment Company, Limited. When Yi Feng heard the name of Nanfeng Entertainment, he was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Where did he hear it before? Before he could think further, the old man walked over quickly. Little brother, I really don't know how to thank you. If you didn't help this time, I'm afraid my wife would have died. As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly helped him up. Sir, what are you doing? It's just a small matter for me. The old man's face was filled with gratitude. To you, it's as easy as lifting a finger. To us, it's a life-saving grace. I still have a few tens of thousands of yuan here. Just take it as a thank you gift. As he spoke, he took out a thick stack of cash from his bag. Yi Feng was a little unhappy. Sir, aren't you scolding me? I saved you out of goodwill, not for your money. The old man's face turned red, and he hurriedly put the money away. I'm sorry for being rude. Sigh. It's rare to see a good kid like you nowadays. Looking at your age and appearance, you're still a student, right? I wonder which school is able to produce such a good child like you. I'm from Zhonghai University, Yi Feng answered honestly. The old man was stunned. You are from Zhonghai University? Yi Feng saw his expression and felt a little strange. That's right, what's wrong? The old man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. You don't know me? Yi Feng was a little dumbfounded. Should I know you? The old man had a strange smile on his face. Then it seems that you are not a good student either. You don't even recognize me, the principal? This time, it was Yi Feng's turn to be stunned. You mean you are the principal of Zhonghai University? The old man nodded with a smile. I'm Hu Donghai, the principal of Zhonghai University. But you can't be blamed for this. I'm old now, and I don't go to school often. It's normal that you don't know me. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. Principal Hu, I'm. Fortunately, he received a call from Fatty Chu at this time, and Yi Feng temporarily relieved his embarrassment. He quickly picked up the phone. What's the matter, Fatty? Brother Feng, hurry to school. Du Ming just came to the class to do roll call. Seeing that you didn't come again, he said that he'll apply to the school today to record your punishment. Chapter 77. 77 on the one making things difficult for them. 77 on the one making things difficult for them. After hearing Fatty Chu's words, Yi Feng frowned. All right, I understand. I'll go back to school now. After hanging up the phone, he quickly smiled apologetically at Hu Donghai. Principal, I have to hurry back to school. If I don't go back now, I'll be treated as a classic case. Hu Donghai nodded to show his understanding. Then you should go back first. Be careful on the road. Yi Feng was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Hu Donghai suddenly called out to him. By the way, I still don't know your name. Yi Feng hurriedly replied. My name is Yi Feng. Hu Donghai repeated the name twice in his mind and remembered it. Let's exchange contact information. If you have any difficulties, remember to call me. Yifeng did not think too much about it. He immediately exchanged contact information with him. Then, he left in a hurry. When he arrived at the school, it was the break time. The moment Yifeng entered the classroom, Fatty Chu came up to him eagerly. Brother Feng, that Du Ming is the discipline department head of the student union. This time, he caught your weakness, so don't go hard on him. At most, let him vent his anger. Who knows, it might just be over. Yifeng was about to reply. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling him from the door. Yifeng, come to the student union building. Yifeng turned around and looked at that person. He revealed a cold smile on his face. Du Ming had probably arranged for someone to wait for him near the classroom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. He had just entered the classroom, and the other party just happened to come over. Since the other party wanted to get rid of Yifeng, he had no reason to retreat. Yifeng immediately turned around and walked out of the classroom. Fatty Chu was afraid that he would act rashly, so he hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the other students in the classroom also wanted to join in the fun. When Yifeng arrived at the student union, he saw a few people sitting in the room. There were both men and women, and everyone had a very serious expression. Fatty Chu hurriedly pointed to a bespectacled boy sitting in the middle and introduced him in a low voice. That's Du Ming. Yifeng looked in the direction he was pointing at. He saw that Du Ming looked like a refined and cultured person. One look and he could tell that he was the kind of good student that the teachers liked. However, wasn't his heart a little too small? We're looking for Yifeng. The rest of you leave. Du Ming chased Fatty Chu and the others out of the room before turning to look at Yifeng. You are Yifeng? Yifeng pulled a chair over and sat down. Why ask when you already know the answer? Du Ming saw how arrogant he was and slammed the table. Did I let you sit? Yifeng looked at him calmly. Are you interrogating a criminal? Even if you're interrogating a criminal, shouldn't you let the criminal sit down before interrogating him? Du Ming's expression turned cold. Yifeng, I think you still haven't realized your mistake. Yifeng sniffed nonchalantly. What mistake did I make? Du Ming slammed a notebook on the table. You've been skipping classes for so many days. This is a very bad influence. Do you still want to deny it? Yifeng chuckled. Who hasn't skipped class? You've never been absent? Or had they never been absent? Do you guys dare to check the records? The few people who were sitting with Du Ming didn't look too good. How many people in university didn't skip classes? In particular, for many boring classes, they would find excuses to say that the student union had something to do, and most of them would not attend. If they really wanted to argue, each of them really had a record of skipping class. Fatty Chu and the others, who were watching the show from the entrance, were all cheering in satisfaction. Usually, this bunch of people from the student union would always show off in front of them. However, not many people dared to retort. Today, Yifeng had helped them vent their anger. Du Ming saw that his momentum had been suppressed, so he slammed the table again. Can you compare to us? We're busy with the student union's work and serving our classmates. How can that be called skipping class? Yifeng nodded in agreement. Well said, but how do you know that I'm not serving my classmates? Du Ming sneered. Then tell me, how did you serve your classmates? Yifeng said with a serious expression. I have a quirk. If the class time is too long, I get irritated easily. When I get annoyed, I want to beat people up. So, for the safety of my classmates, I don't come to class. Don't you think I'm great? Buffed ha ha ha. Fatty Chu and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. Everyone could tell that Yifeng was talking nonsense. However, it felt so good to hear it. Even the few members of the student union couldn't help but laugh, but they quickly held it in. Du Ming's face was frighteningly dark. Yifeng, I'm telling you this for your own good. If you still have this attitude, I can only apply to the school to give you a demerit. The faces of Fatty Chu and the others changed drastically upon hearing this. Wasn't this Du Ming a little too ruthless? Didn't he just skip a few classes? As for demerit points, this would be recorded in the file, and it would affect his job seeking after graduation. He was trying to ruin Yifeng's future. Of course, with Yifeng's current wealth, he did not care about this file. Just the sinister intentions of this person alone made them tremble in fear. Du Ming looked at Yifeng smugly. Kid, you still want to fight with me? Are you afraid? Yifeng laughed in disdain. He was about to speak. At this moment, Shun Beitian walked in angrily. Du Ming, what are you trying to do? When Du Ming saw her, he hurriedly stood up and smiled. President Shun, What are you doing here? Shin Beitian glared at him with hatred. Then, she turned around and looked at Yi Feng nervously. Did they make things difficult for you? Yi Feng gave her a comforting look. No, I'm the one who's making things difficult for them. Shin Beitian glared at him in annoyance. What time is it? You're still not being serious. Although it was the same stare, the two glares had completely different meanings. Moreover, the tone of their conversation was very intimate. In the ears of the people present, it sounded like a conversation between a couple. It seemed that the rumors about the two of them being in a relationship were not baseless. When Du Ming saw this, his expression darkened. Chapter 78. 78. I really want to keep a low profile. 78. I really want to keep a low profile. President Shen, this matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. When Du Ming saw the intimate interaction between Shin Beitian and Yi Feng, his face immediately turned cold. What if I want to interfere? Shin Beitian put on an overbearing posture. This is the discipline department's business. You have no right to interfere. Du Ming saw that she was still protecting Yi Feng, and the jealousy in his heart grew. Discipline department? Such great prestige. As the person in charge of the student union, am I not qualified to interfere in this matter? Furthermore, my grandfather and Principal Hu have been old friends for many years. Do you want me to get him to give Principal Hu a call? Let's see if you can still hold your position as the discipline department head. Shin Beitian usually hated those rich second generations who bullied others. But this time, in order to protect Yi Feng, she had to become the person she hated the most. Du Ming was embarrassed by her public insults. The more Shin Beitian protected Yi Feng, the more jealous he became. I've always done things according to the rules. He did something wrong, so he should be punished. I know you're the president of the student union, and your Shun family is powerful. It's easy for you to remove me from my position as the department head. But if you want me, Du Ming, to go against my principles, that's impossible. I'll make it clear today. If Yi Feng is not punished today, you don't need to use your authority and your family's connections. I will resign from my position as the discipline department head. His words were impassioned and sonorous. He made the image of a hero who was suppressed by power, but still remained upright and unyielding vivid. The few members of the student union were all affected by his words. They all turned their angry gazes toward Yi Feng and Shin Beitian. This time, even Shin Beitian couldn't help but frown. What should she do now? Did she really have to use her power or her grandfather's connections to plead for mercy from the principal? However, once she used her power, today's incident would more or less hurt the hearts of her colleagues in the student union. However, once she went to find her grandfather had always been disgusted by such things. If things went wrong, it might even damage Yi Feng's image in her grandfather's heart. Just when she was at a loss of what to do, Yi Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Principal Hu. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, but he still answered the call. Student Yi, have you returned to school? I didn't interrupt your class, did I? Hu Donghai's concerned voice came from the phone. No. Is Grandma Hu all right now? Yi Feng quickly asked. That was too dangerous. The doctor said that if he had been a few minutes late, even God would not have been able to save her. Speaking of which, you're my wife's savior, Hu Donghai said with lingering fear. It's good that she's fine. When I have time, I'll go to the hospital to visit her. Yi Feng was talking to Principal Hu. At this moment, Du Ming suddenly walked up and snatched his phone. Yi Feng, aren't you being too arrogant? You haven't even made it clear that you skipped class, and you still have the face to answer a call. Then, he slammed his phone on the table. He might have accidentally pressed the speaker button, and then he heard Hu Donghai's voice. Student Yi, what happened? Du Ming had already lost his mind. He immediately shouted into the phone. You're Yi Feng's parent, right? He's doing a self-reflection in the discipline department because he skipped class. If you have something to do, call us after we're done. With that, he was about to hang up the phone. At this moment, he heard Principal Hu's cold voice. You're Du Ming from the discipline department of the student union, right? Du Ming was stunned. How did the other party know his name? He looked at the caller ID again. Principal Hu. A chill suddenly ran from his heel to the back of his head. Principal Hu. Everyone was shocked by his words. It was actually Principal Hu. How did Yi Feng get Principal Hu's phone number? Moreover, from the conversation between the two just now, they seemed to be very close. He kept calling Grandma Hu, thinking that she was a relative. Hu Donghai's voice was serious. Du Ming, what's going on? Du Ming hurriedly explained. Principal, not only did Yi Feng skip class, but he also refused to admit his mistake. I was too angry just now, and my tone was not very good. Please forgive me. Hu Donghai snorted. Yi Feng had to skip class because he sent my wife to the hospital this morning. You're not only not rewarding such a good student who has done a good deed for justice, but you're also punishing him. I think you're the discipline department head of the student union. You're the most undisciplined one. His words were very strict. Du Ming was so scared that he trembled and almost sat on the ground. But principal, he didn't just skip class today. He's already skipped class a few times. Du Ming wanted to explain more, but Hu Donghai interrupted him. The essence of education is to educate people. If you can't even be a good person, what's the use of learning more knowledge? A student with good moral character like student Yi Feng should be given the greatest freedom. In the future, he can decide whether to come to class or not, and no one has the right to tell him what to do. The crowd was in an uproar. From his words, it could be heard that principal who admired Yi Feng very much. He even gave him the green light and allowed him to not come to class in the future. This was something that had never happened before. Shun Beitian, Fatty Chu, and the rest of the people present all looked at Yi Feng in shock. This guy's luck was really heaven-defying. Yi Feng felt a headache from being stared at by so many people. He really wanted to keep a low profile. However, his strength didn't allow it. After hanging up the call with Principal Hu, he stood up and looked at Du Ming. Head Du, do you mean what you said? Du Ming stared at him with a sinister look. What do you mean? Yi Feng smiled. You just said that if I am not punished today, you will resign from your position as the department head. I don't know if you're telling the truth, or are you just farting? Du Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 79. 79. It's really fate that brought us together from thousands of miles away. 79. It's really fate that brought us together from thousands of miles away. Du Ming was depressed. He had thought that since he had caught Yi Feng's weakness, he would definitely be able to punish him today. Who knew that principal who would suddenly pop out of nowhere? Not only did he scold himself, he even praised Yi Feng. In the end, he gave Yi Feng the greatest freedom of movement. At this moment, Yi Feng had retaliated. Du Ming almost vomited blood dash. His position as the head of the student union had been obtained after much effort, and he had even used some dishonorable means. It was to make his resume look better after graduation. Now, he wanted Du Ming to resign from his position. He was more or less unwilling to accept this. However, he did not expect Shen Beitian to take the opportunity to mock him. It's fine if you're not willing to resign. Anyway, everyone will know that you're a person who goes back on your word. Du Ming was provoked by her and immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Isn't it just the discipline department head of the student union? I'm not doing this anymore, all right. After he finished speaking, he walked out angrily. Hearing this, Shen Beitian immediately looked at Yi Feng with a look that was asking for credit. Yi Feng could not help but smile. In fact, he didn't care if Du Ming was the discipline department head or not. However, it was not a bad thing to use this opportunity to let those people with ulterior motives see the consequences of provoking him. The story between Yi Feng and Du Ming quickly spread throughout the entire Zhonghai University. Everyone knew that Du Ming, the discipline department head of the student union, wanted to use Yi Feng's absence as an excuse to take revenge on him. However, they didn't expect him to be killed by Yi Feng. Not only did the latter not receive any punishment, but he also won the favor of the principal, who allowed him to decide whether to come to class or not. Suddenly, Yi Feng had once again become the focus of attention in Zhonghai University. It was even more shocking than the sports car he used to drive and the scandal between him and Shen Beitian. After all, Principal Hu of Zhonghai University was known for being impartial. Usually, he paid the most attention to the discipline of students, but this time, he was actually willing to open the back door for Yi Feng. This was simply like the sun rising from the west. Therefore, there were rumors that Yi Feng was actually Principal Hu's illegitimate son, but it was not made public for the sake of Principal Hu's identity. Moreover, this matter had spread so well. There were even teachers who came to Yi Feng in private, trying to find out some unknown information. Yi Feng was speechless toward these rumors. However, no matter how he explained, others would see it as a cover. Therefore, he was too lazy to explain. In the afternoon, Yi Feng was taking an economics course. Suddenly, he received a call from the administrative department of Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort. He said that the boss of a real estate company wanted to discuss a cooperation project with the hot springs base. Moreover, the other party had come several times before, but was rejected by the chairman at the time, Huo Wenming. This time, the other party came again with sincerity and wanted to see the new chairman. Huo Wenming really could not refuse, so he came to ask for his opinion. Hearing this, Yifeng thought of the other party's sincerity. It was almost comparable to 3 visits to the thatched cottage. After thinking about it, he agreed. Anyway, this economics class was making him drowsy. He immediately packed his things and walked out of the classroom. The old professor on the podium saw this and turned a blind eye to it. After all, everyone now knew Principal Hu's evaluation of Yifeng. Toward Yifeng, everyone would naturally turn a blind eye. Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort. The president of Lingyun Real Estate, Chen Xian, was waiting anxiously in the living room with the director of the legal department, Zhang Yaoding. Sister Chen, do you think the new chairman will agree to work with us? Zhang Yaoding looked at Chen Xian nervously. I don't know either. We can only try everything we can now. Chen Xian was also a little uncertain. We've been here a few times before, but Chairman Ho rejected us every time. I don't think the new chairman will agree to work with us. Zhang Yaoding was a little uncertain. I believe that if the new chairman has good vision and he'll be optimistic about our project. I'm confident about that. Chen Xian's face was filled with determination. But I heard that their new chairman is very young. I guess he's a rich second generation. He might not have such good taste. Zhang Yaoding poured cold water on her. At most, we'll give him more benefits. In short, we must succeed in this project. Chen Xian had no other better way. Zhang Yaoding nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, a girl who looked like a secretary walked over. President Chen, our chairman has arrived. He's waiting for the 2 of you in his office. Please follow me. Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoding heard this and hurriedly got up to follow. The 3 of them arrived at the chairman's office. The secretary stepped forward and knocked on the door. Then, she heard a man's voice from inside. Come in. Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoding looked at each other. Why did this voice sound so familiar? However, the secretary had already opened the door, so Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoding hurried in. However, Chen Xian saw a man sitting on the boss's chair. He was holding a newspaper in front of him, which covered his entire face. Chen Xian cleared her throat and said, Hello, I'm Chen Xian, the president of Lingyun Real Estate. I'm here to talk to you about a comprehensive business district project. However, before she could finish her sentence, the newspaper was put down slowly, revealing a familiar face. Yifeng. Seeing this, Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoding opened their mouths wide at the same time. They had never dreamed of this. The person they wanted to see today was the new boss of Lingyun Real Estate. Yifeng, who was opposite them, was also stunned. He only heard the secretary briefly introduce her and did not know that the person who came was Chen Xian. This was really fated to meet. Chapter 80. 80 Is she deliberately testing me? 80 Is she deliberately testing me? You are the new chairman of the Hot Springs Resort. Chen Xian was still in disbelief. Yifeng had already regained his senses, and he asked teasingly, What? Don't you think so? No, I'm just too surprised. How many companies did you buy? Chen Xian asked the question in her heart. This guy had just acquired 60% of Lingyun Real Estate shares, and now he had even acquired Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort. And this was only what she knew. Who knew how many more she didn't know? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. Actually, it's not much. I can only say that we are too fated to meet each other. His words were slightly frivolous, and Chen Xian's face couldn't help but blush. As Chen Xian blushed, she quickly stole a glance at Zhang Yaoding. She was afraid that she would lose all her dignity in front of her subordinates. However, when Zhang Yaoding saw this, she misunderstood. She thought that President Chen thought that she was in the way and was giving her a look to get her out. President Chen, you guys continue. I'll wait outside for a while. After that, she turned around and walked out of the office. Hey you. Chen Xian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Only Yifeng and her were left in the office. This time, she was completely flustered, especially when she thought of the embarrassing scene that happened when she was in the same room with Yifeng. Chen Xian's face was a little hot. Yifeng pointed at the seat opposite him as if nothing had happened. Why are you standing there? Sit down. Chen Xian was helpless and could only bite the bullet and sit over. Yifeng made her a cup of tea and reminded her out of kindness. Don't spill it on yourself this time. Chen Xian's hands trembled and she almost knocked over the teacup again. This time, Her face turned even redder. Yifeng was too lazy to tease her anymore. All right, tell me your purpose for coming here. Chun Xian hurriedly tidied up her other emotions, took out a stack of information from the document bag in her hand, and handed it over. I plan to let Lingyun Real Estate and Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort work together to create a business ecosystem that combines consumption, leisure, entertainment, and living in one, so that customers can enjoy the best service environment, Chun Xian said. Chun Xian's plan was very detailed, taking into account every link. And when she faced Yifeng's questions, she also answered them perfectly. It could be seen that she had done her homework. After Yifeng heard that, he tapped his fingers on the table and did not say a word. Chun Xian looked at him nervously, unable to guess what he was thinking. After a few minutes, he still didn't give an answer. She was about to add a few more points. At this time, Yifeng suddenly said, "Did you bring the contract?" Chun Xian was shocked. She had thought that he would be facing such a huge business project. Even if the other party was a little tempted, it would probably take a long time to consider. Who would have thought that the other party would ask her if she had brought the contract after hearing her introduction? Wasn't this a little too unusual? Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Yifeng had to urge her again. "I'm asking you a question. Did you bring the contract? If you did, we can sign the contract now." Only then did Chun Xian come back to her senses and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I brought it." As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a stack of contracts from another document bag. Yifeng looked through it and did not find any problems. He directly took out a pen from the pen holder on the table and signed his name. Then, he pushed the contract and pen to Chun Xian. "Sign it." Chun Xian was like a marionette as she took the pen and signed the contract. She was still in a daze even after signing the contract. It was a project that she had failed to close despite having made several trips to the office. It was actually completed so easily. She raised her head and looked at Yifeng in a daze. "Can I ask, why did you agree so easily?" Yifeng finished her question and smiled confidently. "It's simple, because the resort and you are both mine." "Pada." Chun Xian's hand trembled, and the fountain pen immediately fell on her thigh. The tip of the pen pricked her leg and fell to the ground. The ink that dripped out dyed a large area of her flesh-colored stockings black. "Ah!" Chun Xian first cried out in pain. Then, she hurriedly pulled out a few tissues from the table and picked up the silk stockings that had been dyed black by ink and wiped them in a panic. Because she was too flustered, she used too much force. After wiping it a few times, there was a tearing sound and a big hole was immediately torn open in the silk stocking. A large portion of her snow-white skin was revealed. She was completely dumbfounded. She sat there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Yifeng was also stunned. He meant that the hot spring resort and her Lingyun real estate were both his. Why was she so scared? He retracted his gaze and coughed twice. He pointed to the exclusive bathroom in the office. "That's the exclusive bathroom in my office. No one else will go in and out." "I'm sorry. Also thank you." Only then did Chun Xian react. After hurriedly apologizing and thanking him, she quickly covered her torn silk stockings and quickly hid in the bathroom. She only heaved a sigh of relief when the bathroom door closed. Looking at her sorry figure in the mirror, she was about to cry. Why was it that every time she was in front of him, she would be in such a sorry state? Could this guy be her nemesis in life? After sighing for a while, Chun Xian looked down at her torn stockings. It was obvious that she couldn't wear it, so she had to take it off. At this moment, Zhang Yaoting's face was also red. She had just heard Chun Xian's cries of pain from the office, and the sound of something being torn. These two people were clearly doing something inappropriate for children. This made her very speechless. Why did it have to be in the office every time? Was it for excitement? At the same time, Yifeng was still thinking about the earlier scene. Especially the moment Chun Xian's silk stockings were torn, it almost made his nose bleed. Fortunately, his mental state had been tempered a lot during this period of time, so he could still maintain his calm. However, even though he was calm, Yifeng could not help but have a question in his heart. Why was it that every time Chun Xian was in front of him, there would be such a sudden erotic situation? This woman, could she be testing him on purpose? Chapter 81. 81 Good Guy, He's Really Wild. 81 Good Guy, He's Really Wild. Just as Yifeng was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. After the call connected, a man's voice could be heard from the other end. "Hello, are you Mr. Yifeng? I'm Nanfeng Entertainment's legal director, Sun Yaoting. You've acquired 30% of our company's shares, so we need to do a share transfer with you now. Are you free now? When Yifeng heard this, he remembered that after he saved Principal Hu's wife this morning, the system rewarded him with 30% of Nanfeng Entertainment shares. Come over and look for me. I'll send you the address later. All right, Mr. Yi. I'll see you later. He had just hung up the phone when he saw Chun Xian slowly walking out of the bathroom. She had already taken off her stockings, revealing a pair of fair and slender legs. Especially with the pair of black high heels on her feet. She was extremely lethal to men. Yifeng could not help but take a few more glances. Seeing his expression, Chun Xian's face turned red again. At the same time, she felt proud of herself. For such an outstanding man like Yifeng to show such an expression to her, it was enough to prove her charm. Chairman Yi, if you don't have any plans tonight, I'd like to treat you to a meal to celebrate our successful cooperation. Chun Xian calmed down and took the initiative to invite him. Yifeng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'll do as you say. Chun Xian immediately took out her phone and made a reservation at a nearby 5-star restaurant called Lovejoy. After Yifeng got the address, he sent it to the legal director of Nanfeng Entertainment. Then, the two of them walked out of the office together. Zhang Yaoding, who was waiting outside, turned around. She remembered that Chun Xian was wearing a pair of flesh-colored stockings today. But now, the stockings were gone. Obviously, Chun Xian had taken it off halfway. This further confirmed the guess in her heart. As expected, the two of them were up to no good. Thinking of this, Zhang Yaoding's face became hot. Chun Xian didn't know what she was thinking and hurriedly told her the good news of the successful signing of the contract. Chairman Yi has agreed to cooperate with us. Oh, Zhang Yaoding thought that they were having an affair, so she nodded without surprise. Chun Xian was surprised to see her so calm. Don't you feel surprised? Should I be surprised? Zhang Yaoding pouted. In her heart, she was thinking, you've already used your beauty trap, and the two of you are already in that level of contact and relationship. What accident can there be? Chun Xian looked at her in confusion. Why did this guy have such a reaction? It was really strange. When the three of them arrived at the Lovejoy restaurant, they immediately caused quite a stir. Of course, it had nothing to do with Yifeng. It was mainly because the two beauties, Chun Xian and Zhang Yaoding, were too eye-catching. At the same time, Yifeng also attracted the attention of many people. However, most of these gazes were filled with hostility. This guy is so ordinary. How did he hook up with two beautiful women? That's right. I'm much more handsome than him. I'm still single. Maybe this kid has some special skills. So that's how it is, The surrounding diners' whispers could be heard. Yifeng was thick-skinned, and he did not think much of it. But Chun Xian and Zhang Yaoding, the two women, couldn't stand it anymore and hastened their steps. As they had already made reservations in advance, the waiter quickly brought the dishes over after the three of them took their seats. After a few bites, Zhang Yaoding rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, are you buying the hot spring resort to help our President Chen again? Cough, cough. When Chun Xian, who was eating, heard this, she immediately coughed violently and hurriedly pulled on her sleeve. But Zhang Yaoding was unmoved. Her eyes were staring at Yifeng, waiting for his reply. Yifeng looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. To help your President Chen? Why do you think so? But Zhang Yaoding's expression was as if she had seen through everything. The last time our President Chen encountered some difficulties, it was you who acquired Lingyun real estate and helped her overcome them. This time, you appeared in time again. Did you hear that we were looking for Zhonghai Hot Springs Resort to cooperate, but we were rejected several times, so you bought them? Hearing this, Chun Xian's face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head to eat. At the same time, she could not help but listen to Yifeng's explanation. Because Zhang Yaoding had also voiced her doubts. If it was a coincidence that Yifeng bought over Lingyun real estate to help her tide over her crisis, then it was a coincidence. It couldn't be a coincidence that he had acquired the hot spring resort when she was facing difficulties, right? How could there be so many coincidences? Yifeng was a little stunned, and he did not know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the two beauties that this was really just a coincidence. But if he said it like this, would it hurt Chun Xian's self-esteem? At the thought of this, he could only give an ambiguous answer. I already said that this is fate. Seeing that he did not answer directly, Chun Xian became more and more curious. What was this guy thinking? Was it really unintentional? Or was it intentional? Just as she was about to continue beating around the bush, the restaurant door was suddenly pushed open. Then, she saw a man in a black suit walk in. The man looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. In particular, he exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time, and his every move was full of charm. Seeing this, many women in the dining room immediately revealed infatuated expressions. Most women could not resist the charm of a mature man like him. Even Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoting couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, the two of them were not as infatuated as the other women, but they could not help but marvel at the man's powerful aura. This man's identity was definitely not simple, just as everyone in the restaurant was trying to guess the man's identity. At this time, the man looked around and quickly walked to Yi Feng. His expression was very respectful. "Mr. Yi, I'm Nanfeng Entertainment's legal director, Sun Yaoting. It's a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, the entire restaurant fell silent. Chapter 82. 82 Do you need to be so surprised? 82 Do you need to be so surprised? When they saw that Sun Yaoting, who claimed to be the legal director of Nanfeng Entertainment, was so respectful to Yi Feng, it wasn't just Chen Xian and Zhang Yaoting. Everyone in the restaurant was shocked. They did not expect that someone with such a powerful aura would be so respectful to a young man like Yi Feng. Everyone started to guess Yi Feng's background. He was probably a young master from some big family. Different from everyone's shock, Yi Feng was not surprised at all. "Hello, Director Sun. Have you brought the handover documents?" Sun Yaoting didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly took out a thick stack of documents from his bag. "It's all here, please take a look." Yi Feng took the documents and started to read them carefully. Sun Yaoting stood by the side and waited patiently. After a few minutes, Yi Feng did not find anything wrong with it, so he signed the documents. The entire handover process took less than 10 minutes. "Then I won't disturb Mr. Yi and the two ladies from eating." Sun Yaoting took the document that Yi Feng signed, and after checking it, he left respectfully. At this moment, Chen Xian finally found an opportunity to speak. "What kind of handover document did you sign just now?" Yi Feng put some food into his mouth as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing much. I just bought some shares of Nanfeng Entertainment." "Oh, how many did you buy?" Seeing his calm expression, Chen Xian thought it was just a small investment, so she also started to eat. "Not much, just 30%. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Chen Xian spurted out all the food that she had just eaten, and her beautiful eyes widened. "How much?" 30%. Nanfeng Entertainment shares. Even Zhang Yaoting's mouth was wide open in disbelief. Yi Feng wiped his face with a tissue and looked at the two innocently. "Do you have to be so surprised? Isn't it just 30% of the shares?" Chen Xian looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. "Isn't it just 30% of the shares? That's Nanfeng Entertainment, one of the top entertainment companies in Zhonghai City." Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. "So?" Chen Xian was completely speechless. Why was it that in front of this fellow, she always acted like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? Could it be that she was really overreacting? But that was 30% of Nanfeng Entertainment shares. With these shares alone, he could become one of the top bosses in the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. How could he still be so calm? He was simply not human. The diners sitting near the three of them heard their conversation and were equally surprised. They did not expect this guy to have the ability to acquire 30% of Nanfeng Entertainment's shares at such a young age. No wonder he could have two beautiful women in his arms. This was capital. A few girls at the next table heard this and wanted to throw themselves into Yi Feng's arms immediately. However, when they compared themselves to Chen Xian and her partner, they could not help but feel a little inferior. They immediately dispelled the thought. After the three of them finished their meal, Chen Xian took the initiative to pay the bill. Yi Feng did not move, and he did not stop them. After all, they had already agreed that Chen Xian would be treating, so there was no need for him to overshadow the host. However, the people in the restaurant had a different feeling when they saw this scene. Some of the men were especially jealous. Not only did this guy have two beautiful women in his arms, but he also made the girl pay for the bill. As bootlickers, they fought to pay the bill every time, and even if they did, the goddess wouldn't even look at them. It was infuriating to compare people. Chen Xian came back from paying the bill and packed her things. Suddenly, she asked, "Are you going home now?" Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before he replied casually, "Yeah. What's wrong?" Chen Xian's expression was a little unnatural. "If you're not in a hurry to go back, can you accompany me to go out and shop?" As she said that, her face turned red for no reason. Zhang Yaoting, on the other hand, immediately showed a surprised expression. It seemed that their President Chun had really fallen for him this time. She had actually taken the initiative to invite a man to accompany her shopping. She had never seen this before. Yifeng thought for a while. He had nothing to do when he returned anyway, and he was about to agree. At this moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. A new lucky chance navigation system has been detected, the jade hairpin that Imperial Consort Yang once used. System navigation begins. Please set off on the current road, drive 10 meters south, and turn right. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. This opportunity had come at the wrong time, or rather, it had come at the right time. Shaking his head helplessly, Yifeng could only smile apologetically at Qin Xian, who had a face full of anticipation. I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have to meet an old friend later. Maybe next time. Hearing his reply, a look of disappointment flashed across Qin Xian's face. This was the first time in her life that she had taken the initiative to invite a man to go shopping with her. She did not expect to be rejected. Zhang Yaoding was also a little angry and was about to scold Yifeng, but she was stopped by Qin Xian. She did not want to give Yifeng the impression that she was unreasonable. Yifeng smiled apologetically again, then turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Zhang Yaoding then said angrily, Sister Chun, this guy doesn't know how to appreciate favors, right? Isn't it just a little bit of money? What's the big deal? Qin Xian looked at her with dissatisfaction. Maybe he really has something to do? I was too impulsive and didn't think it through. Zhang Yaoding was still a little dissatisfied. All those young masters who are pursuing you are no worse than him. As long as you open your mouth, everyone will line up to go shopping with you. We don't need him. However, Qin Xian laughed disdainfully. How can those good-for-nothings who rely on their parents' blessings be compared to Yifeng? Zhang Yaoding immediately teased. Yes. Your Yifeng is the best, okay? When can I attend your wedding? Qin Xian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. D*****, girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I can't even be considered as ordinary friends with him, so why should I attend his wedding? Zhang Yaoding revealed a smile that seemed to have seen through everything. You still want to hide it from me? I already know everything. Qin Xian was a little confused. What do you know? Zhang Yaoding was afraid that she would be unhappy, so she quickly stopped smiling. Don't worry, Sister Chun. I won't tell anyone about what happened between you two. Qin Xian was completely dumbfounded. What was she talking about? Chapter 83. 83 Are you still human if you can't even lie to a liar? 83 Are you still human if you can't even lie to a liar? Yifeng drove the supercar and followed the system's navigation instructions to the antique street. It was getting late, and the antique street was already lit up. However, the pedestrians on the street were still as busy as ever. When Yifeng's Lycan supercar entered the antique street, it caused a huge commotion. Although most of the people who could come to the antique street to search for treasures were rich, however, it was the first time for many people to see such a luxurious supercar, so they were immediately shocked. Su Jingxin, who was strolling in the antique street, was also attracted by the scene. When she saw the car, she was wondering which rich second-generation heir was driving a supercar to the antique street. At this moment, a young man walked out of the car. It was Yifeng, whom she had met at the stone gambling den. It was actually him. Why did he come to the antique street? Could it be that he was also an expert in antiques? Su Jingxin's impression of Yifeng was quite deep, and she was a little surprised to see him again. However, Yifeng did not notice Su Jingxin's presence. After getting out of the car, he continued to walk forward according to the navigation. Handsome, come and take a look. I have a lot of treasures here. Handsome, I just found a lot of good treasures here. After it's gone, there won't be such a thing again. I have a lot of treasures here, and every one of them is worth a city. If you don't buy it, you might miss out on a few 100 million yuan. Many stall owners saw this and immediately greeted Yifeng enthusiastically. They could all see that this young man was very rich, so they all wanted to rip off this spendthrift. But Yifeng turned a deaf ear to these people's calls, and he went straight to a stall. At the stall, a girl was haggling with the stall owner. Yifeng first activated the system's deep scan function and scanned the stalls. He could immediately tell that most of the items in the stall were fake. The only exception was the unremarkable jade hairpin in the corner. He was not in a hurry to retrieve the jade hairpin, but looked at the girl who was haggling with the stall owner. The girl was very beautiful. With his current critical eye, her looks were at least above 95 points. Her pair of big eyes flickered, which was particularly moving. Her dressing and speech were also very appropriate, and she looked very well educated. "Boss, can you make it cheaper?" The girl was holding a folding fan in her hand. The ribs of the fan were covered with starch paste, and it looked like an old object. "Little girl, I'm only asking for 20,000 because I can see that you're sincere in buying it. This folding fan was once used by Ji Xiaolan. If it was someone else, I wouldn't sell it for less than 100,000. The boss's tone was very sincere, and people couldn't help but trust him. Yi Feng glanced at the folding fan and almost laughed out loud. It was obviously bought from Taobao, and it was at most 10 yuan. This boss actually had the face to ask for 20,000. This was too black-hearted. The girl hesitated for a while and finally gritted her teeth. "All right, 20,000 it is. Can I pay by card?" The boss was immediately overjoyed. He quickly grabbed a POS machine and said, "Yes, that's great. My WeChat credit card can do anything." The girl took out a bank card from her bag and was about to pay the bill. Yi Feng could not stand it anymore. He reminded her out of goodwill, "Miss, are you really not going to consider it?" The girl turned around and looked at him in surprise. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she said adorably, "My father's birthday is coming soon. I want to give him a gift. He likes to collect antiques, and I think this folding fan is quite good. He should like it, right?" Yi Feng could not help but laugh. "I guess he will beat you to death after receiving it." His warning was obvious enough, but the girl obviously didn't understand what he meant. "Why will he want to kill me?" Yi Feng wanted to continue. At this moment, the stall owner was a little unhappy. "I say, why are you so talkative? If you don't want to buy it, go to other stalls and walk around. Don't disturb my business here." When Yi Feng heard his words, he sneered. "Boss, don't be too black-hearted. If you only want to earn a little less, I promise I won't say anything. But you're selling a piece of street-side goods for 20,000 yuan. Isn't that a little too much?" Having been exposed by him, the boss immediately flew into a rage. "You're bullsh** ting. What cheap goods? Go around and ask around. When have I, Lei Dia, ever sold fake goods?" The girl also quickly said, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood the boss. He doesn't look like a bad person to me." Yi Feng was speechless. "You should have Taobao on your phone, right?" The girl shook her head. "No, I never use Taobao." Yi Feng patted his head. "Then download one now and search for the folding fan." Although the girl didn't know what he meant, she still obediently took out her phone and downloaded the Taobao software. Then, she searched for the word folding fan. Then, all kinds of folding fans appeared on the page. As if she had discovered a new continent, the girl hurriedly checked it. Very quickly, she found a folding fan that was exactly the same as the one in the stall owner's hand. In fact, even every pattern was the same. Then, the girl was stunned. That was because the price of the fan was 9.9 yuan. Moreover, the most outrageous thing was that it even included shipping. The surrounding crowd had already burst into laughter when they saw this. This kind of girl, even if she was sold, she would still help count the money. Su Jingxin, who was in the crowd, looked at Yi Feng with a profound look. This guy was quite warm-hearted. After a long while, the girl finally reacted and immediately glared at the stall owner. "Boss, you're lying to me. It's obviously 9.90 yuan, but you're selling it to me for 20,000 yuan. The boss was also a little dumbfounded. This folding fan was bought from the wholesale market. The purchase price was also 20 yuan. The boss of the wholesale market also said that he had already given him the lowest price because he was a regular customer. A scammer scammed a scammer? Are you still human? Chapter 84. 84 I'm willing to call this my unique skill. 84 I'm willing to call this my unique skill. The boss was a little ashamed in the face of the girl's questioning. He immediately glared at the meddlesome Yi Feng and was about to pack up and leave. Wait a moment. Yi Feng suddenly called out to him. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head. What else do you want? The boss was already on the verge of going berserk. The duck that was already in his mouth had flown away, but this guy was still not letting it go. What do you mean, what do I want? I want to buy something. Yi Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Are you making fun of me? The boss was furious. This guy knew that he was selling fake goods, but he still wanted to buy things from him. If he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, then he was deliberately making fun of him. I really want to buy something. Why don't you believe me? Yi Feng was speechless at his actions. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, the owner stopped packing up. Then I'll say this first. The items in my stall are 1,000 yuan each, and I won't bargain. If you can't afford it, you should leave. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all started to curse. The boss was really thick-skinned. He had already been exposed for selling fake goods, yet he still dared to demand such an exorbitant price. 1,000 yuan could probably buy everything in his stall, right? Only a fool would be fooled. However, he did not expect Feng to take out 10 100 yuan bills without saying anything. 1,000 yuan, keep it. Then, he took the jade hairpin from the stall. The boss was holding a stack of cash in his hand, and he looked at Feng in disbelief. He had just casually mentioned a number, but he did not expect that the other party would not even haggle over the price and would directly pay for it. Wasn't this too willful? When he was exposed by this guy just now, he thought that the other party was an expert. He didn't expect him to be an idiot. He knew that he was in a trap, but he still jumped in on purpose. At this moment, the surrounding people also held the same thoughts as him. Feng looked so smart just now. Why did he do such a stupid thing? He clearly knew that this stall was full of fake goods, yet he still wanted to waste so much money. It was really a case of being a fool with a lot of money. Su Jingxin, who was standing in the crowd, was also surprised. From their previous interaction at the stone gambling den, she felt that Feng should be very smart. But now, why would he do such a stupid thing? Little brother, won't you think about it? The girl who had almost been tricked also hurriedly tried to persuade him. This little brother had just given her some pointers. She didn't expect that she would fall into a trap as well. Do you believe in fate? Feng did not answer the question. The girl's face turned slightly red. What did he mean by that? I feel that this jade hairpin and I are fated. I believe that fate will not lie to me. Feng's face was filled with confidence. When the stall owner heard him speak, he couldn't help but secretly laugh. What a fool. He had bought this jade hairpin for 20 yuan. He sold it for 1,000 yuan and made a net profit of 980 yuan. But just as he was feeling proud of himself, he saw Feng slowly take out his phone and make a video call. A moment later, a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the video. Qin Xiushan? It's Qin Xiushan. It was unknown who shouted first, but it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Qin Xiushan was a godlike figure in the antique world. Who didn't know him in the antique world? At this moment, everyone's gazes toward Feng immediately underwent a complete change. How many people who knew Qin Xiushan were simple? Even Su Jingxin, who was watching the show, was shocked. Of course, she had heard of Qin Xiushan's name. To think that Feng actually knew such a big shot. As for the stall owner, he was already scared out of his wits. This was really like a little devil meeting a big devil. He is afraid that he would be exposed immediately? This 1,000 yuan was too hard to earn. When the stall owner thought of this, he immediately wanted to pack his things and run away. Feng ignored the gazes of the crowd and greeted Qin Xiushan first. Big brother Qin, I found an old item in the antique market. Can you help me take a look? As he spoke, he pointed the phone's camera at the jade hairpin. Qin Xiushan was calm at first, but when he saw the jade hairpin, he was shocked. Bring the jade hairpin closer. Let me take a look. Feng did as he was told and placed the jade hairpin near the camera. Then, Qin Xiushan exclaimed, Brother Yi, you've picked up a treasure. If I'm not mistaken, this jade hairpin should be from the Tang dynasty, and it's recorded in the ancient books that Imperial Consort Yang once wore it. It's worth at least 10 million. Hearing his words, Feng did not show any reaction, because he already knew. However, the people who were watching the show were all shocked. Imperial Consort Yang had worn it before? It's worth at least 10 million? Wasn't this a little too scary? He was able to buy a priceless jade hairpin from a street stall that was full of fake goods with a casual move. If it was not Qin Xiushan who had said that, they would have started scolding him on the spot. But the other party was Qin Xiushan, the president of the Sotheby's China district. He had a high status in the antique world. Therefore, everyone believed his words without a doubt. When they looked at Feng again, the disdain and mockery from before had already disappeared. The gloating turned into shock, curiosity, and disbelief. No wonder this young man can call Qin Xiushan his brother. Isn't his eyesight too heaven-defying? Turning 1,000 yuan into 10 million yuan in a second, I'd like to call this my unique skill. Su Jingxin was also in disbelief. Feng's attainment in stone gambling was already extraordinary. She didn't expect him to have such an unfathomable ability in the field of antiques. He casually picked one, and it was a priceless treasure. Was this guy still human? Chapter 85. 85 This eyesight is too heaven-defying. 85. This eyesight is too heaven-defying. When he heard Qin Xiushan say that the jade hairpin was worth 10 million, he was stunned. The stall owner couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, wailing, I don't want to live anymore. This is too much of a bully. Let me die. It was really too difficult for him today. Originally, he was about to get a 20,000 yuan deal, but Yi Feng appeared out of nowhere and ruined it. Then, the other party spent another 1,000 yuan to buy his jade hairpin. He thought that he had made a big profit this time, but he did not expect that he would still be the one injured in the end. This was a huge blow to him, but Yi Feng ignored him. After he hung up Qin Xiushan's call, he heard the sound of a system notification in his ear. Congratulations, host. The treasure hunting navigation has been completed. The system has rewarded 20 Zhongtian Lakeview villas with a total value of 1 billion. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng had a headache. He was rewarded with another 20 villas? He couldn't even remember how many properties he had under his name. When I go back later, I'll have to check it carefully and not miss anything. When he thought of this, he kept the jade hairpin and was about to leave. Just then, he heard the girl behind him suddenly call out to him, "Little brother, wait a moment." Yi Feng looked at her strangely. He did not know what she was going to do. The girl reached out her hand to him. "I haven't introduced myself. I'm Lu Xiaoya. What's yours?" Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no choice but to reveal his background. "Brother Yi Feng, can I ask you for a favor?" Lu Xiaoya asked in a friendly manner. "Help with what?" Yi Feng was a little confused. "Can you help me pick a present for my father?" Lu Xiaoya looked pitiful. "You want me to help you pick a gift? This isn't very appropriate, right? What if I'm wrong?" Yi Feng laughed and teased. "No, you're so powerful. I can tell you're a big shot in the antique world. Besides, even if you're wrong, I won't blame you. After all, I'm the one who took the initiative to ask you for help, so I'll bear the consequences myself." Lu Xiaoya was very understanding. Yi Feng was flattered by her. He felt good about it and did not reject her. He immediately activated the system's deep scan function and looked around. The information of all the antiques within a 1-meter radius of him was displayed. After a round of searching, soon, Yi Feng found an antique inkstone from one of the stalls. The stall owner knew that he had a good eye. Since it was chosen by him, it was naturally not an ordinary item. He immediately offered 10,000 yuan. Yi Feng didn't bargain and asked Lu Xiaoya to pay the bill. When the stall owner saw him pay the bill so readily, he immediately regretted it. If he had known, he would have asked for 100,000. Lu Xiaoya took the black inkstone and was not satisfied. At least in terms of appearance, this inkstone was far inferior to the folding fan she had taken a fancy to just now. "I wonder if Dad will like it." At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Miss, may I have a look at this inkstone?" Lu Xiaoya was confused, but she still handed the inkstone to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at it for a long time and immediately showed a horrified expression. "I've been studying inkstones for more than 20 years. If I'm not wrong, this should be a good ink slab used by Zheng Banxiao. It's worth at least a few million." As soon as that person said this, the scene boiled over again. They had all seen the scene of Yi Feng choosing the inkstones. He just walked to a random stall and picked it out without even looking at it. They didn't expect it to be another priceless treasure. This kind of eyesight was too heaven-defying, right? The stall owner who sold the inkstone also fell to the ground and started crying. Moreover, he was crying even more heartlessly than the stall owner. Did he just let a few million go by? This was too much bullying. Lu Xiaoya did not expect that this ordinary-looking inkstone would have such a great background. She quickly looked at Yi Feng with gratitude. "Brother Yi Feng, thank you so much. My father will definitely love it. It's no trouble at all." Yi Feng did not put such a small matter to heart. "Brother Yi Feng, I have to go back now. Let's exchange contact numbers, and I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free." Lu Xiaoya looked at him expectantly, afraid of being rejected. But Yi Feng did not reject her. He immediately exchanged contact information with her. Seeing that, Lu Xiaoya left with the inkstone, satisfied. The moment she left, the surrounding crowd started to rush toward Yi Feng. "Big boss, my dad is celebrating his birthday too. Can you help me pick a gift? My grandfather's birthday is coming soon. Please help me pick a gift for him as a token of my filial piety. Big brother, can I treat you to a meal? I'd also like to ask you some questions about antiques." Everyone was very eager to befriend Yi Feng. After all, befriending such a heaven-defying expert would only bring them benefits and no harm. Yi Feng rejected everyone's enthusiasm. Are you kidding me? He wouldn't be able to pick a gift for everyone here, even if he were to die of exhaustion. Besides, if he really did that, the stall owners on this street would probably gang up and kill him on the spot, right? Wasn't this cutting off one source of income? He still had this sense of propriety. Those who could come to the antique street were basically all famous people. Naturally, they would not pester him. After being rejected by Yi Feng, the crowd dispersed. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Big boss, can you help me pick a gift? I'm sorry. Yi Feng rejected as he turned around. When he saw the woman's face, he was stunned. Wasn't she the woman he met at the stone gambling den? What was it called again? She seemed to be called Su Jingxin. Miss Su, what are you doing here? I've been here the whole time. It's a pity that Mr. Yi only cared about talking to that little beauty and didn't see me at all. There was a hint of jealousy in Su Jingxin's words. It sounded weird. Chapter 86. 86. A beauty is standing in front of you, but you're always thinking about money? 86. A beauty is standing in front of you, but you're always thinking about money? Hearing Su Jingxin's words, Yi Feng did not know how to answer. Why did it sound like he was a heartless man? Su Jingxin also realized that her words seemed a little inappropriate, so she hurriedly corrected herself. I was just joking. Look at how scared you are. Yi Feng smiled, but did not say anything. Was she joking? Were they close? Seeing this, Su Jingxin quickly changed the topic. Mr. Yi, I really like your jade hairpin. Can you sell it to me? Yi Feng was stunned when he heard this. You want to buy this jade hairpin? Su Jingxin quickly nodded. That's right. I like this jade hairpin very much. I wonder if you're willing to part with it. Yi Feng immediately laughed. Of course, why would a man like me need a jade hairpin? It's a blessing for it that a beauty like Miss Su likes it. As he spoke, he handed over the jade hairpin. Su Jingxin was not in a hurry to pick it up. I don't know if I look good in it. Can Mr. Yi help me put it on? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and helped her put the jade hairpin in her hair. Su Jingxin's heart was beating wildly when she smelled his scent at such a close distance. At the same time, she secretly blamed herself for being too rash. It was only their second time meeting, yet she had made such a request. Did the other party think that she was a fickle woman? And just as she was worrying about her personal gains and losses, Yi Feng had already helped her insert the jade hairpin. It's too beautiful, he exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. When the jade hairpin was inserted into Su Jingxin's hair, it made her, who was already elegant and refined, even more beautiful. It was as if Imperial Consort Yang had been reborn. Su Jingxin's face blushed slightly when she heard his praise. This kind of expression made people's hearts sway. When she realized that Yi Feng had been staring at her, she was even more shy. Mr. Yi, why do you keep staring at me? Yi Feng was speechless. What do you think I'm looking at? You should pay the bill. Oh. Su Jingxin was stunned. She had thought that Yi Feng was mesmerized by her beauty, but he was actually waiting for her to pay. Su Jingxin suddenly felt a little angry. Such a beautiful woman is standing in front of you, but you're always thinking about money? What a money grubber. However, she was still very well-mannered. She wrote a check for Yi Feng on the spot. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yi Feng did not stand on ceremony. After taking the check, he turned around and left in satisfaction. He did not look like he was reluctant to leave. Su Jingxin looked at his back and felt a little lost. At this moment, Uncle Lu, who had been protecting her in the dark, slowly walked out. Miss, do you need me to investigate his background? This person has appeared before you time and time again. Is it a coincidence or is it intentional? Uncle Lu's eyes glowed with a sharp light. Uncle Lu, I'm no longer a child. You don't have to meddle in my affairs. Su Jingxin was a little dissatisfied with his words. Miss, I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing that she was unconcerned, Uncle Lu suddenly became a little anxious. Uncle Lu, although you've watched me grow up, you have no idea what I like, Su Jingxin said, and looked at Yi Feng who had gone far away. Whether it's a coincidence or he did it on purpose, I'll find the answer myself. I don't need anyone to interfere. I'm not interested in anything that's transparent. After hearing her words, Uncle Lu didn't say anything more. He only looked at the direction where Yi Feng left with his sharp eyes. Young man, you'd better not have any ill intentions toward the young Mississippi. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Zhongtian Lakeview Villa Management. Lin Junjun had just finished a busy day's work and was about to pack her things to get off work. At this moment, The assistant walked in quickly with a thick stack of documents. Manager Lin, we just received a notice from the higher-ups that someone bought 20 villas in one go. How much? 20 buildings? Isn't he too rich? Lin Junjun was immediately given a fright by this number. A Zhongtian Lakeview villa would cost at least 20 to 30 million, and the more expensive ones would cost tens of millions or even close to 100 million. Someone actually bought 20 buildings in one go. That would be a few hundred million. This was simply inhumane. The assistant complained unhappily. The higher-ups asked us to prepare the handover procedures overnight. I was going to have dinner with my boyfriend, but now it's all gone down the drain. Lin Junjun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, stop complaining. They bought 20 villas in one go. Even if you were getting married now, you still have to come back to deal with it, let alone having dinner with your boyfriend. The customer is God. The assistant let out a long sigh and began to sort out the handover documents. As Lin Qianqian drank her water, she nonchalantly asked, "Oh right, do you know who bought so many villas?" To be able to buy so many villas in one go, he must not be a nobody in Zhonghai City. The assistant tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think he's called Yi Feng. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Lin Junjun spat out the water in her mouth when she heard that. Who? Yi Feng. Is it that Yi Feng who lives in mansion number 1? The assistant scratched her head. I don't think so, right? Doesn't he already have a villa? What's the point of buying so many? It should be the same name, right? There are quite a lot of people called Yi Feng. Lin Junjun thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. Yi Feng already had mansion number 1. Why would he buy so many? Was he going to use it to raise pigs? It was probably the same name. Yes, that must be the case. Chapter 87. 87. I finally live the way I used to hate the most. 87. I finally live the way I used to hate the most. At the same time, at Dong'an Securities, Su Man was sitting in front of her computer, staring blankly at the K-line chart of the 3 stocks that Yi Feng had bought a few days ago. Even now, she could not understand how Yi Feng could do such a godly move. She had been in the stock market for so many years, but she had never seen someone who could judge the market trend so accurately. This could no longer be understood by normal people. It could only be said to be a god's operation. She wanted to call Yi Feng several times to find out the reason. However, Su Man managed to control herself in the end. After all, it was already a huge favor for him to help her earn a lot of money. Why did she have to get to the bottom of it? Just as she was deep in thought, someone suddenly knocked on the office door. Then, she saw a man with a greasy face walk in with frivolous steps. Sister Man, you busy? After the man came in, he sat down on her desk without any regard for her. Seeing this, Su Man immediately frowned. The man's name was Huang Bin, and he was the department manager who had just been appointed. As for how a fresh graduate without any work experience could be a department manager at a big company like Dong'an Securities, everyone in the company knew that the reason for this was that a senior leader of Dong'an Securities also had the surname Huang. As for whether the two of them had any relationship, it was self-evident. In short, no one in the company dared to provoke him. Is there something you need from me? Even though Su Man did not want to provoke him, she still put on an unapproachable expression. Can't I just come and chat with you if I have nothing to do? Huang Bin's tone was a little greasy. Su Man's expression turned even uglier. I'm not even close to you. What's there to talk about? Huang Bin picked up the pen on her desk and played with it. Talk about life. Talk about ideals. There are so many things to talk about. Su Man didn't even try to hide the look of disgust on her face. Manager Huang, it's working hours now. If you don't have anything to do with work, I don't think we have much to talk about. Huang Bin had no intention of backing down. If we can't talk during work hours, what about after work? Do you have any plans after work? I'll treat you to a meal. Su Man clenched her fists and suppressed the anger in her heart with great difficulty. I'm sorry. I've already made plans with my boyfriend to have dinner together later. Huang Bin laughed out loud when he heard her reply. Sister Man, you're so boring. I've asked around. You don't have a boyfriend at all. You don't have to lie to reject me, do you? Also, the tactic of having a boyfriend is a little old-fashioned. Su Man's embarrassment turned into anger. Who said I don't have a boyfriend? Do you really think I need to play tricks with you? Huang Bin pouted noncommittally. Then you can call him now. If you really have a boyfriend, I promise I won't disturb you. Su Man was caught in a dilemma when she heard this. She had been busy with work all these years and had little contact with the opposite S*X. Even if she wanted to find someone to act with her, it was not easy to find someone who could do it at the last minute. Huang Bin's guess was confirmed when he saw her troubled look. What? Don't tell me you don't even remember your boyfriend's number. Or is it that I've guessed it right and you don't have it at all? Su Man retorted. Who said I don't have one? I'll give him a call now. As she said that, she hurriedly took out her phone and looked for it. At this time, Yifeng's name suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Her eyes brightened, and without much thought, she dialed the number. Yifeng was currently sitting in his villa. He wanted to count the assets that he had accumulated over this period of time. At the moment, on the coffee table in the living room of Zhongtian Lakeview Villa No. 1, there was a thick stack of property ownership certificates, as well as a pile of stock ownership certificates. It was at this time that Yifeng realized that he would not have known if he did not check, but once he checked, he was shocked. He had become so rich without knowing it. His total assets were in the tens of billions. He was an evil capitalist. Alas, in the end, I've become the person I used to hate the most. Just as Yifeng was sighing, he received a call from Su Man. Although he was curious as to why she would call him, Yifeng still picked up the call. However, before he could say anything, he heard Su Man's sweet voice from the other end of the phone. My dear, what are you busy with? Yifeng was stunned. He looked at the caller ID again. It was indeed Su Man. What was wrong with this woman? She actually called him dear? Although he was bewildered, he still answered honestly. I'm tidying up some documents at home. What's up? Su Man immediately put the phone on speaker. Didn't we agree to have dinner together tonight? Have you set off? Yifeng was even more dumbfounded now. When did I have a dinner date with Su Man? How come I didn't know about this? Is there? How come I don't remember? Su Man glanced at Huang Bin, who was gloating at her misfortune, and quickly pretended to be angry. You've never cared about other people's affairs. Didn't we agree last night to eat French food today? Have you forgotten? No matter how stupid Yifeng was, he could tell that something was wrong with the situation, so he held back his smile and nodded. Oh, right. I forgot about this when I got busy. I'll leave right away. Su Man heaved a sigh of relief. This guy was quite smart, not letting her give herself away. Come and pick me up first, then we'll go to the restaurant together. No problem, I'll be there soon. After getting Yifeng's reply, Su Man hung up the phone. Then, she looked at Huang Bin smugly. What do you think? Do you still have any questions? Huang Bin was a little dumbfounded. This didn't seem right. He had heard from his colleagues that Su Man did not have a boyfriend and did not even have any friends of the opposite S**X. Why did she suddenly have a boyfriend? You didn't find a shield to lie to me, right? Chapter 88. 88 Lost Thoroughly. 88 Lost Thoroughly. Hearing Huang Bin's question, Su Man felt a little guilty, but she still pretended to be calm and asked, Do you think I need to do that? Huang Bin looked at her doubtfully. Sure, then I'll wait to meet your boyfriend. I'll only give up then. Then, he turned around and walked out of the office. After he left, Su Man quickly picked up her phone and sent a message to Yifeng, explaining the whole situation. At this time, Yifeng was driving Ferrari Enzo out of the garage. After seeing this message, he immediately felt relieved and replied, Do you still need me to pick you up now? Su Man's message came quickly. Of course, if you don't come over, he won't give up. Only you can help me now. Yifeng replied in a joking tone. What good would it do me to help you? Su Man bit her lower lip and replied, What do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll agree to it. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Really? But you can't go too far, Su Man quickly added. What are you thinking? I'm a decent man. I'm ignoring you, humph. Su Man looked at her watch. It was almost time to get off work. She packed her things and strode out of the office. Huang Bin, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw this and immediately followed. The two of them walked into the elevator one after the other. At this time, there were many colleagues from the same company in the elevator. How is it? Is your boyfriend here to pick you up? Huang Bin asked provocatively. Yeah, is there a problem? Su Man was not to be outdone. All right, don't force yourself. Just admit that you don't have a boyfriend. It's a pity. I'm going to disappoint you. Okay, so what if you have a boyfriend? Is he as outstanding as I am? Does he have more money than me? I'll let you know that only I'm worthy of you. Hee. Su Man smiled non-committally and did not say anything else. Huang Bin went to the parking lot first. Soon, he drove a flashy Porsche 911 and stopped in front of Su Man. And this immediately attracted the sidelong glances of many female colleagues. After all, this sports car did look good, and it was worth at least 2 million. This kind of thing and its price were fatally attractive to many girls. A few of the bolder girls could not help but throw flirtatious glances at Huang Bin. However, Huang Bin was naturally not interested in such ordinary women. Instead, he threw Su Man a flirtatious look. I said, I will prove to you that only I am worthy of you. Su Man had a disdainful smile on her face as she raised her head and looked to the left. Very quickly, they saw an extremely cool-looking Ferrari Enzo speeding towards them. Then, with a beautiful drift, the car stopped right in front of Huang Bin's Porsche. When the two cars were compared, Huang Bin's sports car, which was originally considered flashy, instantly paled in comparison. It was like a pretty girl might be quite eye-catching when she was surrounded by ugly girls. However, when the real top beauty appeared, she immediately became a little servant girl. Seeing this, many of the girls in the room screamed without caring about their image. Even if they did not know the value of the Ferrari Enzo, they could tell from its appearance that it was at least 10 times better than Huang Bin's car. Moreover, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that the Ferrari was of a much higher grade than the Porsche. How wonderful would it be if he could sit in the passenger seat of this car and experience it? Just as everyone was trying to guess who the owner of the car was, the car window rolled down, and Yi Feng looked at Su Man with a faint smile on his face. My dear, I'm sorry I'm late. When he went out today, he had even dressed up meticulously. The expensive suit fitted him perfectly, making his already handsome face look even more noble. Many of the girls present immediately fell in love with him. A young, handsome, and rich man like him was the Prince Charming that every girl dreamed of. Hence, all the girls looked at Su Man with envy and jealousy. Su Man felt the gazes of the people around her and immediately felt a sense of vanity. She turned to look at the dejected Huang Bin and asked, Do you still think you're worthy of me? Huang Bin could only feel a burning pain on his face. When Yi Feng drove that extremely cool Ferrari Enzo into the arena, he knew that he had lost. And he had lost completely. Compared to the other party's supercar, his Porsche was not even as good as trash. There was no comparison at all. Su Man had a victorious smile on her face. She walked toward Yi Feng with light steps. She gave him a light kiss on the face, then turned around and sat in the passenger seat. Many of the male colleagues at the scene started wailing when they saw this scene. The goddess in their hearts, Su Man, actually had a boyfriend. This was a bolt out of the blue for them, who still had fantasies. Furthermore, they had no way to get angry at Su Man's boyfriend. After all, he was indeed much more outstanding than them. When Huang Bin saw Su Man kissing Yi Feng, his heart was also bleeding. However, in this world, strength was king, who asked the other party to be stronger than him. Even if he was not convinced, he had to hold it in. Yi Feng was also stunned at the start. He did not expect Su Man to take the initiative. However, he quickly reacted and started the car. The engine roared twice and turned into a red lightning bolt, disappearing before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a group of infatuated men and women who were beaten black and blue. Chapter 89. 89, I have to pay more. 89, I have to pay more. At the same time, Su Man, who was sitting in the passenger seat beside Ferrari Enzo, was blushing. In order to completely cut off Huang Bin's thoughts about her, she had kissed Yi Feng in front of everyone. Now that she thought about it, she had actually made such a bold move. She wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. However, Yi Feng glared at her while driving. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Su Man was taken aback. What compensation? Yi Feng said righteously. I only agreed to act as your boyfriend. I didn't say that I would sacrifice my body. You kissed me without my permission. I've suffered a great loss this time. No, you have to compensate me. Su Man was at a loss for words. What do you want as compensation? Yi Feng's expression was very serious. I have always been an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since you kissed me, I will kiss you back. As he spoke, he leaned his head over, pretending to kiss her. Su Man shrieked and dodged in a hurry. But Yi Feng did not give up. He continued to pursue. You're still driving. Stop fooling around. Su Man begged for mercy. Only then did Yi Feng let her go and continue to drive. However, Su Man was even more embarrassed after his antics. Her heart was beating wildly. To be honest, a man as outstanding as Yi Feng, how could any woman not be moved? Especially after today's incident, she suddenly realized. If she really had a boyfriend like Yi Feng who could stand up for her at the critical moment, it would be quite good. Thinking of this, Su Man quickly glanced at Yi Feng. He was so handsome when he drove. Yi Feng obviously noticed the change in her eyes. but he pretended to be calm and quickly drove to her house. Su Man was stunned. Why did you send me back? Yifeng looked at her in surprise. If I don't send it to your house, do you want me to send you to my house? Su Man's face reddened as she explained. What I meant was that you've helped me out so much today. I should treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Yifeng laughed heartily. Why are you being so polite with me? It was just a small matter. All right, go back and rest early. Su Man didn't say anything else after hearing what he said. She immediately got out of the car. Yifeng waved at her again, then drove away in his sports car. Su Man looked at the car driving away and could not help but laugh. He was really a blockhead. Today's atmosphere had already reached this point. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a guy take the initiative to treat a girl to a meal and then push their relationship forward? And this guy had actually sent her back directly. She really didn't know if she should be sad or happy. The sad thing was she really that unattractive in his eyes? She was happy because at least he wasn't a playboy. At least, she didn't misjudge him. With mixed feelings, Su Man turned around and went upstairs. Yifeng had just returned to his villa and was about to take a shower. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from Lin Junjun. Mr. Yi, I'm Lin Junjun from the property department. You bought 20 more villas yesterday. Is it convenient for you to complete the handover procedures now? Yifeng thought about it and gave his answer. I'm at home right now. Come over. Lin Junjun's work efficiency was as swift as usual. Soon, the doorbell rang. When Yifeng opened the door and saw Lin Junjun, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a black female uniform. The two slender legs exposed under the skirt were wrapped in black stockings. She was wearing a pair of black high heels, which made her look extremely tall. It was already late. With such a great beauty visiting him personally, he was more or less tempted. Yifeng could not help but take a few more glances. Lin Junjun also noticed his gaze and blushed slightly. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry to disturb you at such a late hour. Yifeng hurriedly invited her in. What do you want to drink? After she sat down on the sofa, Yifeng asked casually. Water will do, thank you. Lin Junjun hurriedly bowed. Yifeng turned around and walked into the kitchen. While Yifeng went to get some water, Lin Junjun took the opportunity to look around the room. When her gaze swept across the thick stack of real estate certificates and equity documents on the coffee table, she was so shocked that her jaw almost fell off. Even though she knew that Yifeng was rich, but she did not expect Yifeng to be so rich. Just the stack of property ownership certificates added up would probably be an astronomical figure, right? Whoever married him would be guaranteed a life of wealth and prosperity. At this time, Yifeng had already returned with a cup of water. It's a bit messy at home. Please be more forgiving, Yifeng said as he passed the glass of water over. When Lin Junjun reached out to take it, she accidentally touched his hand. Her face was getting hotter and hotter, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Yifeng saw that her face was red and was concerned. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Lin Junjun hurriedly shook her head. I'm fine. Let's do the handover first. As she said that, she took out a stack of documents from her bag in a hurry. Although Yifeng felt strange, since the other party said that she was fine, he did not continue to ask. The two of them then made a property transfer. Yifeng was already very familiar with the process. He finished signing all the documents in less than half an hour. However, Lin Junjun wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at him hesitantly. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Miss Lin, if you have anything to say, please feel free to speak. Only then did Lin Qianqian try to speak. Mr. Yi, what's the use of buying so many houses at once? Yifeng revealed a smile. Hiding a mistress in a golden house. Are you interested? Chapter 90. 90. Are you interested in keeping a mistress in a golden house? 90. Are you interested in keeping a mistress in a golden house? Hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Junjun's face instantly turned red. Mr. Yi, you're joking, right? Yifeng also felt that his joke was not appropriate. He smiled. To be honest, I have not thought of the use of these houses yet. Lin Junjun couldn't help but click her tongue upon hearing this. She really could not understand the world of the rich. He had spent so much money and bought so many houses, but he still hadn't thought of the use of the houses. Yifeng saw that she wanted to say something but stopped, so he took the initiative to speak. You're all professionals and know more about real estate. Do you have any good suggestions? Lin Junjun hurriedly sat up straight. It's like this. I have some special clients who would like to rent such a high-end villa. If Mr. Yi agrees, I can help you contact them. Yifeng did not answer immediately. He asked, "What do you mean by special client?" Lin Junjun hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. For example, some officials who are not suitable to own huge amounts of real estate, or some internet celebrities and small stars who want to keep up the front, they all have this demand. Yifeng thought for a moment. He nodded and agreed. Then help me contact them. Anyway, these houses were just left there. He could still earn some pocket money by renting them out. Lin Junjun's face lit up with joy when she heard him agree. That's great. I happen to have a client who wants to rent a house. If it's convenient for Mr. Yi, I'll bring him to see the house tomorrow. Yifeng nodded. Sure. Lin Junjun stood up and bid him farewell. Then I won't disturb Mr. Ye's rest any longer. We'll contact each other again tomorrow. With that, she turned around and left. Yifeng looked at her alluring back as she walked further and further away. He was somewhat reluctant to part with her. It was such a waste for him to live alone in such a big house. Shouldn't it find a female owner? The next morning, Yifeng received a call from Lin Junjun while he was still asleep, informing him that the guests who wanted to view the house had arrived and were waiting at the entrance of the property management office. Yifeng had no choice but to get up from the bed and wash up. He didn't even bother to wash his head. He changed into casual clothes and left. When he arrived at the property, he saw Lin Junjun talking to a middle-aged man from a distance. The middle-aged man's movements were quite magnanimous, and it was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Beside the man stood a middle-aged woman and 2 children. They should be a family of 4. Lin Junjun had clearly seen him as well, and she hurriedly beckoned him over. When he got closer, she hurriedly introduced them to each other. Mr. Luo, this is Mr. Yifeng. The house you want to rent is his. Then, she introduced them to Yifeng. This is Mr. Luo Jiaqiang from the Luo family. He is here today to look at the house. Yifeng reached out his hand. Hello, Mr. Luo. Luo Jiaqiang hesitated for a moment, but he still extended his hand. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. Although his hesitation was fleeting, Yifeng still caught it. Obviously, this Mr. Luo looked down on him. But it was understandable. After all, Yifeng was only a young man in his early 20s, and he had woken up in a hurry. His hair was messy, and he was dressed very casually. He did not look like he owned a luxurious villa. Lin Junjun was afraid that the two of them would start a fight, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Luo, let's go and take a look at the houses first. Luo Jiaqiang had no choice but to nod and follow her to the villa. In fact, this was the first time Yifeng went to look at his own house. He was still looking forward to it. However, when he followed Lin Junjun to the villa, he couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. Although the villa in front of him could be considered luxurious, it was still a little lacking compared to his mansion number 1. But thinking about it, his villa was already the most luxurious in the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa area. How could the other villas compare? Although this villa was ordinary in his eyes, it was a different scene in the eyes of the Luo family. Wow, this house is so beautiful. As soon as Luo Jiaqiang's wife entered the villa, she immediately exclaimed. The villa had a small, independent courtyard, and there were all kinds of exotic flowers and plants growing in the courtyard, looking very lively. Walking into the interior of the villa, the upper and lower 2-story duplex structure, more than 7 meters high, looked extremely spectacular. The 2 children of the Luo family immediately started chasing and playing in the room. Luo Jiaqiang was also amazed. This house had obviously exceeded his expectations. Lin Junjun noticed the expressions on the Luo family's faces and quickly took the opportunity to speak. Mr. Luo, if you don't have any problems with the house, we can talk about the rent now. Luo Jiaqiang came back to his senses and immediately asked, Tell me, how much is the annual rent for this house? Lin Qianqian glanced at Yifeng and said carefully, Because we are in a high-end villa, the rent is a little expensive. The rent is 1 million a year, and you can pay the deposit for 1 year. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Jiaqiang immediately took out a checkbook from his bag and signed it. Please keep the 2 million. Lin Junjun received the check and was a little stunned. Mr. Luo, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The other party had just taken a look and decided to rent the house. This was 2 million yuan. Wasn't it a little too rushed? Luo Jiaqiang waved his hand. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Look at my wife and children. They've been so happy ever since they came here. This is something that can't be bought with money. Seeing how determined he was, Lin Junjun didn't try to persuade him any further. She immediately took out the contract that she had prepared beforehand and let the two of them sign it. She was really envious of Yi Feng as he signed the contract. Just look at him. He had earned 2 million so easily. It was really infuriating to compare. Chapter 91. 91 This woman is a little interesting. 91 This woman is a little interesting. After the contract was signed, Luo Jiaqiang took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I really like this house. I might be able to rent it for a long time. There's still a long way to go. Please take care of it. He could also tell that Yi Feng was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to own such a luxurious villa at such a young age. Therefore, Luo Jiaqiang had the intention to make friends with him. Of course, one would not hit a smiling person. Since the other party had shown him kindness, Yi Feng would not reject him. At this moment, Mrs. Luo suddenly walked over quickly. Miss Lin, do you still have any houses for rent? I just posted this house on my WeChat Moments and many of my friends are very envious. They even asked me if there are any empty houses. They also want to rent it. Lin Junjun smiled. You'll have to ask Mr. Yi about that. Luo Jiaqiang and his wife were stunned when they heard her words. They did not understand what she meant. Lin Qianqian hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi still has 19 of these villas in his hands. I'm just not sure if he'll be willing to hand over all of them. After hearing her explanation, Luo Jiaqiang and his wife were completely stunned. They had thought that it was already very impressive for Yi Feng to have such a house. They didn't expect the other party to still have 19 sets. What kind of concept was this? Even if a villa was worth 50 million yuan, that would still be more than 1 billion yuan. Luo Jiaqiang had thought that he had already thought highly of the other party, but he had still underestimated him. A young man with more than 1 billion in fixed assets must have a huge family behind him. That kind of power was not something he could provoke. Thinking of this, he became more respectful to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, are you still willing to rent the 19 houses in your hands? Yi Feng thought for a while. Since these houses had no use for him, he might as well rent them out. Thinking of this, he nodded. Sure. When Madame Luo heard this, her face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly told her friends about the good news. Her friends were quick to act as well. They immediately transferred the deposit and a year's rent to Mrs. Luo and asked her to help them deal with it. In just a short while, they had rented out 10 villas. Yi Feng's bank account had 20 million yuan in an instant. This made Lin Junjun extremely envious. 20 million was an astronomical figure for most people, but Yi Feng had earned it in less than a morning. How could she not be envious and jealous? But Yi Feng was very calm about this. His expression was as if he had not just earned 20 million, but 2 yuan. The calmer he appeared, the more shocked Luo Jiaqiang was. However, in the face of 20 million yuan of income, it was impossible for him to be so calm. This could only mean that the other party was used to all kinds of storms and didn't care about this sum of money at all. After realizing this, Luo Jiaqiang's attitude toward Yi Feng became more and more respectful. He even took the initiative to exchange contact information with Yi Feng. After settling the rental of the house, Yi Feng and Lin Junjun left together. On the way back, Yi Feng directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Lin Junjun through WeChat. Lin Junjun was stunned for a moment before she cracked a joke. What do you mean by that? Are you going to provide for me? That 50,000 won't be enough. Yi Feng also laughed. Then you name a price. How much is it for me to keep you? Why don't you take your pick of my villas? Just treat it as a golden house where I'm keeping a mistress. Lin Junjun's heart immediately began to race upon hearing this. To be honest, she was a little tempted. To be able to be kept by a young, handsome, and rich man like Yi Feng, this was probably the life that many women dreamed of. However, this thought flashed through her mind. She still believed that women should be financially independent. Only in this way could they talk to men on equal terms. Otherwise, they would forever be dependent on others. I don't want to. Lin Junjun returned the money. You deserve it. If you didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to rent out my houses so quickly. Yi Feng's tone was very sincere. Actually, I didn't do much. I was just helping to pull strings. My conscience won't be at ease if I take so much money from you. Lin Junjun's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Yi Feng did not try to persuade her anymore. All right then, I'll take it that you're here. In the future, if you want to eat a sumptuous meal or buy bags, cosmetics, and the like, you're welcome to come and withdraw them at any time. Lin Qianqian blushed again when she heard his words. Isn't this still your mistress? Yi Feng immediately glared at her. Can you be a little more pure? Do you really want to be my mistress that much? Lin Junjun was rendered speechless by his accusation. That's right. I want to be your mistress. Do you dare to do it? She was a little angry, so her voice was a little high. The passers-by were shocked by her words and looked at the two of them with strange eyes. Lin Junjun's face was completely flushed red, and she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Scoundrel, I'm going to ignore you. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Yifeng looked at her fleeing back view and could not help but laugh. This woman was interesting. Chapter 92. 92 You didn't ride this here, did you? 92 You didn't ride this here, did you? The next day, at the Dong'an Securities Group. When Su Man came to work today, she could clearly feel that her colleagues were looking at her differently. Many of the female colleagues were looking at her with obvious envy and jealousy. These people must have heard the rumor that her boyfriend drove a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan to pick her up yesterday. This was exactly what Su Man wanted to see. This way, she would not be bothered by those boring men anymore. Su Man's mood was lifted instantly. When she heard her boss announce last month's sales during the morning meeting, she had undoubtedly taken the lead again. She even couldn't help but hum a happy tune after the company dinner tonight. However, what she didn't expect was that just as she was humming a tune, a woman who was dressed up very flirtatiously walked over slowly with a smile on her face. Congratulations, Sister Su. Your performance last month has reached a new high. Su Man stopped what she was doing and smiled politely. Xiao Jia, you've improved a lot last month. Keep working hard this month. The woman's name was Zhou Jia. Although she had been in the industry for less than a year, her performance had been improving rapidly. Now, she was already able to stand up to her. Most importantly, this person had been competing with Su Man, both openly and secretly. Zhou Jia's lips, which were covered in bright lipstick, curled up slightly. No matter how much I improve, I can't compare to Sister Su. That rich boyfriend of yours helped you create a business performance of hundreds of millions in one go. How can I compare to him? In other words, her achievements were all thanks to her boyfriend. She didn't have to rely on her own strength. It's also a form of strength to be able to find a rich boyfriend. If you work hard, you might be able to find one too, Su Man retorted, unwilling to be outdone. I'd like to, but it's really hard to find a young and rich boyfriend like you. Why don't I compete with you fairly and see if I can steal your boyfriend? Zhou Jia didn't even try to hide her provocation. The colleagues in the meeting room who had not left heard this and did not dare to say a word. After all, this was a battle for the company's top female stars. They didn't want to get involved in this. Su Man could not help but laugh at her provocation. Sure, try it then. Let's see if you can steal him away. Zhou Jia was immediately overjoyed. You're that confident? It just so happens that there's a company dinner gathering tonight. Do you dare to ask him to come along? Su Man was already in a difficult position. She sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Then, she took out her phone and called Yifeng. Yifeng had just returned to his villa. He was looking through the dozens of rental contracts. After receiving Su Man's call, he answered it without a second thought. My dear, what are you doing? Su Man's voice was heard from the phone. Yifeng immediately understood. She was asking him to help her put on a show. He immediately cleared his throat and went into the role of a boyfriend. Of course I miss you. After he finished speaking, he felt like vomiting. Su Man's face reddened, and she quickly got to the point. Our company is having a dinner party tonight. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't you come along? Yifeng did not have anything to do at night, and he was about to agree. At this moment, a WeChat notification suddenly popped up on his phone. I'm back. Can we have dinner together tonight? The name was noted as Lu Yi. When Yifeng saw this name, he was dazed for a moment. Why aren't you saying anything? Su Man asked again. Only then did he come back to his senses. He hesitated for a moment before finally giving a reply. I'm sorry, I have something on tonight. I'm afraid I can't go. All right, I'll hang up first. Su Man immediately hung up the phone and shrugged at Zhou Jia. You heard it. It's not that I don't want to give you a chance to poach him, but he's not free tonight. Zhou Jia was immediately disappointed, but she still laughed and retaliated. If it doesn't work this time, there's still a next time. You'd better keep an eye on him, or I'll get him over sooner or later. After she finished speaking, she strode out. Su Man heaved a sigh of relief. She knew about Zhou Jia's seduction methods. In this aspect, she was not her opponent. She was really afraid that Yifeng would be bewitched by her. She probably didn't even realize it herself. Unconsciously, she had already regarded Yifeng as her private property. At the same time, Yifeng had already sunk into his memories. That Lu Yi was his high school classmate. She had once wooed him crazily, and everyone in the school knew about it. However, because of his family's financial situation, he was focused on his studies and did not put any effort into it. He had rejected her several times in a row. After the college entrance examination, Yifeng heard that Lu Yi had gone abroad to study. After that, Yifeng had not contacted her. He did not expect to suddenly receive a message from her today. After hesitating for a while, Yifeng finally gave an answer. Okay, send me the address. A few seconds after he sent the message, the other party sent him the address and time. Yifeng threw his phone aside and started to organize the rental contracts. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he looked at the time. He simply packed up, got into the Ferrari Enzo, and drove to the restaurant they had agreed to meet. Lu Yi had made a reservation at a Western restaurant, which could only be considered a mid-tier restaurant in Zhonghai City. Yifeng found a parking space and parked his car. Just as he walked out of the parking lot, he saw an electric bike on the side of the road, probably blown down by the wind. He didn't think much about it and went forward to help the scooter up. Just then, a Lamborghini Huracan stopped in front of him. The woman in the driver's seat took off her sunglasses slowly and smiled at him. Yifeng, long time no see. The girl wasn't very pretty. At the very least, compared to beauties like Su Man, Xin Beitian, and Xia Qiu, her looks were much worse. However, she was very good at dressing up. She had long wine-red hair and 2 huge earrings, which made her look very westernized. In the passenger's seat, there was a very handsome foreigner. The man was dressed in a well-ironed branded suit, looking like a prince from the Western world. Yifeng helped the scooter to the side and smiled at the woman. Long time no see. Before he could finish, he saw Lu Yi stretch out a finger and shake it. No. I'm Ivanka Lu now. Did you come here on this? Saying so, she glanced at the electric bike beside Yifeng. Chapter 93. 93. Don't be shameless when I give you face. 93. Don't be shameless when I give you face. Yifeng heard the sarcasm in her words, but he did not explain. Instead, he smiled casually. You seem to be living quite well now. Lu Yi pushed open the door of the sports car and slowly got out. It's all right. It's true that foreign countries are more developed than our country. There are more opportunities and gold is everywhere. To be honest, I really don't want to come back now. Yifeng gave a perfunctory smile. Really? You've changed a lot, haven't you? Lu Yi sized him up from head to toe. But you still look the same. The rent for this set of clothes must not be cheap, right? Yifeng was speechless. He did not know how to reply. Lu Yi took the foreigner's arm. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Wales, a top student at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His family's company is the largest energy group in the United States. Yifeng held his temper and shook hands with the son of the energy tycoon. He then looked at Lu Yi again. Why did you ask me out today? Lu Yi smiled. Let's go in and have a meal while we chat. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Yifeng's agreement. She pulled Wales into the restaurant. The 3 of them found a window seat and sat down. Lu Yi called the waiter over and ordered the dishes in fluent English. In the end, she even stuffed 100 yuan into the waiter's mouth. Yifeng looked at her act and became even more impatient. Lu Yi thought that he was shocked by the expensive prices of the dishes and immediately smiled. Don't worry, I know your financial situation. I won't let you pay. Yifeng was speechless. Don't worry, I can still afford this. Lu Yi didn't mind. You're still the same as before, suffering because you want to save face. Which woman would like you? By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? Yifeng shook his head. No. Lu Yi burst out laughing. I pursued you for so long, but you refused to let me. Do you regret it now? Yifeng couldn't take it anymore. Did you ask me out today just to laugh at me? Lu Yi smiled smugly. That's right. I want you to see how stupid you were when you rejected me. With your current condition, I'm afraid you won't be able to come into contact with a woman like me again in your life, right? Yifeng chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it's hard to come into contact with a woman like you in my life. The people he was in contact with now were all beauties like Su Man, Xin Beitian, and Xia Qiu. Those who were not as pretty and had bad character were indeed not easy to come into contact with. Lu Yi heard this and finally laughed smugly. It was as if she had vented all the hatred that she had kept in her heart for the past 2 years. At the same time, Su Man's company dinner had just ended. The group of colleagues chatted and laughed as they walked to the parking lot to look for their respective cars. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Man, isn't that your boyfriend's car?" Su Man looked over. As expected, it was Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo. What was he doing here? At this moment, she heard Zhou Jie gloating. He seems to be chatting happily with a woman. It looks like someone is in danger. Su Man followed her gaze and saw Yi Feng chatting with an unfamiliar woman in a Western restaurant. Although she knew very well that she and Yi Feng were only pretending to be a couple, however, for some reason, she still felt a little disappointed. Sister Man, hurry up and go in to take a look. Otherwise, your boyfriend is going to be taken away. That's right. That woman doesn't look like a good person. You have to keep a close eye on your boyfriend. Sister Man, do you want us to go with you to beat up the mistress? Su Man was still hesitating when she heard the crowd's comments. At this moment, Zhou Jie sneered. Is he your boyfriend or not? Why don't you look anxious at all? Su Man was in a difficult position and had no choice but to walk toward the dining room. Lu Yi looked at Yi Feng arrogantly. Of course, if you regret it now, I can give you another chance. Yi Feng resisted the urge to laugh. What chance? Lu Yi's face was serious. Of course it's the chance to be my boyfriend. Yi Feng pointed at the foreigner who looked like a prince. What about him? Lu Yi didn't care at all. I can get rid of him. Yi Feng could not help but laugh at her words. You are willing to dump the son of an energy tycoon just to be with me? I'm really flattered. Lu Yi stared at him. How is it? Are you willing to do so? Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not willing. Lu Yi was immediately flustered and exasperated. She stood up from her seat. Yi Feng, don't be so ungrateful. With your current condition, other than me, which other woman would like you? Don't be so reckless, all right? The customers who were eating in the restaurant all turned around to look. Yi Feng did not expect her to suddenly flip out, and he did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. My dear, are you okay? Yi Feng turned around and saw Su Man walking in slowly. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the restaurant lit up. Many male customers, in particular, were mesmerized by Su Man. At first, they all thought that Lu Yi was pretty. However, compared to Su Man, she was still a little weak. Only then did they know what it meant to be a crow compared to a phoenix. Chapter 94. 94 He just likes to keep a low profile. 94 He just likes to keep a low profile. Lu Yi was completely dumbfounded when she saw Su Man. As a woman, even she had to admit that the other party's looks were definitely of the highest quality. Moreover, her every movement also revealed a refined temperament. This was a true goddess. And what shocked her even more was that the other party actually called Yi Feng dear. What was going on? Didn't Yi Feng say that he didn't have a girlfriend? Was Yi Feng lying to her? What are you doing here? When Yi Feng saw Su Man, he was also a little surprised. Our company is having dinner next door. I saw your car outside just now, so I came in to take a look. Su Man walked over and held his arm naturally. Yi Feng turned his head and looked out of the window. He immediately understood Su Man's situation when he saw many of her colleagues looking around. Since you're here, then sit down. Yi Feng moved in a little to make room for her. Su Man sat down next to him and looked at Lu Yi. My dear, you haven't introduced me yet. Who is this? She's my high school classmate, Lu Yi. Yi Feng had no choice but to introduce her. Then, he introduced her to Lu Yi. I'm Yi Feng's girlfriend. My name is Su Man. Su Man did not wait for him to finish his introduction before she started. When she came in just now, she had already heard this woman speaking rudely to Yi Feng. Therefore, Su Man wanted to take the opportunity to show off. Lu Yi still couldn't accept it. You're his girlfriend? Impossible. How could Yi Feng have such a pretty girlfriend like you? Clearly, in her mind, Yi Feng was still that poor kid with nothing to his name. Why would a girl with such good looks and temperament like Su Man like him? Su Man turned around and looked at Yi Feng. Her face was filled with happiness. You don't know, he is a very arrogant person. I spent a lot of effort to chase him back then. Lu Yi was suddenly at a loss for words. Did you woo him? She felt that her brain was not enough. Su Man admitting that she was Yi Feng's girlfriend was already shocking enough. Now that she heard it, it was actually the woman who took the initiative to pursue him. How was that possible? Did Yi Feng have such great charm? Su Man stood up for Yi Feng and turned to him. Did you drink just now? Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. I only took a sip. Su Man glared at him reproachfully. You're still driving, and you dare to drink? Let's go, I'll send you back. She really did look like a genuine girlfriend now. Yi Feng could only stand up and smile apologetically at Lu Yi. Then I'll go back first. Although Lu Yi was unwilling, She had no choice but to get up and follow. Give me the car keys. Su Man walked out of the restaurant and reached out her hand to Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no choice but to give her the keys to the Ferrari. Su Man purposely shook the car keys. Lu Yi happened to see this scene and exclaimed, "A Ferrari." Su Man turned around and looked at her as if she was looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Yeah, is there a problem? Yi Feng had a few cars, and this is only one of the worst ones. He just likes to keep a low profile. Then, she got up and walked to the parking lot. A moment later, she drove the Ferrari Enzo out. Lu Yi almost fell to the ground. Even though she didn't pay much attention to sports cars, she knew the value of this Ferrari Enzo. It was at least 20 million. And according to Su Man, it was Yi Feng's car that was relatively poor. Then what would the best be? She quickly turned around and looked at Yi Feng. It had only been a year since they last met. How could a poor kid become so rich? What are you looking at? Get in the car. Seeing that Yi Feng was still standing there, Su Man urged him. Yi Feng had no choice but to turn around and say goodbye to Lu Yi, then obediently sat in the passenger seat. Su Man turned around and waved at her colleagues who were still looking in her direction. I'll take my leave then. With that said, she stepped on the accelerator and drove off. Su Man's colleagues watched the sports car drive away with envy. Some female colleagues, in particular, did not even try to hide their jealousy. It was really infuriating to compare. Not only was Su Man beautiful, but she was also very capable. Now, her boyfriend was so rich. How were they supposed to live? Zhou Jie gritted her teeth. What are you all looking at? Disperse, disperse. Then, she walked toward her Audi Q3. With Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo as a comparison, the red Audi Q3 in front of her was getting more and more unpleasing to the eye. The thought of Su Man driving that luxury sports car made her explode with anger. But who asked her to not be able to find a boyfriend as rich as Yi Feng? Compared to Zhou Jie, Lu Yi's body was trembling with anger. She originally wanted to see Yi Feng make a fool of himself today, and also to vent her anger for being rejected by him. Who knew that the clown was actually her? Not only did she not vent her anger, but she also felt suffocated. It was depressing. Just then, the man who looked like a prince suddenly came over. Miss, can we pay the bill now? Lu Yi was still feeling depressed. She immediately glared at him. What bill? The man's expression was very respectful. The car you rented costs 5,000 yuan a day, and you even asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend. You said that you'll give me another 5,000 yuan after you're done. It's a total of 10,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by cash or card? After Lu Yi heard his report, she was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. In fact, she had been working part-time abroad, washing dishes at the restaurant every day. Where would she get to know the son of an energy tycoon? This man was a salesperson at the car rental agency. She had hired him for 5,000 yuan a day, and her car was also rented. She just wanted to see Yi Feng's regretful face. For that, she even spent 2 months of her savings. Who knew that in the end, it would actually be a double loss? Not only did she not vent her anger, but she also lost 10,000 yuan. Her heart was bleeding. Chapter 95. 95 It's not too late to regret now. 95 It's not too late to regret now. On the other side, Su Man had already driven far away in the Ferrari Enzo, but she was still smiling. Do you have to be so happy? Yi Feng could not help but tease. I feel like laughing when I think about the expressions on my colleagues' faces. Su Man was in a good mood, especially when she thought of Zhou Jie, who must have been so angry that her nose was crooked. She wanted to laugh even more. Yi Feng could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He did not expect the usually smart and capable Su Man to have such a childish side to her. Su Man laughed for a while before sighing. Yi Feng looked at her curiously. Weren't you quite happy just now? Why are you sighing again? Su Man shook her head. I just feel that it's quite boring. We're just acting. Hearing her words, Yi Feng did not know what to say. Su Man suddenly turned around and said, Let's break up. Oh. Yi Feng was stunned. I don't want to lie anymore. I'll just tell them that we've broken up, Su Man said seriously. Aren't you afraid of your male colleagues pestering you again? Yi Feng was a little hesitant. Let them be. I don't want to use one lie to cover up another lie. It's quite tiring. Su Man seemed to have made a decision. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Feng was silent for a while. He nodded his head in the end. Then let's find an appropriate time to break up officially. When Su Man said that, a bitter look flashed across her face. It was as if she was really breaking up with her lover. Feng could not help but tease her. Looking at your expression now, why do I feel guilty? Don't tell me you've really fallen for me. Su Man couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're so full of yourself. Who would like you? Feng smiled lightly. There are so many women who like me. I'm almost dazzled by all the women I can pick. Su Man glared at him. Stop being so smug. You still haven't told me your address. Feng retracted his smile. Zhongtian Lakeview Villa. Su Man immediately looked at him in shock. You're actually living in such a luxurious place? Aren't you too rich? Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. I still have more than 10 villas in my hands. If you like them, I can give you one. Su Man was slightly moved, but she shook her head immediately. Forget it. I just decided to break up with you. How can I take your house? If I knew you were such a nouveau riche, I might as well have turned a fake act into a real one with you. Feng knew that she was joking, so he teased her. It's not too late to regret it now. Do you want to stay and sleep with me tonight? Su Man immediately patted his shoulder. Go to H*LL. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll drive the car into the river and take you down with me. Feng immediately shivered and did not dare to say anything more. He was really afraid that this crazy woman would really do what she said. He didn't want to die young. Only then did Su Man continue driving with a victorious smile. The next day, Feng woke up early. He had not been to school for a few days. Principal who had said that he was free to choose whether to go to school or not. However, he could not go too far. Therefore, he was prepared to go to school today. This way, everyone would have an easier time on the surface. Just as he was driving the Ferrari Enzo toward the school, suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears. New lucky navigation detected. In 5 minutes, Lu Xiaoya will be in a car accident. The system navigation has started. Please drive 100 meters forward on the current road and then turn left. Feng was stunned when he heard this. Lu Xiaoya. Car accident. He didn't dare to be slow, so he quickly sped up and moved forward according to the system's guidance. Soon, he saw a red McLaren GT parked at the intersection ahead. Beside the McLaren was an electric bicycle. A man was yelling at the female driver of the McLaren. The female driver was Lu Xiaoya. At this moment, there were many people surrounding them to watch the show. Feng thought of the system's notification and quickly stopped the car by the side of the road, quickly approaching Lu Xiaoya. I've already said that I'll pay for the medical expenses however much you want, alright. Lu Xiaoya tried her best to suppress her anger. She had driven her sports car here to wait for the traffic lights. Seeing the green light turn on, she was about to start the car. At that moment, an electric scooter that ran a red light suddenly hit her car from the right side. After that, the man started to pester her and refused to let her go. The other party should have been fully responsible. However, she had something urgent to attend to now and couldn't be bothered to waste time with the other party. At most, she would compensate him for his medical expenses. Who knew that the man would still not let her off? What? Are you saying that I deliberately extorted money from you? Aren't you rich people too much of a bully? Lu Xiaoya hurriedly explained. I didn't say that you're extorting money from me. I only asked how much money do you want? I'll compensate you. The man was even more furious. Do you rich people think that everything can be solved with money? Although I'm poor, I have a backbone. I won't take a single cent from you. His words were sonorous and forceful. The people who were watching the show cheered. Lu Xiaoya rubbed her forehead and forced herself to calm down. How do you want to solve it? The man snorted coldly. How do I want to solve it? I should be asking you that. How do you want to solve this? Lu Xiaoya could finally tell that this man was pestering her. She had something urgent to deal with and had no time to have a war of words with him. She immediately turned around and got into the car. Seeing that she was about to leave, the man grabbed her and asked, What's wrong? Are you running away after hitting me? Is there still justice in this world? Let go of me. Lu Xiaoya was already a little angry and wanted to break free from the man's hand. However, the man's grip was very tight, and she could not break free at all. Just as the two of them were pulling, suddenly, a heavy truck rushed out from the opposite side of the road and came crashing toward them. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The man who was being unreasonable suddenly pushed Lu Xiaoya to the middle of the road. Lu Xiaoya was dumbfounded. She could only watch helplessly as the heavy truck crashed toward her. Am I going to die? Chapter 96. 96 The opportunity to end a fake relationship. 96 The opportunity to end a fake relationship. Just when Lu Xiaoya was in despair, suddenly, She felt her arm being pulled by a strong hand. Her entire body crashed into the other party's arms. Who? The heavy-duty truck almost brushed past her. The whistling wind blades scraped her cheeks painfully. One could only imagine the consequences if they were hit by the other party. Recovering from her panic, Lu Xiaoya looked up in a hurry. Then, she saw that familiar face. Yi Feng. How could it be him? Yi Feng was currently looking at the truck that was leaving. When the heavy truck passed by him, he noticed the driver's venomous eyes. That gaze made one shudder. This was clearly not a car accident that happened by chance. It was very likely to be a long-planned murder. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Who exactly was Lu Xiaoya? How could someone murder her? Are you all right? Only then did he remember the girl in his arms and hurriedly asked, I'm fine. Thank you. Lu Xiaoya's face was still pale, but her tone was calm. This made Yi Feng very surprised. A normal girl would definitely be so scared that she would be incoherent if she encountered such a great disaster. However, Lu Xiaoya could calm down so quickly. It was clear that she was not an ordinary person. Why are you here? Lu Xiaoya brushed her messy hair aside and left Yi Feng's embrace. I was on my way to school and happened to pass by. I saw you arguing with someone. Yi Feng was about to explain. Suddenly, he saw that the man who had just argued with Lu Xiaoya was about to sneak away. He hurriedly caught up to the man and grabbed him. Since the car accident was a premeditated murder, the guy who deliberately pestered Lu Xiaoya and pushed her to the intersection at the critical moment must be an accomplice. Speak, who sent you? Yi Feng twisted his arm behind his back and pressed him to the ground. What are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. The man gritted his teeth in pain but continued to deny it. You don't understand? Yi Feng pulled his arm back forcefully. I'll say it. The man cried out in pain, his features contorted in pain. You'd better be honest and not play any tricks. Yi Feng's tone was a little fierce. I was just about to go to work when someone stopped me and gave me 2,000 yuan to pester this lady. I was blinded by money and agreed to come down. The man confessed honestly. I think you're not honest enough. Yi Feng exerted more force. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know anything else. The man begged for mercy. Lu Xiaoya's face turned pale again after she heard his story. She did not expect that this was a murder directed at her. If not for Yi Feng descending from the sky, she would probably already be dead without an intact corpse. Yi Feng interrogated him for a while more. Seeing that the man could not say anything else, he looked up at Lu Xiaoya. Shall we call the police? Lu Xiaoya frowned and thought for a moment. Let him go. Yi Feng could not help but be stunned. Let him go. Lu Xiaoya nodded. He's just being used. I'll find a way to investigate the real mastermind. Yi Feng didn't say anything more after hearing what she said and let the man go. The man immediately covered his head and fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Where are you going now? I'll give you a ride. Yi Feng turned around and looked at Lu Xiaoya. It's okay, I'll drive by myself. Lu Xiaoya suddenly cried out in pain before she could finish her sentence and almost fell down. Are you all right? Yi Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He hurriedly supported her. I think I sprained my foot. Lu Xiaoya's forehead was covered in sweat. Due to the suddenness of the incident just now, she was a little dazed. She didn't notice anything strange. Only now did she realize that her right ankle was already swollen and painful. How are you going to drive like this? I'll send you. Yi Feng helped her to his car without any explanation. Where are you going? The Silver Brilliance Building. Lu Xiaoya gave him a name. The Silver Brilliance Building. Yi Feng was stunned when he heard this. Dong'an Securities, where Su Man worked, was located at the Silver Brilliance Building. Was it such a coincidence? Yes, my father's company is there. What? Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoya couldn't help but feel strange. It's nothing. Let's go. Yi Feng shook his head. He did not explain further. He immediately started the car. About 20 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at the Silver Brilliance Building. Then, he hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the front passenger seat to help Lu Xiaoya down. As she was limping, she had no choice but to place all her weight on him. The two of them would inevitably have some physical contact. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had no qualms. However, Lu Xiaoya's expression was a little unnatural. This was the first time she had such close contact with someone of the opposite S*X other than her father. The two of them supported each other and were about to walk into the Silver Brilliance Building. Yi Feng. Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice behind them. There seemed to be a trace of anger in her voice. Yi Feng turned around and saw Su Man standing behind him with a pale face. Before he could say anything, Su Man pointed at Lu Xiaoya angrily. Who is she? The people who were going in and out of the Silver Brilliance building heard the sound and immediately stopped to look. Some of them were Su Man's colleagues. Yi Feng suddenly remembered what Su Man said to him yesterday. She said that she didn't want to continue pretending to be a couple and wanted to find a chance to break up with him. She had probably found an excuse now. Thinking of this, Yi Feng could only cooperate and explain incoherently. My dear, let me explain. Su Man immediately covered her ears. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Yesterday, you said that you only love me, and today you're hooking up with another woman. Have you ever cared about my feelings? Yi Feng looked at her exaggerated acting skills and was speechless. We're just ordinary friends. Su Man glared at him in despair. Ordinary friends? You're hugging so intimately, and you still say you're just ordinary friends. Yi Feng, I've finally seen you clearly. Let's break up. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go my way. After she finished speaking, she walked toward the building. Only a group of dumbfounded onlookers were left. Chapter 97. 97. Why does it feel like he's checking my account? 97. Why does it feel like he's checking my account? She's your girlfriend? Lu Xiaoya, who was dumbfounded the whole time, finally looked at Yi Feng. Cough, 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 you can say that. Yi Feng did not know how to explain. He could only give a perfunctory reply. Lu Xiaoya had a faint smile on her face and didn't continue to ask. The two of them walked into the Silver Brilliance building and took the elevator to the 20th floor. Lu Xiaoya's father's company was called Hanshan Real Estate. He had rented a total of 6 floors in the Silver Brilliance building from 20 to 25 floors. One must know that every inch of land in the Silver Brilliance building was worth its weight in gold. Even a big company like Dongan Securities, where Su Man worked, only managed to rent 2 floors. On the other hand, Hanshan Real Estate had actually rented 6 floors. One could only imagine how powerful Hanshan Real Estate was. When the receptionist saw Lu Xiaoya, she quickly bowed. Miss Lu, you're here. Lu Xiaoya nodded at her. Is my father in the office? The chairman just finished his morning meeting. The receptionist replied hurriedly. He should be in his office now. Lu Xiaoya didn't say anything more and led Yi Feng inside. Soon, she came to a room with a door plate that said Chairman's Office. She pushed the door open without knocking. In the office, an old man with a head full of white hair was making a phone call. When he saw Lu Xiaoya and Yi Feng coming in, he quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Lu Xiaoya pulled Yi Feng to the sofa. The old man said a few more words into the phone before hanging up. Then, he walked over with a big smile on his face. Did the sun rise from the west today? My precious daughter is actually willing to take the initiative to see her father, the old man said. He turned and glanced at Yi Feng. Who is this young man? This was the first time his daughter had brought someone of the opposite *X to see him. He could not help but size up Yi Feng. He's my friend. He just saved me. Lu Xiaoya's attitude toward her father was not close. Friend? You have friends of the opposite *X. The old man was about to tease her when he suddenly reacted. What did you say? Did he just save you? Were you in danger just now? Lu Xiaoya's face darkened as she recounted what had happened. After the old man heard this, his face immediately darkened. Looks like I, Lu Hanshan, have been too kind these past few years. To think that someone would dare to have designs on my daughter? Are you forcing me to go on a killing spree? He had been very kind to his daughter just now. However, at this moment, he released a strong air pressure, causing the air in the office to drop to the freezing point. Yi Feng was a little shocked. Lu Hanshan's aura was simply too terrifying. This was definitely a powerful aura that could only be tempered after experiencing countless bloody storms. He was definitely not someone that a rising star like him could compare to. Lu Xiaoya could tell that Yi Feng was a little uncomfortable, so she looked at her father with dissatisfaction. If you want to be angry, go vent it on outsiders. Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of us? You almost scared me to death. Lu Hanshan's overbearing aura immediately disappeared when he heard his daughter's words. Dad was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Saying so, he sized up Yi Feng again. It seemed like his daughter was very concerned about this kid's feelings. Young man, what's your name? Uncle, I'm Yi Feng. What's your job now? I'm still studying. How many people are there in the family? Yi Feng was a little speechless. Why did it feel like he was checking his account? Lu Xiaoya quickly came to his rescue. Dad, It's the first time you're meeting him. It's not very appropriate for you to ask him such a private question, right? Lu Hanzhan laughed nonchalantly. I just felt that I hit it off with Xiao Yi, so I wanted to get to know him better. You don't mind, do you, Xiao Yi? How could Yi Feng answer? He could only nod. I don't mind, I don't mind. Lu Hanzhan patted his shoulder. You've saved my daughter's life today, so you're the Lu family's great benefactor. No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, you can come to me. I can't say for sure about other things, but there's nothing that our Lu family can't do in Zhonghai City. When Yi Feng heard his words, he could not help but feel speechless. Wasn't this tone too arrogant? Zhonghai City was so big. How many influential families were there? Their forces were deeply rooted, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yet, Lu Hanzhan dared to say that there was nothing the Lu family could not do. Wasn't this too much of a disregard for others? However, Lu Xiaoya didn't say anything this time, as if she agreed with her father's words. This made Yi Feng even more shocked. Although he had not interacted with Lu Xiaoya many times, he could tell that she was not an arrogant person. Even she agreed with Lu Hanzhan's words. Could it be that the Lu family was really that powerful? He continued to chat with Lu Hanzhan for a while. He could tell that the father and daughter still had something to say, so he got up and left. Lu Hanzhan did not try to keep him and personally sent him out of the company. This scene was witnessed by the employees in the company, and they were all shocked beyond words. Their chairman had always been extremely domineering. Even many important clients would at most be sent out of the office. This was the first time they had seen someone personally send him out of the company. Moreover, the young man seemed to have come with the chairman's daughter. This made their imaginations run wild. Could it be that the young man was the chairman's son-in-law? It seemed that the company was going to change. Everyone started to whisper to each other. Just as Yi Feng walked out of Hanzhan Real Estate, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the Destiny Navigation. The system rewards the ownership of the Silver Brilliance building with a total value of 2 billion. When he heard the system's reward, he was stunned. The property rights to the Silver Brilliance building? Chapter 98. 98 Scumbag. 98 Scumbag. Not long after the system notification ended, Yi Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Feng? We're the property manager of the Silver Brilliance building. You've just acquired all the property rights of the building. When would you like to come over to do the handover? I'm at the Silver Brilliance building right now. I'll be there in a minute. Yi Feng gave a reply and hung up the phone. The Silver Brilliance building's property management was on the first floor. When he arrived, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit waiting at the door. You must be Mr. Yi Feng? Hello, I'm Tang Yud, the real estate manager of the Silver Brilliance building. When the middle-aged man saw Yi Feng, he immediately greeted him warmly. Yi Feng exchanged a few words with him and was directly brought to the property. The property management staff all looked at Yi Feng curiously. They were all shocked. They didn't expect that the person who bought the Silver Brilliance building was so young. From the looks of it, he was probably a super rich second generation of some big family. Many female employees were trying to attract the attention of their new boss. However, Yi Feng did not even spare them a glance. Tang Yud was very efficient. All the information had been prepared. Yi Feng only needed to look through the terms and conditions of the document and sign it. After he signed the papers, Tang Yud looked at him cautiously. Mr. Yi, you're the boss here now. Do you have any new arrangements for your next work? Yi Feng glanced at him. He wanted to laugh in his heart. Although he asked tactfully, he could still hear what he wanted to ask. He was probably afraid that he would change the property manager after he took over the Silver Brilliance building. I don't have such plans for the time being. You guys can continue working like before. Yi Feng gave him a calming pill. Okay. I'll work hard and live up to Mr. Ye's trust. Tang Yud immediately felt grateful. At this moment, a female employee walked over with a stack of documents. Manager Tang, Stars Hotel, wants to renew the lease. They want you to go over and sign the renewal agreement. Tang Yud was a little unhappy. Can't you see that I'm talking to Mr. Yi? Let them wait for a while. But Yi Feng waved his hand. Work is more important. You can do your thing first. I'll go with you to take a look. Hearing this, Tang Yud's mind immediately turned. This Mr. Yi probably wanted to see his working ability. Then he had to perform well. All right, Mr. Yi, please follow me. After saying that, he quickly led the way. Just as Yi Feng followed Tang Yud out of the property and entered the hall on the first floor, he happened to see Su Man walking out of the elevator with a few female colleagues. When her female colleagues saw Yi Feng, They were all furious. You're here to apologize to Sister Man, right? I don't think there's a need for that. Don't you think you've hurt Sister Man enough? Yeah, scumbag. To think that Sister Man is so good to you, yet you actually hooked up with another woman behind her back. Do you still have a conscience? Men are all bad, especially rich men. They're all scumbags. Where are the security guards? This person isn't an employee of Dongan Securities. Hurry up and kick him out. The few women started to defend Su Man. Su Man, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with guilt. In order to find a reason to break up with Yi Feng, she had caused him to be misunderstood by her colleagues, and she felt a little guilty. However, although she felt guilty, she was also afraid that others would see through her, so she did not dare to explain anything for Yi Feng, let alone speak up for him. And it was also because of this, the security guards of the Silver Brilliance building rushed over and wanted to ask Yi Feng to leave. What are you doing? Tang had shouted. Mr. Yi is the new owner of the Silver Brilliance building. Are you guys trying to rebel? When the two security guards heard this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Su Man and her colleagues also looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. The new owner of the Silver Brilliance building? One must know that this Silver Brilliance building was an office building in the prime location of Zhonghai City. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The headquarters of many big companies in Zhonghai City was set up here. A conservative estimate would put the total value of this office building at more than 2 billion. And Yi Feng could actually become the new owner of this place. This was simply too unbelievable. Mr. Yi, we should go up now, Tang Yud reminded him in a low voice. Then I'll get back to work, Yi Feng said to Su Man, then followed Tang Yud upstairs. The moment the two left, a few female colleagues surrounded Su Man. Sister Man, why don't you forgive him this once? I don't think he did it on purpose. That's right. There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you. I don't think he's in that kind of relationship with that woman. So what if they have that kind of relationship? We can just turn a blind eye to it. After all, how many rich men like him don't mess around with women? That's right, that's right. If it were me, I'd even let 2 women serve one husband. Su Man's face darkened as she heard them getting more and more unsightly. I've already broken up with Yi Feng. Whether he has money or not has nothing to do with me. If any of you dare to mention him in front of me again, don't blame me for not giving you face. After she finished speaking, she stood up and left. A few female colleagues looked at each other and hurriedly followed. At the same time, Yi Feng had already arrived at the Stars Hotel with Tang Yud. The receptionist at the front desk saw Tang Yud and immediately led the two to the chairman's office. Chairman Gao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. As soon as Tang Yud entered the office, he immediately greeted the middle-aged man sitting in the boss chair. The middle-aged man was chubby and looked extremely jubilant. Seeing the two of them come in, he hurriedly stood up and greeted them. Brother Tang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you still don't come, I'll personally send you the rent. Tang Yud quickly waved his hand. How can I trouble Chairman Gao to send it off personally? The fact that you're willing to extend the lease with us shows your trust in our Silver Brilliance building. I should come here personally. The middle-aged man gave him a meaningful look. Of course I'm willing to continue the lease with you, but your boss is too ruthless. He's practically a cheapskate. The rent increases by a huge amount every year, and all the money I earn has been used to pay for the rent. Hearing his complaint, Tang Yud suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time, he couldn't help but secretly look at Yi Feng. Chapter 99, 99 A gift with a blushing old face. 99 A gift with a blushing old face. Brother Tang, I'm only telling you this because I treat you as a friend. You won't go back and tell your boss, right? The middle-aged man quickly added after complaining. Hearing this, Tang Yud immediately laughed dryly. Chairman Gao, I haven't had the time to introduce you yet. The one beside me is the new boss of our Silver Brilliance building, Mr. Yi Feng. Then, he quickly turned to look at Yi Feng. Boss, this is Mr. Gao Jinsi, the chairman of Stars Hotel. After hearing Tang Yud's introduction, Gao Jinsi looked at Yi Feng in a daze. New boss. When he saw that Yi Feng was so young, he thought that he was Tang Yud's subordinate, which was why he complained about the rent without restraint. He didn't expect the person in question to be wailing in front of him. The most embarrassing thing in the world was to badmouth someone and be heard by the other party. Gao Jinsi was extremely embarrassed. Yi Feng smiled and reached out his hand. Hello, Chairman Gao, nice to meet you. Boss Yi, I was just spouting nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, Gao Jinsi said apologetically as he hurriedly held his hand. Yi Feng immediately laughed out loud. Chairman Gao, you're a straightforward person. I like this kind of character very much. Since you think the rent is a bit high, I'll lower it for you on my own accord. Gao Jinsi quickly waved his hand and said, Boss Yi, you're slapping my face by saying that. We'll do things according to the rules. I'll pay whatever the others pay. We can't break the rules. Seeing that he was insistent, Yi Feng did not say anything more. Gao Jinsi then signed a new lease contract with Tang Yud. Yi Feng glanced at the rent on the contract. It was close to 10 million a year. It was indeed a little scary. However, considering the prime location of Silver Brilliance building and its extraordinary supporting facilities, it seemed to be reasonable. After signing the contract, Yi Feng was about to leave with Tang Yud. At this time, Gao Jinsi hurriedly grabbed him and stuffed a room card into his hand. Mr. Yi, this presidential suite is the most high-class suite here. We will reserve it for you all year round. Just take it as a little apology from me. Yi Feng was about to reject. However, Gao Jinsi was a little unhappy. If you refuse, it means that you hold a grudge. Do you want me to kneel down and apologize to you? Yi Feng was defeated by his logic. He had no choice but to accept the room card. Only then did Gao Jinsi smile again. That's right. Mr. Yi, do you want to go and take a look at the room now? Let's see if you're satisfied. Then, he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, I've prepared a mysterious gift for Mr. Yi. I believe you will like it. Seeing that he had already said so much, Yi Feng had no choice but to search for the number on the room card. When he arrived at the presidential suite reserved for him, he swiped his card and walked in. Then, he saw a scene that almost made him vomit blood. In the spacious living room, there was an extremely luxurious sofa. At this moment, a woman was lying lazily on the sofa. The woman's clothes were extremely cool, barely covering some of her vital parts, which made people's blood vessels expand. I'm sorry, I went into the wrong room. Yi Feng resisted the urge to vomit blood and quickly retreated. He checked the door number several times. That was right. It was this room. Could it be that Gao Jinsi had given him the wrong room card? Thinking of this, he had to return to the chairman's office. Gao Jin, who was buried in his work, was surprised to see him return. Why is Mr. Yi back so soon? Are you not satisfied with the gift I prepared? Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. Did you take the wrong room card, Chairman Gao? That room is already occupied. Gao Jinsi was dumbfounded. That is the gift I prepared for Mr. Yi. Don't tell me you're not into this. I was rude. I'm sorry. He thought that he had flattered Yi Feng and quickly apologized to him. Yi Feng heard his explanation and immediately felt extremely regretful. So that woman was the present she had prepared for him? You should have said so earlier, MD. The image of that scantily dressed beauty flashed through his mind again, and he couldn't help but feel an unbearable itch in his heart. However, things had already developed to this stage. If he were to return now, wouldn't he appear too wretched? It seemed that he could only pretend to be a gentleman to the end. Thinking of this, Yi Feng waved his hand at Gao Jinsi with a calm expression. Chairman Gao, I'm still young, and I just want to put all my energy into my career. I don't want to indulge in wine and women. I hope you won't do this kind of thing again in the future. After he said this, Gao Jinsi became even more respectful to him. Mr. Yi, you look like a man who can achieve great things. At such a hot-blooded age, you can actually ignore beauty. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Hearing his praise, Yi Feng's old face blushed. Okay, Chairman Gao, you can go ahead with your work. I still have something to do. I'll go first. Gao Jinsi hurriedly sent him out of the hotel. The moment the elevator door closed, Yi Feng, who was originally full of righteousness, immediately became dejected. He really regretted it. There was once a beautiful woman lying in front of him, waiting for him to pick her. But he didn't cherish it. It was too late to regret it only after losing it. Nothing was more painful than this in life. Just as he was sighing and walking out of the Silver Brilliance building, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. Yi Feng, why are you still here? Due to his guilty conscience, Yi Feng was shocked. He looked up. He saw Lu Xiaoya looking at him with a smile. Chapter 100, 100 A Special Opportunity. 100 A Special Opportunity. I went to do something. Yi Feng did not know how to answer, so he could only give a perfunctory reply. You didn't go to apologize to your girlfriend, did you? Lu Xiaoya had a faint smile on her face. No, I just met an old friend. All right, how's your leg? Do you need me to send you to the hospital? Yi Feng did not want to argue with her on this issue, so he quickly changed the topic. No need. I feel much better. I still have to thank you for sending me here. Lu Xiaoya looked at him gratefully. It's no big deal. It's good that you're fine. Yi Feng waved his hand without a care. It's almost noon. How about I treat you to lunch? I'll take it as a thank you for saving my life, Lu Xiaoya suggested as she looked at the time. It was almost noon. You already said that I saved your life, and you're going to send me away with a meal? Yi Feng could not help but tease. I didn't mean it that way. I have to repay you for saving my life, and you have to eat. Give me some face. Lu Xiaoya's face was full of anticipation. Yi Feng was about to agree. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lin Junjun calling. Hey, Yi Feng, where are you now? Lin Junjun sounded a little excited. I'm doing something outside. What's wrong? Yi Feng smiled at Lu Xiaoya apologetically and walked to the side. Can you come back now? It's urgent. Lin Junjun's voice sounded anxious. What is it? My house is on fire. Yi Feng joked. No, someone has taken a fancy to one of your villas. Can you come back for a while? Lin Junjun hurriedly explained. I thought it was something big. Just tell them that I won't be able to make it back in a short time and that they can come back tomorrow. Yi Feng replied casually and was about to hang up the phone. No, this person is a little special. You have to come back. It was rare for Lin Junjun to be so tough with him. What's so special about them? Could it be that they have 3 heads and 6 arms? Yi Feng smiled indifferently. No, this man is Pony Ma. Lin Junjun couldn't hide her excitement any longer and almost shouted out loud. Who's Pony Ma? Yi Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. You don't even know about Pony Ma? He's a super tycoon in the internet world today, the super boss of Penguin Group, and now one of the top 2 richest people in the country. Lin Junjun listed out countless titles in one breath. One could hear the shock in her words. Only then did Yi Feng realize who this Pony Ma was. He was also surprised and curious. At this moment, the system notification rang in his ears again. A new lucky navigation system has been detected, getting to know Pony Ma. He immediately replied, All right, I'll go back immediately. Yi Feng hung up the phone and turned to look at Lu Xiaoya. I'm really sorry. I suddenly have something to do here. Lu Xiaoya nodded understandingly. Go to your work, then. We'll meet again next time. Yi Feng did not say anything more. He went to the parking lot to get his car and sped away. When he rushed back to the Zhongtian Lakeview Villa, he saw Lin Junjun chatting with a middle-aged man. The man was in his 30s and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a gentleman. It was the super big boss of Penguin Group, who many people in China were familiar with. When Lin Junjun was in front of him, she was obviously a little awkward. Yi Feng could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Was it really necessary? However, at the same time, he was also a little curious as to why this person had come to his side. Lin Junjun also saw him and hurriedly waved at him. Mr. Yi, hurry up. Mr. Ma has been waiting for a long time. Yi Feng walked over calmly and reached out his hand to the man. Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Yi Feng. The middle-aged man shook his hand politely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi. You can call me Pony. Yi Feng nodded lightly. I heard that Mr. Ma wants to rent my house. Which one? Pony was excited. I'm not renting a house. If Mr. Yi agrees, I want to buy it. Yi Feng was stunned when he heard this. Not renting a house, but buying a house. It's like this, Pony Ma explained hurriedly. I'm personally interested in astronomy. I've been looking for a house where I can observe astronomical sights. I saw a friend post a photo on his WeChat Moments today, and I feel that this house is very suitable for me, so I rushed over. Lin Junjun hurriedly added. Mr. Ma has his eyes on Villa number 7. Yi Feng was speechless. He wanted to buy a villa to observe astronomical phenomena? It seemed that he still did not understand the world of the rich. Then Mr. Ma should know the price of the villa here, right? Yi Feng could only remind him. I know that these are one of the most expensive villas in Zhonghai, and I know that my proposal is a bit unreasonable. So, I'm willing to pay double the market price. How about 200 million? Pony immediately gave a price. What else could Yi Feng say? The 20 villas' prices were at most $500 million yuan. However, the other party directly bid 200 million. What other reason did he have to not sell it? However, when he remembered that the system's mission was to get to know the other party, he should at least show some goodwill. At the thought of this, he immediately shook his head. 200 million, no way. Lin Junjun immediately panicked. Mr. Yi, 200 million is already a lot. She thought that Yi Feng was trying to milk Pony on purpose, and she started to panic. However, Pony did not mind at all. Mr. Yi, please name your price. I will not bargain. Yi Feng slowly extended a finger. I only want 100 million. Pony and Lin Junjun were both stunned. They all thought they had heard wrong.